Odyssey station. If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs...
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh, I don't think anything scares the 49ers right now, and it very much looks like the 49ers in week 1 of the playoffs. Levi Stadium, lights will be on, and the 49ers will either be hosting Seattle, Washington, or the New York Giants. I don't think that scares anybody at all.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Night-night.
95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now get a Nokia C100 for just $39.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. the latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Open wide. Let me see that smile.
There's a back-to-school braces boom at Doc Kelly's office.
Can you hold on for a sec? Can someone bring me more brackets?
She needs to realign her staffing plan with more registered dental assistants.
Can you reorder the rubber bands in red?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
A cool day ahead. Highs in Walnut Creek, 59.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
They scissor around Curry. They find Thompson left side. He's open. He shots up. No good. At the horn, the ball game is over. What a beautifully designed play. It's a great look for Klay Thompson. Scissored off Curry. They threw it over the top, and he was wide open. My goodness.
And that's how the Golden State Warriors 3-game winning streak was snapped. And oh, baby, what a game last night in Dallas, Texas, as the Warriors lose 116-113. You heard Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. As I say, good morning to everybody out there. Getting off your graveyard shift. Get off of, if you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Everybody, teachers, students, firefighters, cops, you know the drill. Good morning to everybody out there. Ushers, security guards, janitors, longshoremen, warehouse workers. We could go on and on and on. Good morning to you all. Good morning to Lutman and Spadoni, to you, Joe Shasky, live from the cabin again with that nice little, what is that, fur on the collar right there?
This is a Sherpa. This is a Levi's corduroy Sherpa.
Ah.
You like that?
I thought it was some sheep.
No, it's a Sherpa.
Oh, a little Sherpa.
I thought a Sherpa was someone like that, like helps you like travel in mountains and stuff.
Yes, that too, that as well. But they call them Sherpa jackets, and they're very, very popular. And it's 29 degrees this morning when I woke up here in the cabin. And so
that sounds like fun.
Yeah, your boy needed to. I had the space heater for downstairs because we have no central heating. Michelle's got all the fire going upstairs, so I'm down in the basement freezing. Sweatshirt on, Sherpa on.
Sherpas are popular now?
Oh yeah.
For who? For who?
I mean, they've been for quite a while.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I missed the boat on that one.
Well, I mean, it's not your fashion.
Nah, it's not. It's not me. But hey, it looks good on
you. You don't strike me as a woodsman.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. That ain't my steez.
You know what? I was talking about with Spadoni about last night's game, and I know a lot of people are freaking out about the travel, Bonte, where Steph Curry at the end.
We'll get into that. I mean, look, here's what I said on postgame. And
what's that?
Look, I didn't think it was a travel.
It looked like a jump stop.
But with the way that game was called,
yes,
it was appropriate for that basketball game because there was a lot of questionable travels called in that game.
Okay, is it just me? And now we're going to get to some of the other stuff because I thought Johnny Kuminga, a revelation last night. Just everything he did, the rebounding, the defense not leaving his feet, so many little things. He was setting screens, off ball, on ball. Like, he did all the glue things.
He was amazing last night.
He really was. He did all the glue things I expect. Can we start with Luka Doncic for a second? And I don't want to go super negative here. He is so skilled. Bonte, he's so good.
He's so good.
Why does his whole game have to be predicated on crying and foul hunting and flopping and searching for going to the free throw line? He's so good, and yet it's almost unwatchable at times.
You know what? It was minimized, I thought, yesterday, and that's just,
the first half was so bad.
I hear you, but you know what? This guy is so good.
No, I know.
He dropped 41, 12, and 12, and I don't think he played all that great.
No, because he's at the free throw line every other play.
But he averages 11 free throws a game.
I know.
11 free throw attempts. He makes 8. Last night he got to the line 15 times. He only made 9. His three ball, he's only shooting 30% from the 3-point line. Yet he's shooting 50% from the floor. You see him 14-27. That fadeaway late in the game was Larry Bird-esque.
Yeah,
this guy is a baller. So I get the crying. Hopefully he grows up from that. I see a lot of people calling him the white James Harden. I don't know if that's fair or not. This guy's a baller. Like, he hits the mid-range. He hits the three. Well, he's a tough player to deal with, and I get it.
No, I think that's the most frustrating. Like we were talking earlier, Spadoni and I, Kyle Lowry is nowhere near as skilled as Luka Doncic. I get why he plays the way he does. Crashing into people, flopping, flying all over the court. Like, that's part of him sustaining into the NBA. Like, that's baked into the skill set for him. He has to do those things. Luka's so good. I just wish someone would shake him and be like, stop foul hunting and crying on every possession.
Yeah, he does. But, I mean, that's the NBA, though. Like, that's the NBA. Somebody asked me a question yesterday. Who cries more? Or who complains more in the game, Draymond Green or Luka Doncic? And I would say Luka Doncic, but Draymond Green's more demonstrative in terms of, like, getting at referees and coming at referees. So let me switch my camera here because it's kind of weird looking here. But, no, Luka does complain. It does bother me at times. However, he's a freaking I cannot take anything away from him. 41, 12, and 12. He kept the Mavericks in that game. And, look, it was a high-level basketball game. We're going to get to the travel. Did I think it was travel again? The game was called the way the game was called.
So Jordan Poole got a travel called on him. Luka had a travel. So Jordan Poole had two. I think I might have missed one. Steph had multiple. Luka had one at least. I know he complained about that. They were calling it all night.
All night. And whether or not I thought it was fair, look, the referees were John Goble, Sean Corbin, Matt Boland.
I mean, out of a lineup.
The last 2.5, 3 minutes of third quarter was an absolute circus. It was an absolute circus. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Guys were falling. Guys were flailing out of bounds. Guys were hitting the ground. Turnovers. I'm just like, what is going on? Put your whistles away and let these guys play. Yeah. And it cleaned it up for the most part in the fourth quarter. But last night wasn't about the referees. It was about high-level basketball. Look, Klay Thompson was playing the highlight. Fun game. Very fun game.
Yeah, I agree.
Klay Thompson last night. And look, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins combined to go 3 of 18 from the three-point line.
Okay, so that's what it was. They're not going to do that again.
No.
Like, I thought JP did a really good job facilitating last night. I'd like him to be a little more aggressive. And then, like Klay, everyone's losing their mind about Klay. He hit 2 big threes in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Klay hit the 1-3. 5 points overall for Klay Thompson. Jordan Poole, 9 assists.
He only had 1 3?
Yeah, he only had 1 3.
I thought he hit another one in the fourth quarter.
2 of 9 from the floor overall. Klay Thompson 1 of 6 from the 3-point line, 5 points last night. He did grind to 7 rebounds. Andrew Wiggins just 10 points. 10 points, but Jordan Poole tied the season high with 9 assists last night.
Some sick ones.
He had some dives, especially in that second quarter with the second unit. I think that's why we're all being positive this morning, because it feels like Steve Kerr's finally stabilized that second unit.
Yes.
It has something to do with Draymond Green starting the second quarter with Jordan Poole and Dante DiVincenzo. JaMychal Green is running the floor well in that dunker spot. And then you got Andrew Wiggins at ties playing in that spot. And how about Anthony Lamb coming off the bench with 2 big back-to-back threes in the second quarter after the Warriors fell behind 17. So that's a revelation for this team. They found something with the second unit, and I think the star of the show, you mentioned it right off the top, Jonathan Kuminga with his first double-double of the season, 14 and 10. And look, Luka scored 41, but I thought Kuminga, Wiggins played some great individual defense on Luka Doncic.
Even Klay early in the game, Bonte. Didn't you think? I thought Klay did a pretty good job. The thing with Luka, he loves to get to that pivot and then pump fake, spin, pump fake, spin. And, like, it's really hard to not leave your feet. I get it, because he's so big and he's so thick and you want to contest his shot. For Jonathan Kuminga to not foul out of that game after taking him basically, I think, 5-minute mark, he checked in the first quarter, and he went the full length of the court with him for, 5 or 6 straight possessions. I love that.
Yeah, Kuminga played over 14 minutes in the first half. He played over 25 minutes overall, and this is a thing that has me excited about February, March, April. Kuminga gets better and better by the rep, and that's why I'm glad Steve Kerr just said, you know what? Let him play through some mistakes. He had some turnovers yesterday. Steve Kerr had the patience, had the poise to say, you know what? Go ahead, JK. Stay in the game and play. And he doesn't go for pump fakes. I saw this last year against LeBron James. LeBron James took him down to a block on a Saturday night with the LA Lakers, trying to pump fake him. And Kuminga stayed down, kept his hands up, forced a tough shot. This kid is getting better by the rep, and he understands his role now. So now that you got Kuminga rolling, now that you got DiVincenzo flying on the ground, diving for loose balls, Jordan Poole's going to figure out his shot at some point. I like where the Warriors are at, despite the loss last night. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
it's not about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. Like to me, like form matters, and seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, because we know the athleticism is going to be there. But are you willing to do the dirty work? That's one thing that I've talked a lot. A lot of people like, what's going on with Kuminga? I'm like, dude, as a young guy, you got to set screens.
Yep.
You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. Mm-hmm. He checked all those boxes last time. Bonte, he set an off-ball screen unprompted. It wasn't a play. It was just him being smart, going up and setting an off-ball screen. You're going to get those dunker spot opportunities when you do the glue guy stuff.
And you know what? They had a nice block shot in the fourth quarter.
That's
coming from the weak side.
That's right.
A big-time block shot.
Right.
I can't get enough of Jonathan Kuminga.
How about the one-arm rebounds?
The one-arm rebounds over Luka Doncic. I mean, we broke his game down last night on Warriors Post-Game Live, and it was like, man, look at this guy run the floor. Look at him make the extra pass. Look at him block some shots. Look at him grab some rebounds. Look at him run the floor and rim run. I mean, it's so impressive with Jonathan Kuminga right now and where his game is at. And I know you plus-minus geeks. This is why I don't look at plus-minus.
Oh, here we go. What happened?
So Kuminga was a plus 21. Okay, great.
Okay.
Steph Curry last night led the Warriors with 32 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists.
Was he a minus 10,000?
Minus 12.
Okay.
I mean, the plus-minus stat is an absolute farce. It's a joke. I mean, Steph Curry minus 12 yesterday? Come on, man.
The
stats a joke.
Too simplistic.
I get tired of everybody basing everything off of plus-minus.
Well, Bonte,
watch the game.
It reminds me of like quarterback rating or
QBR.
or any of those. Like there's more data to explain the story than just clinging on to one thing. Like, for example, in baseball, I think we've obsessed too much about OPS or WAR and things like that. There's more that people can bring to the table than just one particular data-driven category.
Yeah, I'm with you there. By the way, this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock. Nice. We have a special guest at 8:30. Special guest. I'm not going to tell you who it is. Special guest.
Is this special guest for you?
Well, I think it's for both of us. I mean, I don't do things for myself on this show. We do everything for you, Joe Shasky.
By the way, such a lie.
USA men's soccer team last night.
Oh, my
God. How about that? World Cup action.
Did
USA
you watch the whole game?
I watched the last 20 minutes.
That was the best part.
Last 20 minutes, surviving events, right? I mean, they were surviving. Iran was putting on so much pressure, and USA survives. They win 1-0 to advance to the round of 16. They'll play the Netherlands Saturday at 7 a.m. It's going to be a good one. The Netherlands is tough. They're one of my squads, too.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that one for a second. Number 2, that game, look, I am not here to pretend like I'm some diehard footballer, okay? I'm just the casual bandwagon fan who's going to hop in and drape myself
every 4
in the flag.
years. I
That's
know.
fine,
I can't stand you guys.
But so what? Like, that was as good, the final 20 minutes, because I watched the whole game. That was as good as any sporting event I've seen in months. I was on the edge of my seat when Zimmerman kicks that, because the goalie's like totally out of position, and it looks like they're going to put one in and tie the game, and we're going to blow this lead that we've got. When Zimmerman kicks that thing out, I don't know. I jumped out of my seat like, let's go. The whole free kicks, all the flopping that was going on. But that was an incredible game. Like, I get it now, soccer fans. I do. Yeah. Like, I truly do. I get it. Because them chasing that goal at the end, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it was awesome stuff. Awesome stuff by the USA that survived there in the end. And you can see both teams were just gassed. As there was 9 minutes of extra time, another minute added later in extra time. I mean, it was hot out there, humid. It was everything you needed. I think Pulisic went to the hospital, right? Did he get like IVs or something like that?
On that play where he's like, it's like I don't know, the ball goes flying in. It's him, the defender, and the goalie, and he smashes into all 3 of them and kicks the ball into the net. That was incredible. And I'm like, oh, he's like laying it on thick or whatever. No, he was legitimately injured. Like,
to get it here.
Yeah,
what happened?
Contusion is what they're calling it.
What is it?
Pelvic contusion, which is basically a contusion is just a bruise. So his bruised pelvis, his pelvis is bruised.
It's an eloquent way of saying bruise.
Yes, it's a very eloquent way. And Dr. Narav Pandya, he's going to join the show today with Willard and Dibs at 11:30. He'll break it all down.
Everybody gets our guest.
He'll be fine for Saturday. He posted that he's going to be fine. McKinney's McKinney said Pulisic's fine. He's going to play.
I love McKinney too, by the way. And this team is so young. Like I am starting to learn all these names. This guy Aronson, number 11, he's like the sub that they put in at the end.
Brendan
Dude, he's
Aronson.
so fun. Is it Aronson?
Brendan Aronson from Leeds. Leeds FC.
The Fighting Jed Yorks. The Fighting Jed Yorks.
Number 11. What? He is so fun because he comes in, he's like a bolt of energy, super scrappy. I don't know, man. I'm all in on this team. I'm having a lot of fun. Zimmerman, I thought, had a great game. I think he was subbed in late in that game. Yeah. He did a great job heading the ball, clearing a bunch of stuff. The goalie was awesome. That was fun.
Pulisic with that goal there in the 38th minute. That was a lot of fun. It was a really, really good game. Iran was tough, man. They were tough. They brought it. It was a really good World Cup game. You had a lot of action yesterday, though. England ends up blowing out Wales last night. What was it, 3-0? The final 3-0 all in the second half. You had Senegal advance, beating Ecuador. That's a lot of fun, man. So, this World Cup. And then today we're going to get some more action here. Today France is going to roll over Tunisia. There's no doubt about that. But the big game is Argentina and Poland, 11 a.m. The Fighting Spadonis against Messi.
Lewandowski got his first goal. More to come.
All right, so what is there? It gets scrunched down to 16 teams
16
advancing
in a single elimination.
I mean, come on, that's pretty cool. Like, at least, again, as a first-time soccer lover, it's pretty cool.
That's your first time loving soccer?
Well, like this, because they weren't in the last one. Was it 2018? I don't remember them qualifying.
Yeah, they did not qualify for 2018. If you remember, they had a match. They needed to beat Trinidad and Tobago. They lost to that team, and Christian Pulisic was in tears.
There you
go.
He
comes back finally and then qualifies. But they haven't qualified since 2014 back in Brazil. Yeah.
So, I just think this is a lot of fun. I'm more cognizant of everything that's going on. I'm trying to, watch the entire matches and understand who the players are and where they fit into the leagues and all that stuff. And so I'm enjoying it. I really do. I love their coach, dude. Their coach is on the sideline, jumping up and down in the T-shirt. He's high-fiving dudes on the sidelines. I don't know. I'm all in on this thing.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's fun.
Football. People want us to call it football. Don't call it soccer. Okay, 707.
Whatever. I'll call it whatever.
It's too early for that
I'm
nonsense.
still learning. Give me all of the information.
You can call it soccer. You can call it soccer if you want to.
We're Americans. We call it soccer.
Yeah.
If people from Europe want to call it football, that's fine.
Can I ask you a question, Spadoni? Because you seem to be more understanding of the technical side of it. I felt like... Well, okay. Well, B, you can answer as well. I did not understand why they got so defensive in this, the second portion of the second half of that game. I was like, dude, can we control the ball a little more? Iran had the rock.
Berhalter got tight. Berhalter got tight. He sensed that they just needed to hang on, and that he just subbed in his best defenders that he thought was going to be. I thought they should have been more aggressive. To your point, Shasky, get a guy like Gio Reyna in there. I don't know what's going on with him. We'll wait and see for that. But I agree. But hey, they won. That's all that matters.
I see this a lot when I used to cover soccer in high school.
Yeah.
It covered City College of San Francisco soccer. You get a 1-0 lead, especially with you get to the second half and you get to that 60 to 65 minute mark. All of a sudden, it's like, you know what? Let's just play the last 25 minutes and protect our net.
Yeah, man,
it's
just a heart attack.
It is a heart attack. It's a heart attack for all the fans. But you know what? You just hey, we're going to touch the ball here and there. If we got an opportunity to go on a fast break, I call it a fast break. But if we got to run out there, we call it a run out there, then let's take it. If not, let's just sit back.
Oh, my God.
Let's just play defense and let's just chill for a second. So I know it gives everybody a heart attack. You want to see them get aggressive, but also protecting the 1-0 lead. Because I guarantee you, if Iran would have scored, they would have done the same damn thing.
No, I know, but it just felt like when they didn't get that second goal on the board where I wanted to see the replay on the offsides, that's another thing. Because goals are at such a premium, there's only 1, 2, maybe 3 a game, right? At least these opportunities.
Right.
We've got to stop and I'm not trying to rewrite the books. I'm not trying to be some casual fan changing the rules of soccer, football, whatever you want to call it. But can we get just a pause, a 10-second pause to see that replay? Guys are writhing in the ground for what feels like multiple minutes, and they got kicked in the shin, and they're going to be totally fine. But yet on a scoring opportunity where there is an offsides questionality, I would have liked to see them stop play for a second, because that second goal changes the whole entire ending of that game.
No doubt. But here you go, Shasky, Commissioner Shasky, want to change the rules of soccer. You see this,
I'm just saying I wanted to see a replay. Spadoni, do you feel me on that?
Play on.
Come on. Yeah. I mean, they did show Shasky that it was the right call. They go to VAR. They show it on the screen and stuff like that. So they are supposed to whistle down to the referee if it is a close call. But they have the goal line technology now that they can prove that it is.
Right. And hold on. We got a soccer call, Shasky. What do you know? The Morning Roast is going to take its first soccer call.
It was so much fun. Yes, let's do
Derek
this.
in San Jose
What's
wants
up,
to
Derek?
talk a little football.
Let's go.
What's up, Derek?
Hey, fellas, good to hear from you. First time getting on the phone with y'all. Hey, so you guys are saying, how can we make this less stressful for the fans? Why aren't we being more aggressive? One of the reasons we want to do that is because when what we call the right and left fullbacks are farthest out defenders, Dest is one of them, to do with the blonde hair. When those guys push forward and be aggressive, the other team's midfielders and forwards have to come back to defend them, which makes it harder for them to attack. So while we do prefer sometimes to be defensive like the U.S. did, there are moments when the best defense is a good offense at times. But so anyways.
How much fun was that? No, honestly.
I had all the kids in my classroom going crazy. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
No, anytime. Great call. I thought it was super fun yesterday. And again, I'm not pretending to know the X's and O's or whatever. I actually did buy a soccer book so that I could learn some of the formations. No, I did. I swear to God. It's really thick. And like,
I'm just laughing. Man.
No, but like I want to learn
I just pictured too, Soccer for Dummies or something.
Soccer
like
for
that.
Dummies.
No.
I bought Anna Football for Dummies book. She's read one page. And this is why we go to football games. You're asking me what's going on. This is why I buy the Football for Dummies book so you can pay attention to what's going on.
Well, I have this soccer book, and it breaks down all the different leagues, but then it also gives you some like formation stuff and kind of how the evolution of the sport has gone. But the point that I kept thinking about yesterday, I was like, oh my God, Iran's got the ball the whole time. Well, they had the ball the whole time, and that doesn't mean that you're dominating the game necessarily. They only had a couple of shots on goal. The header that almost went in, oh my God, I almost fell out of my seat.
But when you do dominate the ball, it's just a matter of time before you break through. Before you break through the pressure, and that's why you got to watch the Premier League when it's Premier League comes back. And the French League One comes back, and La Liga comes back. Serie A. You got to watch those leagues, Shasky. Come on now. Welcome to our world. Welcome to our world, in the world of soccer. All right, we're going to get back into the Golden State Warriors.
Team Crumpets. Dante Hill.
I'm telling you, man, Premier League is sick. Man, 7 o'clock Saturday is I'm always up early on Saturdays because of Baby Ches. I'll be up rocking and rolling, but the Netherlands are tough, man. This is going to be a tough game.
Who are you going to root for?
Good soccer. That's what I root for. Good soccer. I root for good soccer. I don't root against the USA, but I'm not just, oh, my God, USA. Got to go with my Brazilians and my French and my Netherlands and everybody else. All right, coming up on the game, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Titleist and Bushnell. Elevate your performance with Titleist TSR drivers designed to maximize distance. While you're there, grab a dozen Pro V1 or Pro V1X golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. We also have gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Time to fire up your laptops for Cyber Monday savings, because the Home Depot has the tools to make your holiday magic with new savings every day. So start clicking and adding everything you need for the tech lovers in your life. Or grab one of our nailers, combo kits, or trimmers to surprise any doer on your list. Everything you need for the holidays is just a click away with free delivery on eligible online items. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Otra vez Tyler. Para Weston McKinney, se mete Serginho. Vino para Serginho Dest. El toque en medio, posición. ¡Gol! ¡Gol!
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Telemundo Deportes. There we go. Go! Go! USA! USA! USA!
That was a 4.
Where's your goal at, Shasky?
Give
me one, Shasky. Give me one, Shasky. Come on. Give me a goal.
Goal! I could have kept going.
Not bad. You should have kept going.
Yeah.
Oh, stretch that baby out.
The boy's got very big lungs.
Stretch that baby out. Telemundo, man, they are on fire right now during the World Cup. They had a goal when Messi scored. The guy just went berserk.
I love it.
He went like a minute and a half where he was just like, go! And he was stretching, go! Go! You see Messi look at the crowd, and I love the way these guys like Mbappe and Messi, they'll jump over the railing, they'll look at the crowd.
It's so sick.
And they'll just fist pump, and the crowd just goes berserk. It gets me going every time, man.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm starting to understand some of the intricacies of soccer, and one of them that I never really understood was like, why do they go so crazy for the goal? And well, because they're so few and far between. And so when you have one, it is such a monumental moment in that match, like it makes a lot of sense. So
No doubt.
I'm all in. The culture, like seeing all the different cultures in the stands has been really cool.
Dude.
Like that the country pride from every single different nation. It's really cool, man.
Dude, Senegal and their fans.
It's so cool.
Spinoni and I are watching during the dude. They were dancing. They had the drums. They got the witchcraft. They got the trance. Dude, they were loving it. And then I watched a video of Senegal, where after they won, they're going crazy into town and they're clapping and they're hitting the drums in the streets and stuff like that. It's unbelievable. World Cup is fun.
They had a couple spots downtown that were doing watch parties in San Francisco. I saw one in San Jose. There was obviously one that they showed on the telecast in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, I saw that.
I just didn't realize how many hotbeds for soccer there are in America.
No, there is soccer. Soccer's huge, but
I know
I'm going to stay away from the watch parties. It is flu season, and a lot of people are getting sick,
I didn't even
including
think of that.
my household. So I'm gonna lay low and chill in the house and stay away from the watch parties this World Cup coming around. By the way, this segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I want to get back into the Warriors. We will talk some 49er football a little bit later. Mostert speaks out. There's a lot of chirping between the Niners and Dolphins. 30% chance of rain on Sunday at Levi Stadium between the Niners and Dolphins. You gotta think that it would favor the 49ers, right? I would think so.
The rain this year, I have never seen them be involved in more weather games. Not that like they're involved in snow. Week 1, week 2, like every single week there has been some droppage of rain. It feels like outside of what 1 or 2 matchups, like the Kansas City game.
Well, you got the first 2 weeks, right? Seattle, and you got the monsoon in Chicago.
Even in Denver, it lightly rained before the game started.
Yeah, it was a little cold, a little rainy, but the weather held up there for that game.
In Mexico City, it rained.
Yeah, it rained for like the first 5 minutes of the game. What else?
It's just crazy. It just feels like at least a half dozen of these games have involved some form of the rain, and it's almost like a weird outlier.
Yeah, no doubt. Luka Doncic last night, triple-double, 41, 12, and 12. 41, 12, and 12, a triple-double, his 4th career triple-double against the Golden State Warriors. He scored at least 30 points for the Mavericks in 14 of their 20 games so far. Steph Curry has done it 13 times in the Warriors' 22 games. But the second unit, I thought, look, they lost a game. They've yet to win 2 straight games on the road. I get all that. They're 11-11. But I came out of that game feeling good because of the second unit. And Draymond Green is also feeling good. By the way, he scored 12 points last night. Of course, the Warriors lost.
Well, that's okay. Did you see the pass that Jordan Poole made from beyond the arc to an undercutting Draymond Green backdoor around the rim?
Of course I did.
That was to me, it was like, wow, that was such a great play. And to see the two of them have that synergy, like that to me, those are the little things. I know it's a loss, but those are the kind of little things that I'm pulling away from a game like that.
Well, here's what Draymond Green had to say about the second unit and the confidence that they have right now for the Golden State Warriors.
Their confidence is back. With the second group, the confidence was kind of waning a little bit, and they're getting their confidence, but the confidence is back. And so it's good. You can look at the plus minuses tonight. The entire second unit is pretty much positive. Entire first unit negative. And 2 weeks ago, we couldn't say that. Like, we couldn't get near that 2 weeks ago. And so it's uplifting to see, these guys starting to figure it out and come along, because ultimately it's going to help us continue to win games in this season. But more importantly, it allows guys to get the proper rest, so you're not expending more than what you need to expend in game 22. So it's beautiful to see.
Draymond Green with the plus minus reference there, but the bench was in the positives. I thought Anthony Lamb and Jonathan Kuminga played really good basketball. Anthony Lamb just kind of knows where to be. Now, he's going to be matchup dependent. There's going to be some nights he doesn't have it, but last night he gave the Warriors a big-time boost. 5 rebounds yesterday, 11 points, big threes in the second quarter. I thought Anthony Lamb was very, very solid. Also, Draymond Green, real quick, Shasky, about Kuminga. He's got some words on Kuminga.
Yeah. When he first came to us, his first practice, he shot my eyeball off quite a few times. And I figured out then that he could shoot. He hit one, and I'm like, all right. He hit another one. Play went on. A few minutes later, he hit another one. And I walked over to AV. He said, hey, man, he can really shoot the ball. I said, well, I wish you would have told me that before I just gave up 3 threes to him. And so the reality is he's been shooting it well since he came into camp. And, he's playing great minutes, not only shooting the ball well, but understanding the right spot to be in on both sides of the floor. So it's another guy taking advantage of his opportunity.
He does have when he misses, it feels like it's a flatter trajectory than when he makes it. He has a flat trajectory just to begin with. Like, it doesn't have a high arc on it. but his form isn't horrible. Like, that's the one thing that I take away. He's so young. Shooting's not one of his top skills right now.
Right.
But I don't see a guy that's unsalvageable. Like, when you look at, like, and again, I know that people want to make these comparisons to Giannis. Giannis's form is just kind of ugly, you know what I mean? Like, to begin with, and it doesn't feel very natural.
Right.
JK got a more natural flow to it. Not that it's picture perfect, but I think there's something to work with there. For me, it's not just the threes he's making. It's the ones he's passing up to give to someone else.
Pass one up to Anthony Lamb.
Yeah, so that they can get a better shot, or that he runs. Like, he did one last night where he threw to Jordan Poole, then went and sent an on-ball screen, got the ball right back for a little dunk.
Yeah.
And it's like, just be patient. The ball will find you back again.
He's starting to get it.
Yeah.
And
I love
this reload 3 in the fourth quarter. The balls to take that shot in the quarter, reload, take a couple dribbles, set your feet, boom, swish, nothing but net. And I'm like, okay, JK, I see it. Here's what JK had to say about the identity of the bench.
I just feel like we kind of like know each other now, and we're trying to like do more stuff. Like anytime before practice, trying to like read all the plays, having a group chat where we're saying plays where we know this person likes this type of play. We got to run from him. This guy knows this play. This guy likes this play. So just little things like that for like bringing us together.
Then he was asked about his best game of the season.
It's just a matter of time. You know, everything has a certain amount of time. Sometimes it takes longer. And I'm not saying I'm there yet, but it's just a matter of time. And being around this guy is helping me out every single day.
I love a JK podium game. I love a JK podium game.
I do too. And he doesn't lack confidence. There was a sequence where he was playing defense on Luka Doncic, and like Luka missed a shot, and then Luka tried to get a foul, and he didn't get the foul. And then JK comes down with the rebound, and he throws it up ahead, and Draymond turns and just high fives him like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Don't leave your feet. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago if Draymond would have had the comfortability to do that. And it feels like so much is beyond this team from what had happened in the past. To see all of them grow and the chemistry be there, it was really cool. How about Steph celebrating the success of the second unit on the bench?
We love it. We love it. We love everything about it. And I keep going back to what Tim Roy told us at the California Classic.
Yeah.
We went up there, his first ever game for the Golden State Warriors. This guy, Jonathan Kuminga, can be Ron Artest. And I'm seeing it with the way he's defended. I can't wait to see where he's at 2 months from now as he continues to get more and more reps and stays in his rotation.
What is he, 20?
He's 20 years old. The guy.
I mean, he's 20.
Just doesn't even know what he's doing yet.
He's
14 to 10 in a big-time game against the Mavericks. All right, more on the Warriors because Barkley said something yesterday. Charles Barkley had something to say about Klay Thompson again. Charles Barkley, we're going to play that cut coming up on the other side as we continue to roll on the Golden State Warriors. They lose 116 to 113 over the Dallas Mavericks. Look, you get a combined 3 of 18 from Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins from the three-point line. Probably not going to win many games. They'll be better against the Mavs in the future. A highly contested game. A lot of people want to complain about the travel. Was it a travel? 888-957-9570. Did you have an issue with the way the game was called yesterday down in Dallas? We want to hear from Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Seven cards for kids. KARS cards for kids. 1-877 cards for kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1-877 cars for kids. Donate your card today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1-877 cars for kids. Donate your card today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
At CDW, we get you can't lock up your devices. Your workforce needs the freedom to roam.
Final boarding call, flight 555 to New York.
And wherever they go, Productivity is key. But with Microsoft Surface devices pre-configured and deployed by CDW experts, you'll get multi-layered security and seamless experiences to help productivity really take off. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/surface.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Curry's got the ball. 13 seconds. Here we go. Curry splitting traffic. Steps out. Leans back. He traveled. Turnover.
Oh, my.
He had plenty of time. 10.1 to go in the game.
He had a layup if it had gone all the way to the basket. They were down by 2, but he was looking for a 3.
A bang-bang situation. Dumb play by me to not take the layup. I got a little confused on what the time and score was, honestly. Went for the hero shot. I didn't think it was a travel to the point where you don't let the play run out, but who am I to say?
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph Curry with a game high, or excuse me, team high, 32 points for the Golden State Warriors, 11-24, 5-14 from the three-point line, 5-6. And you heard him discussing the travel call. He didn't necessarily agree with it. I know last night we were having a discussion on Warriors post-game live. Festus and Darrell thought it was a travel. Bully didn't think it was a travel. I was on the fence because of the way the game was called. And look, in a normal NBA game, before the memo came out earlier this season or during the second week of the season, which is weird. Nobody heard about the memo before the year. We get the memo during the season, the second week of the season, about the traveling call and the carrying and all that stuff. I just thought it was a travel based on the way the game was called. The way the game was called yesterday, that was a travel. If you're going to call the travels early in the game, then you kind of have to call that one, even though it's Stephen Curry and he's a star in the league. With all that said, was it a travel? It's tough to tell.
Well, it's the first one that he did earlier in the game was a travel, okay? Right. That one, to me, although the left foot came down slightly before the right foot or whatever, maybe I have it backwards, it looked like a jump stop, okay? When you do a jump stop, whether you're going forward, backwards, left, or right, you are allowed, after a jump stop, to pivot. That's what I thought he did in that sequence. To your point about, travels being called, and there's a lot of times guys catch the ball on a gather for a three-pointer.
Right.
JP's an example.
Yep.
He gets a lot of these calls.
Right. Well, he got one yesterday. It was like you're by yourself. You don't have to toe tap or shuffle. It was like he was moonwalking out there at American Airlines Arena. Remember that first one he got called for?
We call that the gather, right? Like when you don't catch it in a jump-stopping fashion and one foot's ahead of the other, they will get you on that one from time to time. In this one, it looked like to me, he jump-stopped backwards to the left. I would have said, because it's almost, we're slowing it down on the replay. Right. In real time, both feet came down as a jump stop. He's using his pivot, but whatever. Like, to your point, they're all over it. The bigger thing is this, is that I think in the NBA as a whole, if they're going to do the whole revisionist history on what a travel is, what a travel isn't, the one thing you can't do is take away the jump stop, because that is a fundamental part of early stages basketball, whether it's high school, college, etc. Mm-hmm. And once you come to a good jump stop, you should be allowed to pivot in any direction as long as you maintain your pivot foot.
The key was, which was Stephen Curry's pivot foot? Was it the left foot? Was it the right foot? I'm not sure about that, but this is some interesting data that Sam Lubman sent us last night. This tweet was sent by Tom Haberstraw. You know how we feel about Tom Haberstraw with all these numbers or whatnot, but this is very interesting. Last season, there were 1.3 travels called per game. This October, it was 1.7 travels called per game. The month of November, 3.5 travels called per game, a big-time spike in traveling. Mm-hmm. And it feels like Jordan Poole's been on that list. Mm-hmm. Now Stephen Curry's on that list. Luka Doncic's looking around. What's going on here? The traveling is getting a little out of control. And I wish they would have sent the memo before the season. And Steve Kerr gets this like, look, I look at my email. There's a memo 7 games into the season about walking and palming the basketball. What the hell is wrong with this league? Now, here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the traveling, because he was not happy either. Shasky?
Okay.
Calls are calls, so some go your way, some don't. I guess the NBA is making an emphasis on plays like that. I don't know if it was a travel or not. I haven't seen it, but it's going to be really interesting to see. Like, if we're going to call that now, we got to call it all the time, because it happens 30 times a game. Guys change pivot feet. So I'm really happy that the officials are going to emphasize it, but you got to be consistent with it.
He literally is taking the words out of my mouth. Bonte, the reality is that there are way too many travels. There are way too many carries in a normal NBA game. I think one of the big knocks for a lot of people who are diehard, whether it's high school, college, whatever, they're basketball fans, but they kind of loathe the NBA. I think a big part of it is the looseness of the rules. Klay Thompson's a great example.
Right.
Monte, how many times has Klay caught a transition, layup, dunk, whatever, and taken like four steps?
I mean, LeBron's walked his whole career, and I love LeBron James.
No doubt. And look, what makes these guys so great is they find a slight little advantage loophole in the rules, and they try to create a new move, and until it gets adjudicated out of the league, they're going to continue to try to stretch the limits of that. But, like, the fact that, like, changing your pivot foot, that should be standardized. And he's right. It should get called 15 times a game. I mean, it really should.
I mean, if that's the case, James Harden's going to get called for traveling every single possession. Every single shot attempt. And I'm here for it, too. Let's go to Schlepp Rock in Mountain View. Schlepp Rock, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Roaster? This is what I think is what happened last night. I don't know what happened throughout the NBA, but as far as the Warrior game, go back to the game prior to that with the technicals, and then the Warriors decided to clown referees at the end of the game with the towel on that. I think what happened here was just retributions for the Warriors players, showing up the referees the game before, and they go, okay, you guys are going to do that to us. We're going to get you back this way. And I think that's what transpired last night. What do you guys think?
Somebody brought that up last night, because Spencer Dinwiddie got ejected from the game with 10:52 left in the fourth quarter for the elbow.
Yeah.
And they called it a flagrant 2. Whether or not it was accidental, you be the judge. But he got kicked out. And a lot of people thought that, It was retribution for Tony Brothers getting suspended. Now, Tony Brothers got suspended. He got suspended for basically calling Spencer Dinwiddie out of his name. And Matt Barnes sent the clip yesterday on Instagram basically stating, how is this not bigger news? Why did they sweep this under the rug? Now, Tony Brothers, here, I'll read the report. Referee Tony Brothers was forced to miss one game assignment after Spencer Dinwiddie said Brothers referred to him as a BAM. I'll let you be the judge of that acronym and let you use your imagination. No discipline was formally announced because it was not a suspension without pay. But he missed a game assignment because of what he said to Spencer Dinwiddie. Now, we all watched the Tim Donaghy doc. A lot of us did. They knew Iverson would get our referees, and they would go back and go get Iverson. They would call him for carries and stuff like that. Referees do have agendas. Now, did they have an agenda against the Golden State Warriors last night for what they were doing in Minnesota on Sunday? No idea. But there is something to that, Chasky, and I'm not scoffing. I'm not sweeping that under the rug anymore after watching that Donaghy doc.
Okay, so I don't want to defend the referees like I'm not trying to like just play, defend the referees at every turn. But I cannot watch a game without seeing Draymond, Luka, LeBron just harass officials the entire time. So like I'm not here to cape up for Tony Brothers, but can we agree respect is a two-way street? And in this situation, there is a clear lack of respect just in general from the superstars in the league to every single referee. Not all of them. It's not I don't think Steph Curry's disrespectful to referees, though I will say it feels like this year he's been very supercharged when it comes to his emotions towards officials. And I think that you have the top dogs in the league not respecting the officials. It trickles down to every other player in the league. And clearly, the officials are human. We know this. And they're going to react accordingly. I hadn't considered the Warriors' reactions in the Minnesota game and how it would like carry over. Yeah. I don't dismiss that. I bet that that's part of it, whether consciously or subconsciously. But, Bonte, in a game where I watched Luka Doncic literally turn and snap his head 65 times, I get it from the officials. I'd be like, Luka, shut up and play.
Well, he does play. These referees are terrible. I'm tired of the referees, damn it. The NBA referees, NFL officials, they're terrible. The clown show at the end of the third quarter yesterday tried to kill the entire flow of the basketball game.
On every play,
I get it.
Just for Luka, I just want to pause on Luka. If you're complaining on every single play, then nothing's a foul. You're the boy who cried wolf. To me, he has to be more discerning.
He still got to the free throw line 15 times.
Because he's complaining the whole game.
But he got to the free throw line 15 times. And dropped a triple-double, 41, 12, and 12.
He's awesome.
So, I mean, he gets to the line 11 times. Whether he complains, he gets to the line 11 times a game on average. On average, I guarantee you he's one of the league leaders when it comes to that. So
it's baked into his game,
But there is some agendas here. Referees do have agendas. They carry it from game to game. They protect each other. We talk about the brotherhood in football and basketball and baseball. The referees have a brotherhood too. And it was put on blast during the Donaghy documentary. And there's no doubt in my mind these guys hold grudges at times. Tony Brothers is notorious for holding grudges. I hear from players, hear from coaches. He's one of the worst referees out there. Scott Foster, you don't think he holds grudges? They see what happens on a day-to-day basis. And the referees, let's hear from Draymond Green.
It sounds like I'm caping up for the
No,
officials.
you're not.
But what I'm saying is that I do think that we've reached a point where a lot of the players, not all of them, a lot of the players literally complain on every single possession. And so, are the referees great? No, they're not perfect. They're not great. They're pretty good, though. I would say they're pretty damn good for the most part.
NBA referees?
It's a very difficult job.
Oh, they're the worst. NBA referee, I'm sorry. NBA officials.
Job, though.
They come in here hot. Yeah, it is difficult. But you know what? You know what you're signing up for. NBA refs are by far the worst crews in all of sports, in my opinion. But it's no different than, say, a wide receiver every single play running up saying, PI, throw me the flag. You know what I'm saying? Every play of football, people are crying about a flag.
Yeah, but then they don't go over. Like, I watched Luka, for example, and I'm using him as just an example because we just played him. He goes over to the official, and he's holding his arm, and he's talking for like 45 seconds with the official while the play is going down in the other direction.
You can't do that in football because you got the play clock running down. You got to get back to the huddle. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that in basketball. You got a dead ball, time stops. You could go over there, chop it up with them all you want to.
The officials suck, B.
The NBA officials are by far the worst. I can't cape for them. We're showing some of the moments from the golden era where Andrew Wiggins ducked all over Luka Doncic. And Mark Davis ruined the moment. Mark Davis, that freaking guy, I've seen him this year at games just like, oh, my God, what is he doing? Here's what Draymond Green had to say about foul calls yesterday.
Well, we got a couple early fouls. We have to defend better. But there were some, I'm going to save my money. We got to defend better, I suppose.
Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego real quick, Shasky. He wants to talk about the referees. A lot of people want to talk about the refs this morning. Let's go to Coach Hall. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Woo, what's up, fellas? I was so mad. I'm glad y'all didn't catch what I was saying about the refs. Just real quick, in regard to the game, I think we got a little 3-point happy.
Agreed.
I think driving to the cup was working for us. We should have just kept taking it in there because they wasn't stopping us. Can't nobody stay in front of our starting five. Nobody in the league. But if anybody is watching the league, and I have League Pass, I watch every game this year, it is something going on with these refs. I don't know if it's like just on purpose or what, but that whole Tony Brothers, Spencer Dinwiddie situation is nuts. And I don't know what the agenda is, or maybe not against the Warriors, but every game, come on now, there is something going on.
I don't dismiss that. I don't dismiss that. But will you meet me in the middle and just I hear you guys, and I agree with you 9 times out of 10. But at the same time, simultaneously, isn't it exhausting to get yelled at by Luka on both ends of the floor
that's just
for
one
the
player.
entire game?
That's just one player, though,
Draymond does it too.
Coach Hall's gone. All right. Coach Hall, great call. He brought up League Pass. And you guys always get on me about watching League Pass. I watch all these games. Around the league, I'm just. It's not just last night, Shasky.
No, I know that.
It's around the league. I just want consistency from the officials. And yes, players do have to complain. The Hardens, the LeBrons,
do they?
The Lukas,
they have to complain.
The Lucas, they get on my damn nerves.
Okay, so there you go.
They
so
do
we
get
can
on
meet
my
in the
nerves.
middle.
No,
All right.
I'll meet you there.
All right.
But there's no doubt these referees can change the tenor of a basketball game.
I don't.
Guys are in the bonus early.
You're right.
The flow of the game. The whistles. I mean, just look at the last 3 minutes of the third quarter last night.
Well, there's no flow to the game. That I agree with you.
The last 3 minutes of the third quarter last night should be sent to Adam Silver saying,
I'm with
you know what? You need to fix this.
Yeah.
This is a joke.
Well, even
this game's on NBC and TNT, and this is what's happening at the end of the third quarter of a great basketball game? Come on.
Luka went to the lane for a layup, and Steph Curry literally waved. He didn't even touch him. He waved, and it's an and one. And Luka's smiling and laughing, and then he's still talking about another call that he missed 2 possessions ago. And I'm like, Luka, you just got gifted an and one.
By the way, that last segment was brought to you by Boxer Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. And a special guest, 8:30. Not for me, for Joe Shasky. They're giving Joe Shasky all the birthday love this week. They're giving him 3 days of birthday love.
Okay.
Special guest at 8:30.
Birthday love. What am I, 12?
Exactly. I mean, jeez. Anyway, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. What up, Twitch? Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. We're going to get the King of the Hill. Let's push it to 720, love it. King of the Hill, 720. We'll get these calls here, and we'll get some rest. I want to read something from Matt Barnes real quick, Shasky.
Okay.
And this is what I've always believed. I've been on this for a while. But Matt Barnes, when he posted the Tony Brothers stuff, said, how come this wasn't public knowledge? And he goes, here's what needs to happen. Here's what needs to happen. The referee grades need to be public knowledge. They should be interviewed after games. That's what I want. I want them to be interviewed.
I'm with you on that.
They need to be interviewed.
Yeah.
They should be fined and suspended for blowing games. There needs to be accountability on their part. For some reason, they always slip through the cracks, and it's BS.
I don't know about being fined and suspended. That I don't know. I don't know how you like that. That I think gets into a slippery slope because then guys are reluctant to make calls,
right?
Because they're for fear of retribution or whatever. You want them to be as free-minded as possible. You don't want them thinking about, well, if I call this and it's not right, I mean, I'm going to get myself in trouble. And I'm going to cost myself money. Like I think that's a slippery slope. Getting questioned after the game, that's a bare minimum. I'm here for that. I do want to like, okay, why was this particular call called instead of that one.
Right.
I'm okay with that. Even if it's just you get 5 minutes, 7 questions or whatever it is, set up some sort of a standard and let's do this. I'm down with that.
Yeah, I am too.
But I think the bigger thing, and I agree with you on this,
it's not the reason why the Warriors lost last night. I don't want to come off as the referees cheated the Warriors or whatnot. I'm just more just flustered with the way officials have adapted to the game, with the traveling. And I'm watching all around the league, and I get it. Go get another ref. How about you give me a ref in each quarter of the half court, right? You got a ref in the back by the half court. You got a ref on the baseline.
Now you want more whistles?
Just give me 4 refs if you can't get it right, because sometimes there's a referee under the basket.
I know.
And a referee for the back court will call it from under the hoop. It's like, how the hell did you see that? Where there's a ref right under the position, he's not calling anything.
Yeah, well,
it's a joke.
That's my biggest issue is the two things right now. And this is where I will agree with you. Too many out-of-position calls. Is that one that you illustrated right there? The wrong official making that call. The second one is the consistency. If you're going to have physicality on one end, and on the very next possession, you have the same level of physicality, and it's an inconsistent either whistle or non-whistle, that's where the frustration starts for me. So I'm with you on that. I also understand it is a very difficult game to officiate, especially when you have someone like Luka. He comes to a jump stop, he pivots, he pump fakes, he pivots, he pump fakes, he leans in, and he's searching, he's foul hunting at that point as opposed to playing basketball.
Yeah, it's the James Harden.
It is, and it's very annoying to watch.
But everybody loved James Harden. Everybody was loving James. Not everybody, but a lot of people were hurt. I couldn't stand watching James Harden play. And Luka, he's getting close. Although Luka does post
skilled.
up, James Harden doesn't do that. It's dribble, 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 dribble. Let me hop step, back pedal, launch a 3 from 30 feet.
He's so good at passing, too. That's the problem. Luka can be so good at times and so fun to watch, but then he does stupid stuff like you saw last night.
I wouldn't want to play with him for the simple fact that when I do get the ball, it's like, better make a play. Here, shot clock's winding down. Make a play. It's like hot potato. I think actually, and obviously you could say, Joe, they need a better player alongside of him. Okay, fine. I'll listen to that. I would hate wanting to play with him, because it would be very difficult for me to get in rhythm because he's got the rock the whole game.
Dribble, 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 dribble. That's what he does. Dribble, 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 dribble. Jim in St. Louis, dribble, dribble, dribble. You're on the morning roast.
Do you thistle? Dribble, dribble.
Dribble, 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 dribble. Foul call. Jim, what's happening?
Hey, guys, this is the first time I've ever called out there, but I got to share with you. I got lit up with that game last night, primarily with Luka's left hand constantly pushing back Kuminga,
Thank you.
Wiggins, everybody else.
Hooking with that left hand. He was hooking, too, while he was driving.
He drives me nuts.
It's unbelievable.
He drives me nuts.
And the back bumping. Jesus criminy. You couldn't put a tank in there to stop him. He'd back bump you.
Thank you.
I got so lit up this morning, I wrote Silver and the NBA, and I let him have it.
Wow.
I told him that I would stop watching this game if you're going to let your stars start doing this Bob Lambert kind of crap. And then the officiating, I appreciate you guys really addressing this morning because I thought I was losing it seeing this stuff.
Oh, man.
Did you pen a letter? Yeah, did you pen a letter or did you type an email?
I did an email to him.
Really?
Wow. I called them. They do a voice thing, but you know what? Whether or not anybody listens to it, it's contacts at NBA, whatever it is. And then I also wrote Bob Myers this morning and let him know that I let him have it.
I love that, Jim. Go ahead, Jim. Finish your call.
The NBA and the officials did. The NBA and the officials lost that game, even though the Warriors shot poorly.
Yeah, no doubt.
Very poorly.
And that's the thing. I don't want to come off blaming the referees. I know we're talking refs.
They were 3 of 18 outside of Steph Curry.
Yeah. It's Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole combined for 3 for 18 from the 3-point line. Andrew Wiggins, a quiet game, 10 points, just
Did he
one
score in the first
rebound.
half?
Yeah, just one rebound. He only scored 2 in the first half.
Klay
was scoreless in the first half, and Jordan Poole had 3 in the first half. They had a combined 5 points at halftime, yet they were down 1. So I thought, man, if one of those guys get hot,
I'm with you.
Let's go. They didn't get hot. They struggled last night. And Clay, it was his first struggle in 5 games.
No,
let's not go
whatever.
crazy.
Yeah.
He had a great look at the end of the game. Great look.
That was such a beautiful play design.
Steve Kerr, great play call there. Out of the timeout.
Steph
knowing
sets
that
the pick.
Steph, great pick by Steph because he knew he was going to draw all the attention.
JP
Clay
looping one way, Wiggins going the other. That
Clay
was really
wide
cool.
open. Great play call.
Yeah.
He missed it.
Flare
And that's
out by Clay.
and that's why you lose. You don't make enough shots. There's a sequence there. I want to say they missed like 7 or 8 straight shots.
In a
Remember
row.
that possession where they grabbed 2 offensive rebounds. They just couldn't get a bucket. Warriors lost that game. It wasn't due to the referees. The referees were inconsistent on both sides of the floor.
And when Hardaway Jr. opens the game with like a 4-point play and hitting a couple threes, Bob Fitzgerald's like, he's been ice cold for the last X amount of games.
Yeah.
And then boom, boom, he hits multiple threes. I'm like, oh, great. It's going to be one of those games.
His last 4 games, he combined for like 14 points. Tim Hardaway Jr.
It felt like he had 14 in the first half yesterday.
And he was big yesterday. He finished with 22.
There you go.
Finished with 22.
Did he have
8 of
multiple
16.
4-point plays?
The second one, it was a 4-point play, but he missed a free throw.
There you go.
He had a chance for a 4-point play. He had a chance for 2 4-point plays in one game. Unbelievable. Let's go to Anthony real quick before we hit the break.
Hey,
Anthony in Richmond, what's happening?
Oh, what's up, guys? So I wanted to, bear with me. I might ruffle a feather or two. So you know how cops have a fraternity, they don't tell on each other, and and they ride with each other, even when they know someone's wrong. Well, in the Donaghy documentary, he expressed that, like, we're going to get this guy back, and we keep mental notes and this, that, and the other. And I think that's just a product of, like, humans. Like, you ride with your people. Like, you guys have a little fraternity at the at the station, at my little warehouse. Even though I'm a driver, like the guys, if somebody comes in there, like I'm gonna ride with them, right?
Yep.
Because, like, those are my guys. So like that's what happens because it's the human element. I don't think it's right at all. I don't know how they fix it, but I know that that's really what it comes down to because they take it personal and then they don't forget. And like we have to remember, whether it's right or wrong, because I believe it's completely wrong, that like we're dealing with humans. We're dealing with emotions.
Agreed.
We're dealing with people that are going to take things personal. It's very hard not to take things personal, just because we're all humans. And like we all share that same kind of like, like we all share the same like makeup. So like it's going to happen regardless. They do need to fix it because you shouldn't be able to do that. But how can you tell someone not to take something personal, or how can you if you're on the jury, hey, I stricken that from what you just heard. Well, I already heard it, so I'm going to use it anyway, right? So like,
yes,
I just wanted to kind of say that because I mean, I like people have these different solutions, but it's like, hey man, we're dealing with humans, and humans are going to do what
No
humans
doubt.
do.
The
Anthony, that's a great call.
The fraternity here at 95.7 The Game, the brotherhood that we have here at the Bay Area Sports Leader, 95.7 The Game. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored
It more
by
resembles
MB.
Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
where everyone's trying to throw their family crest up on the wall.
I'm not going to go there. MB Jesse
I'm a
Patey.
snob.
What's coming up is King of the Hill. We'll get to some 49ers. And then Anthony Slater at
The
8
enemy
o'clock.
of my enemy
Are
is
you a
now
commercial
my friend.
property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance, painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB Jesse today or online at mbjesse.com.
It's a red and gold Wednesday on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, God, is it time for a break yet?
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, joins the show at 4:15.
Boy, that's a great question.
Followed by 49ers linebacker Azeez Al-Shire at 4:45.
That'll jar the ball loose. Azeez Al-Shire.
On 95.7 The Game.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for $149, all on a reliable 5G network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. There were some positives last night. Some positives. No, we're not in the land of moral victories. This is a championship contender in the Golden State Warriors, and they're right back in the thick of things. They're playing some really good basketball, 8-4 in their last 12. They're in the standings. You look at the standings, they'd be in the play-in tournament right now. Everything's all good. All these teams are losing. And as I look at the standings here, and I'll pull them up, Shasky, The Warriors right now in 10th place in the Western Conference. They're 4 games behind the Phoenix Suns for the top spot, 3 games behind Denver for the second spot, 2 games behind the Pelicans for the third spot. I think they're in the right spot here as they come back home to take on the Bulls and Rockets for a back-to-back, then a big-time road trip coming up on the East Coast, which really is going to tell us a lot about the Golden State Warriors and some of this rotation. So, look, they're going to be fine. I want to get to something Barkley said in a little bit, Shasky, but last night I felt good after the game. I don't know why. Like, I usually don't feel good after losses. Felt good last night.
I'm a big believer in form, right? Like, are you playing in form? Does your team show chemistry? Are you playing the game, the right way, the Warrior way, I guess, if you will, right? Like, and I'm looking at last night, and it's like Wiggins hasn't really had an off night that bad in a while. Poole has been inconsistent in terms of scoring, but I thought his floor game as a point guard, he was really setting things up in that second quarter.
Tied a season high 9 assists last night.
And then obviously Klay Thompson didn't hit any big shots last night outside of the one in the fourth quarter. I thought he hit 2 in the fourth quarter, but hits the 3. It'll come around for him. I actually thought he had a nice game. He rebounded pretty well and made a couple of nice passes. So I just don't see this team shooting that poorly with those 3 guys, Poole, Wiggins, and Klay, consistently that bad. So the big takeaway for me is like, dude, this is the Jonathan Kuminga that this team, this version needs. They don't need superstar dropping 25 points, although I'd love that. They need glue guy Jonathan Kuminga, set a screen, defensive rebound clearing, guard somebody, all 90-some-odd feet, and get in that guy's face. Don't leave your feet. Stay on the floor in terms of that defensive discipline. And then offensively, hit that dunker spot. Make the extra pass. Go set a back screen. He did so many great things. Like, to me, this was the Jonathan Kuminga coming out party because this is the guy that I could see having a major influence on this team in the second half of the season.
A lot of people miss GP2, Gary Payton II.
Rightfully.
Why couldn't Jonathan Kuminga be this season's GP2? He's longer, he's bigger,
stronger,
probably more athletic, even though GP2 is athletic and he'll dunk on your head, but so will Jonathan Kuminga. He can hit the corner 3. Remember GP2 adjusted later in the season, started hitting the corner 3. Kuminga, we saw hit a big corner 3 last night, running the baseline. All it is on offense is knowing where to be, when to know to set the screen, but he could play that dunker spot. Nobody's going to jump with Kuminga. They would try to jump with GP2 and get your head dunked on, but Jonathan Kuminga will dunk on you and embarrass you, and nobody really wants to jump with him. So why can't he be the GP2 off the bench with his Golden State Warriors team? And I love the way he was picking up Luka full court, 94 feet, making him work. Making him work. So there was a stretch, and Willie brought this up on the postgame show. Willie FS's. There was a possession in the fourth quarter where Luka was looking for switches. Wiggins, to Draymond, to Kuminga. And it's like, damn, those are 3 dogs on defense.
Yes, and I love the way Draymond was communicating with Jonathan Kuminga and reinforcing some of the positive plays that he made. Like, there was a couple where he stayed disciplined, hands straight up, Luka misses the shot, and either JK gets the rebound and then pushes the floor, somebody else gets the rebound, and Draymond's, high-fiving him. I'm like, yes, that's what he needs to do to stay on the floor. It's unfair for to even throw these in the same sentence. But at times, when he was going full court length with Luka in that first quarter, I'm going, dude, if he can give me elements of what made Andre Iguodala so special defensively in terms of being able to guard so many of those bigger, stronger guards, that's what this team desperately needs. They need that extra weapon on defense.
And what I loved, they do need that extra weapon. I loved on Sunday was Steve Kerr and Kuminga talking, and Kuminga had his arm around Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's giving him words of encouragement. Well, here's what Kuminga said last night on that relationship with Steve Kerr.
It feels good. It's good to actually and I won't say I never had a relation with coach, but building more and more and more. I mean, it's really important, especially for young guys coming in the league. Having that trust and building that relation with your coach is something good.
And he was asked about solidifying a spot in the rotation.
Man, you never know. I won't say I've solidified yet. It comes down to whenever the game is not going the right way and the coaches don't trust you, they only trust Vade. So I just got to keep fighting. Keep fighting,
JK, as well as in this last one here. Asked about the game feeling like a playoff atmosphere. Remember, he didn't play much in the postseason last year, but I'm intrigued with this answer.
I wouldn't say that. Like I said, everybody always say, we're the defending champions. Every time we play against anybody, they're going to try to play their harder to just beat us, and everything's going to fall through for them. So we just got to keep fighting.
Keep fighting. King of the Hill pushed to 7:30. King of the Hill, you don't want to miss this week's rankings. Oh, it's a big shakeup in the King of the Hill rankings, baby. Somebody's entering the rankings for the first time this season. Somebody's fallen out.
Oh.
Got some goods coming up in the King of the Hill
The
rankings.
Detroit Lions?
Hey, I like to fight Dan Campbell's. I do like them, even though they're clock management on Thanksgiving Day.
What was that? Go for it on fourth down. You have nothing to lose.
Dude, Dan Campbell, come on, man.
Elite cover. Come on.
And
it
then
wasn't elite
Goff
cover.
throwing deep when he had the underneath play. I'm like, what are you doing?
And Goff's playing some good football. So
I love Goff.
I'm actually rooting for him in
I am
Detroit.
too.
By the way, the segment is brought to you by everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant. So it's time we head back into the kitchen for episode 3.
We're
the
going to bite
go-to.
the kneecap off.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
They don't serve that at Rome Artisan
No,
Burger.
they don't. But presented by Trimark. Check out the Rome Artisan Burgers at 957thegame.com. The Rome Artisan Burgers. No, I want one. I want a burger like right now, 7:25 a.m. That sounds really, really good. Instead of eating.
You know who likes to eat there?
Who's that?
We showed in the video. Obviously, there's other names that they drop, but I'll give you one of them. You can go on 957 The Game's Instagram or 957thegame.com to check it out. But Josh, the owner at Rome, told me Andre Iguodala is one of many Warriors that go in, and he gets the veggie burger there. And I had the veggie burger, and it was incredible.
Really? You ate a veggie?
Iguodala.
You veggie burger?
I ate everything. I ate I think it's the Tosano, and then I had one of their milkshakes, and I had everything, dude. They just kept feeding me food. Your boy had like 4,000, 5,000 calories.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that. It's a day that ends in Y. Somebody wants to bring up James Wiseman. James Wiseman's in Santa Cruz right now.
What did he have to do with anything that happened yesterday?
I don't know. He always has something to do with the Golden State Warriors. Always. Warriors lose last night, 116 to 113.
Did you like the Dallas Mavericks jersey, Sponte?
I did not like the Sixers.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them.
I love those jerseys.
They're a little too basic for me.
No, see, to me, they remind me so much of their early 90s Jason Kidd, Jamal Mashburn jerseys.
Just wear those.
The Special J's.
Yeah,
but I kind of liked them.
Last night, it was like,
I liked them. I was a big fan of them.
I was lukewarm on them.
Okay.
I was lukewarm. The Curse of Dallas, that was okay. It kind of had like a 70s feel to it. Wasn't bad.
The graffiti ones were good.
Wasn't bad.
You didn't like the graffiti ones?
Yeah.
I think that they're pretty cool jerseys. I like those ones, and I would be all for them switching to those full time.
Well, I want to get to this Barkley sound real quick before we get to King of the Hill. Barkley, yes. I think this was on the podcast with Taylor Rooks, if I'm not mistaken. But remember Barkley said earlier this season that, Clay's not going to be the same Clay. He's going to be a shell of himself. Draymond Green's going to be a shell of himself. And Clay went off after the game saying, of course not. Duh. Of course I'm not going to be the same. I missed 2 years. Damn it. Blah, 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 blah. Well, Charles Barkley replied to that. And here's what he had to say about Klay Thompson's response, I believe, on the podcast with Taylor Rooks.
Clay's still a heck of a player, but he's never going to be that best two guard in the NBA that he was for a long time because of age, Achilles, and ACL. And I was disappointed that he overreacted because he 100% overreacted. Because I said, kid's still a good player, but his days of being the best two guard in the NBA. Because I'm going to tell you what happened that night, because I've been there. Devin Booker was kicking his ass. And when you get older and you're like, this guy's kicking my ass, there's nothing I can do about it. Because that was really hard for me when I got older. Because I'm like, this dude can't play, and he's kicking my ass. That happens to every great player. But then you could tell Clay was frustrated because he started talking about the 4 rings, which nobody can ever take them 4 rings, and he's one of the best players ever. But that night, Devin Booker was kicking his ass, and there was nothing he can do about it.
I know everyone wants to be triggered, Monte, by everything, right? The job for Charles Barkley, like it is for us at times, is to give opinions. You know what I mean? Like, we're reacting to what we're seeing. We're giving opinions. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong. One game doesn't make somebody a genius and a know-all, and one game in the other direction doesn't make you a dummy and you know nothing. I think that overall, if you just listen to the words that he's saying right there, the overall sentiment, it's pretty accurate. Like, no one's saying that Klay Thompson is washed and finished and he can't play, right? People are saying
not anymore. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, even I think
you should have seen my timeline 3 weeks ago.
That's
keep moving. Keep
okay.
going.
But like, for example, I'll speak for myself. It's like, hey, maybe he's not going to be that he's not going to be that same guy that he used to be. That's not a knock. That's a reality. Okay. How consistent can he be, and what version of good can he be moving forward? That's a fair question to ask out loud. Last night he struggled. Whatever, he's going to have struggles. Was he always streaky? Of course he was always streaky. How consistently can he be good? How good of a defender? Because part of what made him Klay Thompson was, he was the best two guard in the game because of the defense, because of the offense, because of who he could guard on the floor and for how long he could guard that guy on the floor and all the different things that he did on a night-to-night basis. How consistently can he be those things? It's fair to question that stuff going forward and see what slippage is happening. So I know everyone wants to be triggered by Charles Barkley and shove it in his face when Klay, or myself's face, when Klay hits 35, 40 points. But, guys, there's going to be some ups and downs. And to think that he's going to be an all-star again, it feels like a tall task. And that doesn't mean he can't be a good player for this team almost every night.
Look, it wasn't an overreaction by Klay Thompson. Let's start there. I thought at the time it was a little bit. And I understand Klay's frustration, but I also thought Klay didn't need to reply like that Charles Barkley.
He's sensitive, though. I get
the moment. I get what was happening. A lot of people were coming down on him. This is why it's important to listen. Charles Barkley said, he could be a good player. And Charles Barkley was basically stating the obvious. Can he be the same guy he was in 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016? Probably not. He's 32 years old. He's coming off two massive, major injuries. Devastating injuries. A lot of people don't come back from them.
Yeah.
They don't. He has. Now, he averaged 20 points a game in the regular season a season ago. Did it all look good? No, it didn't. It was clunky, but he got hot at the right time. Is he going to be the defender he was back in 2019, 18, 17? No, this league is different.
Yeah.
There's younger, more athletic players. Devin Booker. You mentioned Devin Booker kicking his ass that night. Devin Booker's a baller. He's kicking everybody's ass.
Exactly.
And now he's grown up. He's not the same Devin Booker Klay faced in 2018 and 19. He's a different version. He's now one of the top two guards, offensive two guards in the league.
Yes.
Defensively, he still gets blown by. He's got to get better on that end. He has gotten better on that end.
He has moments.
So I thought Klay Thompson, Barkley was spot on there saying that. I just thought he overreacted. I still said he was a good player, but, that's the nature sometimes. A lot of these guys, and Klay Thompson is a sensitive guy. I said, that's okay. I love that about Klay Thompson. He shows that he's vulnerable. I appreciate that as a pro athlete. He's vulnerable. He admits when the trolls get to him. He admits that, hey, I need to take a break from social media. I'm thinking too much. And now he's playing better basketball. So hopefully this is just overblown and it goes away. But at the time, initially, I did think Klay Thompson overreacted a bit to what Barkley had to say.
I agree with you. I think there's a lot of fans that understand what these athletes go through, and I think there's a segment that doesn't. And I'm not going to say whether it's a large or small proportion of sports fans in general, but I always think about this. Let's take a step back. Klay Thompson, and I'm going to use him as the specific example. He loves basketball more than anything that I love in my life outside of my family and my wife, right? He loves basketball and is dedicated to that craft more than anything in almost anybody's life outside of their family and their relationship, their immediate relationships, right? Wouldn't you agree, B? That's a fair assessment. This guy loves it. So imagine being in his position, okay, and that thing's taken away from you, and the fragility of your career and the thing that you've loved since you were however old, 5 years old, 6 years old, you're starting to see the sand come out of the hourglass, and whether you're 90, 70, 60, 100% of what you used to be is irrelevant. You are going to be sensitive to that thing that you hold so dear in your life slowly coming out of your grip. I get him being insecure about that. I totally understand that.
And now he's playing better. He's using it as motivation.
Of course.
Klay Thompson, he's back to being the Klay Thompson, at least from last season. I think the lateral quickness is coming back on defense a bit. I thought he played some solid defense yesterday. Is he the defender that he was? Guarding the ball, guarding point guards 94 feet. No, that's Andrew Wiggin's job now. And later on, Jonathan Kuminga. But Klay is still capable of being a solid defender because of his IQ. So I wouldn't worry too much about Klay Thompson. Barkley, he's always going to ruffle some feathers. They love each other at the end of the day. But Barkley's keeping it real.
That's Barkley's
job. Keeping it real. That's Barkley's job, no doubt.
If a Warrior fan, and this is what I would tell most Warrior fans, remove the emotion. And it's really hard because we love these guys. But ask yourself, is Kawhi Leonard going to be the same player Kawhi Leonard was multiple years ago?
I don't think he is right now.
Okay. So now imagine another fan or analyst from somewhere outside the Bay Area or even within the Bay Area saying that about Klay Thompson. Is it that egregious to ask out loud? Because I'm sitting here as a non-Clipper fan, a non-Kawhi Leonard fan going, I don't know if Kawhi Leonard's ever going to be the same.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Right?
But hey, we're about 4 minutes late here, Shasky. Let's get to the King of the Hill finally. King of the Hill, and then we'll get to Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Maybe we'll squeeze in some Niners here because Mostert said a lot yesterday. Let's go to King of the Hill. This week's King of the Hill rankings. NFC only. NFC power rankings.
Sorry about that. You could edit that. My bad.
Gather round, all you fanatics of sports.
I was laughing. I had a skittle coming down my throat.
It's time for Lord Bonte of House Hill to decree the finest 8 football teams in all the NFC. For this is King of the Hill.
Bonte, you are nobody, my dude.
On 95.7 The Game.
Dame. I heard from Dame in Oakland on Twitter Sunday. How about the Raider Nation, Bonte? We helped you out. And I said, shout out to the Raider Nation, Dave. Good to see you on Twitter. He's still riding for the silver and black. Josh Jacobs, what a game for him. Over 300 scrimmage yards.
Ended my fantasy season.
Yeah, well, it helped my fantasy season out. Kept me alive. 3 leagues going to the playoffs. Maybe a 4th league due to Josh Jacobs. I love you, Josh Jacobs. I've always been a fan of yours. By the way, number 7 this week. Number 7. The New York Football Giants. I think they're about to fade here, Shasky. Big 2-game stretch coming up for them as they host the Commanders this week. Then it's a bye week, and then they play the Commanders again in Washington, D.C. New York Giants, number 7 right now. Look, they've had a fine season. They did. They're 7-4. I just don't believe they have enough outside of Saquon Barkley. All right, let's keep it moving.
6.
Number 6, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, 5-6. The division's a joke. I'm starting to lose faith in Tampa Bay, and I can't wait till next week when the Niners suffocate Tom Brady and company. That offense doesn't look good. The defense and Todd Bowles, it's okay.
I have a song for you. Slip sliding away. All right, Paul Simon. I want you to look it up. That's the Tampa Bay Bucks 2022 season.
Would you want Tom Brady as quarterback next year?
I have some odds that I'll share with you after this segment. Continue.
Oh gosh! Don't tell me you want Tom Brady.
No.
Retire. It's okay. Get your family back, dude. Retire.
His arm looks good, though. He doesn't look bad.
He doesn't.
Well, it's all the facial surgeries.
The Botox, everything. All right, moving on. Number 5.
Number 5.
Oh, making their first appearance in the King of the Hill rankings. Those Washington Commanders. Oh, they're coming along at 7-5. Oh, my God, he's right. Oh, my God, that defense, right?
Chase Young's back.
Look. They've won 6 of their last 7. Chase Young's coming back. Brian Robinson is running hard. Antonio Gibson is catching passes. Scary Terry McLaurin. I'm telling you, something about that Monday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles with Scary Terry followed up Ron Rivera. That did something to me. That did something to Washington. And I said, oh, no. Now the Niners got another tough game coming Christmas Eve when Washington comes out to Levi Stadium. This team will hit you in the mouth. They're physical. Tyler Heineke's playing well. In the trap game they had last week at home against Atlanta. They go down 7-0. They go out there, first to go Atlanta, minute and 15 left, and Washington comes up with an interception. By the way, I was petrified too because I bet on that game because Guru hit me with a Saturday night text, hey, that's the lock of the week, Washington. And for some reason, I wrote with Guru, and I said, dear God, why did I do that? And it came down to that. But the Commanders, Miami was a lock of the week.
Can you have a lock of the week when you're like hitting 20% of your bets?
Yeah, lock of the week was Miami over the Texans, okay? Not Washington.
I think he had Warriors -1 last night.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Not going to go there.
I'm tingling.
Washington, number 5. Dude, this team is scary good. Big game for them at MetLife Stadium. An NFC East battle. The Commanders are coming, folks. They're surging up the rankings. And number 4, I have them here because they're in first place. They did win Thanksgiving night. That was impressive. The The Minnesota Vikings at number 4. I still don't believe in them. I don't. Shasky, I can't do it. Will
Justin
not do
Jefferson named the number 2 overall player under 25 years old on the Athletics 25 under 25.
Wow. Well, they have a big game this Sunday against the New York Jets at home.
You like that?
I can't believe he's eradicating all of Randy Moss's first 3 season records. It's just kind of incredible what he's done.
He is unbelievable. He is.
He's ridiculous.
Damn, how was it he the first receiver taken in that loaded class? Gosh, I mean, I still like you, Brandon Ayuk. I still like you. I do love you, Brandon Ayuk.
I mean,
Don't
what
worry
about Kinlaw? You took Kinlaw ahead of him, too. I mean, jeez.
Forget
Ayuk. Ayuk was taken after him. It's Kinlaw. And then Cesar Ruiz is at least playing pretty good football for New Orleans, and he was taken after Kinlaw.
Leave Kinlaw alone. It's
I'm just saying.
It's okay. It's okay. Kinlaw's going to be back, hopefully, at some point. All right, moving on to number three. The 49ers. I know people are going to say, 13-0, blah, blah, blah. Nobody wants to play the Niners. There was a Dallas Cowboy fan sitting in front of me last week saying, I want nothing to do with the 49ers. Cowboy fans are petrified of the 49ers. Although Jerry Jones has been chirping, they want nothing to do with the Niners. But Niners are number 3 right now. Let me see them beat the Miami Dolphins. Let me see what they do during this 3-game stretch with the Dolphins, Bucks, and the Seattle Seahawks on a short week, Thursday Night Football. All right, moving on, Spinoni. Let's go to number 2. Number 2, the Dallas Cowboys. Nice, impressive win against the New York Giants, down 13-7 at the half. They came through in the clutch. They did. And now they get the Indianapolis Colts this Sunday. Yuck. Sunday Night Football. How did Colts still on prime time? How did nobody flex this? I don't care if it's the Cowboys or not. The Colts playing Dallas on prime time? Yeah. Yuck.
I'm out on that.
Yuck.
And the number 1 player of the 25 under 25, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, well, you see why?
I mean, he's right now the favorite to win the Defensive Player of the Year in Vegas.
I see why. The guy is a stud. Their defense hits. They fly around to the football. They are impressive. Vander Esch is playing at a high level. This team is good. Trey Diggs on the corner. He's picking things off. He's a lockdown corner. Cowboys good. But, hey.
Not lockdown, but I'll give it to you. He gives up a lot of yards.
He gives up some yards here.
DBs don't give up the amount of yards he does.
Well, there's no lockdown is there any lockdown DBs anymore?
Sauce Gardner feels like one.
He gave up a big play last week. I saw him give up a big play. He's out this week?
Yeah, he's hurt. Lacerated kidney, I think.
Oh, that's not good.
I thought that was Eddie Robinson.
Are you saying Gardner Johnson?
No, Gardner Johnson's from the Eagles. I said Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner.
Different Gardner.
Yeah. Sauce is going to have to guard Justin Jefferson this week.
Sauce is good.
Yeah, we're going to see what the Sauce does against Justin Jefferson.
Hey, Gardner Johnson going down for the Eagles is actually a big loss.
He should be back for the playoffs, though, from what I'm hearing.
That's a big loss.
Well, the number 1 team in this week's King of the Hill, and you are the King of the Hill, the Philadelphia Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. Bum, 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 fly, Eagles, fly. It's a scary football team. I know, Shasky, you want to play Philadelphia. I want nothing to do with them. They're fighting Kate Scotts. They're fighting Howard Eskins. They're fighting the Eagles. Look, Jalen Hurts, Miles Sanders, ran for over 300 yards against the Green Bay Packers. This defense is flying around. They picked up Sue. They picked up Linval Joseph.
Green Bay who?
The Green Bay Packers. The Packers. Okay. No R, the Packers. Like Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi's Packers. Listen.
They're packing it up.
They're packing it up, no doubt about it. But Aaron Rodgers wants to play. The freaking Eagles scare me, dude. They do. Darius Slay. I mean, I honestly don't want to play the Eagles. I'd rather play anybody but the Eagles. They frighten me. They do. I don't know why.
Let me give you who they remind me of. They remind me of the Broncos before they won the Super Bowls when they lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
In the semifinals.
14-2 or whatever it was.
30-27 was the final score. I remember that game like it was yesterday.
Mark
Brunell, Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardell, Fred Taylor, Tony Baselli.
Look at you.
Coughlin?
They won 30-27 at the old Mile High Stadium. And that was the last year the Broncos wore those orange jerseys with the light blue with the D on the helmet of the Bronco. They need to go back to those uniforms.
I agree with you.
They need to go back.
And they remind me a lot of the Chargers, too. The Marty Schottenheimer 15-1 Chargers that ended up losing. They're going to lose in the playoffs, and I'm here for it.
Oh, boy.
I love that you love them, too, because that means
I don't love them. I'm just scared of them. No, when I love a team, they usually play well. I'm the anti-guru.
Like the current reigning Super Bowl champs last year, who you pronounced dead on multiple occasions, the Los Angeles Rams.
We all did. We all did. It wasn't just me. We all did.
So
They're dead now.
You brought up Tom Brady, and just for a quick aside, I know you are
King of the Hill rankings. Real quick.
Yes, give it to me.
7 Giants, 6 Bucks, 5 Commanders, 4 Vikings, 3 Niners, 2 Cowboys, 1 Eagles. Did you see who I omitted? The Seattle Seahawks.
Well, yeah. I mean, right now, I think they're out of the playoffs by a half game, correct?
Yes.
So that makes sense.
The Seagulls, Seahawks, they're out 6-5. Take a hike. You're out of the rankings this week. Bye-bye.
After a bye week, that was a very bad performance from
Very
them.
terrible.
I can't believe that they didn't show up in that game.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, thank you, Raiders. All right, so you referenced the Green Bay Packers packing it up. You obviously referenced Tom Brady. I don't want to do this. I'm not going 888-957, Aaron Rodgers to the Niners, but I get these BetQL emails every single morning, and it gives me all the different odds. And it says, at almost 39 years old, Joe, Aaron Rodgers is having his worst season in 15 years. He has multiple injuries. Now, he has a $59 million cap hit next year. But despite that, there are rumors that he might get moved. Here are the odds for who would land Aaron Rodgers next year. The Green Bay Packers plus 250, and number 2, the San Francisco 49ers plus 375. Then you have the Jets, the Giants, Raiders, Titans, Seahawks, Broncos. You think that the Niners? I mean, I'm not opening this up to everyone. Do you really think the Niners are going to go all in on $59 million quarterback Aaron Rodgers next year?
I hope not.
I don't want any part of him.
I hope not.
I want no part of him.
I mean, you imagine him in this locker room?
No.
I don't want nothing to do with him anymore. I'm done. I'm done with Rodgers. He can go take his McAfee appearances, Pat McAfee. He can go throw his Green Bay Packer wide receivers under the bus. I'm done with Rodgers. I'm done. I mean, this guy is faking the funk. He's tapping out of games without really tapping out by saying, I'm just playing hard. I didn't quit out there. Well, I hope you didn't quit. You're getting $50 million, dude. It's bare minimum.
I didn't quit.
I didn't quit. When they got beat the Lions, I played hard. I didn't give up.
If Jimmy G said that, he'd be getting crushed.
Oh,
right?
Jimmy G said that.
I didn't quit.
Dude, we'd be playing that soundbite all day long.
Exactly.
All day long. Oh, he didn't quit? Yeah, that's the bare minimum, dude. That's like me saying, hey, Shasky, I didn't mail it in today on the morning roast. What? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want nothing to do with him. I don't want nothing to do with Brady either.
That's another guy that The Athletic did an article on different quarterbacks moving in the offseason. We're way too early on all this. But they speculated that Brady would go back to the Patriots. I was like, no way. And then obviously Aaron Rodgers was linked to the Jets.
Really? Brady to the Patriots?
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Wouldn't it? It'd be quite interesting.
They have a great defense.
Oh, dude, Matthew Judon is ridiculous. And they got a sweet cornerback. They're very good on defense.
Yeah, dude, that Buffalo Bills game tomorrow, New England Buffalo, it's going to be good. The Patriots
it's a sneaky good one.
Sneaky good game. And the Patriots are wearing those throwbacks.
Oh, with the white helmet?
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
This is the first good, NFL Thursday Night Football game in weeks. The one last week was a stinker, right? What was that? Was that Titans-Packers last week, or was that 2 weeks ago? I don't even know. Well, last week was Thanksgiving, so we didn't get one.
Last week was Thanksgiving.
2 weeks ago, it was Titans-Packers. That was terrible.
Absolutely terrible. The other rumor that's going around right now is that with Aaron Donald getting shut down, at least for a short period of time, and Cooper Kupp, and who knows what's going on with Stafford, McVay stepping away from football and going into the Amazon booth because the Amazon broadcast has been a disaster.
Oh my gosh!
Well, they play the Raiders on Thursday Night Football next week at SoFi. Maybe will come into the booth.
There's going to be a lot of Raider fans. By the way, you heard what the Ram fans, they're begging, Rams personnel is begging Rams season ticket holders to donate their tickets instead of giving them to Bronco fans on Christmas Day because Bronco fans are going to take over SoFi Stadium.
That is the saddest Christmas Day matchup I've ever seen in my life.
Explain this to me again. Wait, so the Rams officials are telling Rams season ticket
holders to donate their tickets to charity.
Who?
The charity.
The Boys and Girls Club?
Boys and Girls Clubs and everything instead of selling them to Broncos fans. They should have thought twice about that. I mean,
they released that in an email?
It got leaked yesterday. I saw it on Twitter. You saw that too, Spinoni?
Pro Football Talk, I think, yeah, they did. Mike Florio released
Florio must have been all over that.
Florio.
They're whizzing down their legs in the Rams front office.
That's like I would not send the Boys and Girls Club of America to that game. Broncos, Rams?
Yeah,
that's like getting a lump of coal in your stocking.
Yeah, nobody wants to go to that game. Nobody wants to watch that game.
My favorite meme is the one where there's a broken window, and it'll be and then they put 4 extra Raider tickets in here.
Oh, the Laker ones too. Yeah, so good.
Yeah, they're so good. I didn't mean to rip the Raiders.
But I was there in Vegas. If you're going to the Raiders, yeah.
Raiders still got a shot.
Big game with the
Chargers.
They stink.
Hey, Spinoni, you know you're feeling yourself.
Jacobs not practicing this week, Bonte. You got to worry about Jacobs. A lot of workload.
I do. I will have to replace him. But Joe Mixon is back this week. Hopefully he gets kids to the Chiefs to help you out in that one league. Bo in San Jose. Bo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I just have to say it kind of hurt my feelings a little bit, Bonte, when you were throwing shade at Rodgers and then the fact that he's on Pat McAfee. I think a lot of fans appreciate the fact that we get a deep dive into the psychology of one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And if you can sit there and say that you wouldn't rather have a healthy Aaron Rodgers over whoever we have in San Francisco, I find that hard to believe. So
no one doubts his talent. He's just a hot mess right now.
Hold on, he's coming at me, Shasky.
Yeah.
Let me defend myself.
Okay, defend yourself. Defend your honor.
Bo, I'm disappointed that you're disappointed in me for ripping Aaron Rodgers. He just talks way too much. Less is more. Less is more. And I get what you're saying.
Talks for a living.
Listen, I get what
Talk
you're saying.
less.
We want to hear from pro athletes. We like to see them open up. But how many times does he throw guys under the bus or not answer questions? And he just leave. And his teammates have to deal with the noise. They have to answer questions on Rodgers' behalf. Do we want that from George Kittle? Do we want that from Nick Bosa? Do we want that from Deebo Samuel? We don't want that, Bo. Come on, you don't want that.
If you'd like to make a call.
No way. That was great.
That was great.
You know, here's the other element. There's obviously a financial component to this. Part of why the 49ers have been able to extend Deebo Samuel and why they have a big, chunky, extension set up for Nick Bosa is they thought or were hoping that they could have the quarterback on a rookie scale. Right now, I know that the league cap is going to explode as the new TV deals come forward, and we expect the salary cap to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But right now, I just don't think the 49ers are in a position financially, and we're way ahead of ourselves. Like, this season's got to play itself out.
Was Bo calling from jail? I don't think they allow jail cell phone calls or jailhouse calls this early in the morning. I think they have a designated time in the afternoon. I don't think you can call somewhere from from prison at 7:50.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
They still have payphones?
Well, you have to have a calling card. Otherwise, you're calling collect.
Bo, not happy. Hey, like I told you guys last week, outside of Tom Brady, I'm taking Jimmy Garoppolo over any quarterback in the NFC. I'm taking any quarterback. Kyler Murray, please.
Jimmy.
Kyler, please. Jalen Hurts.
Kirk Cousins. Wait.
Kirk Cousins.
You're taking Jimmy over Jalen Hurts right now because Jalen's playing pretty good football.
I'm taking Jimmy down the stretch over the NFC. I got my apology for him. I'm all team Jimmy. I'm all about number 10. I'll ride with him. Big games, I want Jimmy at quarterback.
Jalen Hurts MVP? Is he locked it up already?
MVP?
Who else? Right?
Justin Jefferson?
No, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes.
I don't think he'll win it. He's going to get like the LeBron thing, right? Like, they're not going to give it to him again.
Kelsey?
They should give it to Mahomes or Hurts. We know quarterbacks win an MVP.
I would love to see Kelsey get it, though. Even though he's not, I don't think he is the MVP, but like, he's having an unbelievable season.
Jalen Hurts has been special, though.
He has.
Listen, I'm still taking Jimmy.
Over Jalen Hurts for this year.
I got it right with Jimmy. I can't go back, Shasky. I can't go back. I got it right with 10. I can't ride with number 1. Even though number 1 scares me. The Eagles scare me, dude. They're giving me, they're giving me those nightmares I used to get with Aaron Donald. It's honest to God. Lane Johnson just bulldozing guys off the line of scrimmage. Jason Kelsey punking dudes. It's a tough team, man. This is a tough team. They got Fletcher Cox, Dominican Sue, Brandon Graham.
Roster talk.
Dude, gosh, I don't want to see them.
Davis, the defensive tackle.
That's a game. Now, would you fly to that game?
What, Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going. If they play in Philly, I'm going to that game. Absolutely.
Well, you can't talk because they will.
What are you talking about? I'm not worried. The last time we had Philadelphia people on, like the mighty E-Rock, who our boss hypes up this guy. He goes, "This is the U of Philadelphia." We brought him on, and he was "We're not very good right now."
Yeah,
he
was. E-Rock
was like totally deflated.
E-Rock was a joke. E-Rock was a joke. He was.
We overrate Philly in general. Come on, man. If Kate Scott can take over their television programming, Joe Shasky can take over their bleachers.
Well,
best believe.
Make sure you have bodyguards. Make sure you have some.
I'm bringing JP Money with me.
Oh boy,
he's been lifting weights.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. That's gonna help. Alex in San Jose, real quick before the injury report. Alex in San Jose. JP Money will get his ass kicked. Man, you better be careful, JP Money.
Don't be scared, Vontae. It's all good. The Eagles, we're gonna eat them up with the defense. I love that you're riding with Jimmy G, baby.
Hey.
Yeah, don't go back.
Don't go back, baby. We ride.
Like
E40.
Hey,
Alex.
I hope I don't go back to slanging yeah.
Yeah, and he never did. He started slanging wine in lumpias. I'm riding shotgun with Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm riding shotty, baby. Jimmy G. I told you I ride with him. That apology letter wasn't just for clicks. It was from the heart.
It was for clicks.
No, it was from the heart.
Partially.
No. That's what you do.
5%.
That's what you guys do. You guys are clout chasing. I don't need to do that. I'm not thirsty out there in these streets. All right, injury report.
Is Jimmy on the injury report?
No, he's not.
Thank God.
It's time for the injury
Not
report.
yet.
It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, man. Some of you guys still hating on Jimmy G. Just jump on board, baby. Enjoy the show.
Like Michelle said on Monday, we don't have much of a choice.
She did say that. I was like, damn.
Give me that drop. That's like one of the best drops.
See, we don't really have a choice, dude. I was like, then when we put it like that.
Women, they're so succinct.
We're in December now. We got no choice.
That's like the most profound statement on the history of 49er quarterbacking I've ever heard.
Dude,
by any analyst.
And I'm just now it comes all full circle. We want Jimmy out of town. And here we are in December filling out an apology form.
Hey, I mean, that's football.
Oh, man.
That's football.
Oh, boy. All right.
Bill Walsh didn't think Joe Montana would ever take a snap. Came back at MVP seasons, back-to-back Super Bowls.
Oh, Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, well, I mean, does anyone really have a choice?
The greatest drop ever.
Was not the only 49er to come away banged up after Sunday's game. Kyle Shanahan reported the other day that rookie guard Spencer Burford suffered an ankle injury in the second half, forcing him to leave the game. Running back Christian McCaffrey also came away Sunday with knee irritation that the team monitored this week. Deebo Samuel also dealing with the knee bruise. Don't worry, though, Shasky. Good news is all three players are expected to be back on a practice field before Sunday and are expected to suit up against the Miami Dolphins. So that is good news.
Is Armstead ever coming back?
No comment. I don't know. I didn't even... Is this Presence missed?
I do think they missed him a little. He was really good last year in the playoffs. I don't want to dismiss him.
I don't want to dismiss him, but I'm saying...
He's been really good the last couple years.
Yeah, that's right.
He makes a little too much money for my liking, but yeah, they need him.
Do we have a choice?
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Yeah, well, I mean, does anyone really have a choice?
The report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We got no choice. Hey, folks, if you need apology letters, come to 888-957-9570. We got no choice. We have no choice. Oh, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider, to talk some Dubs on the Morning Roast.
Yeah, well, I mean, does anyone really have a choice?
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
The Cultural Conservancy, since 1985, has protected and revitalized Indigenous cultures. As Indigenous people, we remember that we are from the land, of the land, and immersed in the land. Our new land base, Heron Shadow, is located in Sonoma County on the ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok and Southern Pomo peoples. Heron Shadow is a haven that focuses on Indigenous agriculture, native sciences, and healthy lifeways. To get involved, visit us at nativeland.org.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
Whatever happened to teams saying, we're not going to pay? Whatever happened to, hey, I know you're in your third year of your fifth year, contract, your 5-year contract. We're not paying you. Come back, play great. I don't give a damn if you unfollow us on Instagram.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there on a Wednesday morning. Almost lost track of days, man. Everything's just spinning so fast during the holidays, but hopefully everybody had a good holiday. And good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts, teachers, students, cops, firefighters, longshoremen, warehouse workers, plumbers, janitors, you name it. Good morning, everybody out there. As we talk a little Dubs here, we got through with the Niners. Hey, you know what? We have Anthony Slater here. our 95.7 Game Insider, Anthony Slater, the pride of Oklahoma State. Of course, does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors, but he's also a Miami Dolphins fan. And it's good to have him on the airways because I know he's going to be at Levi Stadium watching his Dolphins go down to the Niners. Tua will get humbled. And this whole Dolphins thing, Anthony, guys are chirping left and right. Raheem Mostert. I mean, it's going to be a rough weekend for you, buddy.
Radio hosts seem to be chirping these days.
We are chirping big. Yeah. Sending apology letters and everything.
I'm a little worried, to be honest with you, I'm a little worried about the lack of Teron Armstead. That's a problem. As somebody who watches the Dolphins on a weekly basis, when he leaves the field, Tua is under attack. When he's on it, they have time. So I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Nick Bosa coming around the edge, Omenahu coming around the edge, Drake Jackson.
Can I ask a question? No. Before you continue, Anthony Slater, how does a guy from the 707 become a Miami Dolphin Cleveland Guardian fan? Explain this to me.
Well, you make strange decisions when you're young. I liked sports movies. What are two of the
that makes
best
sense.
Sports movies when we around
Ace
our
Ventura.
time?
Yeah, and Major League. That makes sense. Okay, now that makes sense.
And Major League was on a couple weeks ago on Paramount. Now, the first time I've watched it from the beginning,
it's incredible.
It's incredible. It's a great movie.
I don't think they can make it today.
Yeah, well, Major League 2 I like. I feel like it's underrated.
It is. Major League 2 was good.
It's a little dynasty.
It's not easy to replace Wesley Snipes, but Omar Epps didn't do a bad job. That
was the weirdest part. They didn't even acknowledge that. You could have just said you traded for a different center fielder.
Yeah,
it was still good.
Yeah, it was still different. So you're a Dolphins fan, and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle coming to town. Are you going to do the Waddle dance if Waddle scores? That's what I want to see. We need video of Anthony Slater possibly doing the Waddle dance.
No, I mean, maybe I'll take some video of Dolphins fans around me. I actually went to the game in Detroit this year because the Warriors played the Pistons at night in Detroit, and Ford Field's right next door. It was just great timing, and there were Dolphin fans everywhere, and they were waddling because Waddle scored 2 TDs in that game. Me, I did not do that.
Oh, come on, Slates. You got to waddle, man.
Well, were you waddling last night as Steph Curry was getting called for a travel late in the game? That felt like I didn't see the internet reaction because I've been trying to lay off the internet, but it felt like, and I saw it in your article this morning when I was reading it, it felt like a big hoopla for a lot of people. I think it takes away from some of the inconsistencies of closing games out for the Warriors, but where were you at on the travel call on Steph Curry?
I kind of thought it was a travel. I mean, I don't know. He took the step back to his left foot, which seems to establish the pivot foot. Then, he's pump faking the bigs in the air. And, like you said, I put it in the article. He did it twice and got called twice.
Yes.
And then he moves the left foot and suddenly his right foot's the pivot foot. You don't see that get called all the time. The Kings, when they were in Miami, Tyler Hero did the same thing, didn't get called.
Oh, yeah.
To win the game.
Yeah.
Same thing, didn't get called. And then the last 2-minute report came out and they're like, hey, we missed that. Mike Brown went crazy about it. So I don't know what you guys thought. I just thought it was a travel. And it was clearly an emphasis, 10 travels yesterday.
Yeah, and that's what I thought, Anthony. I thought in that basketball game last night, I thought it was appropriate to call that travel. Now, Mully didn't think it was a travel. He thought he kept the pivot foot. Darrell and Festus thought it was a travel. I was on a fence about it, but again, with the way that game was played out and the way they called the travel in that game, I said, that's a travel. You got to be consistent with the call. And the way that game was called, I thought it was a travel.
And I couldn't differentiate whether it was a jump stop. Like in real time, it looked like a jump stop to me as opposed to a pivot to the left foot. I don't know. It's so quick. It's so bang, bang. But to your point, they were calling it all night.
Yeah, I mean, he same thing. End of the third quarter, tried to go for a 2-for-1, did it. So that's a possibility, number one. 2, and I'll give Curry credit, second time this season, but he blamed himself for his own choice post-game. Not he didn't necessarily agree with the travel, but he's should have gone to the rim. I mean, if you really look at the play, he has Maxi Kleba, lost on a crossover. The lane's wide open. I mean, obviously help is coming, but you can maybe go to the rim, try to score over Luka or hit, Clay or Wiggins in the corner, whoever it was. It wasn't a good decision. And that's what's weird. That's a little bit what I wrote about, but this team's 11-11. You could pick 3 to 4 road games that they normally close. They should be 14-8 just based off, finish the Charlotte game. You're up 4 in the last minute. Beat Orlando. I mean, you got beat by Jalen Suggs down the stretch in Orlando. And then last night, I mean, you win those 3 games, regardless of everything else that's gone on, you're 14-8 instead of 11-11.
Heck, even the Miami game where he scored 2 points in the last 5:03 down in South Beach. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider. I got the general sense, and the feeling that I had after the game was that it's not necessarily a moral victory, but they are feeling better about themselves to go to State Warriors. Obviously, a 3-7 start, a slow start, but they're now 11-11. And the development of the second unit, more specifically, Jonathan Kuminga, has a lot of people feeling good. Steve Kerr mentioned it was his best game you've ever seen from J.K. I like what I saw from J.K. What did you think about his performance last night against the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, one of the better games of his career. I loved what he did defensively, right? They put him in the game. First thing he does, he's picking up Luka full court. And, I think they've learned a little bit with Doncic or with Kuminga that if they give him that type of assignment early, they're probably telling him, I assume in film pregame, hey, we're going to have you guard Luka full court when you get in the game. That's got to perk his ears a little bit, right? So that seemed to activate him, and he was just good, I thought, against Luka. It's the type of guy you want him defending, the bigger guard who's not that quick, but usually beats defenders with his strength. You can't really beat Kuminga with strength. So that was a good showing. Came weak side for a shot block. I think he finished with 10 rebounds, good rebounds too, one-handed ones in traffic. And then when he's doing that, when he's active, suddenly he's more focused on the offensive end. He's knowing when he needs to cut. I thought he just kept finding cracks last night. And if he can get a pass, with a little bit of a window, he's quick jump dunking before any centers can get up. And, Dallas doesn't have any rim protection. So overall, great game. I'm not ready to just be, he solved it. Everything you didn't see early in the season, you're going to see for the rest of the season. Now young guys go through fits and starts. He did it last season. There was a lot of good stretches, a lot of bad stretches, but clearly Kerr seems to be trusting him more, and I think that's the biggest thing because he's actually going to play going forward, which is a big thing.
Yeah, it feels like, he's found his spot in terms of the glue portions of the game. You're referencing, obviously, the defensive rebounds. Those were fantastic, not leaving his feet on defense. Amazing. Offensively, he passed up a couple of shots that I think normally earlier in the year he's chucking, and then he set an off-ball screen and an on-ball screen. It just, I know it's one game. You got to do it for multiple weeks at a time. It just felt like he started to figure out, if I do a lot of the dirty things, the glue things, I'm going to stay on the floor more.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you guys remember the game in Chicago last season? He had just had a really bad game in the G League where he was unattentive, didn't even want to be there. Mm-hmm. And they kind of criticized him for it. And then he came back, played good in a blowout loss in Milwaukee, in garbage time. And then they let him in Chicago. And this is when the Bulls were playing really well. The Warriors were not they were underdogs in the game. And they blew the Bulls out. And he had 20 and 10. He played basically the same type of game you saw last night. And it was a TNT big game. And then after the game, he was the story. And all Kerr wanted to talk about was we told him, just run the floor as hard as you can. You have to do that and play like Sean Marion. And for a couple weeks in a row, he kind of did do that. But then he kind of lost his way again. He started shooting the threes. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's I don't think he has, and I've never thought he has a mindset of I don't want to do those type of things on the basketball court. He just never has had to do them in his life. And it's just, I think it's hard to just, consistently do the glue stuff when all of your habits tell you all right, now I'm going to do the star wing stuff. All right, now I want to shot. So we'll see. It's he's in year 2. Maybe eventually it catches on a more regular basis. But what you see last night is man, from a Warriors perspective, you better figure him out because you do not have that type of talent elsewhere in your cupboard right now.
Right. Athleticism. And I pulled up that box score from last year. JK, 26 minutes, 10 of 12, 25 points, Shasky, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, shots. How about Bielitsa in that game, too? 6 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists. Warriors scored 78 in the first half of that game against the Bulls. Great memory, great recall, Anthony.
Yeah.
Hey, I had to pull that up because I remember the game Friday night in Chicago. I remember that.
Yes,
Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Jordan Poole and walking. Jordan Poole season high, tied a season high with 9 assists, but the jumper hasn't been consistent. It feels like at times, Anthony, he's just moving way too fast, and he's unsure of himself. Is there any concern in that locker room about Jordan Poole and his shot right now? He's shooting 31% from the three-point line.
Yeah, I mean, but to me, he works really hard, and you always see him post-practice, sometimes even after games, before games, going through really a Steph Curry-like shooting routine. I mean, he's very diligent about it. Like, it's not a guy where there's concern, like, oh, he won't find his shot. He's not even, trying to. Like, he's obsessively attempting to correct it. He's had, even last season, I'd like to see what he was through about March shooting from three. I think he was around like 33% from three. And then he had, Steph went down, and in March and April, he just went crazy. I think he had 85 threes over a 2-month stretch, led the NBA. And just a little bit like Clay just did. Clay was like, 32%, like, 10 days ago from three. Now he's like 40%. I'm not saying Poole has that type of stretch coming, but he might. He kind of has shown he, has a little bit of those like Lillard, Clay type, 3-week stretches where he can go crazy from three. Maybe he finds it. He does seem to be a little in his head. To me, that's the last problem the Warriors kind of need to get solved. Clay, I know Clay had a bad game last night, but generally Clay is, kind of busted out of his slump. The second unit, they found a rotation. They got to figure out Poole. I think he's playing well within that unit. I think putting Draymond with him will, over the long term, help him. But, man, the shot just isn't there. And to me, when the shot's not there, he's a completely different offensive player because his efficiency just goes, tanks, basically. And then you have a high-usage guy, low efficiency. I mean, you saw it with Clay. So I think it's just on him, though. Just get your shot in a better place and make more of them. A lot of them are open. Right. Open corner three late last night. Got to hit that one. He had a dribble handoff up top, wide open. Like, last March, last April, really last playoffs, he's hitting that shot. He's just not hitting it right now.
Before we get on out of here with you, Anthony, I'm just curious on the referees in general. Bonte and I were having this discussion, and it felt like the audience was really engaged in it, just about refereeing in the NBA in general. Obviously, the travel call, throw that to the side. I'm watching the game last night. Luka is fantastic. He's an unbelievable player, but it's hard for me, and I know Draymond's guilty of this as well, but it's hard for me to watch a Luka game because everything's about foul hunting and getting momentum and complaining to the officials on both ends of the floor the entire game. It's exhausting. I simultaneously recognize that the officials aren't very good right now, and they're very inconsistent. Is there a problem for the NBA with officials right now and their star players and just in general the consistency going on?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk to people in the league, they're pretty critical of like the newer wave of referees. They kind of feel like they're more like by the book, and the book is often changing with different rules, and they're more, they have less of a feel for the game than they historically did back in the Joey Crawford era. The Warriors got Zach Zarba recently. He's kind of considered like the pinnacle of referees. They can get more of like the Zach Zarbas. I think it's a problem that is like a common topic, just kind of behind the scenes in the league. But also, to be honest, I mean, the way I've always viewed it, I used to, in Oklahoma City, they put the beat writers courtside. So for the first 4 years I covered the league, I sat like straight up, like right on the court. And to be really like almost within the action, I learned very early on how insanely difficult their jobs are. It's just like 10 athletes just clashing at full speed. Both teams, particularly when it's star matchup versus star matchup, are yelling at you about every call. And then they go over to the scorers table sometimes because they're trying to figure it out, within each other, while the crowd is just raining down on them, and you have both sides are just yelling in your ear. And like when you actually hear some of the stuff that's just like being said to them while they're trying to figure out these decisions in real time, like it is just really hard. So I can understand why there aren't that many humans in the world that like are capable of doing it that well. But the problem is that I think is the problem. There's just not that many humans that are that good at the job.
All right, Anthony, we'll see you Sunday at Levi Stadium. 30% chance of rain. 30% chance of rain Sunday.
Don't like that. Don't like Tua in the cold. Don't like Tua in the rain. I like him in that, like Miami, 80% humidity. That's why the Dolphins need to win. They need a home playoff.
Yeah, they do.
You're preaching here. I don't want to see you guys in Cincinnati, in Baltimore, in Buffalo late in January.
They're going to be in Buffalo later on this season, a couple of weeks, I think, on the Saturday night in Buffalo. Then, of course, we'll see you Friday,
Chase.
A
secret on that one?
What's that?
I don't know that it's for sure yet, but the Warriors play Friday in Philly. And Sunday in Toronto, and I think that game is going to be a Saturday game in Buffalo.
Yeah, it is a Saturday game. Yeah,
what's between Philly and Toronto, right?
Oh yeah, Buffalo,
New York.
You doing a swan dive onto a folding table? That's what I'm anticipating with Bill's Mafia. Is that the secret?
That is more likely than me doing the waddle, to be honest.
Oh, my God. Orchard Park at night in December. Ooh, bundle up, Slater.
Yeah, seriously.
Bundle up with that Dolphins gear. What Dolphins jersey do you rock? Do you rock a Dolphins jersey? Is it a shirt? Is it a jacket?
It's a Chris Chambers.
Chris Chambers.
So, actually, I do have a Chris Chambers jersey from back in the day.
That's funny.
I usually just wear like a sweatshirt or something, but I do have a Ricky Williams jersey.
Oh, I'm not mad at that.
I'm not
either. That's the best one.
I'm not mad at that. I'm
like
not mad
that.
at that. I do like the Dolphins, man. They got some cool jerseys, man.
You
cool
strike
uniforms.
me more as a Zach Thomas guy. But anyway, Slater, have a great one.
All right, fellas.
All right, Slater. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game. Always fun with him. Definitely on the beat, man. Doing a great job there. I always loved the Dan Marino jersey, the 13, the Mark Clayton, the Mark Duper, Ricky Williams, Chris Chambers. He was our one guy out of Wisconsin. He was like Lee Evans, right? He had 4 games a year.
Yeah.
4 games a year in fantasy football.
Him and Randy McMichael.
Right, dude. Randy McMichael out of Georgia.
Come on, bro.
The tight end out of
Come
Georgia.
on.
Remember
And
they had Keith Jackson back in the day?
Of course. Terry
Keith
Kirby.
Byers, Terry Kirby. Oh, my gosh. O.J. McDuffie.
Oh, that's a good name. That's a good pull right
They
there.
had another one. Irving Fryer was there for a second.
Yes, he was.
Damn, they've had some dudes.
Well, my favorite.
Or was it Orlando Gazzi? What was his name?
I don't know. You
oh gosh,
jumped in there like you had it. And
butchered the
backed
name.
off.
He was a baller for a second. But go ahead, Jessica. I'll pull it
No, I
up.
was going to say they were one of my favorite defenses to play with in the early Madden stages because they had Sam Madison, Patrick Surtain, Big Sam Adams. Like they always had a fun team with Jason Taylor coming off the edge and Zach Thomas in the middle. They were always a fun video game team in the early OOs.
Arandi Gatson. You don't remember him, huh?
No.
He won the Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys, played with the Dolphins from 98 to 03, and he really excelled with the Dolphins. In 98, he played alongside O.J. McDuffie, finished with 48 catches, 713 yards, and 7 touchdowns. I used to play with the Dolphins a lot. They used to be my AFC team before I jumped ship and became a Pittsburgh Steelers team, or Pittsburgh Steelers fan in the AFC. That was my AFC team.
So are you Drake or Snoop Dogg? Because you've got 17 nations that you represent. You've got like 57 different college football teams.
No. I just rock with Florida State. Shout out to Florida State.
Okay.
Whooping the Gators' ass last Saturday at Doak Campbell Stadium. Shout out Florida State. Big time win over. They own Florida. They own the state of Florida. They are the team of Florida.
Running all over the place.
Dude, he's really good. Heisman Trophy next year. Let's go. I'm speaking it into existence. Florida State's back. But no, when the Niners were getting eliminated, I was like, all right, I need to have a rooting interest. So for a while, I used to root for the Dolphins because Dan Marino and I shared the same birthday. We share the same birthday, September 15th. So I was always a big Dan Marino fan. I love the way he chucked it. But then I was like, you know what? They're not doing Dan Marino right. I like the terrible towel. I like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
Greg Lloyd, Kevin Green coming off the edges. I became a Pittsburgh Steeler. That was my AFC team.
Barry Foster.
Barry Foster was good. Bam
You
Bam
loved
Morris.
the bus, didn't you?
No, I did like the bus.
Out of Notre Dame, who didn't?
Dude,
I actually liked him more when he was on the Rams.
Yeah, number 36. No, Bam Bam Morris got popped, I think, not Bam. Was it Bam Bam Morris or Barry Foster got popped with weed? One of them got caught with pounds of weed. We'll figure that out in just a second because I love little details like that. But to see, the Dolphins got cool uniforms. I say all that to say the Dolphins have cool uniforms.
I don't like their current uniforms. I think they need to go back to the throwbacks personally.
They do.
The dolphin going through the little hula hoop thing.
Yeah, I like that.
That's really cool. And I think that when they wear their throwbacks, they're just super clean looking. And I have a lot of respect for the Dolphins. They were like the Raiders. They're one of those teams from back in the day that I have tremendous respect for in the old school AFC, like the late 60s, 70s, etc. I think of Don Shula marching the sidelines.
Yeah, remember he was in the cart because he got hurt. He was coaching from the cart on the sideline. Oh, Don Shula. Oh, man. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening? Let's talk about last night's loss.
Yeah, guys, good morning. I wanted just to ask a question why we stopped doing something last night. So, is it Jeff Van Gundy that was commentating last night or Stan Van Gundy?
I was watching on NBC Sports Bay Area.
I was supporting local.
All right, fair enough. My local stuff kept blocking me out. But anyway, one of the two mentioned we had 90-something points, and they're like, the Warriors have scored 46 points in the paint tonight. And I was like, maybe we should keep attacking the paint thing because we finally have a lead after fighting all morning or all night to get it. And as soon as we went up 196, they took that timeout. They just started chucking threes the rest of the game. And I was like, they literally just highlighted that point that we have more than almost half of our points in the paint, and we stopped attacking the paint. So did they just get tired? They get lazy?
Yeah. Well, you heard Jim Barnett on the call, the travel call with Stephen Curry there with 10 seconds left. He said, man, he had the lane wide open. You look at points in the paint, 56 to 42. A 56 to 42 advantage there with points in the paint for the Golden State Warriors. Yes, the paint was wide open. They did get a little three happy, especially when they weren't falling. I thought they should have continued attacking the paint. They wanted to win that game. I get it. There was great looks from the three-point line. I had no problem with most of the looks down the stretch of the fourth quarter, Shasky.
Well, even in the first quarter when they, got off to a horrible start, I thought they had a lot of in and outs. Again, was it just me? The rim sounded hollow last night at the beginning of that game. It was like thud, thud. I don't know. The rim was all screwed up. That being said, it did feel, whether it was conscious or subconscious, that I felt like Steph got into a me versus Luka thing. It was very subtle. I don't think it was like the end of the world, but I just wanted to see them play more pass-happy basketball and, yes, attacking the hoop. And I felt like they settled for some threes, even though they were good looks.
Yeah, they were good looks. But points in the paint, they dominated.
I mean, the Clay look. The Clay looks as good as you're going to get.
Wide open. It's
as good as you're going to get on
where
an
the Warriors
inbound
got
play.
beat. Points off turnovers, Dallas a 24-10 advantage, plus 14 in that department. It had a plus 15 when it came to second chance points. 18-3 to Dallas Mavericks dominated second chance points. Warriors just 3, Dallas 18. So those two categories right there bit the Warriors in the butt last night in a tough loss to the Dallas Mavericks. By the way, it was Barry Foster who got popped with all the weed. He was Nate Newton before Nate Newton. Remember Nate Newton crossed the state lines with pounds in his trunk?
I do.
Yeah, Barry Foster was first on that list.
Oh.
Bill, former Pittsburgh Steelers. He was sick, though. Barry Foster was hard.
If you say Barry Foster for whatever reason, I do the name word association and I go, Natron Means.
Ooh.
I don't know why. In my head, I just say Barry Foster, Natron Means. I know they both played on AFC teams.
Do you go Natron Means, Craig Ironhead Hayward?
Of course I go Ironhead Hayward. He was badass, dude.
He was badass.
Did all three of them wear visors simultaneously, too?
Maybe. Craig Ironhead Hayward, rest in peace. Rest in peace. That dude had a head on him.
His kid plays for the Steelers.
Yeah, Cam Hayward. Yeah, no doubt. He had another kid, too, playing college football as well. OG Pittsburgh Steelers. Bam Bam Morris out of Texas Tech. They had some dudes, man, playing on that turf. Ooh, the black and yellow.
The reason I hate the Steelers, well, there's many reasons, but one of them is Neil O'Donnell losing to the Dallas Cowboys. I was pulling for them so hard, and that was just, ugh.
And you know what happened after that? He received a 5-year, $25 million deal with the New York Jets.
I did not know he got 5 years. How much?
$25 million at the time with the New York Jets.
That 90s money, man.
It was like Yancey Thigpen got a big-time deal with the Tennessee Titans, and then you never heard from him ever again.
Yancey Thigpen.
Remember him?
Yes, I do.
All right, we got a special guest coming up. A special guest. This is going to be fun, Shasky. I think you might like it. You just might like it. Special guest coming up on the Morning Roast right now. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises, and by Bed, Bath & Beyond.
Nothing easy. We're going to Game 7, baby.
Zaza Pachulia joins Steiny and Guru today at 1 for the Executive Show.
When you're young, you're just thinking about one thing, about I need to play. I need to put numbers on it because I need the first contract.
Go inside the front office with Zaza. Today at 1 on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 236663. That's 236663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Homeowners are choosing the beauty of Milgard Trinsic Vinyl featured at Dolan's. Narrow frames, the contemporary look, the color choices, perfect white and tan, and an array of custom exterior colors. And that's only the beginning. The innovative Smart Touch window locks exceed California's rigorous forced entry codes, plus energy efficiency for comfort. Discover Milgard's vinyl benefits in the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Final days to shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. Ends November 30th. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
A cool day ahead. Highs in Walnut Creek, 59.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Hey, this is Dan Dibley from Dibs and Willard. Yeah, I said Dibs and Willard 9 to noon, just like I'm saying Joe and Bonte on the Morning Roast, which is the show you're currently listening to.
Thanks, Dibbers. Morning Roast is back. Don't forget about the 415ers podcast. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy bring you along as they analyze what went right and what went wrong last week against the Saints, and they look ahead to the Miami Dolphins defense coming to town. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And remember the last time the Dolphins came to town, during the pandemic season. The Niners had some dude wearing number 48 getting burnt at cornerback. They were down 21-0 in that one. They were blown out. I think we all went crazy during that post-game show. That game broke me. It broke me in terms of rooting for Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember that? I had to delete some tweets because I was like, it's over. Jimmy era's over. And I was done. I was done. But like a true champ, I got back up and supported my quarterback. So there we are. There we are. Shasky, how you feeling, man?
I'm doing good. I'm seeing reports of the Yankees, I guess, offering Aaron Judge some money.
Yeah. Aaron Judge got offered apparently 8 years, $300 million. Carlos Rodon is meeting with the New York Mets today. Yeah, he's probably gone. I mean, we all knew that. Flynn told us about that. But forget baseball right now. Who cares? Hot Stove Steven.
Well, I care.
Hot Stove Steven. Hot Stove season, is all lukewarm right now. Winter meetings next week. Nobody cares. We all care about the Warriors. We all care about the Niners. We all care about the special guests on the line right now. Just for you, Joe Shasky, since it was your 40th birthday. Your 40th birthday. One more gift for you, courtesy of the Morning Roasts and Matt Nahegan. It's the one and only Stu Gatz, the co-host of the Dan Le Batard Show. Dan Le Batard Show is Stu Gatz podcast. He's back on the Morning Roast. And yes, hey, Stu Gatz, last time you joined us, you said, you know what, our life expectancy is going to be short because we work morning radio. Well, guess what? We're still here working morning radio. Go figure.
Shasky, how many birthdays do you have? I feel like I just did this like a month ago.
No, that was for somebody else at the station. But in true Stu Gatz fashion, I'm doing a twofer. I am at the cabin right now working while on vacation. You got to love that, right?
That a boy, yeah. You expense everything?
Well, expenses at Odyssey. I don't know if you know this.
We work at sports radio, Le Batard. Come on, man. We're not rolling with Dan like you are, man. Come on.
But I did get my
hold on, Shasky, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Are you doing a radio show for your station right now?
Yes.
Did you fly to the place that you're doing it from?
No, I drove. I'm like you. I have like an hour and a half drive away to my cabin, which is outside of San Francisco. I'm up in the Sonoma County. I'm up here in the cabin hanging out. My wife's only work week off all year. I got to take advantage of it.
All right, but you drove and you're working. You're supposed to be spending time with your wife, which is just a terrible decision by you, by the way. Okay.
Facts.
But you're sitting here doing your job, and anything that you spend money on has to go back to the company because you're working. Get the hell out of here.
I know.
Listen to this guy, Stu Gatz. He's in a cabin with a house in the Bay Area. Tell me how much dough he's rolling in. He's working morning radio. Meanwhile, I'm working 2 jobs while hosting the morning show. This guy's rolling in dough, Stu Gatz.
That's such a good point. If you get an expense bill from a guy who has his second house and it's a cabin in the woods, right? And you're a manager, you're rejecting reports.
Hey, Stu, similar to you, I got the golf cart in the garage right now. There's a frost delay. I got a tee time for later on. I'm on the first hole. I mean, come on. You got to mesh the two. You got to keep the wife happy. But we know that this gift was for me.
And Stu Gatz, and listen to this. He's wearing a Sherpa while doing the show. He's wearing a freaking Sherpa.
Wait, no, but I love Shasky's definition of keeping the wife happy. Working while on vacation and then playing golf.
Exactly. Just two men just cutting it up. But, I have a line. You have a lot of different lines. Mine is pivot, don't panic. So I try to make the best of a good situation even better for myself. I mean, that's part of being completely self-involved.
Yes, well, yes, it is. You have mastered my course.
Hey, Stu Gatz, so I'm not mistaken you're a Jets fan. I know it does. Hey, and thanks for Stu Gatz joining us here on Morning Roast. The co-host of the Dan Le Batard Show does a great job with that. We love Stu Gatz here in the Bay Area. The Dolphins are coming to town, so you know about the Dolphins. We know about the Jets. I do want to start with the Jets, though. Zach Wilson.
The Jets have been like It's a weird feeling because forever I've been saying, like, hey, can we find a quarterback? Can we find a quarterback? Can we find a quarterback? And we still haven't found a quarterback, but we found everything else. The rest of the team is really, really good. That defense is Super Bowl good. It keeps them in every single game, but it's been frustrating. I said a couple of weeks ago on our show that the Jets should go after, once they benched him, the Jets should go after Matt Ryan because I just felt like they needed the team's good enough now to compete, to win, to play with anybody, and they've shown that. They've done it. They've actually done it. And I said they should get Matt Ryan because they need some sort of veteran quarterback back there because Zach Wilson's just not good enough. And then you go back 2 weeks ago, that Patriot game, that debacle where they lose at the final play on the punt return. And that entire game, I was begging Rob Saleh, begging him, and by begging him, I'm standing in my living room yelling at the TV. But I'm saying, hey, give us Mike White. Give me Joe Flacco in street clothes. Give me any quarterback, because any quarterback would have been able to win that game for the New York Jets. And so, but I'm encouraged by what I saw from Mike White. I will remind people that Mike White did that against the Bengals a year ago and then followed up with 4 interceptions. So we'll see how he does this week against a tougher opponent on the road with the Vikings. But I am encouraged by what I've seen from the Jets from this standpoint. The last 2 drafts, with the exception of the quarterback, Joe Douglas has nailed those drafts. Yeah. And so we'll see what happens here with Zach. We'll see if Mike White can be good. But I think this team has positioned itself well enough where if one of these veteran guys here in the offseason wants to try to win a Super Bowl at the end of their careers, maybe they choose the Jets. So, listen, we don't have much to cheer about as Jet fans. I certainly haven't over the last 40 years. There is enough young talent on this team. You talk about Breece Hall, who's injured now, but
Wilson,
Gardner, some of the guys they have on defense. There's enough young talent where I'm really excited for the next 5 or 6 years.
Okay, so we got to get local here because, we're big Niner fans. I'm a diehard 49er fan. So is Bonte. And one of the running themes on your guys' show, because I listen religiously, is is Tannehill any good? It took 10 years for you guys to figure out, is he any good? And then boom, he gets Derrick Henry, and he's not bad, From your perspective, is Jimmy Garoppolo any good?
Yeah, on the right team, he's really good. On that team, on your team, he's really, really good. I don't know about you guys, but for me, and we do a weekly thing with Chris Sims, and he agrees with me on this, where Garoppolo looks younger, he looks quicker, he looks thinner, leaner, he's making better decisions, and this is already a guy who's made, good decisions. He hasn't turned the ball over. He's playing really well. He's good for the San Francisco 49ers. If you're asking me, do you put Jimmy Garoppolo on any single team and they instantly become good? No, of course. The answer is no. That's a special kind of quarterback. That's Joe Burrow type stuff.
Yeah.
Put him anywhere, that team's going to automatically be a good football team. So I would say Garoppolo's good for your particular team. But I don't think he'd be great on any team.
Yeah, sticking with this same theme, we obviously, me and Bonte, we went to practice here. I'm giving you my bona fides. And we go to practice. First time we see Trey Lance, and he just looks the part.
And we go crazy.
Was absolutely dominant.
Yeah.
We put out a video. It goes completely viral. Adam Schefter's talking about reports out of camp. The 49ers quarterback situation. Trey Lance is lighting it up. The kid never really put it together yet. He hasn't had any opportunities. You've seen Tua now. It looked kind of not really good. And then they add Tyreek Hill. They add McDaniels, our guy here from San Francisco. And now he looks great. Do you think that same thing can happen for Trey Lance here? Or you don't know?
It's a great question. They're going to have some decision to make, right? This is crazy. Because Garoppolo, he's gotten them to championship games, a Super Bowl. And Trey Lance he looks the part. He looks great, but you have no idea if he's actually going to be great. So it's a tricky situation. I would probably stick if I'm the San Francisco 49ers, because Kyle Shanahan is so great. And what we've learned about Mike McDaniel is just how great Kyle Shanahan and that system, that offense is, because it's so creative. And they use Tyreek Hill here is the best version, and this is saying a lot, of Tyreek Hill that we've seen, simply because Mike McDaniel knows how to use him correctly. And Kyle Shanahan knows how to use his pieces correctly, his players correctly. I think it could happen here because I've seen it happen down here. I saw what happened. Mike McDaniel sat with me and Dan and said Tua is the most accurate passer he's ever seen. And I will be honest with you guys. I was shaking my head agreeing with him on the outside and the inside. I'm this guy's a fool. What is he talking about? But it turns out that he's right because Tua has been as accurate as any quarterback in the NFL. So I believe in Kyle Shanahan. I believe in the way they coach, their style of coaching, that entire coaching staff. And so, I think they can get it done with Trey Lance. Absolutely.
Stugotz, co-host of the Dan Le Batard Show. Of course, Stugotz, we love him all over the place. The podcast, of course, find it on the iTunes app, iTunes, everywhere, Spotify, everything. Stu, guys, I got to ask you about the Golden State Warriors because they've got out to a bit of a tumultuous start, 3-7 to start the season. They're now 11-11. I'm sure everybody was talking about the punch hurt around the world in training camp with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, but it feels like they've rectified the situation. But outside of the Bay Area, because we're stuck in this bubble, obviously, watching the Warriors every night, what is your impressions of the Warriors so far, and do you believe they're still a championship contender?
I do. I think as long as you have Steph Curry, as long as you have that core of players, and they have them combined with some of the younger guys, I do. I know they haven't been good on the road. They've been good at home. They're the type of team. They've arrived at this point, guys, where home court advantage means less to them than it does to just about any team because they've been through it so many times. So if they're a 4 seed, big deal. If they're a 5 seed, big deal. We've seen seeds like that get to the NBA Finals before. But, yeah, I think as long as you have Steph Curry, who's still playing at this level, I know Klay's not what he used to be, and Draymond is what he is. But, yeah, you know, in the Western Conference, I know Memphis is – like, I'm not buying in. No one's buying into the Jazz. No one believes the Blazers are this good. There are some good – you know, the Lakers are just not that good of a team. And so, yeah, I know Phoenix is out there. I know there's just, you know, some other teams out west, but yeah, I'm still willing to put my money on Steph Curry, even if they were a 4 or 5 seed guy.
Yeah,
I'm
me
still
too.
willing to put my money on Steph. And those guys.
They've run a road game in 27 straight series. I'm with you, Stu. Guys.
Stu, we're doing this.
And think about it. When you're on the road in the playoffs, you just got to win one of them and then hold serve at home. And you know they're probably the best home team in the NBA.
Stu, we're doing this entire thing wrong. Okay, I feel like you and I are kindred spirits because Bonte, similar to Dan, is a big TV star. Okay, he does local Warrior pre- and post-game shows, and I got to be the guy every single day begging him to FaceTime me on television and get me on there, and yet he's got me at it like the Heisman arm's distance every single time. He's hanging out with one of my idols, Chris Mullin, every single day, and I'm over here. I'm the secret sauce that keeps the radio going. I need some advice how to navigate this man's ego on a daily basis because you do it with Dan.
Annoy the living hell out of him until he says yes. That's all you do. And don't leave. Like Dan, we used to finish our radio show and do highly questionable, and I would just hang around the TV studio. It's 11 was forced because he felt so badly for me. I sit there with like puppy eyes and like, oh man, let me get in there. And eventually he just brought me on. So just like, listen, don't ever leave us. Don't go to that. Listen. No more trips to the cabin. No more golf. Just hang around with him until he puts you on the damn TV.
Well, that's the problem, Stu Gotts. As soon as the radio show's done, I'm like, hey, where's Shasky at? He's already in his car halfway home, and I'm sticking around trying to prove.
Well, that's what but that's what we do. That's what people like me and Shasky do.
Thank you.
Listen, we get in our car, we drive home, and then we complain for not doing the thing that we want you to do simply because we physically weren't here.
But listen to this, Stu Gotts, though. Chris Mullin, we promo our show every day on Warriors Pre- and Post-Game Live. Pre-game and post-game, we talk about what we're talking about on this program, The Morning Roast. And Mullin names drops Shasky every single show. And he lives for it. I'm like, dear God, you're giving this guy too much attention to the point where we're talking about all the trolls where Klay Thompson's like, you know, I had to leave the trolls alone. And Shasky could have swore that we were talking about him. His wife and Shasky were convinced we were talking about him. Talk about the ego of this guy.
I mean, listen, Shasky. This guy is so very strong.
So strong. So strong.
It is so strong.
Wait,
way
yes,
too strong.
But I found an angle for you. Your angle is Chris Mullin. If Mullin likes you enough, okay, your angle is Chris Mullin.
100%.
Go through him to get on that show.
Oh, boy.
Okay?
100%. 100%.
Don't tempt him. Don't do it, Stu Gotts, because he's going to bug Mullin, and it's going to bother me. And I'm like, dude, I already have to deal with you at 6 in the morning. I don't want to deal with you at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, dude. Stu, you got to understand, we're trying to create a community here. Because, look, the one thing I love about the Le Batard show is Dan represents Miami. Obviously, you moved down there, but you represent Miami as well. And your entire crew and the community around the show.
No doubt.
Me and B are both native San Franciscans.
Yep.
And so we're trying to create a community around our show. There's a lot of things the same. And the one thing that's funny is my dad now thinks he's a part of our show. See, like my dad calls in whenever he wants. He hits the bat line.
He has the bat line.
Yeah,
it's a secret bat line, and I see the bat line ring, and I'm like, I'm not going to the bat line right now. It's Papa
He thinks
Shasky.
he's the third member of the show.
Well, but Shasky, hold on a second. Whose fault is that? Because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Exactly.
100%. 100%.
I would be surprised your dad is part of the show.
Dude, it's so bad. Stu Gotts, we're on YouTube, right? And we have your picture up, right? It says John Weiner, Stu Gotts, right? Got your Weiner, excuse me, John Weiner, Stu Gotts. And it has your photo up there. Papa Shasky calls so much. He has his own photo now when he calls in. Like he's a guest. It's like his own graphic. It's unbelievable.
He deserves it. He deserves that. You guys.
Matter of fact, he's probably going to call in 2 minutes.
Hey,
you know what, Stu? I want you to tell Bonte about the time you left the Miami Heat game prematurely, because this is a great story.
Game 6?
Yeah, it was Game 6. Listen, life is all about a good parking spot and leaving the game at the right time. Okay, and in this particular case, I've never left the game at a worse time in my entire life.
You know what?
What was that?
I was going to say, I leave Niner games early, too, because the traffic is so bad coming out of Levi Stadium.
It's so bad.
That I time it perfectly, and I navigate through the park. I do some illegal things to get out that parking lot, no doubt about it, but leaving game 6 early.
And you guys know as well as anyone how long the NBA postseason is. It's like another season, right?
Yeah.
When you get to Game 6 of the NBA Finals, you're like, it's been like 3 months of playoff basketball, right? And I thought the series was over. They had roped off the court. They were, the Spurs were already celebrating on the bench. And so I was walking out Game 6 of that arena, and as I'm already outside the arena, and I knew from many, many years ago in the games that there's no way, there's no re-entry. I'm not getting back. And so as I'm walking to my car, and there's a bunch of Heat fans walking with me, all of them, right? And as I'm walking, you hear this enormous cheer roar from the crowd, right? And I'm like, oh, my God, something good happened. Something historical happened. Oh, my God, I left the game. And I see all these fans. So I just keep walking. I keep walking to my great parking spot, okay? And I keep walking, and all these fans heard the same sound I heard. They start turning around and going the other way. And as they're passing me, I'm telling them all, hey, you ain't getting back in. You ain't getting back in. Like, what is that? You ain't getting back in. You ain't getting back in. So I just kept walking, and what I learned when I got in my car is what I missed was the greatest shot in NBA history. And the overtime that ensued. Okay? And so I had to drive home, and I couldn't listen to it on the radio because now I'm in a situation where I have to call my wife. She said, oh, my God, did you see that? I said, no, I'm in the car. She started yelling at me. And so I asked her, I said, hey, do me a favor. Tape the game. I'll listen to nothing. Because you can't even listen to FM on the way home. Someone's going to blurt out the score, right?
Yep.
And so I drove home in complete silence. Got home very quickly, though, guys. Normally that would be like a 2.5-hour drive with traffic. I was home in 40 minutes, sat down on my TV, watched overtime. But still, to this day, regret. I was there. I was 5 rows away from where I am.
Oh, my God.
And I missed it.
Stu, before you get on out of here, you and Dan have been together almost 20 years, correct?
I think just over 20, actually.
Okay.
Wow.
Apologies.
Wow.
So what me and Bonte, we're like, we love each other. We're like brothers, but we at times want to kill each other, and we need a break every now and then from each other, but in a good way.
That's why he's in a cabin.
What is the key ingredient to this relationship long term? Give it to me.
I think from both our standpoints, if he's the Levitard of your show, let him be the Levitard of your show and stop annoying the hell out of him trying to be the Levitard of the show. Just be happy being Shasky. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to get into this industry desperately. And everyone has a different path, and everyone has, so if you asked me 20 years ago, hey, Stu Gatz, this is the character you're going to turn into, would I have taken it? Probably not, because I wanted to be Christopher Mad Dog Russo, or I wanted to be Mike Francesa, or I wanted to be Dan Levitard. But you know what? I ended up being Stu Gatz, and Stu Gatz is pretty damn close to who I actually am. And I've embraced it, and I'm good with it, and I realized very quickly, hey, this is fun. I never feel like I'm working for a living. They pay me pretty well. Yeah, they pay me pretty well. I'm okay being Stu Gatz.
Yeah, that's not bad. The only advice I'm disappointed in is you're telling them to hit up Chris Mullen and hang around our pregame set. My producer already does that, Sam Lutman. He gets in, hey, I'm coming by the set. For what? You just produced a running show. Stay away from me. I deal with you at 6 in the morning and 8 o'clock at night when we make our pre-show calls. He comes to the set, and I'm going to have Lutman and Shaskin come to the set. Thanks a lot, Stu Gatz. I appreciate that.
No, you got it, man. Listen, you know what I know. I mean, this entire industry is a bunch of vultures.
Yes,
it is. It's some scavengers, no doubt about
Absolutely. Backstabbers. Yeah. Well, that's the fun. Bonte gets asked all the time, and you're talking about, like, your character. My wife wife she's very annoyed with me because she goes, you really are who you are on radio, and I want you to not be who you are on radio.
Right.
I want you to be a different version because there's times you embarrass the absolute crap out of our family. And I'm like, hon, I'm being myself, and it's hard to separate the two.
Yeah, reminder, she has a cabin in the woods. And
Thank you, Stu.
Yeah, this guy's
Thank you, Stu.
I'm the Libertard, yet this guy has a cabin up north, and I'm sitting in a condo or apartment, whatever you want to say, in the Bay Area.
I'm good with money.
Yeah,
you know, so
this
soon.
guy.
Shasky, I'm sure your wife is nice, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Feel me? Yeah, feel me?
Hey, Stu,
thank you for coming on,
thanks, man. It was
I'm
a
big
pleasure,
fan.
man.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, you got it. Shasky, happy birthday, man. Maybe, listen, I'm telling you guys right now, San Francisco, look at the Dead and Company tour. The final 3 shows are in San Fran. I'm coming out there. Maybe I'll come in and sit in.
Hey, let's go to Olympic Club. Stu,
that'd be awesome.
Stu, I'll get you some sticks. You, me, my dad. Let's go out to the O Club. Let's go play the Ocean of the Lake course. I'm dead serious.
I would love that. But, Shasky, here's what I'm angling for.
You're going to flake on me.
Cabin. I want to stay in your cabin.
Oh, yeah, come up to Northwood. This is the home of where Alistair McKenzie, the guy who built the Augusta National, he built the course very similarly up here in the Bohemian Grove. It's right up your alley, pot and dead music. My dad's a deadhead.
Oh, wow. Okay. Shasky, we're going to hang out. But when I say I want to stay in the cabin, I want to stay in the cabin without you being there.
Yeah, I figured.
When's the tour? When you guys coming out here?
It's going to be it's going to be like July in that area.
Okay. Oh, we got you.
All right, for sure. Summertime, we'll clear the calendar.
Yes, absolutely.
All good.
Yeah,
and I mean
love,
that.
Listen, I love Northern Cal. I was out there at Shoreline Amphitheater last summer. I was out playing Pebble Beach. I love that area. I love San Fran. So we're coming out in July, man. I'm looking forward to it.
And Shasky would teach you not to say San Fran.
Yeah, we say Frisco, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Stu, I mean it. Thank you for everything. And thanks for paving the way for 2 knuckleheads like me and Bonte, because without people like you in radio,
No
we wouldn't have jobs. I'm serious.
Yeah. No, you got. Well, listen, Bonte seems like he's doing just fine.
Facts.
Still got you in the man, bro. We love you, man.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Hey, happy birthday, dude. Seriously.
Thanks, brother.
All right, Stu Gotts,
Dude, that
man.
made my day.
Oh, man. Did you have any idea he was coming on?
No. I was
clue?
like, is it E40? Is it Nicotina? Did you get Joe Montana? Is it Barry Bonds? Is it Mully? I didn't know who it was going to be. Is it Rick Barry again?
Rick Barry, yeah. I told Shasky about the Rick Barry call. It's pretty funny. Rick Barry.
Dude, whoever did that, was that Nahegan? Is that who did that?
Lubman and Nahegan.
Thank
it was
you.
a collaboration.
I love Stu Gotts. He is he's one of my all-time favorites, and it's just he has really paved the way for sports radio to be what it is.
Hey, Spadona Lubman, when you went through the video, talking about, Vontae and I was at the practice. It went viral. Trey Lance's first practice. It's like the flexing going
like
on.
7 drops.
Yeah, 7 drops in 30. And this guy talks about me, fellas. Unbelievable.
I was praising you as the Dan Levitard of the show.
Barely.
And, I'm the secret sauce, even though you're the headliner. Once we get him inside the circus tent, then I'm the one doing all the court gestures.
Yeah, I'm definitely not the headliner here. People think differently. Oh, no, that was a lot of fun.
Who would you yell at about benching Klay Thompson if it were not for people like me?
Somebody Steiny. All right.
I got your back, Steiny.
Let's flex.
Now, back to the morning roast with Fonte and Shasky.
I like where the Warriors are at, despite the loss last night. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
not about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. Like to me, like form matters, and seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, because we know the athleticism is going to be there. But are you willing to do the dirty work? That's one thing that I've talked a lot. A lot of people like, what's going on with Kuminga? I'm like, dude, as a young guy, you got to set screens.
Yep.
You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. Mm-hmm. He checked all those boxes last time. Bonte, he set an off-ball screen unprompted. It wasn't a play. Right. It was just him being smart, going up and setting an off-ball screen. You're going to get those dunker spot opportunities when you do the glue guy stuff.
And you know what? They had a nice block shot in the fourth quarter.
That's
coming
right.
from the weak side.
That's right.
A big-time block
That's
shot.
Right.
I can't get enough of Jonathan Kuminga.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Army of One actually on YouTube says, Shasky's the Dan Lebertard of the show because he employs his dad. I couldn't employ my dad on this radio show because he thinks everything is racist or whatnot. That would not be good radio whatsoever. Everything would be jaded. You do employ your dad. I feel like your dad's going to be in studio one day. I feel like he's going to be in studio
He
one day.
thinks he's the third member of the show.
Oh, their daddy is. But like Stu guy said, you're the reason why.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
he knows
Joe,
I love
this
him.
is your dad.
Hey,
He
so
knows I love
I am ball body in this show. I'm just like, what do I do here? Do I say C or no? No or C? I missed that show, though. I used to like that show. Highly questionable.
It was a very good show.
Yeah,
it was
no,
absolutely
I liked
very
it a
good
lot.
show.
It is pretty hazy in my studio. I don't know why at this time.
It's the sun.
It's the sun? Oh,
Yeah,
the
I
sun
put up a
creeping
towel
through.
in my room so that I don't have any of the sun beating on my face.
I like
today.
looking like we're tacking out the studio. That's why we need
Well,
to
you
get
look
Burner
like an
here.
angel right
Yeah,
now. You
an
look
angel.
Like, yeah.
Look like I'm smoking the best ganja in the world.
Advent does start on Sunday.
Who's
going to
smoke the first blunt in sports radio history? That's,
What do you mean?
You get to the Guinness Book of World Records. Like
Steven Jackson's probably already done it.
Well, I mean, they do podcasts though. I mean, like terrestrial radio.
Snoop Dogg hasn't done that yet?
Yeah, terrestrial radio,
As
sports
a
talk
host.
radio, as a host.
Yeah.
Somebody just sparks up, like you get a Mike Francesca or you get Lemitard and Sugats or whoever else you want to say around RJ and Sean. Guys like that.
Fontaine Chasky.
I don't think RJ and Sean are burning trees, quite frankly.
No, those squares down in Dallas.
Oh, don't be so mean.
Don't start kissing their ass now.
I'm already plotting about a Dallas takeover, and let's just put it this way. I've got my eye on 4 seats for a playoff game.
In Jerry Jones' world?
Yes, I do.
Are you ready to go down there?
Yeah. I got a friend of a friend whose dad got 4 seats.
Oh, I already know who it is.
Yeah.
Because that friend of a friend tried to offer me tickets, and then, we're going to keep our seats. I was like, well, screw you anyway. I already paid for my tickets.
Well.
Screw you, buddy.
Yeah.
I know who that person is. I'm not going to, he shall remain nameless. As Willard Dibs walks into the building, France ties the game. They tied the they disallowed the goal. They disallowed the goal.
Doesn't matter.
Griezmann, no, it doesn't matter
doesn't
because,
matter.
I know it doesn't matter.
France
but,
doesn't need it. Tunisia's win isn't going to matter for them
I
either.
know, because
Australia's
Australia
up.
won.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
No doubt.
It's
What's
all
up, boys?
good. Man, everything's up. What's cooking with you? Big day for you yesterday. Did you nap through that transcendent World Cup victory?
I woke up for the
through it?
last 20 minutes of the game. Last 20 minutes of the game. Tried to squeeze a nap in. It was a little tough because baby Ches wanted to be in the bed. She wanted to watch cartoons. She wouldn't let Papa nap. I was like, I got to get 45 minutes in at least. 45 minutes. Give me 45 minutes.
I know.
But you slept through the goal. You slept through the goal?
Yeah, I watched the highlight.
I know you saw the highlight.
Yeah,
I just want to know.
slept through it. I watched the last 20 minutes.
We didn't get to experience the goal the way you want to experience the goal either.
Right. Yeah.
Twofold. So the TVs that are on here in the studio are about 5 seconds behind a TV that's out in the common area here at 95.7 The Game. So I saw this more so than Dibs because Dibs, where he's standing, his back is to our control room. I look up, we're having a conversation. Spadone is doing pirouettes in the other room. People are flying around. I'm like, okay. Like, U.S. got the ball just across midfield as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, oh, they scored. We're talking to Tim Kawakami. He then goes, U.S. just scored. And then Dibs and I go, oh, there goes Pulisic into the goal and lays down. So we didn't get to sort of experience it live the same way either.
Right.
But beautiful goal. And then they just tried to sit on it, which was a little bit nerve-wracking.
Well, before he could sit on it, we will talk to Doc Pandya today at 11:30 about pelvic contusions. Your worst pelvic contusion, Joe. Do you recall a time where you had your worst pelvic contusion? Because that's what Christian Pulisic is dealing with.
Central Sports Radio.
I don't think I've ever hurt my pelvic area. I have hurt my tailbone, that's for sure.
He's had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, when you play sports, Ponte, and instead of commenting,
well, when you
sometimes
try to
actually
lock
get
out
hurt.
your 16-year-old, like my 16-year-old Quest at the time, he was about 5'11", now he's 6'2". I thought it'd be funny if like, oh, I'm going to shut the door on you and I'm going to lock you out. So I go to shut the door on Quest. And
Shut the front door.
Dude, no, the back door.
Oh, sorry.
It's a 4.
Little
I go
backdoor
to shut
Joe.
the back door, even backdoored little Quest. I tried to, and I lean in on the door, but he leans in harder, and I go flying back onto the back steps. Boom, tailbone, step, and I'm on the step, and I'm like, I'm dying. And Quest, of course, walks up and kind of lords over me like he's Dre Greenlaw. And I'm like, oh, son, no.
Why?
Dude, Nancy.
Why?
I was doing Nancy Kerrigan. And Quest is like, you shouldn't have tried to lock me out, dog. And so I raised him in Oakland.
Yeah.
And so, it was a bad beat for the old man.
Dibs.
I love the young people.
Shut up, Spadoni. It's coming.
We had a long conversation this morning about officiating in the NBA. And
good night, everybody.
No. I want to get to Luka just for a second. No. There's a Luka angle
I'm
to
back.
this.
I'm back, Joe.
Yeah, there's a Luka angle to this.
No,
Look,
I'm back.
I think it's easy, and a lot of people are going to say, "Oh, the officials suck. There's not enough good ones." Blah 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 blah. I just think it's exhausting, and Luka complains on every single possession.
Leads the league in technical fouls
all game.
Yep.
All
it's
year.
KD.
You may be right. It's KD, it's Luka, it's Draymond. They're the big three.
He's a great player.
Big three.
No one's denying how great he is. His skill is unbelievable.
Right.
I'm exhausted watching him. It's an exhausting brand of basketball. Foul hunting, first off, is the style of play.
Right.
And then the constant yelling at the officials. Like, to me, there's a lack of respect from guys like Luka on every official in the league.
Yeah, and it trickles all the way down to youth basketball. I know you coach it, and I ref it, and it's it's a little bit different for me because I have a zero tolerance, and Mark knows because his son actually has been my timekeeper, and at the first sign of any disrespect, we'll go stop sign early, and then we go to a tea party. Shout out Boston, but I mean we could talk about yesterday. Luka is insufferable.
Thank you.
And we need to come up with a new system in terms of how we adjudicate technical fouls. Like soccer, I think, does it the right way, which is, all right, you get 1, you get 2, you get 3, now you get a yellow, and next time you're gone. And I know you can't play with just 4 players on the court, which is what they do in soccer. You play a man down, but you got to find a way to make it so this stops because it ruins the viewing experience. And if we want to talk about the travel, this is not Travelgate. He traveled, but they all travel, and that's the problem. And that's what Mark and I are going to get into. It's the way they're enforcing the rule, all the rules, because they all travel. But why do we call that travel in that moment? That, to me, is the bigger issue.
Yeah, when we talk about this, and this is where the conversation, especially with you, Dibs, has gone in the past, which is you'll bring up the rule book.
Oh, I love the rule book.
And you know the rule book, and most of us don't. And I'm never.
I read the rule book to my 3-month-old baby
right,
at story time.
And I'm never going to read the rule book because why would I read the rule book? Because no one follows the rule book, which I think is your point.
Right.
Like, why would we suddenly go, look, here's the rule book, that's a travel, when traveling in the NBA and so many other calls have never been called by the rule book.
Well, they follow the rule book when they want to follow the rule book.
Which is not okay. Like, I'm not okay with that.
I'm with you there.
And so it falls into a bunch of different spots, which is, are stars supposed to get better treatment? Or should it be consistent? It allows for situations like that, and you would think, if I'm an entertainment outlet, if I'm a ref, if I'm a coach, if I'm a player, the last time I'm going to suddenly go, it's rule book time, is when Steph Curry is pulling up for a 3 with 10 seconds to go in a 2-point game in Dallas, Texas. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life, to take that moment away from everybody watching. Yes, it's by the rule book, but when have we ever followed the rule book? So why would you pick, isn't that the last moment you'd pick to be like, now's when I'm going to suddenly follow the rule book?
Well, think about if
that's
you went to
why
a
it's
concert,
frustrating to me.
You go to see Elton John, or you go to see whatever concert you go to, and he misses a note, and you're like, that's a foul. It's like, no, we're going to let that go.
Or the better way to say it is, you're at a concert and everybody's had weed out for the entire 3 hours.
Right.
And then during the encore,
that's legal.
Here comes the security bill. I'm sorry, you can't do that here.
Yeah.
So wait a minute, I've been doing it for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
Now suddenly you're going to pull out some sort of rule book? That's what's frustrating to people. If you want to slow it down and his pivot foot, one leg hits the ground a split second before the other, we can do that. But
I'd have called it.
But who does that?
They called it all game. In that game, I thought it was appropriate to call that travel because they called traveling all game long, whether it was questionable or not. So stay consistent with the traveling call. That's all I want. Now, did I think it was a travel?
I want it more than one game. I want it across all games.
Watching League Pass, you notice that it's getting called. The spike is up.
They don't call that on our Cavaliers.
And the Utah Jazz. And the Orlando Magic.
Yeah.
Sam Lubman sent us this graphic yesterday from Tom Haberstroh. And look at this. Last season, there was 1.3 travels called per game. This October, 1.7 travels called per game. This month, 3.5 travels called per game.
Damn.
So the spike is up, and they're calling it more and more and more. So it's happening around the league, not just to Steph Curry, Jordan Poole.
Right. And is that good for fan experience? Is that bad for fan experience?
Well,
the problem is it's gotten so far beyond the pale
Thank
where
you, Dibs.
it's like what Steph did is now legal where you get the gather step. So I'm going to jab you in and I'm going to go 2 steps back. But then he took that extra step, and that's where, next thing you know, it's going to be like, a couple of steps, a jab step. Christian McCaffrey, he's around the right side. He's at the 15, cut. He's at the 20.
Ask yourselves this. If they don't call travel there, does anyone on the Dallas Mavericks bench say a word? Does anyone put their hands up and go,
they didn't call travel on Tyler Hero on the game-winning shot for the Kings game.
Which was as bad.
It was very bad.
Yeah.
So, look, neither here nor there regarding the travel call I think we're all stuck on. To me, go back to watchability, Dibs, which you brought up, and I think, Mark, you were alluding to. I watch it, whether it's the NFL or the NBA. There's a choppiness to certain games that as a watchability product, as an entertainment product, if you're a league official, it's like, God, this is so slow. It's taking away from the beauty of the game.
The end of the third quarter, the last 3 minutes of the third quarter was nearly unwatchable.
It was horrible.
It was a circus act.
You guys brought this up yesterday. Go back to George Kittle's hold against the Saints.
Terrible.
This is the same kind of thing, in my opinion, where it's like, if we want to pull out a book, did George Kittle hold? Yeah. Same way I could get book holding on any play, but how has it actually been called through history? It's been called as if when someone tries to break away to make a tackle, do they get pulled back in the other direction? That's holding. That didn't happen on this play, and that's why Kittle was frustrated. So you get this sort of push-pull of book versus how we've all been trained to live. And so that's what players are going through right now that I don't like.
And I think it's the league credibility for the NBA. Like the NFL, we've known this forever. It's like, okay, you can throw a flag on every play. We all know that as fans. But the NBA is now entering a sphere where if you're going to call traveling this much, and Bonte, the stat you just read from Tom Haberstroh is crazy. Double in a month. Traveling calls are up. And so you could call traveling on virtually, not every play, but you can call traveling
60% of the time.
You could call an illegal screen on almost every play. You could call a rebounding foul on every single play, but you don't, and it's all about what you said, Joe, the flow of the game, and that's what we as fans want. We want a nice flow.
I'm totally with you. There's my favorite of all the YouTube videos from during the Depression-era Warriors. You can Google. This is a segment called Google This. Corey Maggette travels 7 times. Corey Maggette travels 7 times in one play. Then after getting the ball picked or misses the shot, hacks the living crud out of the other player. He changes pivot feet 7 times, and nothing is called.
That video is awesome.
It's insane.
It is awesome.
Corey Maggette's warrior trajectory is like my dream trajectory. He got $10 million per and just shut it down.
So the Warriors gave him what, 4 years, $40 million?
4 and 40.
And nobody in the league was offering him anything.
That was the Baron Davis
They were
tax.
like, we got to get this guy. We got to give him $40 million.
They lost
Nobody
Baron.
in the league. Yeah, they lost Baron.
They lost Baron, and then they were like, we'll take Corey Maggette.
Yeah, let's give him $40 million. Oh, boy, those are some dark
and
times.
Ronnie Turioff.
That whole Clipper team, man, because I was actually working down there at that time. That Darius Miles and
Clipper Darryl
and Quentin Richardson and Corey Maggette and Elton Brand. Man, everybody thought that, like, whoa, this young group, this is going to be a thing.
The jerseys were hot.
Yeah, the jerseys were hot. It ended up being about 9 dunks a game and absolutely nothing else. Like
Keon Dooling.
Thank you.
So funny.
The pride of Missouri.
Did you name your son after him?
No, but what's so funny is I named my son, and actually I've always given spousal rights to naming children because I have a you carry it, you name it policy.
I like that.
But my son Keon was named after another Keon at the time, Keon Clark from the Sacramento Kings.
Yes, Keon Clark.
That's Keon.
Isn't he in
with no
jail
Y.
right now?
Exactly.
That's Keon with no Y.
My son's not in jail.
No,
so
Keon Clark is in jail, right?
Might be.
Yeah, Google Keon Clark. Something happened to him.
My son's in Isla Vista in Santa Barbara, so hopefully he's on the straight and narrow.
Santa Barbara's beautiful.
Joe, at the time, the ex was a huge NBA fan, and the Darius Miles Clippers, that whole team, and the Jailblazers and all that. And something about Keon Clark. My ex had a thing for the lanky stretch fours. Lamar Odom,
Stromile Swift.
Not quite, but
Tyus Jones.
No, but Keon Clark, and we've talked about the love of Senegal and Ghana and all the rest of it.
Tyrus Thomas.
But Keon Clark, it was like when you name your first kid Quest, you can't come back with Timmy or Mikey.
We're going to call him George.
Or Joe, right?
All right, so
I love the name.
Here's
Keon
what you're
Clark.
remembering about Keon Clark. He was given in 2007 in Danville, Illinois, a 2.5-year prison
Shout out
sentence
Danville.
Yeah. Black Hawk, Illinois.
drugs and weapons charges.
Drugs and weapons.
However, an Illinois judge scratched it off like a lotto ticket and gave
Scratch and
Clark
sniff.
a chance to defend himself in a new hearing, and then it went away from there. But what you also might be remembering, this is a very recent story that was written where he said, quote, "I never played a game sober."
Oh.
Keon Clark,
boy.
Sacramento Kings center, confessed he drank alcohol every game during halftime, drinking half a pint to a pint of gin daily, and drank alcohol every game at halftime.
Sad.
John Daly? Drinking half a pint of John Daly?
Well, did you ever hear the Run Our Test? They were doing a deep dive on him, and he was saying that he would leave the Chicago Bulls arena, go down the street to the liquor store, get himself one of the small little bottles of Hennessy, and then come back. Like, I know people in my life like that. It's gotten really beyond.
Change your
That's
name to
sad.
World Peace, and it's all good.
What else
J.R.
has come
Smith
up?
famously went the wrong way looking for Hennessy in
no
the
doubt.
NBA Finals.
He
right?
did. He also threw some soup at David Jones. Threw some hot soup.
Hey, he's a
Joe
college
said, man, that
golfer.
soup was hot. He is a good college golfer. He's a good golfer, period. What else? Narad Panya?
Doc's
heard
on.
from him. He only tweets at us.
Yeah.
He don't even come on our show no more, Saji.
Well, he cheats. I think because he comes on our show, he wants to at least tweet with you guys. That it does feel like he's cheating on everybody all the time.
Right.
We'll
I know.
call him out at 11:30.
Please do.
Sean Salisbury might be on the show. What about this? Dibs brought this up yesterday. I think it's an interesting comment. Did Jordan Poole get paid too soon?
I think there's a
That was
good
a noise.
conversation to be had.
That was a noise that came out of you right there.
And we're also going to
Brother
talk
man.
about the whole idea of moral victories because Kyle, our producer, he doesn't always skew negative, but in a loss like last night, normally he would be with me because I was really disappointed in that loss.
I'm rubbing off on
Okay,
Kyle.
Kuminga.
I'm rubbing off on him.
You're
sure?
disappointed?
Yes.
I felt good about the
You
loss.
shouldn't
So
be
did I.
losing to Dallas in that spot. You were rested. You're better than Dallas. They have one guy.
Okay, the beauty-
Yeah, but
the beauty of
Dallas,
this-
Tim
Dallas
Hardaway
stinks.
Jr., Spencer Dinwiddie,
Oh,
they're
miss
8-3
me
now
with
at
that.
home.
Dude, we're
9-3
just throwing
9-3
elbows
at
at the
home.
elbow.
9-3 at home. They had a 4-game losing streak. They were desperate to get a win. They were fired up. Western Conference Finals rematch. They
Look,
played well against the
This
Warriors.
Warrior team normally wins those games. is all I'm saying.
It's not a moral victory because none of us believe in that. This is the
Right.
reigning champ.
But I feel good about
what
the
it
game.
is right. If you look back at the way they're road games in the NBA are usually losses. That's just a fact.
Not for this team.
Not for this team, but the Dallas Mavericks at home, let's not call them a great team. They're also not a pushover. And
They stink.
we can also no, they don't. Not
got
at home.
one guy.
9-3 at home. So when you look at the way the Warriors were losing on the road 2 weeks ago versus what you're watching last night, add in the way Kuminga looked, and I get that this is not a game, no moral victory, but you're not going to come out concerned. You're not going to come out freaked out by any
Fair
stretch.
enough.
I will say this, though, about Kyle. What's funny is, you're right. It's not only that I'm rubbing off on him, but it took him 3 texts for us to believe what he was saying was genuine.
Exactly.
He's like, I'm so encouraged by that loss. And
I
we're
am
like,
too.
We're like, LOL, sarcasm. He's like, no. I'm encouraged by the loss. Ha, ha, ha. LOL.
Yeah, Clay, 5
different
points. I'm
emojis.
encouraged too.
Well, no. Wiggins,
what I
Clay,
said.
and Poole went and combined 3 of 18 for the three-point line.
And they're right there.
And they're right there.
I mean,
you
look,
took an L.
whatever. It's Tuesday in November.
Right.
Like,
They're
I'm,
And that's what you said.
And I'm-
That
and I'm back
triggered
to
me.
that.
Hey,
No,
it's
but
what's
I'm-
crazy? You know what's
I'm
crazy,
back to
Mark?
that.
I've never gone through an NBA season in my career where people have been freaking out over the first 20 games
In
of an
November.
NBA season.
Now-
It's unbelievable.
Now, granted, you're right, but also there were some metrics that were crazy, like an ex-champion losing their first 8 road games.
Right.
That was bananas. It's never happened before,
Right.
so I get it. But the ship has been righted.
Right.
Is it perfect? No. Does it need to be? No. It's November. I know it's December tomorrow. So that's where I'm back to. Last night, to me, looked like a regular November loss. If the team had been
Right.
15-7, we wouldn't care. And they will be that. They will be that. You're right. I'm going to guarantee it right now. 3-game win streak starts right now. It'll be
guaranteed.
14-11 when we come back a week from now.
I like that, Mark. I like
I
that.
guarantee it.
Guarantee.
I
Back-to-back
guarantee
against the
it.
Bulls or Rockets, Friday,
His
Saturday.
guarantees have been a little shaky. of
Not
late.
true. The only guarantee was that the 49ers would not be 3-5 going into the bye. That was the only time I used the word guarantee.
So
Yes,
3 straight home
okay.
games coming up. Chicago, Houston, and then Indiana Monday night, December 5th.
Man,
Indiana
he went
be a
out on
tough
a limb
game.
with those three.
Indiana be a tough game. No, Indiana's good. See, league past Dibley.
I think Bama's going to beat the Citadel.
Hey, league past Dibley. Hey, this is an uneducated basketball fan speaking right now. League pass Indiana, 12-8. Playing some good basketball. Tyrese Halliburton, 40 assists last 3 games, no turnovers. Guys are sleeping on the Pacers, man. Well-coached team with Rick Carlisle. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let you guys do that.
Dallas has one guy. Dinwiddie gets thrown out. You got into a late game scenario and you lost.
That one guy is a superstar. He is like that fadeaway was like Larry Bird-esque in the fourth quarter, late in the game.
He exhausts me.
Luka is a dominant player, though.
He's great.
He didn't even play great. He had 41, 12, 12.
I want Larry Bird.
But the rest of the team had 72.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That's fine.
I want Larry Bird to come onto the court and just choke out Luka, because that's what the old school guys would do. He's constantly complaining to a it's unbecoming. He's so great. I wish he could just play the game a little more.
League pass Bonte. That's right. Pacers. Don't disrespect the Pacers.
All right, I'm not. You two don't get to leave without. You got to give me more than just a noise with that question, though.
Jordan Poole?
How you feeling about Jordan Poole? I mean,
Bonte can't say.
No. Something we talk.
It's a yes or no
I actually
question.
discussed this a couple of weeks ago. Actually, we're like, I wonder if he got paid early because of what happened in training camp.
What do you think about that? Because I know it's a quick A to B, but to think to me that those conversations didn't start until after he got punched is a little silly. Like, those conversations go for weeks.
Yeah.
You don't just sit down and be like, so what do you think? $135, $138? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how it works. And we saw all the good things they were saying about Jordan Poole even leading up to that and immediately after the fact. But I'll also go back to, and Dibs knows this, a few months ago, I was constant with, I don't want to pay anybody until after the season. You don't have to.
I mean,
it's not
maybe he wanted to sign the bag to say, you know what, I probably don't want to be here long. And I'm not speaking. I don't know how Jordan Poole's thinking. I think he loves it here. I think he loves the Bay Area. I don't know. But if I'm a player and something like that happens, I'm putting myself in a position, and that happens to me, and I'm saying I'm going to get the money, knowing in the offseason maybe I demand a trade, knowing that I already got the bag and I could go elsewhere at the security bag. I have no idea.
Yep.
I have no clue. I felt like you had to do it, though. I feel like you had to do it.
Did you have to do it?
I think you did.
So how does it look if you don't? Wiggins and Poole aren't signed right now. How's it look? And
let me jump in here and get
jump in, Joe.
No, because I've got some thoughts on this. I get the business aspect of saving a couple of $1 million. Like, let's say, hey, you could have had him for $18 million or $24 million or whatever. Like, I understand that. And normally I'm with you on you don't have to pay anyone 2 years out. They did have to make a decision before October, whatever it was, to lock him up. And then you also have a relationship aspect to this. When Harrison Barnes did not take the money back, he hurt his ankle. He was not the same guy with the chemistry of that team, even though they had a phenomenal year that year. When DeAndre Ayton didn't get paid by his organization, it sent a message to him, and I still feel like something's not right with Phoenix, even though their record is good right now. Like, there's a relationship aspect to this. If you want to be in business long-term with Jordan Poole, okay, so you paid him a couple of extra million more than you would have had you played the season out. Are you wanting to be with this person long term? Like, to me, there's the relationship aspect that supersedes the financial aspect.
But what's wrong with Jordan Poole then, since he got the bag? Because if you look at his last 7 games, 2 points, 13, 10, 26. When nobody played, you got blown out by New Orleans.
No
8
assists
points,
that game. Yeah.
19, 24. Last night he has 9 points on 3 of 9. This is not the kind of night you have when you got the big bag. What is wrong with Jordan Poole?
But I thought his floor game was actually very good in the second quarter.
Yeah, he tied the season high with 9 assists.
He was setting up guys. I thought he had some great playmaking abilities. I would like him to shoot more, but it does feel like he's deferring in specific moments to Klay Thompson. Like, he passed one to Klay. Klay fumbled it, threw it right back to him. He took a late shot.
I think the traveling calls have gotten to him.
Yes.
Because it feels like he's been pinpointed by the officials, by the Zebras.
He carries it every time he dribbles.
Well, he's been pinpointed, and they're calling it every single time, which is like, wait a minute. They're calling it on me? What about the rest of the league? Because everybody else does it, not just me. So he's been called for a traveling call, feels like every single game, twice. I mean, and sometimes they're valid travels. Like yesterday, the first one on the three-point line, he's by himself. For some reason, he shuffles his feet, takes a jump, says, like, dude, what are you doing? Just shoot the three. You know what I mean? But I think it's early. I think he'll be fine.
It's early.
He'll be fine.
And I'll also say this, like you just said, it's been a wobbly couple of months for him for the obvious stuff in training camp, followed by if he feels like he's one of the players that's been targeted by the officiating, doing things in a little bit of a new way. So that's going to all mess with someone's head. But I'll also say this, as a fan base, we have to be careful about tying the bag to his point total because very few people get that bag and then don't even start.
Right.
So this is a bench player. I know that he gets all the minutes. Yes, there are going to be nights where he has to score 20 to 25 to justify this, but Jordan Poole, because of the way this is structured and the unique nature of this team, is going to have nights where he just scores 10. And we can't go 10 points for $135 million?
He had 9 last night.
Okay, fine. You get what I'm saying.
Klay Thompson scored 5.
Jordan Poole is not going to
grab one rebound.
He's not going to average 23 games.
But it's not just Jordan Poole yesterday.
Jordan Poole. So when you're going to rest guys, Steph, Klay, Dre, Wiggins, you guys all ref. Hey, Jordan, get out there and play, son. Go get him. Now's your chance to go shine. And then when the big boys come back, go ahead and, make sure you get Klay open. Make sure you defer.
And that's not fair. And that's
that's why
you're playing in New Orleans.
I look at the way he's playing. He is so inconsistent. I'm not saying that he's done or we need to trade him.
Wouldn't you say, though, part of the inconsistencies is the inconsistent rotations with the second unit? Now it feels like we know what the second unit's going to be. A little bit of Kuminga, a little bit of DiVincenzo, a little bit of Draymond, some Wiggins, maybe a little bit of Lamb. The inconsistencies of the second unit was a problem early on. Wouldn't you say that affected his game?
Yes, but I still haven't seen him take that step forward toward him being the Jordan Poole that they wanted to pay, and which is why I asked Mark in our thread, did they pay him too soon? Because, as Lo Neal famously says, a hungry dog hunts best.
I agree with him, but there's also a relationship factor that you have to, acknowledge, and you want to make someone feel like they're a part of the squad long term, so that they're.
That's fair.
This is a very impressionable young man. I mean, he's very young in his career. The other element that I'm looking at, which no one's brought up yet, his defense has gotten a lot better. Like I'm seeing more effort on the defensive end.
The defensive ratings don't say that. Has
his effort been better?
Well, the effort has been better, but he has his worst defensive rating since his rookie season.
I don't care about the rating. The eyeballs are telling me he's playing better defense.
Well, he's got blown by yesterday.
He's still not a very good defender.
I agree.
He needs to get a lot better on that end of the floor, and that's why I would not start him.
Steph took how many years to be a decent defensive player in the league?
7,
at least.
So, I mean, listen. There's going to have to be some patience with a guy who is still obviously feeling his way through a bunch of stuff. But here's the other way to look at it. Dibs, you've always brought up the 2 timelines. At the beginning of this year, before the year, the Warriors were clearly trying to put resources into what we would call timeline 2. And now they've had to sort of pivot out of that. James Wiseman's in Santa Cruz, by the way, not doing a whole lot down there. And Jonathan Kuminga is finally having a nice night. Jordan Poole's been through what he is. Moses Moody. That second timeline has gotten blown up quickly. But that contract was signed back when they were all in on timeline 2. So that's one of the adjustments they can't make. That thing's guaranteed. It's locked. It's not.
Is.
So did he sign too soon? My answer would be yes. But if you ask it a different way, do I want Jordan Poole on this team for the next 5 years? Also, yes.
Absolutely. So how do you get Jordan Poole to be a consistent player on this team? That, to me, is the biggest question.
All right. Sounds like fun. That's an interesting question. But
real fun.
Poole, Klay, Wiggins, 3 of 18 combined from the three-point line. They lose by 3.
A moral victory.
Hey, you know what? They're playing better. The eyeballs tell me. Not even Dallas will be a playoff team. What's the conference final team the season ago? Not the best team. Nah, they'll be a top 7 team.
They're not in the offs. They're in the ends.
You want to bet on that?
A top 7 team?
Yeah.
Only the top.
No, top 6. Top 6. Excuse me. Top 6.
You gonna put your name on it?
Absolutely.
Let's make this bet off.
Let's make this bet.
Let's go.
No, we can do it on there. The listeners want to know. The roasters want to know. The roasters want to know.
Loser. How about a full rack of diapers? Let's go.
I love it.
My diapers are more expensive than your diapers now.
Are you doing Huggies?
This bet got
I'm
dirty.
a Pampers guy.
You're a Pampers? Oh.
We can settle
Are we
this
going
off there.
Pampers? I'm not even sure what we're doing. And it takes
I
care of
haven't changed
that.
a diaper in years,
Oh, please.
bro.
I changed them
Dude, your
2.5
boy's
seconds.
elbows deep every night at 3
I'm like part of the pit crew at Sears Point, man. I can get that tire changed quickly, baby.
Dude,
Come on, man.
I changed diapers with my
baby
eyes
wipes.
closed,
Come on,
bro.
couple baby wipes. Boom, boom, done.
Bonte changes his diapers as soon as he finds out where they are. Hon, where do we keep the diapers?
Come on, baby. I'm a
That's
pro,
my boy,
man.
Willard.
Come on, man. I'm a pro,
Dude, shout out
baby.
Boudreaux's butt paste if you want to endorse me. I got my
butt
It's
paste?
the elite butt paste. Don't even sleep
Butt
on
first.
Boudreaux's
Oh,
now.
my God.
Yes, thank you. Spadoni knows.
Hey, it sounds like we need a diaper challenge one day here in the morning roast. Diaper challenge, Spadoni, Dibs, and Bonte. How about that?
I don't sleep on Spadoni. His wife's got him
for
changing
sure.
everything.
For sure. Yeah, she checks in.
Yeah.
Jade holds
He
that
can do
house,
it
no
one-handed,
doubt.
huh? He can do it one-handed.
The
All right,
Jade
guys.
hand is strong, no doubt.
Have a good one, man. Oh, by the way, did Shaq actually pay his bet to D right? No, he did not. We'll get that done next baseball season. All right, have a good show, guys.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at choosemat.org.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra, and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
November is Native American Heritage Month. The Cultural Conservancy, a Bay Area Native-led organization, invites you to learn more about our Native Foodways program. We provide culturally rooted, hands-on learning opportunities to Native farming to support food sovereignty and healthier lifeways. We grow, source, distribute, and donate Native heirloom foods and seeds to Indigenous communities. Learn how to get involved at nativeland.org.
Where do Black Friday deals feel like steals? Where can you find holiday decor to deck every door? Where do holiday savings end in celebrating? Lowe's, actually. Black Friday is happening now. Get 2 select 1-quart poinsettias for $3 while supplies last. Get the deal before it's gone and celebrate all season long at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid to 11/30. In-store only while supplies last. Limit 8 per customer. U.S. only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How do holiday grill masters take food from good to
Wow.
Kingsford 100% hardwood pellets? Made in the USA with North American ingredients and 100% natural hardwood blend, Kingsford wood pellets can be used on any pellet grill and add delicious, smoky wood flavor to any holiday meal. So look for Kingsford 100% hardwood pellets. Because with Kingsford, the holidays just taste better. Find at HomeDepot.com.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you damn right it is. Look at you bringing the heat today. Coming in here bringing the heat. You brought your rule book.
Yeah.
I made you put it back outside. I have no interest in your rule book, but
Neither
man.
is my 3-month-old daughter. She wants story time, and put away the Dr. Seuss, baby. We're going to the NBA rule book, and last night I read her the flagrant foul rule. Great call, and all we want to do is rip the officials.
You should have read her the fragrant foul because I've heard that she is really pushing the envelope
found
there.
out last night, quite frankly. Shout out, baby Mila. But the refs did a great job with the Spencer Dinwiddie. That was a classic garden variety flagrant 2 on Jordan Poole, elbow in the face, unnecessary and excessive. You got to go, Spencer, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, you got to go home, and no, you cannot stay here.
No.
It was also a garden variety loss. And we certainly sort of wonder the vibe of a Warrior fan today. So let's start there. 888-957-9570. That's the number. Xfinity mobile text line. That is also a resource available to you, as is Twitch and YouTube. Good morning. What's going on? Do you find people? Y'all looking good out there. I did a little romper room, like as if we could see you too. But we can see you with regard to your comments, Twitch and YouTube. Keep them coming. We'll have some fun with that. Cleared to play. Doc is going to be on. We'll ask him if Dibs is right. Is Christian Pulisic soft? That's coming up at 11:30.
Pelvic contusion. Hope he makes it through.
Pelvic.
Just do it and do it.
Pelvic is a word I just don't even need in my life. Like, is there, if you were going to play match game, pelvic blank, is there anything you can fill in there that's fun? Maybe thrust, right? Is that the, like the, right?
Shout out Hurricane
right.
Gale.
When you call the block, there's a little bit of a pelvic thrust in there. You as a ref, you know that. Do you give it the full pelvic thrust even in a CYO game?
Occasionally. If it's a big call. If it's a bang-bang play, you got to absolutely. And by the way, when you call it, the fist goes up. Open hand means a violation.
Open-handed, like Tommy Pham? Go ahead.
Closed-fisted means we've got a foul. And then you got to point to the offender, and then it's either hand behind the head.
And we're going the other way.
The
pelvic thrust.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yes.
I love it when a ref gets the full, like, Michael Jackson moonwalk slide in with the pelvic thrust. That's my favorite officiating move. If I were a ref, I would call it on every play. But we're more interested right now in this, 888-957-9570. It's not a moral victory. This is the Golden State damn Warriors. We don't do moral victories. However,
you guys do.
No, when you come out of last night's game,
I'm encouraged.
Well, what would be the word? What would be the word? It's not.
It's a mixed bag.
Encouraged works for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes, it does.
Okay?
Jonathan blank and Kuminga, boy, he looks good.
Right. So therefore, can you extend the word encouraged to go, okay, if I'm encouraged by Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm encouraged by the fact that 3 key Warrior scorers can all have an off night and on the road against a whatever you want to call the Mavs. They're not junk. They're not great right now. They're good at home. They're 9-3.
I got a box of diapers on the fact that they're not going to be a playoff team.
You do, and you're going to lose that bet. But
I
anyway,
don't think so.
You are. But anyway, bottom line is this. You can use whatever word you want. If Jonathan Kuminga takes a step like that and 3 key scorers are off and you've still got a chance on the final possession, what word do you fill in the blank? What's the word? I don't think encouraged
disappointing.
Okay. I mean, I get it. Yeah, they lost, which is always disappointing.
That's a game that the old Warriors win. The game's in the
Not
balance.
always.
The game was in the balance, and you had two Splash Brother efforts. The first guy travels, and yes, it was a travel. Miss me with the whole, he didn't travel, his pivot foot.
He didn't traditionally.
Listen to Steph Curry in his own words in the postgame, and he said, well, I didn't think it was that bad. Which tells you that
quote, I didn't think it was a travel.
Well, then
quote,
and then you listen to the rest of his quote, and then you like to just clip the part that fits your narrative.
No, Steve Kerr said the same thing.
The rest of the quote is, I didn't think it was that bad, which means Steph knows that it was a travel. And then the second splash effort was a Klay Thompson miss. So you had two looks to still win that game, and you fell short.
Okay, Steph, let's hear it.
Curry's got the ball. 13 seconds. Here we go. Curry splitting traffic. Steps out. Leans back. He traveled. Turnover.
Oh, my.
He had plenty of time. 10.1 to go in the game.
He had a layup if it had gone all the way to the basket. They were down by 2, but he was looking for a 3.
Great call.
Bang situation. Dumb play by me to not take the layup. I got a little confused on what the time and score was, honestly. Went for the hero shot. I didn't think it was a travel to the point where you don't let the play run out. But who am I to say?
Who am I to say?
I didn't think it was a travel to the point that, and that's the key part. I didn't think it was a travel to the point that, so you thought that it was a travel, but not to the point that they would make that call.
I think you're putting thoughts in his head, quite frankly.
No,
Let's listen to it again. Let's listen to it again.
A bang situation. Dumb play by me to not take the layup.
Yeah.
I got a little confused on what the time and score was, honestly. Went for the hero shot. I didn't think it was a travel to the point where you don't let the play run out. But who am I to say?
To let the play run out.
To the point.
Yeah.
To where you wouldn't let the play run out.
Yeah.
So in other words, what he's saying is, it's a travel. Everybody travels. I didn't think that it was a travel to the point that.
Listen, I mean, it ends up being semantics.
And
we
I
all
think
know.
The bigger point is, dude, you don't know the game situation, Steph?
Yeah, well,
what are you doing,
look,
bro?
I mean, yeah, fair.
Wake up, Curry.
Well, I mean, he sits on the grenade on that one. I love it. There's accountability there, so that's fine.
And he's right. If down 2, he could have attacked
the basket. You're probably either going to get a layup. Luka's waiting for you. You're probably going to have
Luka.
Well, but you're going to have a corner 3 for someone else available. But then again, both of those guys available, not shooting the ball very well last night.
And you're not getting the call if there's contact going to the hoop because you're Steph Curry and you don't get that call.
Right. Well, I mean, again, these are all things that are happening in a split-second moment. I'm not going to come down Stephen damn Curry's road because he didn't go to the basket or he didn't think through the process of I'm not going to get a call if I go to the rim. Right. If he's thinking about calls, I'm pretty sure he'd be thinking, well, they're not going to call me for traveling right here because, I'm Steph damn Curry.
Damn.
You're going to take that away from this entire global audience right now? And ref was like, yeah, I think I will. So you can fill in the blank with whatever word you want. If you want to use encouraging, great. If you want to use disappointing, I look at a game like that and I have reeled back to where I thought I would have been in November, which is on a Tuesday, the worst day of the week, unequivocally.
Sure was yesterday.
Exactly. On a Tuesday in November with a team that has been playing well and has won 5 of their last 6 ball games when their players actually play.
That's a caveat.
Why on earth would I care that they lost a road game by 3 points on a night where 3 of their top scorers didn't shoot the ball well? Like that's a blow-off game. It's not, yay, they're close. I'm not doing that, but I'm not disappointed. I'm not surprised. That game looked kind of exactly like I thought it would look. They were right there. Move on to the next one. That's my reaction.
I'm disappointed. I'm not disgusted because if you look at that game, and Dallas is not very good. And I apologize to Bonte and his league pass, his beloved league. They have an unbelievable player. They have a couple of pretty good players, one of whom got thrown out. Let's remember that. You had a guy in that game get ejected Spencer Dinwiddie only played 22 minutes and 45 seconds. He got thrown out for a blatant elbow to the face of Jordan Poole. So you basically had Luka Doncic, Tim Hardaway Jr., and a bunch of nobodies. And you weren't good enough to win that game. And by the way, that was another road game. And so far this year, you have stunk on the road. And yes, Klay Thompson wasn't very good. By the way, not the first time Klay Thompson's been bad. 2 of 9 from Klay, 1 of 6 from 3. Jordan Poole, 9 field goal attempts. I don't know why Jordan Poole is not playing as aggressively as he used to. And Andrew Wiggins, go ahead and cue up the K-Wig, because K-Wig is back, ladies and gentlemen. The format is ready to return. 4 of 11, 10 points.
Bad night.
Hey, everybody. I know it's November.
Oh, gosh.
I'm going to smooth you on out, because you know what?
Don't you do this.
I don't do this until May and June, because I'm Andrew Wiggins.
Don't you do Andrew like this.
It's K-Wig.
No.
Thanks for tuning in. Keep it locked. 4 of 11. Excuse me, Mark, if you wouldn't mind, Daddy. You know how many rebounds he had?
I do mind, actually.
You know how many rebounds he had?
I don't.
He had one sweet rebound.
It's a beautiful board.
One time the ball went up off the rim, and I happened to be there, and you know what?
Nope.
I corralled it.
I'm not into it.
I had 2 assists.
Nope.
They were mostly accidental.
I hate
I
this.
didn't have any turnovers. You know why? I wasn't that involved in the action, Daddy. 10 total points, a minus 23. Keep it locked.
I hate
On
it.
a night where they needed me,
I changed the station.
wasn't there.
I changed the station.
It's K-Wig.
I went back to 95.7 The Game.
You can change it all you want,
I don't
Daddy.
want to listen to this K-Wig junk because I'm not.
4 of 11, 10 points, 2 rebounds.
Listen,
1 rebound.
I'm not doing this to
I'm
players.
saying he stinks.
I am not going to be box score Betty. I don't want to do that with the Warriors or any team. I'm not showing up after games and going, oh my God, you went 4 of 12? You
4 of
stink.
11.
Stop. Like, come on.
I'm not trying to say that
Everybody's
Wiggins has
gonna,
to be traded,
they've
but
all got nights. He's been good this year. Wiggins, yes or no? Good this year.
he's been great.
Okay.
But last
so it
night,
ends there.
last night, in a spot where Klay wasn't good, Jordan Poole wasn't a factor, Andrew Wiggins, these are the games you cannot have from Andrew Wiggins. And this is why.
No, these are the
again,
games
Mark,
that any
I'm not
human being has.
disgusted.
This is the
Show some interest in the ball game.
I mean, has Steph Curry ever had a bad game? Has Luka ever had a bad game?
Has Steph Curry ever had a game where he shot the ball like 7 times and he basically was floating?
No, there are times where you'd wish he shot the ball 7 times. I remember being in L.A., watching him against the Lakers. There's like 0 for 12 from 3. So, like, come on, man. Like, he's been very good this year. I'm not
1
coming.
rebound, 2 assists.
I'm not coming
in a
down.
minus 23.
Yeah, I'm not coming down someone's road for a game.
I'm coming
One
down
game.
his road for a game. I'm not saying that Wiggins has to go or that he's a bum. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm looking at one game where you went to Dallas and you played against, okay, Dallas is a good team, Western Conference Finals rematch and all the rest of it, and you had 3 of your top 4 guys basically play badly.
Spadone, game show music, if you would, please. You know how many teams in the Western Conference, or would you rather do the entire NBA, Dan Dibley? How many teams have a winning record on the road?
Oh, boy, that's probably not more than 4 or 5. I'll say 5.
We're talking about the whole NBA or the Western Conference?
The whole association.
The whole National Basketball Association. The answer is 6. But 2 of them are 5 and 4. That would be the Indiana Pacers and the Philadelphia
Coming to town.
76ers. Both of them are 5 and 4. Yeah, they're not going to be 5 and 4 for long because you're going to get their butts kicked by the Warriors here within the next week. The Celtics are 7 and 3. Your number 1 seed in the Western Conference, your number 1 seed, the Phoenix Suns, 3 and 5 on the road. Your only winning records on the road in the Western Conference belong to the Denver Nuggets at 8 and 5. They're just happy that they can breathe when they leave home. Also, surprisingly, the Los Angeles Clippers at 6 and 4 with a winning record. And then oddly, the Portland Trailblazers, who have a losing record at home, yet a 7 and 5 winning record on the road.
Mark, do you know how many teams in the Western Conference have a worse road record than the Golden State Warriors?
That'd be none.
1 is the correct answer.
Okay. Really?
The Dallas Mavericks at 1 and 7. a 12.5 winning percentage. The Warriors are 2-10 on the road.
I didn't call them a good road team, but
I'm going
they're
to say
definitely.
it again for impact. The Warriors are 2-10.
It doesn't land
on the road.
No impact.
It should land.
Why? Because we already know the context of what they looked like 3 weeks ago.
They've got to win 8 more road games in a row to get back to 500.
They don't need to be 500. There's no rule that states that. So you're going to tell me that they look right now on the road the same way they did on that 0-5 trip? Come on.
No.
Come on.
But
come on. Losing to Charlotte and Detroit.
Road trip, they're 2-5 on the road. Hey, moral victory, everybody.
No, again, I'm not
Hands
using that
in the
phrase.
middle.
I won't use that phrase. Oscar in Stockton.
Help me, Oscar.
Lead us off. I don't think you're going to get a lot of help from listeners
Help
today.
me, Big O.
Let's see. What up, Oscar? What are you doing?
All right, now just dropped my son off at school, but yeah, I'm not panicking about the Warriors game, but last night one thing I didn't like is that how the referees be, they say the Warriors foul a lot because y'all call a lot of tic-tac fouls on us, and on the other squad you don't call no fouls on Curry going to the rim. I'm not going to complain about that, but the bench played better. And like you just said, Wiggins was lofting out there. He had a bad game, but on defense, some of the stuff he was lofting. He, every now and then the Warriors have a bad game, but I was encouraged the way how the bench and Kuminga played. That was the only thing I really was encouraged about. Other than that, Poole had a bad game. Clay had a bad game. Like you say, they should have won the game or at least tied it went to overtime. But I was encouraged, that's about it.
Hey, Oscar.
Great call,
yeah,
Oscar. I'm with you on Kuminga.
How old's your kid that you just dropped off?
7.
He's 17. He's a senior.
Hey, man. Keep being an awesome dad. Thank you for listening,
Thank you,
man.
Oscar.
I heard the word encouraged. That's all I heard.
About Jonathan Kuminga.
He's encouraged by the
Exactly.
bench. By the whole bench, he said.
Yeah.
Although Jordan Poole came off the bench.
And Draymond Green had some great quotes after the game talking about the bench because all 5 starters were in the minus on plus minus.
Mm-hmm.
4 of the 5 on the bench. JaMychal Green was a -2. Who cares? But the 4 key bench players were all in the positive. So, and that's where I look at, hey, baby, it's K-Wig. Honestly, 4 of 11, 1 rebound. You can't look at that and say, I'm encouraged by Andrew Wiggins.
You're a micromanager of fans. That's what you are.
I look at
You're
a game.
a micromanager. You got an employee that is out there kicking rear end over a lengthy period of time.
And then what happens?
Comes to work and he's sluggish one time, and you get up in him. You get up in him and tell him he's doing something wrong. He's now a bad employee.
In a loss?
Come on, man.
Absolutely.
That ain't life.
Dude,
that ain't life.
It's life in this
That ain't
building.
life.
I don't know if you know.
You ever come in sluggish,
show
Daddy?
meeting today. You think
Not
that
a show
I
meeting today.
You think that I
Get
haven't
your calendar straight. It's been
you
moved
think
to
that
tomorrow.
I haven't been pulled into a side office after a sluggish show? After a 4 of 11 and 1 rebound performance?
Maybe it's too many sluggish shows in a row.
Maybe it's just the one sluggish show. Where maybe I came down your road a little too firmly.
Yeah, well,
and I got pulled into a side
That's
meeting.
right.
So, and again, I'm not overreacting to one loss to Dallas, but I'm looking at a game that the old Warriors, the championship Warriors, they don't lose this game.
I'm not
2-10 on the road is real.
First of all, yes, they did. And yes, they do. We do this. Our memory always, when something ends good, we only remember the good. What do we think last year? Oh, championship. Oh, so you forgot January and February and March when y'all were freaking out and ripping every single piece of this team.
They were hurt.
Okay.
They had a full complement last night off of rest.
So, acting like they never lost games on Tuesdays in November is inaccurate. Here's the way I would talk about last night. I come out of last night with a sum total of 0 concerns. 0 concerns. That's the only time a loss bothers me. If you come out of there and you're like, what I'm seeing right there concerns me. If you got 3 players that have an off shooting night, but you have a bench player that you've been talking a lot about, and he comes out and has the best game in the history of his career, and the team loses a close game against a playoff opponent on the road, I have no concerns. There's nothing that bothered me about. I'm sure I wanted them to win. They didn't. There's nothing concerning about last night. Nothing.
Well, to me, it's concerning that you haven't found a way to win really any game on the road. You're 2-10 on the road. Dallas is a team that I don't believe is a playoff team. And you can say, Western Conference Finals rematch. Well, this Dallas team is not that Dallas team. They don't have Jalen Brunson. You lost Spencer Dinwiddie.
They're a playoff team
midway
even
through
right
the third
now.
quarter.
Even playing poorly, they're a playoff team.
Right now?
They're in the play-in tournament.
They're the 9 seed.
They're the 10 seed, actually.
They're
the
a
Warriors are the
play-in
9
team.
seed.
They're not a playoff team. They're a play-in team. And that's a very serious distinction in my world in terms of, like the Kings, they're a playoff team.
I don't know.
They're the 6th seed.
I always looked at it this way. Same thing with those whatever happens in Dayton in March Madness or whatever. Look, when the regular season ends, do you have more games on your schedule? If you do, you made the playoffs. At a kid.
Well,
Good
if you
job.
look at the Basketball Reference playoff ledger, the game that the Warriors lost to Memphis is not a playoff game.
You're such a rules guy.
You have to be.
No, you don't.
If they don't call it a playoff game, why would I call it a playoff game?
You drive 65?
Always. Hands at 2 and 10. Check my driving record, Holmes. You know how many tickets?
Have you ever gotten a ticket?
I got a ticket one time,
Oh.
and it was Steve Rabb's fault. It was 1986.
Always someone else's fault.
Well, actually, it wasn't his fault, but he actually said, "Oh, where's the cop when I need one?" I ran a red light, and the next thing, whoop whoop. I was on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard.
Oh,
I don't know if
why'd
we can
you
call
run
it
a
that
red,
anymore.
or did you? Yeah, were you trying to hit a yellow, or did you just decide?
It was one
bleep
of those
it, I'm
times
going.
where so you're driving right, and you see it go yellow, and you're like, I really don't feel like stopping.
Yeah.
It's one of those times where you knew there was no other car.
It's a split-second decision. It's like Steph shooting or driving. It's like a split-second call.
Yeah. Unlike Steph, I mean, I knew how much time there was left on the light.
All right.
I just ran it and thought, I'm going to get away with it. Steve Rabb, where's the cop when I need one? Because I famously had gotten him a ticket about 6 months earlier.
Oh, he got you back.
Well, he picked me up for school all year, and there was one of these things where it was like, no right turn, 7 to 9 a.m., and there was a cop already with another person. A cop's already writing a ticket. And I said, dude, just go right. That cop's busy. They're not going to. So we go right, and the cop steps out, mid-ticket, steps out.
No way.
Stop sign, points.
Hip thrust.
It was a block.
Stop sign. Hit the back of the head. Get your butt
You
over
get
the
the
curb.
ticket, totally.
Sean and San Bruno. Hey, Sean, you're on Willard and Dibs. What the heck are you doing?
How you guys doing? Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
Dibs, you got to lay off wigs, man. Hello?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he'd like a response, Dibs.
No.
You got to lay off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 27 minutes, 1 rebound. Yeah, I'll lay off him. Just like he laid off going to the glass.
It's a bad day at work, one day.
You ever had one of those, Sean?
Oh, yeah. I had plenty of those. But more good days than bad.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
Sean, to me, Sean, there's a difference between a, quote, bad day at work and a day where you basically barely showed up.
I get that. I get that.
Sean, thanks, man. Appreciate the phone call. 888-957-9570 is the number. Not only will we take your calls on that and your text, Xfinity Mobile text line, your comments on YouTube and Twitch, but what about that other question? I told you Dibs came in saucy today. Was Jordan Poole paid too soon? Yay or nay? 888-957-9570. We got some great 49ers stuff for you, too. The Tua McDaniel relationship and what that may mean for Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo. That's all what's up next on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I still think it's Tampa, but I may be going down with the pirate ship on that.
But yeah, I mean, this might be a sinking pirate ship. I mean, who are you going to pick? The Niners? They don't have any players left. You're going to pick the Packers? Desperately need to trade for a wide receiver, and one just went to Arizona. Maybe the other one will go to Green Bay.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVP's Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
Those 4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
but you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
They scissor around Curry. They find Thompson left side. He's open. He shots up. No good. At the horn, the ball game is over. What a beautifully designed play. A great look for Klay Thompson. Scissored off Curry. They threw it over the top, and he was wide open. My goodness.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
You got it, Steph. I got you, man. You did not travel. I don't care what anybody says. Unless you want to change the rules. Unless you want to change the rules. Go ahead and change the rules. Stop. Life is not lived by the rule book. Life is lived by life, and that has never been life. If you want to change life, let's change life. But you need to tell everybody and then be consistent. That's going to be my stance there. Willard and Dibs.
Take all the steps you need, Steph, because we want to see you. We want to see you get loose from three.
Too many Stephs? Is that what you're basically calling for?
That's what traveling is. Yeah. Too many steps.
Too many steps. 888-957-9570. We'll keep going with Dubs and 49ers. I'm out on Raheem Mostert. I've gotten to the point where I'm bothered by some things.
Oh, I'm all in.
Are you?
Oh, yeah. Well, first carry, I cannot wait till Hufanga.
Is he playing? Mostert hasn't even been playing.
Right.
Is he in?
If he's not in, then I'm with you on – I'm out on Mostert. If you're not going to show up and pad up on Sunday, then you've got nothing to say. But if you're going to pad up and play, then I'm here for it.
Well, listen, I'm here for what you're going to say, but say what you want to say and do it honestly. To quote the great Sarah Bareilles, like,
wow, I couldn't have seen that coming.
Yeah, right? Neither did I. Anyway, say it loud, say it proud, say it clean, and mean it. Don't walk back 2 minutes later when you're like, oh, you didn't like what I said? Okay, actually, I meant the opposite. So, come on, man. Like, you got caught in a box here. We'll get to that in a little bit. Can I throw this at you? This is totally, and we'll get back to the water calls.
Literally or figuratively?
No, I'm not going to throw.
You picked up your phone when you said that?
Can I throw my phone at you?
I thought you were going to throw your phone. Can I throw this at you?
Brother, check this. Check this.
Sure, Mark.
S&P 500 trading fell below its 10-day average yesterday as investors ditched their Bloomberg terminals for the soccer match. You telling me
the USA affected the S&P?
That is exactly what I'm telling you.
Not only the S, but the S&P.
And it happened one time before. Guess what was happening when it happened before? U.S. men's national team, 2010 World Cup, U.S. equities trading plunged 43%. I want to say this because there are plenty of you out there. My dad is one of these people. He got livid, actually, in an email yesterday. Quick story. We do a family pool.
Man.
Over Thanksgiving every year.
I love this story.
Okay? Family pool. My brother-in-law runs it. He picks the games. It's usually it's the NFL games on Turkey Day and then all the college games on Friday and Saturday. The idea is to have it done by Saturday night. We're not going to take it into NFL Sunday. Because that's when people are traveling back to their holes, right? But it's all the college games, and it's spread out so that we can just watch all of them from Thursday through Saturday together, make fun of each other, eat, get full, laugh, right? $20 a guy. Okay. So he sticks the World Cup match in the pool.
Oh, boy.
It's football. So he goes, World Cup match, go in the pool. Funny thing is, he also writes, I want to make sure you all understand a tie in this pool is a loss. So what do? Because it's one of those confidence pools where you like rank them 1 through 16.
Okay.
Right? I go and put the soccer match at 1, no matter who the hell I'm picking, because the likelihood of a tie is so much higher than it is for all these football games.
Yeah.
Well, my brother-in-law, who runs the damn pool and made the rule, hung himself more than anyone. He puts England up at like 12. My dad sticks England at 11.
Oh, jeez.
They tie, and I win the pool. And it's because of what they did with the soccer match.
Because you lost, but you lost your one.
I only lost my one. They lost their 11. And my dad is writing this email. Well, congrats on winning the pool, but this is a bunch of crap that soccer was even in this, and I hate soccer, and the fact that nobody scored is stupid.
Internet crap.
And this isn't a sport, and what? And but right, my dad just turned 80, as anybody who's seen my IG over the last 3 weeks knows. So he is old fuddy-duddy master on soccer. And I wish I could save him because he's 80 years old, so we're probably not going to win him over. But do you all understand how transcendent yesterday's match was? Not because of the result, not because Team USA made the final 16. My kids all came home. They all go to different schools, middle school, elementary school, high school. Dad, the teachers were playing the match in the classroom.
Wow.
We stopped learning. I went to the doctor at a physical yesterday. The doctor, the receptionist, World Cup. People who don't know a damn thing about sports. Everybody was talking about the World Cup. It affected our markets. And there's still some of you out there, scoreless this, 1-0.
We worked
not enough
with a guy.
scoring. Yeah, like I'm not telling you have to love soccer, but do you understand the gravity of yesterday's sporting event?
I got slide tackled on the Embarcadero. I mean, seriously.
This was
Did you pull out the
massive.
red? So I'm taking the ferry these days.
You saw what happened in our office? The whole place stopped. We couldn't even do our show.
Not the whole office.
Well,
I refused to look. We had one guy who refused to look. I don't want to name names, but I actually had to leave to catch my boat because I'm taking the ferry now to the East Bay because, I don't want to get stuck in this traffic.
Yeah.
I don't want to show up as angry as I have at times. And so now I'm on the boat, and I'm on a boat, and I'm loving it. But I had to leave yesterday to catch my boat. And so shout out the Xfinity Stream app. I had it on my phone, and I'm walking head down looking at my phone, and I hate those people, but I was that guy yesterday.
Yep.
And I went head down from here all the way down to the ferry building, and I'm watching.
And you
I'm
made
watching.
it without walking into anything?
Yeah.
It's incredible. What's the worst thing you've ever walked into while looking at your phone?
Pole.
Okay.
Yeah, a pole. Not one of those
so
big,
great.
street light poles, but like one of those parking meter poles.
I walked into a cement block bench. Just a
dude. That's a yellow card.
Buckle straight over, and people are like, it's the funniest thing when you watch people do this. Anyway, I digress. Go ahead.
No. I was that guy yesterday. And so you're watching it, and Iran is pressing for a goal.
Yeah.
And in the 92nd minute, off the set piece, there's
Holy
that
crap.
cross, and he heads it toward the near post, and I'm looking, and I went, oh! And these 3-4 lovely young ladies who, they were having a nice lunch. They clearly were from out of town. And they all looked at me like, what is wrong? Does this guy have a tick?
Well.
Because I let fly with a, oh!
Wow. You sounded
sorry
like,
about that.
what's his name? Howard Dean.
Yeah. We're going to Qatar. No, but that was
We're going to go
me.
to Iran, and then we're going to go to England, and then we're going to go to Wales.
I couldn't stick and stay. And I'm watching with Mark Grandy, who's the great technical director of the afternoon show. And, I mean, Grandy is pacing, and Lucas is the producer of the afternoon show. He's making noise, and everybody's into it, and we're all locked in. But I had to leave, but I couldn't miss it, so I had to watch it on my phone.
Did these ladies know that they're like the only 3 that aren't in on the event?
Basically.
I mean, this is like, honestly, yesterday, I felt the same way I do during the Super Bowl. I've told you this story before. There was one Super Bowl, it's probably 4, 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was. I don't remember who was playing. But you're having your Super Bowl party. There's hummus, there's dip, there's unhealthy stuff, there's meat, whatever. You're going to town. And it was probably halftime, and I looked out the front window of the house that I was visiting, and there's this couple that was going for a little run. They're running. I'm like, what are you doing? The Super Bowl's, what's the matter with you? Are there people? There's people who are just like, yeah, it's Sunday. Let's go for a drive. And I know, obviously, there are. But it's like, this was so big, and it comes on a Tuesday at 11 a.m., and so I can only imagine that our office was like so many others, because then I got home, and my children told me that their office was just like our office. It stopped. It stopped. Your 56-year-old female kindergarten teacher was like, we're not color painting today. USA is playing Iran.
There was no I believe that we will learn.
My goodness. That's a 4. They're like, we're out at recess. They're getting updates, teachers, hall monitors. This was everywhere, man. This was everywhere.
And that's awesome, and I love it, and it's kind of a one-off. And I remember that moment in my life, Mark. It was 1978, Yankees-Red Sox one-game playoff.
I remember that game. I don't remember.
You don't remember that game. I was a 10-year-old student at McDowell Elementary in Petaluma, and we got to watch the game during lunchtime. Of course, the Bucky Dent game, as it's now famously known. And we're watching it at lunchtime, and we don't want to leave. And so our teacher came in, Mr. Garavaglia, I believe was his last name.
Nice.
And he's like, we're doing class in here, guys. You can watch the end of the game. And so we watched that game. So to hear that story, some 44 years later.
Soccer.
No, it's good.
Soccer.
Right.
I mean, that moment for me was Will Clark's base hit up the middle against Mitch Williams. You Giants fans will remember. That was during the day.
Was that 86?
No, that was when they went to the World Series. That
89.
In 89. Yeah, Will Clark with the shot up the middle that puts the Giants into the World Series.
You were in high school?
No, I wasn't in high school. I was in middle
school. That is so adorable.
Yeah, I was in middle school. And
I already had a couple of kids. I was married. Boy.
That was back when they would actually play a playoff game at like noon, 1 in the afternoon. It's game 5 of the NLCS. And you damn well better believe Foster City, California, Bowders Middle School, put that thing on the damn TV. The Giants are about to go to the World Series. That's the best. And I don't know that students today get that anymore. Like our world is not going to allow that so much. Like, what? Your teacher did what in the middle of school?
Right.
But yesterday, to some level, it happened. I don't think they stopped school, but on the playgrounds and everywhere, like the kids came home. My son's 8. He didn't know what the hell's going on, but he knew. He's like, Dad, did you watch the soccer and Pulisic and 1-0 and Iran? He's 8. He had all of this dialed because at his elementary school, that's what they were doing yesterday.
Yeah, the real test is, and for your son and for all the rest of us out here on the West Coast, which is the best coast, Saturday morning, 7 a.m. Netherlands. Are you getting up?
Oh, hell yes.
I mean, you and I are up anyway.
I'm up at 5:45
Shout out old guys. Oh, boy. Shout out Mila, my baby daughter. You know I'm up. But for the rest of you, are you going to get up for that?
I don't think that's too difficult.
Game?
We've been getting up. A lot of people I know have been getting up at 6:30 for these dumb London games.
True.
And it's just like, I got a fantasy player or whatever. I got Chris Godwin, so I'm going to watch Tom Brady in Germany or something like that. We can do 7 a.m. for Netherlands. And by the way, if you run a bar, 2 things. First of all, call us at 95.7 The Game because we would love to show up at your place for events and be involved with you. But secondly, man, get your screwdrivers and your Bloody Marys ready to go.
Irish coffee.
This is going to be a massive event on a Saturday morning where people can roll out, get themselves some waffles and a bloody, and let's go USA.
Yeah.
And it would just be huge.
Today's, I think, the last, maybe not the last, but it's a huge one coming up here at the top of the hour. Mexico. Saudi Arabia, Poland takes on Argentina. Group C, still up for grabs, and I do want to shout out the great people at Britannia Arms down in San Jose. I was there for the Mexico-Argentina game. Full house, great crowd, unbelievable hospitality from my guy Jasbir at Britannia Arms, and the surrounding area turned into basically a Mexico supporters area. And I know it's going to be the same Saturday morning for the U.S. game. So I just want to take a moment to shout out Britannia Arms, the great hosting there, and the full crowd. And I guarantee you today, it's going to be packed as well here. Top of the hour as Group C will be resolved here in just moments.
Well, problem for Mexico in this match. Word just coming down that the Saudi government has offered the Mexican players individually $8 billion each if they will throw this match.
And that's crazy.
I mean, what are they doing out there?
Well, you mention in the green room that they gave every one of their players a Rolls.
Right. The car, which I forget what it was worth, but we're not talking like, oh, that's a nice car. It's worth $50,000. No, like one of these like $1 million cars. Each player on the Saudi national team received one just for beating Argentina.
Right.
Argentina, who now has figured things out and they're going to move on.
Maybe.
Well, maybe. Probably, right?
Well, if they lose to Poland,
what's the scenario?
They have to.
They got to beat Poland.
Yes.
They'll beat Poland.
If they draw Poland, they would need Mexico to beat Saudi Arabia by fewer than 3 goals.
Okay.
So Argentina's in a
They're
pretty good
in.
spot. Mexico is the team that's really up against it. Mexico needs to beat Saudi Arabia and get help.
But again, you will individually each lose $8 billion if you beat Saudi Arabia. No, when you go from the cars that they gave to the to each player, the Live Golf tour, and all the money being thrown around there. You saw Ronaldo's new offer. He leaves Man U. There's a Saudi team that offered him like the biggest $208 million. Is that overall or per year? Like for 1 year, right? The second year is less, though. I saw the average was it beat Leo Messi's average by $40 million. It's the biggest contract in the history of global sports. I think it was in the neighborhood of $115 million a year, and all coming from Saudi Arabia. Athletes all over the place are going to be challenged by the money they're offered, because I know we talked through with the whole Live Golf thing, and there's the moral side of where this money's coming from, but at a certain point, most athletes are going to stop asking questions when the money gets that big. I mean, and for most of them, quite frankly, I don't really blame them. We don't know. You don't sit down when you get a contract offer and go, okay, exactly where, let's track this money. Where did it come from? And is everybody on the up and up? I mean, the answer is probably no. I know this is bigger than that, but it's going to be hard for people to turn stuff like that down.
And for people who don't know where Cristiano Ronaldo is in his career, he's kind of in the LeBron space right now. He's one of the greatest to ever do it, but he's at the very, very, very tail end of his career. So for Ronaldo to take that money makes sense. He's 38 years old.
Did he try to steal that goal yesterday too? Did you see that goal?
Right, he did.
He tried to deflect it with his head. He whiffed. The ball goes in, and he's like, I scored. I'm like, no, you didn't score.
No.
That missed your head.
That was Bruno Fernandes who scored. Just one more, Mark, before we move off of World Cup. Do you know that one of the tiebreakers used in the World Cup group play is a thing called fair play points?
I do not know this.
So if two teams tie with the same record and the same goal differential, it goes down to fair play points.
Which means what?
Well, fair play points are determined based on how many yellow cards you have. If you get a yellow card, it's -1. A red card is -3. A direct red is -4. A yellow and a direct red is -5. So based on your players' comportment,
behavior,
how do they behave, determines whether or not you can advance. How do you feel about that?
That sounds very corrupt.
Soccer.
That sounds very, very corrupt. Has that ever happened?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever moved on because of fair play?
It happened in the last World Cup, I believe. 2018, I believe Senegal did not advance based on fair play points.
Huh. Yeah, no.
So anyway,
I've never heard of that before.
I thought that would be something that you would that would raise your eyebrow, and it may come into play in this Mexico group that starts at 11 o'clock.
All right, couple things from that we still want to get to from the Warrior game last night as they fall in Dallas. 888-957-9570. You and I were talking about this both last night and before the show today, and you threw out in a bunch of stuff that you were saying, there was one sentence in there that grabbed my attention. Jordan Poole got paid too soon.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's something you and I talked about before Jordan Poole even got his contract. You didn't have to pay Jordan Poole right now. And Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy, in the morning changeover, made a good point in terms of, you want to do right by a player. You want to send a message to a player. You want to make that player feel like he's a part of the future. But you gave the guy the bag, and you gave him the bag earlier than you had to. And now you're in a situation where he's maybe not playing with that same hunger that he played with last year.
Yeah, this one's tough for me because one thing I'd like to know that we'll never know, when did these conversations start? I know a lot of people out there tie the contract to what happened in training camp with Draymond Green. The timing was interesting. It was like you had the punch, you had a week of discussion about it, You had a lot of Warriors coming to microphones to defend Jordan Poole, his play, his behavior, all of that. Draymond Green was in a spot he had never been in this organization. You also had Filmgate, everybody trying to figure out where this video came from.
Still don't know.
Right, so they may, but we're never going to know. So this whole thing goes through a very wild TMZ-esque type of an experience. And 2 weeks later, poof, Jordan Poole gets the bag. And then hours later, Andrew Wiggins does too. And so you're dealing with a team that, A, was trying to send the message of, this is our future. We love the way these two players played last year, and we are willing to invest in them. It also felt like a message to the older guys, namely Draymond and Clay. Like, if you want a massive extension, you're probably not going to get it. These two guys did, and there's only so much money to go around. But a lot of people tied it directly to the punch, which to me feels probably unfair, probably unlikely timing-wise.
Too much of a straight line, I agree.
have to feel like those conversations started prior to the punch even happening.
Right. And the other question is, and I know we're not having that discussion right now, and it's another thing that we will never know, did the fact that those discussions predated the punch, did that lead to the punch? Draymond wanted a max.
There's a good point. That's a good question.
Draymond wanted a max. And basically Dikembe Mutombo, no. He got Mutombo'd on his max. And then now, all of a sudden, they're talking to Jordan Poole about him getting a bag. Did that whole thing, and the team has said it didn't, but I wonder if we will never know.
What does didn't mean? Remember when Ramona Shelburne joined us Momo 2 weeks ago?
My girl.
That's right. Momo says,
we're getting closer.
It wasn't about money, and it also wasn't not about money.
We broke that down when you were gone.
You did?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Whitey was like, I don't know what that means. And I said, well, Whitey.
I do.
I totally do.
Yeah, I get it.
I said, that's a 5. I said, you know what Momo said, Ramona Shelburne, friend of the program, well, friend of yours, and one of these days she'll mention me.
Yeah.
But Momo said it's not about money, and it's not about money, and I thought that was really telling because
yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't about the money, but you can't look at the situation and say that it wasn't not about it, because Draymond Green got Mutombo'd, and now here comes Jordan Poole, who's done nothing compared to what Draymond's done, and now you're going to get Draymond's bag plus another second bag?
Look, yeah, listen, age is a thing, and it happens in every business. We all get it. Nobody wants to be told, hey, we're looking to the future now, and people who have a lot more years left. Nobody wants to be told that, but everybody is, except for Tom Brady, at some point in their career. But I think what she said was very easy to sort of unpack. It wasn't directly about that, but it was indirectly about that.
Yeah.
In other words,
Whitey didn't get it.
A tone had been set over this organization about money. It's about who is going. Joe Lacob comes out last year and goes, he essentially says, we can't pay everybody. We're not going to do $500 million
You made
payroll.
that point, too. Like, all 8 of the top 8, they're not all going to stay.
Okay, so that means we've got a limited number of these big 9-figure bags that we can hand out. Steph, you go stand over there. You're not in this conversation.
And he's already...
You're done.
I mean, he's good for 3 more.
Sign for a few more, plus your Steph. You go stand in the corner.
Yeah.
And then there becomes an unspoken, indirect competition between young guys hoping to make a mark in the league. James
Jordan
Wiseman.
Poole,
Well, Poole had already sort of established, I'm good in this league. Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody are over on one corner, and they're going... So, look, it's 4 corners. One corner is Steph.
Dean Smith.
Corner 2, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody going, we think we could play in this league. All right?
Nice.
Then,
that's a 4 for your Kuminga voice.
Then Poole is in a corner by himself. Actually, let's put Wiggins there, too. Wiggins and Poole are over here going, hey, we did some things last year you didn't think we could do, and we're in our mid-20s. Huh? What do you think? What do you think? And then in corner number 4, Draymond Green and Klay Thompson.
Man.
We are battered. We've been through the wars. We are in our 30s, and we want one more paycheck too. And the Warriors are going, all right, we're going to pick Steph in corner number 1, and where are we going next? And so all those other guys, in a way, are competing to be that guy.
So Steph in his corner, he gets a gigantic Barca lounger and an 80-inch TV.
Bucket of popcorn and a remote control.
You're good. And then the other corner, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, they go over to that corner and say, you three get beanbag chairs. We have your options.
Just sit and wait.
Yeah, you guys, you're going to have to sit and wait.
Play hard.
Play hard.
But sit and wait.
But we have your options, and we're going to pick up your option. We're going to pick up your option. You guys are good. You're making good money. Have a beanbag chair, and you guys can play some video games. Then you go to the Wiggins and Poole corner, and you say, guys, I mean, wow, we're going to have to give you guys more than just futons. And then you go to the Stephen, you go to the Clay and the Draymond corner. That's where you have to have the real hard decisions.
So that
they got wooden stools,
right?
No cushion, not a cushion.
Those itchy butt,
the
hardwood.
Dude.
Yeah.
The worst.
So that
hemorrhoids.
That I think is hanging over the team.
I think you're right.
And that's what she meant by that.
Momo.
Man, when we say, what are you doing? Get your 95.7 The Game gear at 957thegameshop.com. We'd love to see you all wearing your What Are You Doing t-shirts. Or you can get your morning roast. Or the Error hoodie, I think, is great that says the hell with the kids rather than to hell with the kids. But whatever.
I want the rat on the table one.
Get a rat on the table. You can do all of those things. 957thegameshop.com. But let's hit it up.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
That's what I want.
888-957-9570. Was Jordan Poole paid too soon? Plus, the future of the NFC West may look even brighter than you realize. All of that is coming up next, but let's get to your Poole calls. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's beggin'!
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Dante. See how excited he got about that? Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Take it away, guys.
He loves our show.
Thanks. DiVincenzo. It's a solid name.
We're the DiVincenzo show.
That's a 4. It's a solid 4.
Good job.
I keep waiting for
job.
Spadoni to crossfade into the Godfather music every time Dante gets mentioned.
DiVincenzo.
Guys, I'm coming off the bench, but I make a big impact. Hey, Steve. Hey, Kerr. Make sure you keep me in the rotation. I would hate to have a horse in your bed. Make sure that you remember all the 5 families. The DiVincenzos. And the rest of them. The Kamingas. Jonathan must be respected.
Oh.
Trying to do you a favor.
I don't know why that hit me so hard when you said, hey, Kerr.
Hey, Kerr.
Just any player being like, hey, Kerr.
Bench me at your own risk, Steve. You might sleep with the fishes.
Oh, gosh.
I'm DiVincenzo.
Yeah, that's perfect.
God, that music actually does remind me of Christmas time because I always watch The Godfather.
Always, right? It's always on.
No, you're not a Love Actually guy, huh? You're like, yeah, Merry Christmas. Let's kill everybody.
The Italian in me, Mark.
Look at you.
So
Look at you.
I encourage everyone, if you've seen The Godfather, Godfather 1 and Godfather 2, a lot of times this time of year, they will show an amalgamation.
Sensation.
Thank you. It's $1. They'll show you the 2 movies, but in chronological order. So they actually go back and forth between the 2 films. They show you the whole timeline chronologically. It's kind of a fun way to watch them.
You could just, go stream them. You could just go watch however you want.
Yes, but you can't watch them in chronology unless you cut it yourself. Because
I see what you're saying.
There are parts of Godfather 1 that happen, and then Godfather 2,
got it. I
there's
see
some flashbacks and the whole thing.
I thought you meant like you needed to wait so that you could watch one on a Tuesday, the next one on a Wednesday, and the other one on a Thursday. I'm like, you do know that you can access these movies whenever you'd like.
But much like radio, and this is why I prefer radio to streaming services, there's a certain amount of magic listening to the radio and having a song come on because you don't control it.
That's true. That's true.
It's like, oh, I love this song. It just came on. I was just thinking about that. As opposed to, hey Siri, play blah, blah, blah. There's a certain amount of magic that comes with, like, you're flipping channels on December 22nd, and you're waiting for the holiday. It's like, oh, my God. Star Wars, A New Hope.
Shawshank is on.
Exactly.
Yes,
I'm in.
Right.
TNT
I didn't know
will
I
show
was
you
going to watch
every
Shawshank.
Star Wars movie over the course of 30 hours. I know Spadoni's in, but I'll be the same. It's like, I'll watch a little bit of The New Hope. I'll throw it in there.
It's true, and I know that's our age showing. And sometimes, we're back in the days of making the mix cassette tape where you had to wait for your favorite song to come on radio, and then you run over to press record, and the start
record
of
and play at the same
record
time.
and play at the same time. Hated it when there was an arrow. You'd push it down, and you'd only get one, and you'd be like, damn it. And everybody, all your mixtapes, you would miss the beginning of every song because you're running around. You had to wait for it. People today will never, ever, ever have to experience that, and congrats to them, because let's be honest, it's magical, yet also annoying at the same time.
Completely.
Yeah.
And my two kids.
Kind of like replay, Dibs. You got to use the technology when you have it, even though it might annoy you a little bit.
It does annoy me, and this is where Tim Kawakami and I need to go a little bit further into our back and forth, because he doesn't mind replay because, you get the call right. No, you don't, Tim. No, you don't. And that's my issue with replay. But yesterday, it was a short form piece. We didn't have time to really stretch it out. Hopefully we can get Tim Kawakami in studio, and then we can really get into it.
No problem. We can work on that for sure. But you do get more of the calls right. Like, I think there's always going to be, there's the calls that aren't reviewable. You're never going to have a system that's not frustrating.
Right.
But there are black and white calls, right? That for me, what I believe is when people get frustrated with replay and say we shouldn't do this anymore, I believe if we did 1 week, it's funny, like go to youth sports. You know when the youth sports always have the 1 week where they're like, okay, it's silent week.
I love Silent Saturday.
Silent week's amazing. Yeah, the best thing is the players love it. Every kid will tell you, I love it.
Pass it to Timmy. Timmy,
Thank
Jimmy's
you.
open. Pass it to Mark.
I love it when mom and
Shut
dad aren't yelling at me and the refs
Completely.
and embarrassing me and putting pressure on me. Just shut up, get a coffee, watch a damn game, kick your feet up. They're 11 years old, and everything's going to be fine no matter what happens in this game, okay? So they love that. If we did non-replay week, you'd hate it.
Oh, I would love it.
You'd love it, but you're a wackadoodle, okay?
That's a compliment.
You'd all hate it. The first time your team fumbles and it gets returned for a touchdown, and the replay shows that the knees and the elbows and the shoulders, knees, and toes were all down, and that ref called it a fumble, and the other team's doing those snapshot pictures in the end zone. Look at us. We got a fumble rumble. And that replay shows you that everything was, you would hate it. It would drive you nuts.
Well, you would have to allow the officials to go back to, wait for it, officiating the game. Because what we have now in the National Football League, we have an officiating staff that has been trained to not call what they see. Because if you blow a whistle and, there's a fumble, and now, it turns out the ball was out. Well, now we've killed the play. So we've trained our officials to not call what you see anymore. So it would have to be more than just a week, but I get your greater point.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Hey, Kyle, everybody, the silver stuff yesterday, do we have it? I mean, we can reference it, but...
We had it during the show yesterday.
Oh, you
I
did?
cut that so fast.
Okay, will you...
So good at cutting sound.
Dude, you are on it. I've always said that about you. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me know when you got that thing at a push button, because Mike Silver, you brought this up, the Los Angeles Rams. He said it on Twitter a bunch yesterday. He said it on our show. He's like, they are done. It's a capital D, it's a capital U, and a capital N. That kind of done.
Oh.
That's how I spell it when they're really, really done. Like,
yeah.
That team is cooked. This is not, hey, it's a tough year. He insinuated that Sean McVay will not be back. He insinuated that Aaron Donald may retire. He insinuated that you won't see Matt Stafford for the rest of the year. We already know that Cooper Kupp is probably not going to play the rest of the year either. Spadone, give us a little Mike Silver, if you would.
Let's see. They don't really have any draft picks. The cap is stretched. They're star-heavy, and some of those stars might hang it up, and the head coach is probably going to walk away after this year. I think it's a long rebuild.
Okay.
That's a solid score. I'm looking at their draft picks next year.
Yeah, what do they got?
First round pick, the Lions own it.
Number 3 overall right now.
Second round pick, don't have one. Third round pick, don't have one. Fourth round pick, the Patriots own it. Fifth round pick, I believe the Browns own it.
Are you kidding me?
I mean,
they don't have any picks at all in the first 5 rounds?
Unless I'm reading
I understand that the 49ers have given up a lot of capital as well, But did you just say that accurately? They have no picks in the first 5 rounds?
The Patriots traded Sony Michel to the Rams for a 2022 6th and a 2023 4th. So the way I read it, they don't have their 4th either. And the Browns traded Troy Hill to the Rams for their 2023 5th. So unless I'm reading this wrong, I don't think they've got anything. They got Bupkis.
Okay, right now I'm
I'm
looking at October 2022. How many picks do the Rams have over the next 2 years? You tell me if something has happened since then. 2023 NFL draft, what this says, and this was as of October, so it's been a month and a half. Have they made any trades since then? It says they don't have their first. That's part of the Stafford deal.
They do have their second and third.
And third. They've got their second and third. They've lost their 4th and their 5th. They've got 3 6ths and a 7th. I hate that word, 6th. 6th.
Try having a lisp.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lot of words I can't
say.
They
got a 2 and a 3, 3 in the 6th, and a 7th round draft pick. Okay, so they got a few picks, whatever. The 49ers are short on picks too. However, the 49ers have a bunch of people who are ready to play football, and the Rams do not appear to have that at all. So let's project a few things because we are solely focused right now on this 49ers season. I get it. They're 7-4. They look like they're in a really good spot. Hashtag Jimmy's knee. So let's make sure that's healthy. Things are going in a good direction. The 49ers over the next few years only have one question. It's a monster, but they have one question, and that is, what are you doing at quarterback? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
They know what they're doing. It's Trey Lance.
Provided that they figure it out, whatever they do. Provided that they get production out of their quarterbacking position. What does the NFC West look like for the next handful of years? Mike Silver just said it. The Rams are cooked, and this is good. He called it a, quote, long rebuild, and he was saying it sarcastically as if it's a really, really long rebuild. The Seattle Seahawks have been a nice surprise this year. However, it does look like the slipper is starting to not fit. They're 6-5. They've lost 2 in a row. It's not like even when they were playing well, you suddenly thought, long-term answer. Seattle's really good now.
If the slipper does not fit, then the playoffs, you must sit.
Okay, good. I didn't know how you did it. That was a nice job.
I always try to avoid the obvious.
Okay.
Yes,
And then I would contend that the Arizona Cardinals, the only team of the 4 that right now has a very clear-cut, near-term future at the quarterback position, it's not what you want.
Nope.
That's not what you want at your quarterback position, which is a guy who has been underwhelming, has had an embarrassing contractual situation, and now appears to be at odds with a head coach who's probably not long for the job either. That whole thing looks like it's either headed for a blow-up or headed for some sort of reboot, and I've never thought at any point, Kyler Murray, very wonderful athletic talent.
Right.
At no point so far in his NFL career has he looked like a guy who's going to be a Super Bowl quarterback.
They do have an out, though, potential out in that contract.
When is it?
2028.
Oh, my God.
His contract is only $2 million next year with a signing of 5.8 and a cap hit of $16 million. But as of next year, the dead cap, he's dead. $97.5 million. That's bigger than Pablo.
Yeah.
Then his contract goes to 37, 18, then 22.8, then 19.5. Then you can get out in 2028. Good job, Steve Keim. Attaboy. How many head coaches will Kyler Murray have between now and 2028? I'll put the over-under at 2.5.
Over.
Because he's got the one now, and he'll be gone. And then he'll get the one after the one.
Are we all thinking Kingsbury's gone at the end of the year? Well, you didn't think he was going to make it to the end of the season.
I still don't.
You don't?
No. I said the over-under of games Kingsbury coaches against the Niners, I put it at 1.5.
I don't know.
And he's coached one against them.
I don't know why you would, what does Arizona gain by doing that in the season? There's always the...
Heading into week 18, I mean... I don't know. You stay ahead of the curve. Why wait till Black Monday?
I don't know, because...
Oh, he stinks.
Why not? You know what I mean? I don't know necessarily what the division's going to look like at that point, but Cardinals are not headed for a playoff spot. They actually could have had a last gasp effort to stay in the conversation at least, and then they gave up a 2-point conversion. That was the funniest play of the entire weekend, by the way. We didn't get a chance to talk about this. Like, the Chargers go down and score. It's 24-23. There's just a few ticks left to go. The Chargers, as Brandon Staley wakes up looking for situations like this. He's like, you mean I get to risk everything?
He's got
for
cojones.
one play?
Cojones.
This is what I love. So, of course, he's going for 2. Justin Herbert drops back, and you've got your nickel slot corner given 4 yards of space to a wide receiver at the goal line.
From the 2.5 yard
Herbert's
line.
like, well, okay, here. You take the ball.
You take it.
They didn't even touch him.
Nope.
It was the easiest 2-point conversion ever. And the Cardinals are dust. They're dust. The Rams are dust. Seattle is not dust, but they don't have a long-term plan. 49ers have a long-term plan. They don't know if they want to keep it. And then there's the Rams, who feel like they haven't even gotten to ground zero yet to start over. So the 49ers have a massive if, but if they do figure that out, they stand to run this shop for a little while.
But even, Mark, if they don't, if that if is a not, let's say that they, okay, we're going to, sorry, Jimmy, thank you for everything. You were great. We can't afford you.
It's
We're
Trey
moving on.
next year. Yeah.
It's Trey Lance, and it's going to be a fill-in-the-blank veteran backup. We know that. Let's say Trey Lance isn't that good. Trey Lance stays healthy, and Trey Lance struggles. You're still the favorite in this division. The Rams are a dumpster fire. Arizona is going to probably be going through a coaching change, and Seattle, as a flash in the pan, is not built to really challenge you. So the Niners next year, Mark, they could be a 9-8 team, and they could coast in the division.
Well, right. I mean, a billion things can happen between now.
But I'm just thinking in terms of like your long-term viability of the Niners. Let's say Trey Lance has a growth year. Well, the West next year is not going to be as good as the West is this year. And the West this year stinks.
Well, we thought the West was going to be really good. That's why I always back up. Like, I don't even like to do this in season. I don't even like to look to the...
Let's play the schedule game next year.
I mean, the 49er Raider game on New Year's Day. I'm fixing to be there with the lovely Christy, by the way, okay?
Is that happening?
Yeah, that's happening. We got everything except for the tickets. But anyway, we'll figure that out.
I know a guy who knows a guy. Yeah,
do you?
Absolutely.
Oh, we'll talk off the air.
I'll put you in contact with my people.
Would love it. So anyway,
Speed brick.
But we're gonna be there. We're gonna be there. Oh, I already texted him. If that's who your guy was, I already texted him.
I mean, he and I are a little closer than
that's probably true.
I mean,
the passion and the energy goes to you.
We did shows together back when I was just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
Hey, I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Post firing, post rehiring, I was doing some middays during the speed brick era.
Oh yes, you were. So
I'll say
I don't want to make any. That game is a month away, almost to the day. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know exactly, like, oh, the 49ers they're going to take over the building because the Raiders are going to be out of it. The 49ers will have already clinched the division, or maybe they will be that day or whatever. Like, who knows what the hell is going to go on? So we're not doing that for next year either, especially when the 49ers can't even tell us who your quarterback is next year, what the health of that person is. But the bigger issue is look at the other 3 teams and what they need to build right now. You seemingly have one team headed for a lengthy rebuild. That's the Rams. You have another team that's probably headed for coaching hell. So that's at least a reboot, if not a rebuild. And then a third team that sort of feels like they're just on this fun little trip. Like they're on a backpacking trip to Europe. And they're like, this is great. And we're having more fun than we thought. We got here. We found a bunch of money. And so we're going to hang out for a while. But the trip's going to end. And you don't know. It's like that person you run into on what are you doing when you get back? I don't know. I don't have a job. I don't know where I'm going to live.
Totally.
It's a blank canvas.
I spent all my money just to get that Eurail pass.
Like, that's the Seattle Seahawks.
I came back from Europe with $10, by the way, in 1993.
That's 10 more than some do. So
yeah.
Good for you. You made it.
Well, I had to pull the plug on the trip about 4 days early because your boy was running out of money. And by the way, for you kids out there taking that trip, go east. I went to Poland and licked wounds. I survived about 5 extra days.
Oh, Lichten wounds. Yeah, I've been there.
Lichten is right next to Liechtenstein. Poland, very affordable at the time in the 90s.
I bet.
Yeah. Spent about 4 days in Krakow. Very nice city.
Be careful now.
Wonderful city.
Aren't they a hockey team now? The Krakow?
Yes, the Seattle Krakow.
Okay.
By the way, I looked at the Niners schedule for next year, the opponents. I got them at 10-7.
You don't know who the opponents are yet.
Yeah, I know the opponents.
No,
I don't know the order.
How do you know the opponents?
Well, there's a couple opponents we don't know.
We got to find out if they're going to be on the first place schedule or the second place schedule.
They're going to be on the
whatever.
first place schedule, which means they're going to take on the NFC South TBD, which is Tampa Bay. That'll be at home again. And by the way, they have the AFC North. So they take on
AFC
Cleveland, Pittsburgh, the Natty, and Baltimore comes to Levi's.
Ooh. Okay.
Baltimore and Cincinnati come here.
Will Lamar Jackson be the quarterback?
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine he won't be.
He's not signed right now. They haven't signed him yet. The guy's headed for free agency.
Maybe he'll be the quarterback here, Mark.
No. They can't franchise him, though. 49ers can't franchise Jimmy.
Oh.
Baltimore can franchise Lamar. So let's see. Baltimore comes here, and which is the other one that comes here? Burrow?
Cincinnati.
Burrow.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson on the road, and Kenny Pickett.
Yep.
Which I've decided is the worst name in the history of quarterback.
He should be a country music artist.
I mean, honestly, that's a great call. Like
Keith Urban and Kenny Pickett live at the fairgrounds.
Kenny Pickett opens for Keith Urban.
Totally.
If there's anything you wanted to not name your quarterback, wouldn't it be Pickett? That's terrible.
Jimmy Fumble.
I mean, seriously, an awful name. Although he looks like he's starting to ball a little bit. He had some nice throws in that Monday nighter against the Colts.
Looked great.
Yeah, I missed some of the game. Our power got blown out. Like we had an explosion in the neighborhood. Everybody was like, poof, and then go.
My power went out too.
I want to shout out PG&E, something people don't usually do. Man, they were Johnny on the spot. Showed up about within an hour and a half. Showed up, bangs, the trucks were right there on the street, fixed that thing. Everybody go to dinner, come back, lights are back on.
It's so crazy because we live about 30 miles apart as the crow flies, and my power went out, and that prompted a really hard closed-door meeting to look at our emergency supplies.
Ooh.
Which, by the way, are terrible.
A closed-door meeting? Now, why would you have a closed-door meeting when the only three people in the house are you, your wife, and your baby who can't
Because the baby was
speak
asleep
English?
in one room, and she speaks English.
No, she doesn't.
Gaga, goo, goo. So the wife and I had to go in the other room, and it's like, babe, what are we doing here? I mean,
what are you doing?
All we can do right now is light the menorah, so I'm going to be carrying the menorah from room to room. We got no flashlights.
Like Hanukkah's on Thanksgiving this year. I didn't know. That's awesome.
Hanukkah comes when the power goes out. Where's that damn menorah?
That's so good.
Thank you.
All right, 888-957-9570. I also got this little primer for an hour from now when Steiny and Goo walk in here. Okay. I thought they had a fascinating conversation yesterday. I'm cruising out of the city, and Steiny is again, he's trying to, you know how he does. He's just like, he's a setup master. He's like, so what do you think of this? What do you think of that? Oh, you do? Well, then, bam, here's what you actually think. And so he kind of pins Goo by saying, if the 49ers make the NFC Championship game, is that good enough? Or what would you say about Kyle Shanahan if they only make the NFC Championship game? And so Goo starts talking about lemon booty and all the things that come with that conversation. And Goo has been a little back and forth on Kyle Shanahan this year. So he goes, all right, if you're down on Kyle, if they only make the NFC title game and lose, and some of you would like to let him go, understand you just fired Andy Reid. And he did a comparison.
Skinnier than Andy Reid.
A little bit.
No mustache.
How many Kyles make an Andy?
I would say 3.5.
Wow. Do you? See, I was going to say 2.5. Damn, 3.5?
Well, Kyle's about...
what do you think he weighs?
Kyle?
Yeah.
$160.
Maybe. At
Andy's
least.
about 5'10". I'm just kidding, Andy.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, 3.5. I'll take the under on 3.5.
Yeah.
But anyway, point being...
a solid 2 Kyles.
He's sitting there talking about a comparison piece of Andy's coaching record, Kyle's coaching record, which got me to thinking about Andy's quarterback that he couldn't get over the top, Donovan McNabb, and Kyle's quarterback that he hasn't been able to get over the top, Jimmy Garoppolo. You might be surprised by what happens when you do a comparison piece with those two players. We'll get to that and much more coming up next. You also need to hear what Steve Kerr said about Jonathan Kuminga in last night's game. Also, about 35 minutes away, Doc Pandia gets in here. He'll let you know about Christian Pulisic and much, much more. That's what's up next on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
It's a Red and Gold Wednesday on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, God, is it time for a break yet?
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, joins the show at 4:15.
Boy, that's a great question.
Followed by 49ers linebacker Azeez Al-Shire at 4:45.
Hit. That'll jar the ball loose. Azeez Al-Shire.
On 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Qatar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has one goal.
Talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. And now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. It's so easy. You can control the cook right from your phone. Plus, with the time you save, you can focus on getting your home ready for festive fun. Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. Still looking for the perfect gift? Don't forget Traeger sauces and rubs make great stocking stuffers. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, Please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, why would you feel like that, Guru? It is that.
Right.
It's a short show. It's about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It'll be holy hell.
Might only be about 12 today. Your boy's got boy's got a lot going on.
Yeah, full slate.
Oh, my God.
We got a lot going on.
It's funny because I got she turned 3 months yesterday. And
you got a lot going on.
Yeah, but
you also got a lot going on.
I got so much going on that I'd like to stay late. Yeah.
If you want to do an extended changeover with Steiny and Goo,
all right,
you do it. That's up to them. I have 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
I mean, my gosh.
My girl is 93 days old today. When she turns 100, I will give you my 100-day review, much like we do with presidents, the first 100 days.
Okay.
I will give you the first 100-day review of her presidency.
Now, which side of the aisle do you want me to be on? Do you want me to applaud everything you say, or do you want me to just sit there and do nothing?
I want you to jeer like they do over in England. Totally. Totally.
All right. Willard and Dibs, hi. How's everybody doing? 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line. You got to hear what Steve Kerr said about Jonathan Kuminga. You got to hear what Jeff Passan said about Aaron Judge and the Yankees. We'll get to all that in just moments. And Doc Pandia less than a half hour away. Real quick on this, though. It wasn't the deepest of dives, but it was enough of a dive because I do think whenever your team has a player for a long period of time, your own fan base has a weird opinion about that person because they've taken them through an emotional ride. Like, in other words, I think the rest of the world might look at Jimmy Garoppolo and think one thing, and a 49er fan is going to think something else. Because the rest of the world hasn't been on the emotional ride.
Right.
They don't know all the little things that have happened. So same thing with Andy Reid's long time, didn't win a Super Bowl quarterback. His name was Donovan McNabb. If I just throw that out to you, your perception, better quarterback, Donovan McNabb or Jimmy Garoppolo?
McNabb, and it's not close.
How so?
He is more athletic.
Okay.
He did more. He was more successful.
Was he? What was the farthest he went?
This is my perception.
What's the farthest he went?
Before you come back with your point counterpoint, you asked me for my perception.
Yes.
I'm giving you what you asked for, Mark. I got one co-host and a bunch of problems. You asked me for my perception.
Right.
Makes more plays, more athletic, throws for more yards, rushes for more yards, wins more games.
It's an interesting perception. I'm glad you didn't call those things facts because a lot of them aren't.
Well, I didn't have a chance to Google it, even though you mentioned this about 7 hours ago, and I could have done the research, but you wanted my perception. That's my perception.
Who do you think
Mark?
has had the most yards passing in a year? Garoppolo or McNabb?
McNabb.
The answer is Garoppolo. But by the way, but their best yardage passing year, it's Garoppolo by like 25 yards.
Well, he's played 17 games.
No, this was not that.
Okay.
Yeah, this was not. So
I'm reaching right now.
So both of them, their best passing year, about 3,900 plus yards. Their touchdown to interception ratio, almost exactly the same. what's the best thing they've done as far as a season in the end. They've both gone to the Super Bowl and lost a close game.
Yeah.
Both have been tabbed as the NFC Championship guy, like they always would go to the NFC Championship. Here's where McNabb has the obvious edge. You pointed it out, more athletic, and he would make more plays with his feet. However, I could counteract that with Jimmy Garoppolo's completion percentage, which blows McNabb's out of the water. McNabb used to struggle to be at 60%. 59, 60% for his career, and that was most of his years.
Era.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still not really.
It was, but not.
It's not like he played 40 years ago.
But I'm looking at his numbers, and I could say different era, and that might say, okay, 2 to 3 percentage points.
Right.
Maybe you could allow it, but for his career, 59%.
59%. And
that's
Jimmy,
wildly inaccurate in any era.
Jimmy lives in the area of 67%. And
I thought you'd go 69.
No, I'm not going to do that. Okay. He might live in that area. I don't know them that well. You don't know Jimmy Garoppolo. You have that completion percentage, which at times within games, within short seasons, even goes north of 67%. So I would contend they are actually, in terms of your results, your output, your numbers, your production, these are very, very similar players. And couldn't I make the argument, Andy Reid has always been a great coach. He's simply got as far as Donovan McNabb could take him. And then Andy Reid finally became a Hall of Famer when, not because he changed his coaching stripes, because he got Patrick Mahomes. I wonder, I really do, I wonder if Jimmy Garoppolo is Kyle Shanahan's Donovan McNabb. He's having the exact same career as Steiny tried to make this point yesterday, a very similar to career to Andy Reid. When his quarterback is healthy, we go to the NFC title game. Sometimes we slip and fall into the Super Bowl and lose, okay? But haven't been able to get over the top yet. Production, output, all of these things are very, very similar. And if you're the Eagles, if you could go back and do it all over again, do you want to move on from someone like Andy Reid? I know they ended up winning a Super Bowl years later. That's a little bit parenthetical. I just, would you want to move on from an Andy Reid? I think in general your answer is like, no. Andy Reid's really good coach. Why would we do that? I think the same conversation can be had and potentially will be had at the end of this year with regard to Kyle Shanahan.
And I agree with you on that part of it because, you look at what this 49er team has done in terms of coaches from Harbaugh, and it hasn't been great. And even going all the way back to George Seifert, Mariucci had a little bit of success, and then he was gone. And then you had a litany of Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary and Chip Kelly, who, by the way, is one thing that these two teams do have in common. Chip Kelly was the coach who eventually replaced Andy Reid,
Eagles, Niners,
in Philadelphia.
Right.
So they do have that in common. Andy Reid 10-9 in the playoffs with Philadelphia from 99 to 2012, and then Chip Kelly 3 years, 1 playoff loss. Doug Peterson had the one great run in the Super Bowl, and now they have another good team under Sirianni. So would they have liked to stay with Andy Reid, looking at what Andy Reid has gone on to do? I think they probably would have.
I mean, it's more just realize what you have, I think is my point on this. Realize what you have. You have a really good coach. And
back to 500 finally.
Yeah, well, you have a really good coach. And we can all play the game of, but at the 5-yard line on November 28th, I did not like. Fine. But you have a really good coach. You have a coach and a quarterback right now that when everybody is healthy, they go to the playoffs and they go on playoff runs, and they just haven't been able to get over the top. And we can all have our reason that we walk away with if they don't get over the top again this year. We can all have our reason as to what exactly that is and whether or not you want to move on from it. But I very much believe, especially at the coaching position, I'm not as sure at the quarterback position that'll work itself out. But at the coaching position, this is a game I want to keep playing. I want to keep playing because this feels to me like the kind of guy who he is going to get over the top at some point in his career. Might be soon, might not be that soon, but this is a guy who dances in that space on an almost annual basis when his quarterback is healthy. I'm here for that. I'm here for that because that is very, very – that's dicey to me to be like you have to win the whole thing or you stink. Mahomes didn't win last year. Josh Allen didn't last year, right? Joe Burrow ended up going to the Super Bowl. Matt Stafford ended up going to the Super Bowl. One team wins.
That's it.
Give me the team that competes in that Final Four space on an annual basis, and I'll take my chances.
And that's where Kyle Shanahan is. And Kyle Shanahan's got, 3 more seasons under this current contract. And I think if he continues this sort of trajectory, he's going to get another contract after that. And if you look at the history of Niner head coaches, you had George Seifert going back for, 7 seasons? He was there 8 seasons. Steve Mariucci, he got 6 years at the helm. Then it was Dennis Erickson, Mike Nolan, Mike Singletary, Jim Tomsula, Jim Harbaugh, back to Tomsula, Chip Kelly. This is the first time, other than the Jim Harbaugh tenure, first time since Mariucci you've had a coach get this much rope to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. That's where I kind of stand on that. Can't wait to see where this one goes. Obviously, that's going to change or not change this kind of conversation with regard to how it goes to Kyle and Jimmy, and then what they do next. But they've set themselves up again. And another thing, this is within games and within seasons now, 2 years in a row, that we're watching a team, and I always look for this in sports. This is big to me. We talked about adjustments yesterday. You watched the way the Warriors have had to adjust on the fly because James Wiseman couldn't play, and some of the young guys were having a hard time. If you can pivot, if you do better in the second half than you do in the first, one of the things that really bothered me about the start of the season for the 49ers wasn't their record. It was that they kept winning the first quarter and then losing the game. That, to me, speaks to a problem. Whatever that problem was, man, did they fix it. Because they haven't given up a point in the second half in a month, and they were once 3-4, and now they're 7-4. And last year they went into the bye, not looking good. Jimmy about to get benched. Boom, off they go, end up in the NFC Championship game. So this is a team that is reacting to their problems. They're being better in the second half of games and seasons than they are in the first. That, to me, often speaks to coaching and planning and adjustments, and that's how you win.
Agreed, but the whole thing about Kyle Shanahan, I still believe, is tied to 2 different things. One, can you win the Super Bowl? And you mentioned it. It's a very fickle bar to set because very few coaches have ever won the Super Bowl. If you look at the history of coaches who have won Super Bowls, I believe the number is about 30 coaches who have ever actually done what he, of course, they're all trying to do, is win the Super Bowl. So if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, that's not the end-all, be-all. That would lead me to the second piece of how Kyle is going to be judged, and that is Trey Lance. So if you don't win the Super Bowl this year and you're not favored to win the Super Bowl, you have a chance to win the bowl, but let's say they don't. However it ends, if it ends short of the Super Bowl, they turn the keys to the kingdom over to Trey Lance. Well, now Kyle Shanahan, now you are under spotlight number 2. If you don't win the Super Bowl and you have Trey Lance come in as quarterback and Trey Lance is not the answer and you don't win a Super Bowl with Trey Lance over the next 3 years, now you're in a spot where Kyle Shanahan could be vulnerable to a coaching change.
We'll get back to Kuminga, Steve Kerr's thoughts on that in just a second. Let's get a call on this, though. Marcus is in New Orleans on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Marcus, what are you doing?
What's up, y'all? I'm out here in the parking lot about to go get a haircut.
Out of bed. Tighten it up.
Well, we got to stop the comparison. Listen, I know that Shanahan's a good coach. He's not Andy Reid, and Garoppolo is not Donovan McNabb. And this is the trouble we get into in trying to compare strictly numbers. Donovan McNabb was a dominant player. Donovan McNabb carried the Eagles for years. They never had nearly the offensive talent that Garoppolo has around him, and he didn't have the defense that the 49ers have. Like, this is crazy to be trying to make this comparison. Andy Reid is a legendary coach. He's probably going to win everywhere. We don't know what Shanahan is going to do at this point, but I understand we want to like make Shanahan look good, et cetera, and make sure that people understand how good he is. But let's not pretend like Donovan McNabb and Jimmy Garoppolo are even close to comparable quarterbacks.
So, Marcus, I'm going to buy some of your points and reject some of your points now, because the idea that McNabb was a dominant player, Donovan McNabb was a guy who had an up and down relationship with his own fan base all the time. I'm going to buy your point that Garoppolo's got more talent around him. However, I also think that's a little bit of a prisoner of the moment comment because we've talked about the 49ers receiving core for years, and we haven't really felt great about it until this year. Christian McCaffrey's been here for 5 games. Deebo Samuel became a star like week 4 of last year. Brandon Ayuk a year ago was still in the doghouse before he became what he is now. Yes, he's always had Kittle, so I'll buy that to an extent. But, and thanks, Marcus, you've also said, hey, don't compare him to Andy Reid. Andy Reid is a legendary coach. Hold on a second. It's because he won the Super Bowl 3 years ago. You didn't think that before that game. And he did it with Patrick Mahomes. So how dominant was Donovan McNabb? You can't be dominant as a quarterback and not win a Super Bowl. Andy Reid was not legendary. He was run the hell out of town in Philadelphia. And I know that fan base knows how to run somebody out of town, but still, like Andy Reid became quote-unquote legendary because he finally got over the top. That's all Kyle Shanahan has to do. Just have one game in February that goes your way, and now you're legendary too.
You got to get back to February. And you're right. I don't know if that makes you, quote, legendary. And I was just looking at the list of Super Bowl winning head coaches. And by the way, the answer is 35. 35 coaches have ever won the biggest game in the National Football League. That is the Super Bowl. And
wow.
you wouldn't call them all legendary, but it definitely puts you in an elite group in terms of, you're a guy who's done it. So Sean McVay is a great example. Sean McVay, the rumor is that he may step away this year and leave the Rams. He was going to do it last year.
Yep.
He got brought back. This year has not gone according to plan. And if I'm Sean McVay and I look at the future of that team, I'm out. And he bows out. He may never coach again. If he never coaches again, he's not a legendary coach. However, he's one of 35 to ever do what he's done.
It's fascinating. What's going on there? Why does Sean McVay want to leave? What is he, 8 years old? Is there too much stress? He wants to go broadcast? Right, sure, the money, but he's getting that now. He's getting that as a head coach now. It's fascinating. Why does Sean McVay want to move on? Because that was going on prior, as you said.
Exactly.
Considered it last year. They weren't going into a rebuild last year. They went into this year thinking that they could repeat.
Right.
Everything has gone wrong.
Well, maybe you realize that, you might not be as good as you've been so far, so you quit while you're ahead.
Yeah,
not
maybe.
that you're a fraud,
Maybe.
but you're in a situation where you go out on top, and I know he won't go out on top now based on the year that they've had, but if he walks away as a Super Bowl winning coach, he certainly can make enough money off the field.
Oh, God.
He can do whatever he wants to do. I mean, he's a McVay, for crying out loud. He's been around the league long enough, and if you're that young, you have time to step away and do something else, maybe.
Oh, he can be the Urban Meyer, Sean Payton thing. He can do that for a while where it's just like, I'm going to go broadcast. I'll go make $15 million a year to sit there and say 8 words on a Sunday and have every opening. I'll be the rumor every single time if he wants to go back, especially at his age. Maybe that's what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to cherry pick it. But it's curious to me that conversation came up after winning the Super Bowl last year. All right, we haven't gotten to this. Circling back to where we started today, which was what word would you place on last night's Warriors game? Dibs, you went with disappointing.
Yeah.
Kyle threw out encouraging. And he took about 4 texts for us to even believe him last night. We thought he was being sarcastic. But here's why. And he has spoken to this now, which is it's not about, oh, hey, yay, moral victory, we were close. It was about the questions that we've had so far this year. Think about them. There have only been a few. How is Draymond's punch affecting this team? Feels like they've turned a corner on that a little bit over the last week and a half, right?
Definitely.
All right, what are the other questions? They seem to mostly be focused on 2 players.
Klay Thompson, what's wrong with Klay?
Right? And then the combo platter player, if you will, of Wiseman-Kuminga. How can they get into the rotation? Wiseman feels like, holy hell, this couldn't have gone worse. He's down in Santa Cruz. He's not doing much there.
And they don't miss him.
Heck, the opposite of not missing him.
Right.
They got good when he left. Kawakami all but wrote his career off on this show yesterday.
With the Warriors, yeah.
But then there's Jonathan Kuminga, who yesterday, according to Steve Kerr, Listen to this.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning. His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots. I think he had a couple blocks. He stayed patient offensively. He just took the shots that were there. He knocked down a big three. JK has been fantastic. He's really coming into his own, and that's very exciting.
The defensive side of the ball is the less exciting, especially for a player like Jonathan Kuminga who can fly. So it's hard, I think, for fans to watch this. But if the Warriors are saying that they can grab Kuminga and stick him on a player like Luka, understand the duality of importance on that. It's not just what they can do with him this year as they try to win. But if Jonathan Kuminga can be a dominant defensive player, what does that mean for the future? It means you might be able to move on from Draymond Green at some point. That's, to me, if he can become that kind of defensive player, then that makes him another key future piece as you try to figure out two timelines and who's getting paid.
Yeah, and I don't know if it means that, okay, now Draymond's expendable because JK can play defense. He would have to do a whole lot more offensively to make that a reality. But I agree with Steve Kerr. That was the best game that I've ever seen Jonathan Kuminga play on both sides of the ball. Offensively, knocking down the three and, picking his spots, letting the game come to him. And defensively, he didn't shut down Luka Doncic, but he defended him very well. He stayed down, as Steve Kerr was saying. He defended without fouling, and he allowed Andrew Wiggins to play and guard other players. You have to guard Luka Doncic with a variety of different bodies. And so when JK was in there and he was able to guard Luka, that gave other players a blow. And this is something that Draymond talked about in his post game. The bench playing that well gives all of the starters a chance to not exert so much night in and night out. And all these flowers and all these positives we can give them, they lost the game, Mark.
Yeah.
They're 2-10 on the road.
Yeah. Were you worried?
I'm not worried, but I'm not ready to go pom-pom city and, I'm so encouraged.
I don't think anybody's doing that, but I do think that the word encouraging is an intricate word here. And the reason I would accept it is there's two very different emotions when you come away from a loss, and the reason behind the loss is based on certain individuals. If those individuals are pieces that have already solidified who they are and what they are, and Andrew Wiggins has, right? He's been paid. He's been
last night he was exactly the player we thought he was.
Right, but everybody's going to have that. Like, I'm not going to watch 20 basketball games. He plays well in 17 and go, oh, gosh, what is he doing in those 3 games? Everybody's got that in their repertoire. I'm blowing that one off like nothing. Clay has another really bad night.
He blew it off, so it's easier for you to blow it off.
I don't think that. I don't think it was an effort issue. Klay Thompson has a terrible shooting night, but he's been so much better over the last 2 weeks. Jordan Poole is going in and out. These are solidified NBA scorers who had bad nights. If they are the ones who have a great night and the Warriors lose, and your bench players who you've been trying to find out who can play well, and they all stink, that's a concern, because that's what the Warriors have been looking for. How many times have we talked about this team needs to figure out their second unit? They need to solidify it. They need to find some people who can play. Well, they're doing that. They're doing that. Even the DiVincenzo's of the world, okay? Even Green, JaMychal, they are starting to show who they are, starting to show what they can do. The definition is starting to come. If you get that, I'm all in on where this season is going, and I will take the bumps in the road of Clay, Wiggins, and Poole were off and they lost by 3, rather than a team that lost because they don't look like they've got an identity. The identity of the Warriors has come into form.
Right.
You don't agree?
Oh, I agree.
Okay,
but
that's
the identity
huge.
of the Warriors is not good enough. You lost to a mediocre Dallas team. You're 2-10 on the road. Last year, Mark, they were 22-19 on the road. Not great. Barely above 500. They would need to go 20-9 away from home the rest of the year to match what they did last year.
But they don't need to match.
But they need to do better on the road than 2-10.
And they will, and they have been within the last 2 weeks.
Of course they will better than 2-10, but how much better will they? And you talk about this team, who they are, is coming into sharp focus, And I think that as you see who this team is, I don't think that this team is good enough. And I'm not going to settle for, they're a 5 seed and they advanced one round, and that's good enough. If we're in a championship window, then games like last night, that is not good enough. I'm not going to be disgusted, but I'm discouraged by the fact that you lost to one guy.
No, I just, it's way too early to be thinking about seeding.
Never too early.
What I'm looking for is, do the Warriors look like a team that's going to win more often than not? And
42-40.
Yeah,
they look like a 45-37 team.
See, no, I think they look.
They don't look like a 50-win team right now.
I think they do. I think they absolutely do. And they've won 5 of their last 6 games with their players.
Well, there's a caveat.
Yeah, well, okay, 5 of their last 7.
Well, they're not going to play every game with all their players, so
fine.
You can't just say 5 of 6.
Fine, 5 of 7.
And you've already
which is
declared,
fine.
You've guaranteed 3-game win streak.
3-game win streak starts right now. Doc Pandia will love that. He joins us next. Plus, you must hear what Jeff Passan is reporting about Aaron Judge.
Ooh.
It's right around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
I like where the Warriors are at now. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. Like, to me, like, form matters. And seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, as a young guy, you got to set screens.
Yep.
You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. He checked all those boxes.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
November is Native American Heritage Month. The Cultural Conservancy, a Bay Area Native-led organization, invites you to learn about our Native Foodways program. We provide culturally rooted, hands-on learning opportunities in Native farming to support food sovereignty and healthier lifeways. We grow, source, distribute, and donate Native heirloom foods and seeds to Indigenous communities. Learn how to get involved at nativeland.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic.
For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you, because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 711.com for terms.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard Dibs. And you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
No, you're not. You're in the other room right now. Getting your own self ready. Steiny Guru will be in here shortly. We will be listening to them as well, except for all of you. Dibs, you too. You're about to listen to the great stylings of one Dr. Nirav Pandya, because it is time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc.
Good. How are you guys doing?
We are fantastic. We've both got nothing going on in the pelvic area. And so we're very, very excited about that. We cannot say that for Christian Pulisic. What did you see, and what do you say after that goal yesterday?
Well, first of all, I was extremely excited. One of the top U.S. goals in international play in a long time. But you see that injury, and obviously everyone's concerned about an injury to one of his more sensitive areas down there. And the concern you obviously have when someone gets hit down there is there any other abdominal injury? Did he hurt a kidney? Did he hurt a liver? Did he hurt a spleen? Because that, those obviously organs are in that area. But now it just sounds basically like it's a bruise. He potentially bruised the bone, bruised some organs down there. It's really about pain control. Like, there's really no timeline for healing. So if he can be effective and they can control the pain, I anticipate he's going to be out there. There's really no limitations in terms of him playing on Saturday if the pain control's there.
From a musculature standpoint, is there anything that could be damaged in there? Is it a pulled groin? Is it something of that nature other than perhaps a broken pelvis? Is there anything tendon-wise or ligament or muscle-wise that could really be limiting?
Yeah, you do worry your groin muscles, your adductor muscles do attach up in the pelvic region. So if you do have a blow there, theoretically, if there's contusion where that tendon attaches to the pelvis, it could last a little bit longer. Typically with soccer players, we obviously see that happen with non-contact injuries. So the good news is that it's very painful. It typically doesn't impact function as much as when the muscle or tendon actually tears. But you do worry a little bit about a groin injury. So could it potentially impact him in terms of when he's kind of doing crossing passes or trying to kick? Potentially, but Just seeing the way he was walking around the hotel in those videos, he seems like he's going to be all right.
Yeah, and of course, he sent out on social media, see you Saturday. He'll be ready to go. So that's all good news. We had a few weeks where we didn't have a whole lot to talk about after 49er games. Unfortunately, this week's not one of them. So let's talk about Elijah Mitchell. Not just that he's got the sprained MCL. We've had that conversation already this year. But the fact that there were two of them right back to back, what does this say with regard to the overall health of his knee?
I think it's going to be okay. I mean, I think you get worried about, was it a non-contact injury where something's just basically like he's running out in the open field and his knee gives out. I think it was just bad luck. He had a play that probably would have injured his MCL a year ago or 2 years ago. So the good news about MCL injuries, even if they're, have one on each knee or it's a repeat injury, you still return to play, and there's no long-term issues with that. So he clearly demonstrated that he could play at a high level immediately from coming back. And luckily, there's still enough time left in the season, and as long as he heals well, he could be back for the playoffs. So I'm not concerned about long-term issues with his knees. He doesn't have any cartilage issue. He doesn't have any meniscus issues. MCLs heal pretty predictably. It just stinks for him that he's got this time off, and he came back for a couple of games and then clearly has to go out again. But he demonstrated that even with that 8-week, 9-week time off the first time, he came back at a very high level. So I think he'll be good to go for the playoffs, assuming he recovers well.
Less emergent, but maybe equally troubling, Christian McCaffrey with knee irritation. What is the medical diagnosis for this sort of a knee irritation and his ability to be able to play through it? We saw him doing some deep knee bends on the sideline. What do you make of his issue?
Yeah, it's quite a pretty vague diagnosis, and it does kind of concern me a little bit. You don't want to have a running back kind of carry that diagnosis, this kind of global knee irritation diagnosis. I think it really comes down to, is this irritation coming from something outside the knee? Is it a tendon? Is it more muscle related? Then you get a little bit less worried about that because you can manage that with basically just managing how many carries you get, how you're using them in the offense. If there's some degree of irritation inside the joint, is there some sort of bone bruise? Is there some cartilage irritation? Then you get a little bit more worried about that because that can pop up and irritate him at any time. So I'm going to assume, because the diagnosis is more vague, this is probably something outside of the joint, and they can limit it by limiting how much load he carries. Problem with that, obviously, is with Mitchell being out and, obviously Debo not necessarily up to full speed yet based on how he's been used. You do get concerned of McCaffrey being overused, but hopefully they can manage it and it shouldn't be a thing. But something to watch. I'm a little bit concerned about it.
Yeah, it's interesting also, Doc. I mean, we've probably buried the lead. We're talking big names with Pulisic and McCaffrey, and so far we've left out the quarterback of the 49ers. What did you see on that play? And the team has come out and said he's sore, but he's fine. What are your thoughts when you saw Jimmy go down?
Yeah, so I was like, oh, he has to have an MCL injury. I mean, it looked just like, he had that blow, kind of the classic kind of look for that. And he got back up. I was like, that's a good sign. And you never want to see hits to a reconstructed knee. That was Jimmy's knee that he had his ACL surgery on. And it kind of said he was sore. I'm surprised there wasn't an MRI. Maybe he's just kind of feeling good. The thing you have to look for him is, how is his mobility going to be? Obviously, he's not the most mobile quarterback, but is he a little bit slower in terms of avoiding the rush? Is he not following through on his throws? I think a little bit of a silver lining, we talked a little bit about this last week. I think Whitey asked me this question was, could his shoulder rehab actually cause him to strengthen his lower extremities? And could the Garoppolo of 3 years ago have gotten that blow, actually have had a more severe MCL injury or actually torn his ACL? Perhaps what saved him may have been his shoulder because all that rehab he did. So I was very concerned when I saw that. He clearly got up, but those dirty hits will happen. And unfortunately, he got one, but he seems to be okay. It's just to watch, really something to watch this upcoming game as well, too.
Speaking of watching Josh Allen, we've kind of had our eyes on Josh Allen's arm after the UCL injury. It seemed like the first week we were concerned about it, and since then it's kind of subsided. What have you seen from Josh Allen and his arm issues?
Absolutely. It seemed like it got better much more quickly than a lot of us expected. I think when everyone hears UCL, they think pitcher, Tommy John, end of career. I mean, with quarterbacks, you just don't need surgery on this. It's really about pain relief. The mechanism of throwing is different. The volume's different. So barring some sort of bizarre injury to him, this is clearly what you would expect, maybe a little bit quicker than the typical quarterback. But you get pain relief. You don't need that UCL for stability in throwing as a quarterback. So I think he's on that pathway to getting better. This is a recurrent issue for him, unfortunately. He had a UCL injury, I think, a couple of years ago as well, too. So something to watch for him if he gets anything potentially done in the offseason to address it. But I think he looks great, and this shows you why quarterbacks don't need Tommy John surgery. It's a pitcher issue.
Doc, Jonathan Kuminga played basketball last night, didn't he?
Oh, he did. And
Yeah.
he's going to play basketball probably every night for the next couple nights.
Out of bed. Okay. Hey, Doc, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
All right, there he goes. It's Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. And it's one of those things, if he had not sort of built up the resume, the name that he has, one of the highest paid athletes in the entire world in Leo Messi, this is the kind of stuff where you're not allowed to go home sometimes. Leo Messi just had a penalty kick for Argentina. No go.
It's a great save.
It got saved.
It's great.
Fat choke artist.
Unbelievable save, actually.
Yeah, and that's Spadoni playing the big fat choke artist drop, which is inappropriate and inaccurate. And sometimes you got to tip your cap, which is where I tipped my cap to the Dallas Mavericks last night over the Golden State Warriors. They were the better team. They executed better down the stretch, much like the penalty kick save right there. It was an okay penalty kick. He could have put it more toward the corner,
but it was solid.
Great save.
It was solid, and it was definitely on goal. And not only did the goalie pick right in lunging to his left, then the ball was up over his head, and an absolute rocket, obviously. Got the hand on it, knocked it away. Remains a 0-0 tie.
And that is great coaching right there, because when it comes to penalty taking, all these players who take penalties, they have trends, and the goalkeeper, he's got to do his homework going into that situation. He's got to know that Messi, as a left-footed penalty taker, has trends and tendencies. The goalie knew the tendency, guessed correctly, and made the big save. That's a penalty.
I'm going to turn the mic on.
That's
48 hours from now, it will be a Football Friday. And Football Fridays are sponsored by the Jim Irsay Collection at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium on December 10th. For free tickets, visit JimIrsayCollection.com. But stay right where you are right now, because not only are Steiny and Goo going to jump in here next, but Jeff Passan's report on Aaron Judge is a must-hear and a must-discuss, and we will do that coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
It's a Red and Gold Wednesday on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, God, is it time for a break yet?
49ers linebacker Azeez Al-Shire joins the show at 4.
Big hit. That'll jar the ball loose. Azeez Al-Shire.
Followed by the playmaker, Michael Irvin, today at 5.
Boy, that's a great question. Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Commercial property managers, do you have a fall or winter painting project on your to-do list? Or maybe you're planning your painting budget for 2023. Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. When it comes to painting, it always pays to plan ahead saving you time and helping you get the most value from your paint project. My team of painters have the experience and training to get the job done right. Let's get started. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Partly cloudy in Santa Clara, highs near 61.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny Guru, 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Guys, what do you got? Dibs, Willard, what do you got? 49ers, Giants, Warriors.
What do we got? We got you. We got you showing up in about 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Dibs, you know nothing is easy. You know nothing is easy.
Zaza,
1 o'clock today with Steiny and Goo.
it's big.
Yeah.
Game 7, baby. Game 7.
Here we go.
Nothing easy.
No, absolutely nothing. Kind of like signing the biggest free agent of the offseason. It's not easy. So here's the update. Jeff Passan has reported that the Yankees have submitted an official offer to Aaron Judge, 8 years, approximately $300 million. I actually have not done the quick math on that, but that is $37.5 a year. 8 years, $300 million from the New York Yankees, and the Yankees reportedly feel confident in their chances to wrap things up with Aaron Judge at winter meetings next week.
I would love to be in that meeting where they make that offer and Aaron Judge takes his big size 14s and puts them on the desk, pulls out a cigar, lights it up, and just starts laughing and says, so last year, March or April, you offered me $213 million. So you offered me $213. I hit 62 home runs for you. and now you're going to offer me $300? Totally.
Exactly. Like, yeah, what do you give me?
I imagine his voice is a little deeper than that. But
you're going to give me an extra $1 for each homer? No. You're going to need to give me at least $2 or $3 million.
I was thinking a little closer to a Jabba the Hutt. Ooh.
I look at this and I go, this is good.
Totally.
Hey. This is great news for we as an organization feel that you, Aaron Judge, are worth more than that. This is easy. Actually, it is easy. Nothing is easy.
Oh, I'm sure it's easy.
This is very easy.
Okay. You go to Greg Johnson or Charles Johnson or Johnson & Johnson, and you say, hey, guys, Yankees offered him $300. We want to give him $301. What did we give him, $315?
$350. $350.
For 8 years.
Why the hell not?
You high?
Why not?
Want to get high?
I love this. I liken it every time.
I was high when I said that.
I liken it every single time. Have you ever bought a house? I know that you have, right? When it comes down to, okay, it's worth $700,000, and I know we're going way out east. Anyway, right? Okay, it's $1.2 million. Should we offer?
Keep going.
Should we offer 1.21? I mean, over your 30-year, what the hell's the difference?
Supper and I had this very debate because what's
the difference?
We made an offer and then they countered, and the counter was about $50,000 higher than our absolute highest that we want to spend. Yeah. And I said, "Sup." I call her Sup.
Do you really?
I said, "Sup, baby." I said, "Sup."
Sup.
You realize
Sup with you.
This is about $18 a month.
A month
over the course of our 360 payments, and she said, I don't want to pay that much. I said,
oh my gosh.
It's $18. I said, it's $18. It's $18 a month.
$18 a month. I think we can find that.
We found it.
If I'm the San Francisco damn Giants, what's the difference between $300 and $350 million? I know what the difference is to Aaron.
It's $50 million.
It's $50 million. You can stretch this out over 8 years. Do you know what we're talking about? We're talking about $6 million. $6 million. You make that on pizza in a week, Giants. You make that on parking in 2 games. You're going to tell me that doesn't pay for itself with Aaron Judge? The rule was easy for the Giants. You're the underdog. They're the incumbent. They're the pinstripes.
Right.
You walk in and go, brother, it's not that we're not going to be outbid. You're not even going to come close. Whatever they offer you, we'll crush it.
Crush it.
We'll crush it.
So for $50 million over the course of 8 years.
Why not?
And you figure out how many fans that is, 2.7 million fans per year. So basically, what it comes down to, Mark, for just 41 cents a fan, every time you come through the turnstile, if you just give us 37 more cents, you can have a 6'7" slugger. You can have a guy who hits 60 home runs for a team that goes 81-81. But darn it, you'll have something that you can actually cheer about.
Gosh darn it.
No more Brandon Belt 11-pitch walks. No more Mike Yastrzemski warning track power. No more Flores hitting 20 home runs for a team that won't go anywhere. You'll have a real slugger for just 28 cents a ticket. You can have Aaron Judge.
Or maybe he doesn't want to come.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't even want. Maybe he just wants to stay in New York. Maybe he and Rizzo actually are bosom buddies. I have no.
I like your use of bosom, man.
I don't know.
There's a Peter Scolari and Tom Hanks, by the way, bosom buddies. And don't sleep on Donna Dixon.
No,
talk about bosom buddies.
Sleep on with none of it. But anyway,
don't talk about that.
If I'm the Giants, I'm not sleeping at night unless I go to bed knowing I crushed the other offer and he still said no. Then I can sleep. You know what? If Farhan, and I don't know how they do this because Aaron would not like it, the players union would not like it. If Farhan has the press conference, Aaron Judge signs with the Yankees, and the next day Farhan's out there and goes, well, we offered $30 million more than that, then I can accept it. And Aaron, see you later, bud. You didn't want to come, but you have got to be significantly in the lead. on this offer?
I think they come back with 301.
Oh.
And then the Yankees got to go 302. It's like the old elementary school auction where it's, we got a trip to Hawaii, retails at $3,200.
Right.
$800.
But in every movie where there's an auction, somebody in the back of the room going once, going twice, and someone goes $4 billion. Because I'm willing to do what everyone else isn't, and I want this auction over right freaking now.
I actually did that at the grammar school auction. It was a trip that I walked in mid-auction, and I had my thing, and we had just
you had your thing in your hand?
Well, we had just been outside in it was a fairly cloudy setting, I'll just say. It was a little bit cloudy that afternoon, that early evening, and I come in, and there was a trip up for grabs, and I start flashing my number because, I didn't know what I was doing. Next thing you know, $1,100. I got a house for a week in Maine.
Oh, did you go?
Yeah, we went. You damn right we went. So me and the family, we went to Maine for a week. But I didn't know what I was bidding on. I was that guy. Flashing my number.
Me.
$1,000. I'm in for the kids.
Right? That's all I'm asking for the Giants. I know a lot of people want him to get Judge.
For just 28 cents.
I'd love for them. I'd love for Aaron Judge to be a Giant, but the only thing I can ask in free agency is be the high bidder. Significantly.
Oh, I was the high bidder.
It's not hard. It's not hard. Don't give me a spreadsheet. But, well, here's why $43 million a year is not appropriate, but 40 is. Stop. It's changed.
Your house analogy is a good one.
It's changed.
Ultimately, you need a place to live, and you're right. The difference between a house for $1.2 million and $1.215 million, $15,000 over 360 payments is just a small pittance. And in terms of the Giants, you as a fan, if they sign Aaron Judge for $350 million, your tickets are still going to be too much. Your parking is too much. Your cha-cha bowl and your crab sandwich, they're all still too much. If they don't sign Aaron Judge, guess what?
It's still
too much.
Yeah.
You're still going to be paying through the nose, but instead of seeing Aaron Judge 4 times, you're going to be seeing, I don't miss J.D. Davis in a right-handed heavy lineup against Clayton Kershaw.
You're facing a lefty today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm with you. Spend it all, Farhan.
I'm excited. I'm excited. We all knew that the deal was going to start with a 3. So if the Yankees are coming in and they're literally at the lowest possible number that starts with a 3, that's good. That's a good thing because we knew that already. If you're going to come in, I don't know if the Yankees are going to up the offer.
What did I do wrong?
You only offered $300. That's what you did wrong.
Well, does Farhan really come in and go, I'm 302?
This is not Farhan anymore.
You're right.
This isn't. You guys got to understand now. You're going to blame it on this is not Farhan's
Patella. Are you telling me it's north of Patella?
I'm telling you, it is not a tendon, okay, who's making this decision. This is an ownership level deal.
So Charles Johnson has to decide whether or not he wants to give $300+ million to Aaron Judge or Herschel Walker.
Been given.
And with that, Steiny and Goo.
And scene.
That's a good setup. I thought it was a good setup. I thought it was a good setup.
I didn't know you were going there.
Steiny and Goo.
Steiny, you know me. You know I like to be edgy, Steiny. And as we're fair and balanced, shout out, what is it?
Raphael Warnock.
Warnock, yeah.
Pastor.
I had nothing.
They're fighting over the Georgia Senate seat.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Couple of men of color.
I want to keep my job.
In order to keep your job, and as you know, Goo, being now about a 10-year veteran in this business, if you talk about one candidate, you have to give life to the other candidate.
Yeah.
So, for example, if we were to have Herschel Walker on the show, which is a laughable notion, we would have to give the same amount of time to Raphael
Warnock.
We would have to give fair and balanced airtime to each of the candidates
if they requested it.
Based on the election laws.
That's not true about talking. You can talk about them all you want.
Sports talk radio.
That's right.
Yeah, you got to be fair and balanced. So anyway. Anyway, I stand behind my Herschel Walker.
By the way, might as well just do it.
You might as well.
Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Hi, Steiny. Hi, Goo.
What's up, baby?
What you do?
You got to take issue right away.
Yeah.
I knew it.
With
I
you,
can tell.
Dibs.
I got something for him.
Whoa!
Go ahead. You
I thought that was
first.
your boy.
I mean, you can't.
For you.
I'll
I'm
push
playing the
away.
weeds.
You can't have watched the Warriors.
The bushes are moving.
You can't
Dibs.
have watched the Warriors all season long and not after that game last night said, all right, we're going to be all right, it looked like. Or, okay, all right. No, of course, you can be, you lost 116, 113. But Warriors are going to win that game 3 out of 4 nights, I think.
However,
They didn't last night.
Thank you.
But
I'm disappointed in you. What's happened to you?
It's
what happened to that edgy Steiny? That you know what you
hear
are
what
right
Steph
now?
Curry said?
You know
if
what
our
you
bench
are?
continues to play like that, we're going to be a hell of a team.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Let me look at it from a slightly different angle, a slightly different lens.
Yes.
Dallas is not very good. And I bet a box of diapers with Bonte Hill
I
this
heard.
morning.
I missed it.
Not surprising because you don't miss a thing.
Oh,
You're
wow.
a P1 for
Yeah.
everyone. He thinks that Dallas will be a top 6 playoff team. I don't believe that they are. Dallas has one guy. Spencer Dinwiddie got thrown out.
That was bad. Yeah.
Hardaway Jr., he's fine. You got beat by one guy.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins.
A bad dude.
Andrew Wiggins barely put on the uniform. Klay Thompson has not completely emerged from his funk. And what the hell is wrong with Jordan Poole?
That is one of the topics today.
Man.
And Willard, I channeled my inner Mark Willard when this guy, Mr. all of a sudden comes down the road of Wiggins. And you just did it so poetically about, you got a good worker, he comes a little sluggish. I was in my car. Dibs, you went in on Wiggins like he's been phenomenal. And last night he wasn't there, but for you to just come with the vitriol like
no
he's
vitriol.
been doing it.
I brought back the bit. There was no vitriol. Janet Jackson had a song, Goo. I don't expect Steiny to know
What
this.
have I done? What have you done?
God, no, keep going. Let him go. Go ahead, Steiny.
I am not afraid to sing.
Going down the
I'm not afraid to sing.
What have I done?
What have I done?
Yes. What have you done?
I eventually got there. Let the record reflect.
Yeah.
But you went in hard.
No, I didn't go in hard. I went in medium.
Gathering timber.
I didn't go in hard. I went in medium.
Okay.
And if you want me to go in hard, and I don't know, I can't believe, and maybe you guys are going to lead with this, but we're giving Steph Curry a pass. Did you hear what Steph Curry said after the game?
That he
lost.
I didn't know the game situation. If this is any other player on
Mr.
any
Chef.
other team, in any other market in the country, we're going in on him. Hey, Steph. Hey,
he's
Steph.
Elliot Ness. He's
Act like you know where the scoreboard
He's
is. My
untouchable.
God.
I didn't know. He said I lost myself for a second.
And he
is
went
what
for
he
the
said.
hero moment.
And then,
I
and then he
appreciate that.
travel. Come on, Steph. If you guys don't bury him for 3 hours, I'm turning it off. That's
All right, Philadelphia Dibs.
I told I don't know how you
Kate
feel.
Scott.
See, go ahead.
No, I was just telling Steiny.
I actually, as bad as Clay was last night, I'd rather have him go 2 for 9 than 4 for 17. So even his bad,
4 for 18 would be the equivalent, man.
Okay.
But
nevertheless,
you like
Listen,
accuracy.
I'm a Jordan Poole stan. Like, I saw that metamorphosis. I know what you have, but I just wonder.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
That's great, Priest. We saw the bad and we saw the good. Did the punch make the Warriors maybe give him the chicken too soon? I'm not saying he's not worthy of it, but it's like he's in dress shoes out there just with the balance and then the turnovers and where
you're going in hard on
I'm perplexed.
I think with the Warriors, it gets difficult to get too deep into only the present moment. Everything with them is always a long play. They did this brilliantly last year to the point where people were freaking out in February, right? And they sat there, oh gosh, Draymond's out, and Clay's never playing a back-to-back, and Steph's out, and golly gee, we have no idea if he's going to be ready for the playoffs. Nope, we don't know. We just don't know. And then the playoffs start, and they went, bam, everybody's ready to go. They are always going to play the long game, and it's what they're doing with Jordan Poole as well. Jordan Poole has...
They could have played, real quick, they could have not signed him and still played the long game.
Right.
And saw, let's see a little bit more.
I was an advocate of that, but I also say that with the understanding, especially with what ended up happening in training camp, That was going to be difficult too. If the idea of who gets paid was hanging over their heads in training camp, what's that going to look like in January when they're actually playing games that matter? That was dicey too. So Jordan Poole, still a young player, been through a weird start to the year for sure. Sometimes a starter, sometimes a bench player. It's not to make excuses for him. It's that this was always going to have its ups and downs. And we're getting more downs than ups right now.
Yeah, Low Neal says a hungry dog hunts best, as you guys well know. He is not, Jordan Poole is not playing like a hungry dog when everyone else is out and he is forced into playing. And by the way, if I'm Jordan Poole and it's, hey, Clay's not playing, Steph's not, Wiggins isn't, Draymond is, hey, but you are, Jordan. Go out there and carry the load in the game we all know you're going to lose. And then everyone comes back and it's, all right, Jordan, back to the bench. Of course he's going to be playing inconsistently. No, he is inconsistent.
I think all that's fair with Jordan Poole. I look at it differently, though. He's already gotten paid. And I look at his role in this team, and at the end of the day, he's a sixth man, and he's off to a slow start. His number, averaged 16 a game, shooting 41. Last year he shot 44, 45. His three-point shooting's down from 36 to 30. But, it's still Curry, Clay, and Draymond to me, and Wiggins. And they can win it if he's kind of inconsistent, as long as he helps them enough times to win certain games in the postseason. See, that's kind of what happened last year is Wiggins, not Wiggins, Draymond, Clay, and Poole were all to some degree inconsistent during the postseason. Right. But 2 out of 3 would play good on one night, and it was enough to win a game for him here and there. And then Curry and Wiggins carried him enough, most of the time, that they ended up winning all their series.
I can remember Steiny's face when Coach Kerr said this about Jordan Poole, and it floored me because when you give somebody a contract and you see how dynamic Poole can be and the display he was putting on where he was becoming a fan favorite, I wouldn't put in somebody's hand money if I think, you're doing it against lower tier defenders. I don't know if you guys remember the quote when he was like, well, what's going on with Jordan? Coach Kerr was like, he's getting defended by better people. In my world, I'm like, ain't no better people. He's a bucket. But if that is actual fact and how that could be part of what's going on, then Dibs, that's telling me maybe when you're going up against the ones, he ain't as dynamic as I think, and maybe that's what we're watching.
And yet you gave him a 9-figure contract, and you signed him for 4 more years. And if he's not a 1, and you paid him $130 million to be a 1, well, if you're a 1, you don't take 9 shot attempts in a game your team loses. And Andrew Wiggins is not a 1, and I get that, and he's not paid like a 1. Wiggins last night, fine. 1 rebound. What a gutsy performance.
Kuminga was getting them all.
By the way, Jordan's not being paid like a 1 either. Doesn't have to be a 1 to get that contract. That's what a 2 and a 3 get paid now in the NBA.
The other thing
he's probably the highest paid 6 man in basketball.
Well, not, you know what? You want to go with the technicality? He's actually only making 4 still this year.
That's a good point, too.
So,
that's a good point. It's a fair point. And by the way, I look at this, I know it's not technically, I look at this as a sophomore year, and a sophomore year is always the hardest thing in sports. It's once you establish yourself as I am this, and then the league goes, okay, we're going to now study that. We're going to throw this at you. Can you adjust?
It's on you.
And the Warriors had to, I guess they didn't have to, but the Warriors chose to bet that he will make those adjustments. I think he's going through that period right now.
It's his 4th year in the league, though.
Yeah, but what were the first 2 were dotted with Santa Cruz and inconsistency and not minutes and no teammates, and like last year was Jordan Poole establishing himself
as being mostly not
that's
mostly,
why I said,
but being sometimes unplayable.
That's why I said I know technically it's not the case, but I view this as a sophomore year. This is the first time anybody is going to sit down in a defensive room and go, okay, what do we do with Jordan Poole? This is the first year that other teams are doing that.
They do know Jordan Poole?
They do know Jordan Poole. They're trying to. By the way, real quick before we jump, check this out. Kyle Shanahan says Christian McCaffrey will not practice today.
Uh-oh.
And he, quote, hopes that he'll be available Sunday.
That is
to play the Miami Dolphins.
Man, oh man.
Well,
that's a new word.
Well,
hopes. Shout out Bob.
Hopes that Christian McCaffrey will play on Sunday.
I feel like since they made the trade for McCaffrey and then once Mitchell got back, I feel like, okay, now I see how this is going to work.
Okay,
really feel like they're going to, I say this, they're going to use Mitchell as a foundation to get those 5 yards, put him in second and short. Then he can tinker this, that, and the other thing. But you lose Mitchell's 15 right off the bat, Dibs. 15 for 75.
Yeah.
So how do you make up for that?
I think Jordan Mason is how you make up for it.
With all 15?
Mason is a physical runner. Mason can, Mason can replicate what Eli Mitchell does than anyone else, unless you want to say, hey, Debo, we need you to be Christian McCaffrey now. If McCaffrey's out, so now Debo, for this week, maybe you tell Debo, hey, we need you to be Christian McCaffrey. The other one was Tevin Coleman. He's on the practice squad. Maybe he gets elevated. And then I texted you yesterday, where is Ty Davis Price? Because you drafted him in the second round, and he can't even make it on the field. So if McCaffrey can't play, and you already lost Eli Mitchell, and you love to run the ball, what do you do, Kyle?
And how many former Niners are coming? Sherfield, Jeff Wilson Jr., Mostert, I'm playing.
Caught the most famous practice pass in history. Sherfield.
It was preseason.
All right. 4. Zaza at 1, huh? All right. Zaza at 1. Here comes Steiny and Goo.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I mean, that was a good effort by the Warriors last night. A lot of good signs. Of course, you're disappointed, but Dibs still in here. This is a little uncomfortable.
Not for me. I like they can stay as long as they want. The more the merrier, Steiny.
Pennsylvania soft.
Yeah, like you got Pulisic.
Oh, wow. Yes. He's got a pelvic bruise.
Get him out of here, Willard.
He'll be there.
Get him out. No, the Warriors go down 116-113.
Night.
They now come home for a few games.
They're 2-10 on the road. Don't bury the lead.
That's not the lead.
To me, it is.
The lead is that they look like the Warriors. Plain and simple. They're going to win that game last night 3 out of 4 nights.
I heard you say
believe
that. But again, things have changed. I pointed it out yesterday to you and the listeners. I said, you know what? The team meeting, to me, whatever was said, Steiny, it worked, it resonated, and they look like the Warriors. It was before last night, but at home, they're a different team. And if you're going to be, and they're defending champs, Steiny, at some point you go and say, you know what? F that. We've been poor on the road. We've been porous. Let's go out and beat Dallas, especially when their second best player, Dinwiddie, gets thrown out. So and you're right, they probably do win that 4 out of 5. But last night, Steiny, you got to win that just for the simple fact you've been so terrible on the road. Go win one against Luka Doncic on the road. Because that's all Dallas has.
Okay. These guys play 82 games. Trends begin and end. And the Golden State Warriors, after a 3-7 start, are now 11-11. And they've corrected at least 2 of their issues that we were talking about when they were 3-7. The second unit, and then the defense, or at least they've improved the defense since that time. Just 2-10. You got it, and maybe here's where I'll start. Dibley said, this is a game the old Warriors win. well, this isn't the old Warriors anymore. Stop thinking about the Warriors. And you know what? Even you said, hey, they're defending champions. They are defending champions, but they're just one of 6 to 9 teams. They're one of 6 to 9 teams that could win it all.
Gotcha.
The Warriors.
Okay, gotcha.
Why can't we just start watching them through that lens? They're not the best team in the NBA. Talent-wise, we know that. So they can win it this year. So that's how I'm looking at this team. I'm not looking at it like they're not going to win 55 games. That's becoming obvious, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, nobody knows what. I mean, they could run off 10 in a row, Steiny, but I'm with you. But if you're not going to win on the road, and I know I'm fixated with the road record, and a lot when they were going through a lot of problems, a lot of the games, they were 0-8 on the road, and that loss to Phoenix. So to me, I just feel like yesterday wasn't a playoff game, but they had to look at each other and be like, okay, this is where we really stunk. We're feeling it right now. We're playing better basketball. You just cited it. Let's go beat Luka and the Mavs. And they couldn't do it.
Well, and this is where you and I often differ. Okay, they couldn't do it. And I saw a game where Poole missed a wide-open 3 in the corner after they had a bunch of possessions. Curry walks with 10 seconds to go.
It. Yeah.
And Klay Thompson misses a great look.
Yeah, great
So,
play.
There are times when you got to make a shot. And they're right there. They gave themselves a shot.
All right.
And
Raymond Ritter is a make-or-miss league.
Here's the other thing. And I guess not a victory lap.
Oh, you got the sneakers on.
No.
I'll let you know if it qualifies.
It's not. It's not. Things are stable. When they were 3-7, I was like, oh, should they move Klay to the bench? What? Wiseman? And I was like, well, there's nothing really you can do now. It's too early in the season. Wow. We're only 10 games in. I said, there's no way this team is this bad.
Those words.
There's no way. So I said, you got to keep playing.
All right.
Hope this thing stabilizes. Start getting a better look at your team and what you have. Hopefully it stabilizes by January 1st. If it doesn't stabilize by January 1st, well, then you already have your answer. You got to do something drastic.
Right.
But it looks like as we head toward January 1st, things are stabilizing. They're getting better. Ideally, they're going to be above 500 at the end of the month. And so then at that point, you start saying, okay, we know our top 6, and then we're going to play DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green. And can Kuminga, can that win a championship? And then you have to answer the question at that time. So I think they're sitting pretty right now. All things considered.
I'm not mad at that. And they got out of an early hole. You're right. And I like watching Dante play. I think he's a good warrior. JaMychal. Steiny, I get excited watching that second unit. And now Kuminga. And again, with Kuminga, I'm not saying, Steiny, one game he's back. But athletically, you just marvel at some of the things he can do and the gifts he was given. And he was Borden. He's doing all the little stuff. So last night, I thought they were going to win that game, especially when Dinwiddie got ejected. But Jordan Poole, I'm not saying it's a major problem, Steiny. I'm scratching my head as to, you're right. Last year, he was a starter primarily. Now he's asked to come in, as a 6-man, and I wouldn't know. And we got Zaza on the executive show at 1. What the mindset is when you don't get to start. But I'm watching him turn the ball over. I don't know. The traveling calls are calling it, so I don't know what's going through his head. But it's kind of odd right now, early on with Jordan Poole, watching him.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. We got Zaza Pachulia, as Guru said, at 1 o'clock, the executive show. But I'm a little bit surprised because when I was driving in, I was hearing Dibs, and he was disappointed. And
yeah, and I ain't that disappointed.
No, but you're not.
He was hot.
But I don't know. I'm interested to hear what Warrior fans think. I mean, I get it. 11-11 is 11-11, but they're also 8-4 over their last 12. And last night they lose a game to a guy who Look, he's going to make shots like that.
He is bad.
Then you got it. Then you can't go into the last 5 minutes even when it comes down to a player like that sometimes. But I just put it this way: when I made the bet with you, for $100,
yeah,
Guru said the Warrior. He's taking the Warriors. I'm taking the field. The reason I took the field is for one reason and one reason only, and that's because the odds are in my favor. Has nothing to do with any team, no animosity. I'm just going to take the field. Yeah. If you want to bet money, I will take the field, especially where it feels like there's a lot of parity. The first 10, 12 games, I was like...
You asked me, did I want to cancel?
I gave you an opportunity to pay me $75, and you didn't do it.
When you got to 50, I did think about it.
So when I'm looking at this team now I'm like, okay, all right, they're clearly better than 3-7.
And Clay looks like himself.
They're in the mix. They're in the mix. Are they the favorite? I don't know.
Well, they're defending champs, so you got to take it from them.
That doesn't make them the favorite.
No, I get that, but
in fact, they're probably not the favorite right now in the West.
But no other team can refer. You're going to say this don't mean anything, but no other fan base or team can refer to their team as the champs, the defending champs. And to me, you could say to people out there that means nothing, but it means something to me. And the Warriors have that. Yeah.
Well, if it means it to you, that's all that matters.
Or the fan, Dub Nation.
I mean, they were champions before last year.
Yeah.
So, but no, whatever you're saying. They know they can do it. Yeah. This iteration, Curry knows he can do it. Fair enough. But see, I think this is where I do worry a little bit about like the Warriors and their fans. Like they're fine right now. They got off to a terrible start. They're 11-11. They're getting better. They're not the favorites. But there's still a scenario where, like, you know what? They're still right there. They could win it all. So it's like I'm not going to nitpick Jordan Poole's tricky start. Or, I mean, they're right where they need to be.
Okay. Now, I'm not mad at that. I feel that. But when you say they're fine, I feel like you're comparing them to when they were at their lowest, the way that they started this season. I'm comparing them to what they did last June.
Yeah, I'm not. They're not the same team. But see, I'm smart enough to know.
But they got Curry,
they got
Clay,
worse. They got worse. Okay. This team is worse than last year.
But does that
it's
mean
also a touch older than last year.
Does that worse mean that they can't go back to back? I don't believe they can. I believe they can still go. Okay, they're not the same team.
I believe they're still a good team.
But their brand of basketball that they play and the seasoning from the youngsters and the new additions, by the time it's go time, Steiny, if they don't make a move, I'm going to feel like they're fine. But I'm kind of judging them through the lens of, and again, I'm the biggest Jordan Poole fan. But, Steiny, I'm wondering if that punch made them pay him sooner than they thought. Because how can you explain, I know it's early, what we're not seeing from him compared to last year? And if you say, hey, he was a starter, I get that. But it's kind of, I'm watching him, the passes, the traveling calls, the carrying calls. I'm like, man, who is he?
He's down 2 points from last year. 2.5. 18-5 to 15-9. His minutes are down from 30 to 27.5.
Okay.
His shooting was 44.8 last year. This year it's 41.5, down 3 points. And his three-point shooting's gone from 36 to 30.5.
Wow, that's where
his assists are up.
Okay.
His assists are up.
But that 36 to 30, Steiny, that's Draymond territory.
Okay, and that's one Klay Thompson 10 for 13 from being 35%. Okay. Like, I'm more worried about Klay Thompson still than Jordan Poole.
He's been in fuego in November.
He's had more bad games than good games, Klay Thompson.
Well, but if we just looked at the numbers, a Martian came down from Mars and said,
but we know that's
what's he shooting from three? It's 40%.
Right, but we know he stunk the first 10 games of the year.
So did the team, but yet you're saying they're fine. I'm asking why does that stop when it comes to Klay Thompson?
What do you mean?
You saying the team's fine now because they got out the funk.
Yeah.
Klay started off in the funk.
Yeah.
He's winning fuego in November.
They're all playing a little better.
But you're still worried about him more so than the team.
Yeah, because of injury and age for Klay.
Which Barkley didn't back down from.
Why should he?
Yeah, I like Kuminga. That, like, you already know what I think of Kuminga, Steiny, so I ain't going to come here and say, give him his all-star jersey. I'm just like, nothing surprises me when I see him. But now I think the message, I don't know if anything was said to him in the meeting, but whatever it is, he's doing the little things and getting those rebounds, stuff like that. He got the rebound to give them the chance to win the game, which was a great play. Clay! Damn.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the number of the Xfinity mobile text line. Where are you with the Warriors? They climb back to 11-11. I think things are trending up. I think they're one of
I'd say that
5
too,
teams in the league. They've also, their bench was an issue 10 games ago. Now they at least have addressed it, and it's gotten better. Adam's in San Francisco. Let's start us off, Adam. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well, you guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Glad to hear it. I wanted to just come in, Steiny. You're saying, like, Warrior fans freaking out, everything. I'm calling in as a soothing, calm, cool, calm, collected Warriors fan that, like, we're very early into the season. Defense hasn't been looking good, but the effort is getting a little bit better. These guys are going to figure it out at some point. And it's been talked about all morning, but, man, the play at Kuminga last night, if you can just – I know it's a lot to ask out of a 20-year-old, but if you can channel that on a nightly basis, you're going to be looking pretty solid. And he looked so good last night on both sides of the ball. But like I said, it's early. I don't want to leave it off the table that if they're kind of middling around 500 by the trade deadline, it's like we might have to bring in a vet, but we're not there yet. It's still early, so we're all good.
I'm with you. Yeah. It's the way I would do it. Play it out for another month. Let this thing stabilize. Let guys try to sink into their roles. Hopefully you can stay relatively healthy. 888-957-9570. We're starting December. Warriors are 11-11. I think they're in a real good spot, especially after their start. What do you think at 95.7 The Game? 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, Zaza Pachulia is coming up at 1 o'clock on the executive show. 95.7 TheGameShop.com is live. It's a perfect time of year to grab some Steiny and Goo gear. Head over to 95.7 TheGameShop.com for yours.
Zaza Pachulia joins Steiny and Guru today at 1 for the executive show.
When you're young, you're just thinking about one thing, about I need to play, I need to put numbers on it because I need the first contract.
Go inside the front office with Zaza today at 1 on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son.
It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
They scissor around Curry. They find Thompson left side. He's open. He shots up. No good. At the horn, the ball game is over. What a beautifully designed play. It's a great look for Klay Thompson. Scissored off Curry. They threw it over the top, and he was wide open. My goodness. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, another terrific call by Tim Roy.
He was on with our guy, the one that said that Draymond Green might be the best defender he's ever seen, Barnett. They were great. I got both Kalina and Fitz, and I got in the car and heard them too.
Nice. Warriors got beat last night, 116-113, but
damn,
they're fine. They're fine.
Not on the road. I don't like 2-10. That's all. That's all I'm nitpicking, the 2-10.
The thing I can't stand is that, everybody gets mad when you don't pay the champions the respect that everybody thinks they deserve, but you're going to be like, I'm worried about them on the road. They've won a road series every.
All right, I get it.
They won a road game in the playoffs every part of their dynasty.
All right.
You have faith in those guys?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to bet. I better have faith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you do. By the way, let me see if I can get this one. Take a listen.
Curry's got the ball. 13 seconds. Here we go. Curry splitting traffic. Steps out. Leans back. He traveled. Turnover.
Oh, my.
He had plenty of time. 10.1 to go in the game.
He had a layup if it had gone all the way to the basket. They were down by 2, but he was looking for a 3.
That's a walk.
Oh, you going there?
That's a walk.
Okay. But for the last umpteen decades, they have not called travel, walking, or carrying in the NBA. You are now starting to affect the product. That was the chef with a chance to tie. And now you want to police and travel. All these step back cockamamie stuff we've been seeing from Harden, all of them, everybody. Now you've decided in a room that you're going to enforce it. Well, guess what, people? Call 911. Because we all got robbed of seeing the chef try to tie the game. And that's the basketball you want to watch? I'm PO'd.
That's a walk. He walked.
Wasn't
even
they
close.
All walk.
He walked, and that's a walk.
When did you know it was a walk?
When the ref called it a walk. And then when they showed the replay,
oh my gosh.
Then I said, yeah, I thought it was a walk in real time, and it was definitely a walk.
I was listening to
sorry.
All right, listen, you got somebody on your side because I was listening to Bonte and Shasky. I'm going to play this sound and you tell me what you think of this guy who also agrees with you. Hit it, E.
I kind of thought it was a travel. I mean, I don't know. You know, he took the step back to his left foot, which seems to establish the pivot foot. Then, you know, he's pump faking the bigs in the air. And, you know, like you said, I put it in the article. He did it twice and got called twice.
Yes.
And then he moves the left foot and suddenly his right foot's the pivot foot. You know, you don't see that get called all the time. The Kings, when they were in Miami, Tyler Hero did the same thing, didn't get called.
Oh, yeah.
To win the game. Same thing, didn't get called. And then the last 2-minute report came out and they're like, hey, we missed that. Mike Brown went crazy about it. So I don't know what you guys thought. I just thought it was a travel. And it was clearly an emphasis, 10 travels yesterday.
It's a walk. He walked.
I get
Wasn't
you,
even close.
Okay, I get you.
Wasn't even close.
But you're smiling. Your hair
I am
looking good.
smiling.
You had a good hair
It's 2
day.
arguments.
But is that how you want the game to end? That's what I'm. Because they travel all day long. I know this, but now you're calling it. That's
First of all,
Steiny, honestly, that's bothering me.
It's
and
a walk.
The carrying too.
It's a walk, and that's a carry. And that's a carry.
Man, beautiful game. Whistle blows.
It's a walk.
CYO walk. When the
that's not a CYO walk. That's an egregious NBA walk. That's not a CYO walk. Hell yes, I'm going there. The offensive player has every advantage in the book. An offensive player in the NBA right now has a bigger offensive advantage than any player in the history of our league. And now you want to give him an extra step that's not even close to legal. Get out of here. That is a walk.
That was Anthony Slater,
not
by the way.
Even close. How about that?
Wow, man.
Sorry.
So you're cool with that game coming down and the carries we're seeing. They got Jordan Poole. Dude, I don't like it.
It's a walk.
I don't like it.
It's a walk.
Oh, Steph Curry.
Yeah.
The golden boy.
Yeah, I think he had a turnover before that, too.
Nobody has some. I mean, they were down early. The starters all had.
The walk isn't the problem for the golden boy. The fact that he lost sense of the time and clock. Like you don't even well. How come you haven't criticized him for that?
Because he was honest about it.
The score.
He was honest about it.
Yeah.
You think he really meant that? Dude, that shocked me.
But it's interesting.
No, he
the
went
way
for the
we've been on for 40 minutes, and here's where you're right. I mean, we'd be talking about Curry losing track of scoring situation, but we don't here.
But he's great. He's phenomenal.
Oh yeah. Look at you. See, that's what I mean.
No, you get that. I'll give you that, and he admitted it. But he went for the Well, it wasn't the daggers. They were down 3.
All that's fine and good. Your star player lost track of the situation in a one-possession game in the last 10 seconds.
Okay, now you're on to something else. You are right, and he said as much, but the travels was bought. If this is going to, forget the Warriors, if this is how the NBA is going to do it, we're getting robbed of
that's
you
not the
can't go
argument.
back and fix all the stuff you let go. Allen Iverson he wouldn't have had a career if you call Carey.
He walked. Curry walked. Not even close. Not even close. The replay.
I heard the whistle. I was like, what happened?
When I saw the replay, I was like, oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Man.
Michael Jackson.
I'm gonna give you a 2.
Mike in Alameda. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. You know, I need to go with Steinmetz on this. I think that absolutely it was a walk. I'm glad the NBA is making them do basketball plays. And like you said, I can't believe that the greatest Warrior of all time admitted that he lost track of the time and score. That's amazing to me. I'm not blaming him overall for the loss, but it was a random thing where any one play could have made the difference. And so I love the game. I thought it was thrilling and great basketball to watch. And, you know, stuff happens in the NBA. And so they move on to the next one. And I agree with Matt. They are absolutely on the right track. Then, by the way, Guru, they are 2-1 in their last 3 road games.
Okay. I appreciate that. Let me just ask you this, though. You said it was a great game. I feel the same way. But moving forward, you're okay with them enforcing these new rules to where we kind of get robbed of seeing Steph and what he could do, or another star player trying to tie the game?
Well, let me ask you. You know how they're trying to crack down on how Harden was manufacturing these fouls. Do you think that was a good thing that they started cracking down on that?
You got me. I do.
So I'm saying I just want them to play basketball. And, you know, Steph Curry's a great player. He will figure out how to do it without traveling. I agree with Steve Kerr. They need to enforce it evenly across the league. If they're going to do it, enforce it evenly. But they called it on Luka, too. They called Luka for traveling 2 times.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Steiny, maybe I need to get used to it. I'm watching the League Pass. I do it. I just don't like it because you let it go for so long. And we took, they don't call, what's the old joke? You go to the Improv. They don't call traveling in the NBA. We know this, but now all of a sudden you're going to.
That's
and
a
hearing
walk.
that whistle, I was all on the edge of the couch. Yeah. Oh, nope, you don't get to see it. Why? What happened? Oh, he traveled.
And listen, we're going to talk about the Warriors, but I'm just so glad that this first 40 minutes did go like it went, because it is telling to me. It is very telling.
In what regard?
There's just so much. It says a lot about, you know, us as fans and 4-time champions and the way we feel and the way we have to couch. And, you know, I'm just saying. It's just interesting that Steph Curry walks with 10 seconds to go, admits, actually even kind of said, he actually acknowledged that he walked. He just didn't think he walked to the degree that it would be called. He says he didn't know the score. He didn't know the time. But let's come in and gripe about the walking calls, because otherwise we might have to actually say, damn, Steph, you got to take that layup.
Come on, Steiny.
You didn't bring it up?
Because the things that we're talking about now are just over the top egregious.
Do you think if that would have happened to another Warrior, Draymond Green would have done it?
Yeah. I would be PO'd.
We'd be talking way more about it, because he's had end-of-game situations that he's botched, and we have hit him for it.
Yeah, but this time I wouldn't. This is a league-wide thing, Steiny, and I don't like it. All the Jordan Poole.
There's two separate issues. I want you to address Steph losing as a point guard. How come you're not criticizing him?
Because I would be a fool too. You have so much cachet in the bank. You are the Golden State Warriors. I appreciate the honesty. But what can I sit up here and say? We don't have our moments, or the chef messed up? He did.
Okay, that's all. That's all. You don't have to go any
chef
further.
messed up.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've said that before. We were on him last year when his shooting was down. I told him in his face when we went out and saw him.
Will you at least acknowledge that if Draymond Green makes that play, and after the game, Draymond says, you know what? I lost track of the situation. I tried to make a hero play, which he did in Orlando, I think, a couple years back. It was the theme of the whole show.
Wow.
I mean, we talked about
it's a double standard.
Yes, of course.
But I guess
that does not take away from Steph Curry's greatness.
Oh, no doubt. But I feel like the double standard has been earned. Like, and that's why the fact Steph said it might be, we got the sound, we're playing, he might have traveled. That was okay.
He took ownership. It's got nothing to do with Steph.
But the fact that the hero won, though, and that's the second time he's mentioned that this season, about he went for the hero moment. I get it.
He can. And I'm dead serious. I'm long past the time. I don't know about that shot, Steph. Let's go to Steph. That's what he said. He said he should have taken the layup.
Yep.
He should have, obviously. But it happens.
I'll tell you what, before you grab the next call.
They are.
Steiny, I get that. I got a bet on it. But I'm telling you, now they look like a team, and now we're seeing things that you just pointed out. If 4 years in college is going to get you to be an Anthony Lamb, stay in college then, Steiny. I'm watching this dude, man, and he knows what he's doing. And it ain't easy to know what you're doing in the league. And you see guys that didn't go to college like Kuminga and Moody and the rest of Wiseman. I mean, Anthony Lamb is helping this team out. And, you got to have a IQ, above average to even be a Golden State Warrior and play the brand that they play. But I'm watching this dude like, Steiny, he ain't 7'2", but he plays with a presence, man. And now he's hitting the outside shot. I don't want to say chalk one up for Bob, but he looks like a good Warrior.
Does he look like a good Warrior, or do the young players not look like Warriors yet?
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you, Tim.
Tim, I'm going to say it ain't great. It's good, but I can differentiate the two. I'm looking at Anthony Lamb and his mannerisms and what he's doing to where I don't let it get poisoned by or misconstrued by what the youngsters aren't doing. I'm just kind of focused on him. And Steiny, he's playing.
How about if I put it this way?
I'm not saying he can take you to the promised land.
One of the reasons, I'm not saying the reason, but one of the reasons the Warriors have turned things around is because, what they've done with the bench. But a big part of why the Warriors have turned things around is they've gotten Wiseman and Moody out of the rotation.
Damn.
Your seven-time All-Pro,
that's
Moses
hard for me,
Moody.
But damn, that's how you look at it, huh?
Yes. Yeah.
I would have a hard time putting my John Hancock on that stuff.
Now I see, remember we had Myers on, and I said, Bob, I don't see it. I don't see these three young guys contributing by playoff time.
He did the Myers math.
Hey, play that again. I don't see it, Bob. And that's when he said, well, maybe not three, but can we get 1.5?
I'll never forget.
Okay. Well, Kuminga, hopefully, is one of them.
Okay.
And Moody's not done for the year.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So Moody slide back into the rotation and maybe become that half guy that Myers is talking about. But I think it's clear Wiseman's not going to be one of them.
And I got to say something else because you brought it up yesterday's show. Steiny, you think Iggy's close to hitting the floor? I mean, because he's out there front and center.
Yeah, I don't even want
to. Okay.
How about we don't talk about Iguodala until he plays a game?
I'm with that.
I'll be there.
Let's do it right now. Because I'm looking at him like he looks in tip-top shape.
Exactly.
Get out there.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with Iguodala.
Come on.
You can't have a serious discussion about him anymore. You just can't. One person in the conversation will invariably make fun of you. You know what I mean? Like somebody will say that somebody in the conversation, Iguodala will be such a joke, and the idea of him playing such a joke that you can't win the basketball argument. Like you just like I would Okay, Q, you're right. Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what.
He looks good.
I'll tell you what. If they could get Iguodala back for the last 20 games and into the playoffs, he plays 15. That would be You know how many people out there right now are saying you're an idiot, Steinmetz?
I'll be there when I be there.
Oh yeah, he's really going to do that. Iguodala's really going to do that.
All right.
So I got that's a
He looks
Kansas
like
City,
he can
Missouri.
play, Steiny.
You gotta show me that one. Leroy's in Oakland.
Our guy.
What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru, man? Always a pleasure. You guys are killing it as usual. Real quick, man, I just wanted to say, I'm a lifelong Warriors fan, and, there's too many times where I'm watching a game with my sons, and I would turn to them and go, man, that's a bad shot. that's a bad shot, even when it goes in.
Yeah.
And yesterday I was just like, wow, we only need 2 points to tie the game up, and we're hunting for a 3-point shot. Now, I don't mind. I know we're a 3-point shooting team, and I get that. And I don't mind us, shooting threes, but especially in crunch time. We're hunting for threes too much in crunch time, and we're only needing 2 points to tie the game, or we're just needing a bucket, not a 3-point bucket. And so that bugs me a little bit, and I just wish they would just cut that out, and in crunch time when we're down 2, pump the ball down low, get a better 2-point shot. And then the other thing, guys, Klay's rebounding. It's like he's either rebounding and not scoring, or he's scoring and not rebounding. And you guys know I've been on Klay about his rebound, and I'm like, Curry shouldn't have more rebounds than you down there every night. I mean,
thanks, Leroy. Oh, see, that wasn't me.
We'll hear about that.
I know.
We'll hear. But Leroy's our guy.
But if
I just tell Leroy,
agree,
that's the Warriors' way, though, Steiny. That's the league now.
What?
People are going for the dagger. Down 2, why didn't you drive? And this is who the Warriors are. They shoot the 3.
Yeah, I'm with him. I always remember that the Warriors, in their heyday, led the league in points at the basket. Never forget that.
The heyday was before KD. You'd go on strength and numbers.
I think even with KD, they led the league at points in the paint because the defense was so stretched.
Until somebody else.
You got to mix the 3 up. Look, here's why they lost last night. They didn't make any threes, and they turned the ball over.
And they got down 15 early. That was on the starters, not just Wiggins did.
Shoot 25% from 3, and you turn it over 18 times, you're going to lose.
Yikes.
Especially if you turn it over the last minute of the game. I mean, come on now.
Steiny, they were 11 for 43.
Yeah, and Leroy's right.
But I got to defend somebody here for Leroy. This is for you on the Xfinity mobile text line from the 925. Would Leroy be saying this had the 3 went in?
Which one?
The one that when they're down 2 and you're saying go tie the game, had said shot went in, you're up 1 now. Would people like Leroy be saying, oh, you would be happy? It's kind of Monday morning quarterback.
Well, he's talking about the threes in general.
No, that's the Warrior way. That's the league now, Steiny. Teams ain't going to tie, they go to win.
Oh, yeah, I disagree. Because
we saw Indiana the other night.
Steph said he made the wrong
the Lakers
play.
Down 2, they shoot a 3.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Steph was saying he should have taken the 2.
I get it. I heard him.
Like that was the let's go to Jonathan in Oakland. What's up, Jonathan?
How you doing, Steiny?
Hey, man.
I'm going to tell you, though, when you were speaking on Steph, talking about, blaming him for taking that rushing that shot and not knowing the time, Steph Curry that brought us 4 championships. We stand in the playoffs. We enjoying the Warriors. We got conversation about all the great things about Steph, MVP, playoffs, all the accolades you can come. Steph Curry can do anything until the day he retires. And another thing I want to say is, hopefully we stop, bagging on the Warriors so heavy. Let's wait until, the playoffs is coming and we in the 6th or 5th or 4th seed and have these long discussions. Because right now, we know the Warriors are just building themselves up for the playoffs and the championship run. They're trying to figure it out. All these heavy discussions about the Warriors is pretty obsolete. No disrespect to you guys' show, but let's wait it out for a little bit and see where they at.
Yeah, so, Jonathan, I'm with Jonathan.
Yeah, let me ask Jonathan. So, Jonathan,
he hung up.
But he'll hear now. I mean, the possibility of this team playing the next 2 months of basketball and realizing we may need some help, that's on the table.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and I'm not mad at Jonathan, and I don't feel like we're doing that to where jump off the cliff. As a show, we're happy, but the rat on the table is this team is going to self-diagnose itself in the next coming months and see, do we got enough? Every team's going to do that.
Yeah,
what do you think triggered him?
Who?
Jonathan, where he said
he thinks.
Nobody's saying. Well, you're saying they're fine, which is shocking a lot of people.
He's saying that you can't even criticize Steph when Steph says, "I blew it."
Yeah, I'm with Jonathan on that.
What do you mean?
See, when you say I don't criticize the chef, it comes from fear. I think you're saying, please.
I don't know what it is.
I'm just telling you, the dude has so much equity.
Well, why doesn't LeBron have that equity?
He totally does.
No,
what are you
doesn't.
talking about?
Oh, first of all, there's no player who's ever played the game who is above criticism. I don't care if it's Michael Jordan.
Right, but last night would be that qualifies as baby criticism. That's infantile criticism. So everybody pointed it out. He even said it.
You didn't point it out.
What did I do? I said he traveled.
I said it's not about the travel.
Okay.
It's about losing track of the time and situation as a point guard of a team.
That happens, though, Steiny.
Oh, it does.
And to his
credit, when it happens,
he admitted
somebody really gets hit hard.
So what should I say? I'm just moving forward.
I mean, we don't have to talk any more about it. I would have liked you have mentioned it. Just mention it.
In a roar type of way?
No, Steph blew that one, and we can move on.
All right, next time I'll do it for you.
No, you won't.
Westbrook did that.
The other thing is, Steph's a 4-time champion, one of the top players of all time.
Yeah.
Guess he made a mistake.
I get to it.
He lost. He made a fundamental mistake. So what?
This is how I know.
Why is it so hard for people to be like, no, you're right. He acknowledged it.
This is how I know.
He ain't perfect.
This is how, because we're married.
Damn.
I'm the dude that said in Game 6 at Oracle in the finals, Steph had a shot that I felt like he should have made. And I came in here and I said it. And you were just flabbergasted that I would even have the gall to say, Guru, that was No, we're talking about the chef. So I know I keep the same. I said he should have made the shot.
Yeah, that's it. That's not criticizing.
Stop.
He should have made the shot.
I feel so vindicated right now.
What's the harshest Guru's ever been with Steph Curry? You heard it here. He should have made that shot.
Oh, I said it a different way, though, Steiny.
How did he survive that verbal onslaught?
I don't do sports like that. Nobody's off limits. The dude is Jonathan's right. Come on.
I saw when Steph Curry walked into the room, when we interviewed him, I literally saw your goosebumps. Literally.
Dude, I don't know what to say to that. There wasn't no goosebumps. That's the chef.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't want to criticize him.
Stop.
Even for something little.
See, no, it ain't criticizing.
He's only
you want
human.
me to blame him. You want me to blame him for last night. He is not in fault for last possession. Oh, well, he did that.
Exactly.
Right.
That's my point, is even Steph can look himself in the mirror and say, I blew it. Like, I made a mistake. First of all, I should have taken the 2. Secondly, I lost track of the situation. He acknowledges it. Next day we come in, everybody's talking about, are you feeling good about this, bad about this loss? Don't worry about it. Okay. Never mind. I didn't see the ending. No, it's like we don't have to. Zaza Pachulia, executive show, Other Side, sponsored by Pfizer.
RELAX. Relax. Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
I like where the Warriors are at now. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. Like, to me, like, form matters. And seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, as a young guy, you got to set screens.
Yep.
You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. He checked all those boxes.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, smile naturally. Perfect.
Cam's Photography knows wedding season ramps up in a flash. They need to say I do to a studio assistant before clients go full bridezilla.
I'm so sorry. I have to get a different lens. I'll be right back.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7!
All righty, the executive show is brought to you by Affici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.affici.com. That's AFICI to book your reservation today. And let's welcome in Zaza Pachulia. Hey, Zaza, how you doing?
We're back. Time goes fast, guys. It seems like we just talked a couple days ago.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I got to ask you a question, and my partner says, oh, you won't ask Zaza this question. I said, sure I will. And here's the question. Obviously after the Phoenix loss, the team got together and something happened and things changed. And obviously Klay Thompson changed the way he was playing. I mean, it was not hard to see that Klay was forcing it, playing a little bit selfishly, let's say the first 8-10 games of the year. So are you telling me he didn't know that he was playing like that? Because he's a smart guy, right? He knew he had to be playing not the right way, if you know what I mean.
That's a great question. I've been fortunate to be around with amazing people, and especially that I have more time now to spend, time outside of the court of the basketball. And I met with so many successful people, from different parts of the world and, different spaces. And one thing I realized, we all need reminders. We all need help. The power of the communication, guys, is huge. I think we underestimate the power of the communication, and especially when things not going well, or even when things going well. It's never enough to communicate. So I think whatever happened, I was not at the meeting. I'll be very honest. I was not in the room, but whatever happened, it was very helpful for everyone. And now I don't want to say that was. I don't want to give credit to the meeting, 100% credit, but I'm pretty sure a significant amount of credit goes to that meeting, right? And whoever led, whoever talked, like I say, communication is huge. And I think to get on the same page, shoulda, woulda, coulda, like to be avoided, right? So everybody will, to hear from each other what we need to do, right? And it comes to the basketball team, it comes to the basketball department, BB Ops, or the business side, right? Communication is huge. So, like you said, yes, Klay is smart, and so everybody else, and then the locker room. So, I think they hurt each other, and all they had to do is execute it on the court. Now, success doesn't come overnight. Yes, we see the team is playing better, but it has so much room to improve and play championship caliber game.
Zaza, let me ask you this. Because last time we talked, some things have happened, and Wiseman, he's in Santa Cruz. Have you talked to him? And if you had, what advice would you give him?
Yes, I've been talking to James here and there. Obviously, he's in Santa Cruz and, playing, getting reps is what we all want. And I'm pretty sure he's happy also to, get minutes and being able to, play basketball and getting opportunity to play. And it's a progress. I mean, obviously there's so many things needs to come along, right? And for him to fully take advantage of this opportunity, and that's going to help him to be better. And this starts on the court, but off the court as well. And I'm more getting to the small things, guys, versus on the court and X's and O's, because he's in good hands when it comes to coaches. And I'm kind of trying to stay away from, a lot of noise and, a lot of opinions around, especially the young guy, because, you might really overwhelm, his mind. And, but, small things like, for example, it's important to play with energy, and it's important to show the emotions. Even when you make something good, it's only gonna help you. And don't head your head into when you make a mistake. It's okay. We all make mistakes, right? And even Steph Curry makes mistakes on the court. One of the best in the game. But it's all about on to the next play, right? Short memory, and you're gonna get the opportunity to fix that mistake, defensively and or vice versa and offensively, right? So this kind of small things, I think, for the young player like James or anyone else, doesn't matter, is only going to help them because I think that's the huge difference between the championship teams or teams just not mediocres, right? The small things.
Yeah, and Steph Curry said last night he forgot to score in the situation of the game. I mean, he's got to be reprimanded for that, right? He's got to be maybe sit him down for a game, extra sprints in practice today. Man, what's getting into Curry?
Well,
I'm kidding. We don't know each other that well yet. No, I do. I want to ask you this though about Steph Curry because he's obviously one of the greatest players of all time. And when you talk about Steph, you talk about Bird and Magic and LeBron, and all those guys made their teammates better. And Steph certainly does that too. But my question is this: is it easy or hard to play with Steph Curry?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's in the beginning it's hard, but once you're gonna figure out what you need to do to complement this guy and to help this guy, and once you figure out your role, then it's becoming easy. So I think you're gonna experience both challenges, when it comes to playing a daily basis, not only one game, but every single day to play with Steph. But like I said, I always look at the big picture, right? It's a long term because it's a long season when you play 100+ games. Overall, it's fun. First of all, just to think about playing with Steph, and I got to ask the question so many times, guys, from the fans and from the basketball world, from other players, how it feels to play with Steph. But so for some reason, like in our industry, nobody remembers the beginning. Everybody remembers the last. So
right,
if you're not feeling great about playing with Steph Curry towards the end of the season, that means that you got problems. So for that reason, I would say it's so much fun to play with this guy because, first of all, we talked about so many times, I'm never going to get tired of mentioning, it's about the joy, right? Because he brings so much joy every single day. So it's his positive energy in the locker room, on the court, and in practices. And once it's a go, work time, he's the hardest working guy. And, he inspires so many people, from his teammates to coaches to all the employees. And I was fortunate enough to see this every single day. It was happening in front of my eyes. And the other day, actually, I brought my kids to practice to work out, my boys, and Steph shows up. They happened during the training camp, and he should not be there, but he came for his second workout of the day, and I just had to stop working out with my boys. I said, listen, guys, this is the great opportunity for you guys to actually watch how Steph works out. And once we were driving back home and my boys were, they couldn't sleep at night because they were so excited. I texted Steph. I said, thank you who you are. I mean, not even a friend. Of course he's a friend, but at the same time, and as a parent, there's no better compliment, or no better way. What else I can do as a parent, right, to inspire your kids? And your kids were speechless. My kids were speechless to see work ethic here too. So and I reminded them it was second practice of the day, for Steph. Wow. The best player in the world, and he's 30+ years old, but he works so hard, and this is the only way you're gonna stay on the top. So we're just so lucky to have this guy in the Bay Area and then part of the Warriors organization. And just overall basketball, not only it sounds like selfish, but we're just lucky the basketball fans to experience and watch the greatness.
That's great stuff, Zaza. I got to keep it real with you. That's what we do here on Steiny and Guru. I want to talk Draymond Green. And Zaza, keeping it real, I'm telling you, I've criticized him for stuff, just his dealings with the ref, yelling at the coach to challenge a play. But what I've been watching, man, I told my partner his motor is on 1,000, and I'm just stepping back to say, because we talk about Curry, and rightfully so, but you played in this league. How rare is Draymond Green? Because he's doing it all, and now I'm seeing him score, Zaza. I'm just sitting back like, are we taking him for granted?
That's a good question. Probably it's pretty complex question as well because with Draymond, it's so interesting. Every year you just don't know what to expect in a good way, right? But there's always a way that he's looking and we need to do a good job of make sure he's he's motivated and. Again, it's not a bad thing, by the way, because he's such an important part of our success and our journey and run we had last decade, last 10 years. So he's such an important. I just cannot imagine without him, this team to be, for us to be talking about a championship. Maybe yes, but it's just for me, just very hard because
right.
A lot of people or fans see that yellings and, or whatever you just mentioned, but I was fortunate to see more than that, so in good sides and bad sides. But overall, I know that Steph and Clay take so much benefit from playing alongside with a guy, so,
right.
This means a lot to me, right? So now, of course, if it was that easy, success is not easy. You need to deal with certain challenges and, certain barriers and et cetera. And I'm not saying that Draymond brings challenges, but, whatever, you got to look at the whole big picture, right? There's some takes and gives. And
right.
Overall, you got to be able to manage all the personalities you have because it's not only about Draymond, I'm pretty sure even during my time, we had personalities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's important to have a good leader and a right leader. And I think we do have a right leadership in the team. That's why this franchise is so noticeable, so unique. And not only on the court, obviously I'm referring to Steve Kerr and his coaching staff, but off the court as well with Bob Myers. It's so many things he does besides, the fans they're able to see. So many things every day. Even I'm in that Chase Center right now. He passed by me a couple times already, and he's been talking about different things. I don't know exactly what he's talking about. Obviously, it's about a team. It's not his personal life or, he's talking to his buddy. He's been talking about our team, So that's why everybody has to work, and we have like I mentioned, we have an amazing leadership, and it's our job actually to control and manage the personalities we have and put everybody in a situation, that, succeeds individually and obviously put the team in a situation to succeed on the court and win the championships, right? So, again, of course, we all wish instead of, 4 to have maybe 8, but you know what?
Right.
I'll take 4.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, Zaza, today's your lucky day, man. Normally you would see me on the low block Sunday in the Warriors World Tournament, but unfortunately the Niners play, so we won't have a team. So you go out there and win and play against whoever, but you got lucky we didn't field the team this year.
This was the only thing was worrying me, guys, so I appreciate it.
Are you going to play? Are you going to back-to-back? You guys going again?
You know what? Since you're not going to be there, I just lost some motivation.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Good luck.
Hey,
Yeah.
Zaza, thanks as always. Really appreciate it, and we'll catch up with you in a couple weeks.
Thanks for having me, guys. Always fun talking to you.
Yes, sir. That's Zaza Pachulia. The Executive Show was brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.afici.com. That's AFICI to book your reservation today.
He said something about Steph. I saw your eyebrows go up.
Yeah.
I criticized the chef too when need be. Last night he did it himself. Self-police, Donnie.
I understand. It's a ladder. It can be a ladder to success in this media market. Trust me, I get it.
Please, I
get
said he
it.
should have hit the shot in 16.
Listen. I get it. Why? People are afraid. Even just a little thing. It's like you can't even criticize it. You got it. Here's your guy. He's one of the greatest players of all time, greatest shooter. You can't criticize Steph until you recite his entire resume. Then you can say, I saw be like, he's a 4-time NBA champ. Please. He's a 3-time MVP. This, that. But you know what? I can't believe I'm saying this.
No.
Actually, you know what? He can lose sense of the scoring situation.
He didn't go J.R. Smith, Steiny. That's what you want to hear. He shared it with us. We didn't know. We knew J.R. didn't know what was going on. I'm going to be honest with you and the people. I can't watch a Warrior game and stop thinking about the big man.
Who?
Wiseman. Like,
oh, my God.
Yeah, no, Steiny, because you talked about they're fine, and they are. They're building their identity. No. But come on, let's be real. Let's put the rat on the table. At some point, he's coming back. You don't think he'll be stashed down there all year?
It doesn't. I don't think he's going to ever be part of the rotation this year, Wiseman. And that's okay.
You telling me to let that go now?
I'll let it go. Yeah. And, again, like I think they had to make it – I think at the beginning of the year, they were like, let's get these 3 guys some action. And they realized – they were not going to win a lot of games if all 3 of those guys were playing 16 minutes each. So they kind of had to make a determination and weed out 2 of the 3. And Kuminga's the one they're going with, and he was pretty good last night. So,
yeah.
I mean,
that was Myers. What did he say? 1.5, Steiny, out of the 3.
Yeah. Let's go to Filmo Mike. He's been hanging in there. What's up, Filmo? We got to get to one of his parties.
I'm mad at Filmo Mike.
Oh,
what happened, Guru?
Oh, I was off and JD was in. Let me tell you. Oh, Steiny, you and JD go deep. You guys do. And I was hurt. I was in the car with Pops. He was like, Filmo Mike ain't got. You know what? I was like, boy, hey, I know that was love for JD, but I had to tell you, I wish I had your number. Like, don't do me like that when I'm out, Mike.
Nah. Y'all, you know, hey Guru, you know you everybody's favorite, man. So it's like when Steiny was just talking about the Steph Curry compliment. You know, you gotta rate all the attributes, but they do Steiny and JD. They do trying to take it to like.
Nah, they good, man.
They be dorks. They be like dorks and dweebs about it. They be really into it.
I got you, Mike. I mean? I know. JD is my dude. Go ahead, man.
This is why I'm mad at you, though. You out here sounding like I usually only do this on Mark Willard and Dibs show. You sound like Captain Save Us Steph, man. You can't be Captain Save Us Steph, man. Steph make mistakes. You know that in the streets they say, his boo-boo, you got to pull up your shoe. You put your pants on like me. Steph messed up. Steiny, you was mentioning, would Draymond Green do that? No. Draymond Green basketball IQ is higher than Steph Curry's. Yeah, I said it. Yeah. Draymond Green basketball IQ is probably top 3 in the league, top 4, 5 in the league. And Curry, he always got moments like that. He'd be like, oh, I didn't even know. And he looked puzzled. I love Curry, but when you got to call it out like you did, he messed up last night.
Mike, he said as much. I'm not. Mike didn't hear 2018 then.
Thank goodness Steph said it because nobody else would have. Nobody else in the Bay Area would have.
Oh, my goodness.
Hold it. Now okay.
What you got?
510.
Because you're in a good mood.
Steinmetz is guessing like everyone else. If Wiseman comes back, you got to own up to your wrong analysis. It's not analysis when I say, yeah, I don't know about Wiseman. I don't think he's going to be in the rotation the rest of the year.
Gotcha.
If he is, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Then good. He is. But it's going to be hard to play those 3 rookies in the playoffs together or even in all in the same game.
Tell me what you would give me
Maybe
for
he'll
this.
Be back.
A penny, a nickel, $1.50.
Oh.
Because you actually won some money. We'll talk about that later. But listen, Dallas just Luka went to the free throw line 15 times. I just hate that this is the Warriors, they're finesse. You got Draymond, but offensively, it's from the outside, Steiny. They don't get to the charity stripe. And when you go up against Giannis, or the Giannis's, the Lukas, the great ones, you got to get to the – Kobe got to the stripe. Bird, Magic, you got to get to the charity stripe. And that's why, Fillmore Mike listening, I feel like, and this is real talk, Curry don't get that whistle he should. And I'm going to leave it there.
You know what?
No, you're laughing.
I am laughing.
The man has turned
laughing.
better than Kyrie getting to the bucket. He gets knocked down. He don't get that whistle. I don't know what it is.
So we've gone from we can't even like that he lost time of situation.
You won't let that go.
So now there's two things. Now it wasn't a walk and he doesn't get the whistle.
Oh no.
Like, do you understand? Dude, there is no he bears no responsibility.
Dude,
in many people's minds.
I'm your partner. I said he should have made the shot in the finals. Listen, it ain't about the travel. I don't like watching grown-ass men play for 48 minutes, and then you're going to go CYO in high school.
That's not CYO. He walked. That's not even close.
What about the carry? It's the same under the same. You're ruining the game.
No, they're not.
That you let go for decades.
No, they're not. They are not ruining any game.
The game was marred last night.
They're saving the game with that crap.
Please.
You just see, this is why
the chef had the ball.
Okay, yeah, this is why you love your 184, 160. You want the game to be 184, 179.
Oh, no, I told you I hate that.
Yeah, right.
But the highlights.
Right. So you want them to, so they can't be touched. You cannot touch them in the perimeter. You can't contest their shot. You can let them get away with walking egregiously. And now let's let him carry. You wonder why it's 158 to 151. The bottom line is Steph Curry walked. That's a walk. They called it. Walks are up around the league. Good.
You're okay with it,
yes.
Though, huh?
And you know what? The idea, you must not think much of these NBA players. You must think they're not great enough to adjust because you think you were robbed of something when they just enforced the rules.
The whistle came out to just at the fans.
Yeah. Curry knew.
Wow.
Curry knew. He knew. He knew. I love, you know what? This is why I do like Curry, because he does acknowledge. He acknowledges his mistakes. Because the fans.
We got to get to the basket more, man.
That's been a problem for a decade.
Well, you're right, but still.
People are going to be like, the turnovers.
I believe
it's been
that.
a problem
I
for
believe
10
the
years,
calling
but
of
they've got 4 titles.
Whatever they're doing enforcing, it's got something to do with Jordan Poole, the refs. It's in his, something's going on with him. They're calling him from traveling now.
But the bottom line is they're doing it league-wide. Nobody's singling out the Warriors.
We'll watch.
I love it.
Do you?
Yes, you got to be able to defend these guys somehow. I mean,
I'm lighting up a cancer stick thinking I need a cigarette by the. Is Curry going to make it? And then here comes a whistle. Game over?
Yeah, he walked. I
put it out.
Took 3 steps. How
about that?
I hope. I can't. I'm excited.
I hate that NBA if that's what's going to happen.
I love making that call consistently. Absolutely, positively. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll just throw it out there. Are you with Guru? You don't want that to be a walk. You want games to be 158, 154. If you allow that walk, let me ask anybody out there, how the F do you guard Steph Curry or anybody? You may as well just go into an empty gym because that's what it's like. 888-957-9570. Actually, it took 4 steps. One of the things that really annoys me.
It's a Red and Gold Wednesday on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, God, is it time for a break yet?
49ers linebacker Azeez Al-Shire joins the show at 4.
Big hit. That'll jar the ball loose. Azeez Al-Shire.
Followed by the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Today at 5.
Boy, that's a great question. Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Curry's got the ball. 13 seconds. Here we go. Curry splitting traffic. Steps out. Leans back. He traveled. Turnover.
Oh, my.
He had plenty of time. 10.1 to go in the game.
He had a layup if it had gone all the way to the basket. They were down by 2, but he was looking for a 3.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, thanks, Steph. And you know what, Steph? Let me just thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
For being a stand-up guy, for being a class act, for taking responsibility and accountability. You have been nothing but the greatest face of a franchise that I've ever seen in my entire life. I owe a big part of my career to you.
There's a drop of that, Matt.
Why are you calling me Matt?
I don't know.
I think the Warriors are in good shape right now. And the way I kind of look at a team, Goo, is, it's not every day you take stock. There are going to be good days and bad days, but they were 3-7, and they didn't look good at all. And it was some of the metrics were terrible, and it was fair to say, yikes, this team, the bench was awful.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're 12 games. They played 12 more games, and now they're 8-4. The issue was the bench. Okay, they've addressed that, and signs are trending up. Klay Thompson was abysmal for 10, 12 games, whatever it was. He looks like he's stabilized
Had a great look last night.
So, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm the Golden State Warriors, we're going to play another month, and we're going to try to win 8 of our next 12, let's say, and we're going to try to get to 19 and 15.
Yeah.
And then in January 1st, you look at the roster and say, do you think we're a championship team? We've gone 17-8 over the last 25. Like, that's, to me, kind of what you do if you're the Warriors. Use December to get better, to see how far you may or may not have to go to be the best team in the Western Conference. Maybe you do have to make a move, and that's when you start thinking about it.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is right now, Steiny, and I know the Warriors got off to just a horrendous start, but right now they're the 9th seed at 11-11, and they score 117 a game. Guess what, Steiny? They give up 117 a game. Okay. Now, that may change because they're playing better, but, again, I said this all last year, and they went and won it all. They just seem like small to me, But, again, this ain't the era of throwing it to Hakeem or the big dudes on the block, but, at some point, getting to the rack or the lack of getting to the rack is going to bite them. But last night I thought was the opportunity to say, hey, we've self-policed ourselves. We're fixed. We're good. And this thing on the road that we started out so poorly on, we're about to take Luka down, and they didn't get it done 2-10. So I want to see the road Warriors show up too. And I'm not saying they can't.
They did.
Kaminga, that was the big takeaway too.
I think they showed up.
JK.
Last night. They're not going to be. They're not going to be a dominant. Like this is the way.
Now you said, what did you mean about they're not going? Don't expect that.
They're not going to go 30-11 on the road. They're already 2-10. Hell, they're not even going to get back to 500 on the road. I mean, what would that be?
Dude,
19.
They got 10, 41.
I guess
so
19,
29 games
11.
Left. Yep.
19-11 on the road. Damn, that's a heck of a stretch. And I thought, again, they won 2 out of their last 3. They're right there last night. Took a great performance to beat them. And I was surprised this morning listening to the shows and the fans. If I were a Warrior fan, I'd be like, okay.
What did you hear this morning?
Well, listen to this. Yeah. Listen to this to me is huge. Steph Curry after the game.
I'm super proud of JP, Dante, JK, Jermichael, and they all gave us an opportunity to even have something to play for, late in that second quarter and the rest of the game. When our starters play like we did the first 6 minutes, they build a lead. Our patterns have been we hadn't had any chance to come back and we, lose those games by double digits. And it's kind of a snooze fest the whole time. But our guys came in and, played amazing on both ends of the floor, put it all together, gave us life to the point where we're down 1 going into halftime, and a couple threes go down, and we get a couple more stops. Like, it's a different tone, and it's because of them on the bench. So I know there's been a lot of talk about their performance and the scrutiny and all that. If they play like they did tonight, we're going to be a hell of a team.
A hell of a team.
Yeah, I love it.
Not we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to be fine. No.
We're going to be a problem.
We're going to be a hell of a team.
All right, and I'll tell you what, Steiny.
People miss that quote from Curry? Like, that's optimism. That's so much further from where we were, 2 weeks ago.
And if you had the right pieces and all that stuff that was going on. But like you said, and you asked Zaza, I don't know what was said in that meeting, Steiny, but something. It was bigger than just Klay. It was bigger than Dre. And for a bench player to Jermichael Green to come out and say that he was the one that let us all know something was talked about. But this is what I took from yesterday's game, too. A lot of times we don't hear from Kuminga, Steiny. He played his ass off, but we got to hear from him. And I want you to hear what he said about his relationship with Steve Kerr.
All right. I probably have.
It feels good. It's good to actually and I won't say I never had a relation with coach, but building more and more and more. I mean, it's really important, especially for young guys coming in the league. Having that trust and building that relation with your coach is something good.
Man, 26 minutes, 6 of 8 from the field. Batted. We say it in the union. Batted Christian Wood. He get that stuff out of here. You saw that one. I mean, athletically, there's nothing. It's all about the puberty, man, getting the reps. And if he can continue this, and I know it was one game, but Steiny, all I've been saying is, Kuminga, I don't care if you score or don't score. Go get a rebound with that size. He had 10 of them. And got the last one to give the Warriors possession before. What a great play call. Clay, you want to hit that one? Damn.
Aren't you second-guessing Kerr for not trying to get the ball to Curry?
No.
Come on.
At the second half of the Splash Brothers, Clay deserved that. That would have, man.
I made a shot all year.
Oh, boy. Dude, he's shooting 40% from deep.
That's one of those. Take away that one game. And,
are you really doing? You ain't doing that.
I can do whatever I want.
Or you want me to be Dibs and go in on K-Wig, who has been arguably your second best player.
Let me tell you something.
He had the starters.
This is where
needed diapers last night. They stunk so bad.
Back to Wig. Here's the issue that you and I have on a personal level.
Well, we got few. Okay. I don't know what I... Go ahead, Steiny.
I'm too literal. Like you said even earlier, Draymond's having a phenomenal year. No, he's not. Draymond Green is not having a phenomenal year. And like Wiggins, he's not having a great year. Steve Kerr even said as much 10 days ago. He said, I bet if you ask Wiggins is not at the level he was last year. Like
that ball was said, okay.
They're not playing. They through 22 games, Draymond Green has not been phenomenal.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something.
He hasn't been. Stop saying it.
Okay. I'm going to say it because
he hasn't.
This is where I feel
if Draymond Green's phenomenal, they'll win a title.
Listen, and that we got a long way to go, Johnny. What I'm seeing from Draymond and why I'm using the P word phenomenal is, you look like, you finishing off the glass with the left hand. Oh, you are scoring. You are taking initiative. All the other stuff that you don't see, Steiny, forget the numbers. I know that's going to come later as the stakes grow. But Draymond pushing that ball and offensively going to the cup, give me that all day. So that's what makes me feel good about Dre is that was a part of his game that kind of was pedestrian. Last year, he just didn't feel comfortable in the key with the little floaters. That's what I'm seeing, that when the rest of it catches up come April, that's when it's like, watch out, Jack. And he's shooting his highest from 3-point. Talk to me about his 3-point percentage. Give us that. What is it, 32? No.
32?
No. I had another number for him.
Sorry.
Damn it.
32.
But what?
And he's averaging 9 points, 1.5.
Okay, dude, 9. I mean, come on.
7.5.
Yeah, but it was
that was ridiculous. His rebounding is significantly
six
lower.
a game, 7 assists.
It's lower. His assists are the same.
Well, let me ask you this, Steiny, and I'm being real.
He's been.
What would you? Okay, what are you about to say?
Give him a B. B minus.
Well, okay. I'm giving.
You said phenomenal.
Well, Steiny,
there's been only one phenomenal Warrior, Steph Curry. All right,
and we'll come down.
Stop. You got
no. He's vested. He's vested.
Phenomenal?
That you know what?
They're
Here
11
I go.
and 11,
that motor
and
is on 1,000. That motor is on 1,000.
No, it's not.
To me, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm watching.
1,000 is playoff Draymond. He is not in playoff Draymond.
What? Let me ask you this.
What would you
like him to do that he's not doing?
He can. His defense has definitely slipped.
See, now I feel like that's a product.
More. Absolutely needs to rebound better, and his individual defense has slipped.
You think so?
Absolutely. Here's the other thing. He's not playing as big on the interior as he used to.
Hey, that's fair.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's
but
useless.
The other things that I see are jumping off the screen. He's their heart and soul, and he's been that.
Okay, so I don't understand.
Yeah.
Steph and Draymond have been phenomenal. Wiggins has been great. Why are they 11-11?
I think we talked about it.
It's all bench?
Yeah, well, that and Jordan Poole.
Maybe the three guys haven't been as good as we've thought, especially on the defensive end. I'm just going on what Steve Kerr said. Steve Kerr said
and
10
I didn't
days
hear that
ago,
one about Wiggins.
if you asked Andrew, he's not playing the defense like he did a year ago. But, I mean, I get it's, December next?
Yeah.
Oh, December starting. But I think Steph's been great, and Draymond and Wiggins have been okay. They've been pretty good. All right.
And I ain't giving out – I'm not the hall monitor, Steiny, and I hate giving out passes, but I told you about his defense. Like, you are a product of your environment, Draymond, and I'm not giving him a pass here. But there's so many times the ball goes in, and you see him look at somebody, not pointing the finger, but like, damn, they scored because you didn't do what you were supposed to be doing. I'm over here thinking you got my back, and there's a lot. It's less now. It's waning, but it's a lot of that. But I guess I am fixated on him bringing that ball up, him shooting the three when he gets it, and going to the basket. And, like, those are the things that are not called metrics, but they're my eye test to where I'm like, ooh, that energy. And I don't know if it's the punch or what, but he seems to be in a good space.
Yeah, and this is where, like, and I'd love to know how Warrior fans feel about this at 888-957-9570. You know, I'd like to get to the bench last. I like to start at the top. And the Golden State Warriors are 11-11, and I'm looking, let's be objective. Steph's been great.
MVP great, right. Are we doing this?
I don't want to do this.
Because if you give me any name of any other player on a good, forget the record.
Well, you can't forget the record. That's part of the MVP debate.
Yeah. But you know what I mean. But
he's having a great year.
Okay.
Draymond, he's been fine. To me, he's been average for Draymond.
But he's not aging before our eyes like I thought he was last year. See, that's it. That's where I'm looking at through that prism study. He don't look like he's just.
So he's in his prime.
No,
he's playing defense now like he was in his prime.
No, I'm not going there. That's two different things. But go ahead.
He's not even playing defense like he played last year. They were talking about him Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Okay.
Then he got hurt. There's not even a sniff of that this year because he's not. Secondly, here's the other thing. Steph's defense has not been as good through 22 games it was all last year. Okay, but Steph's been great. Draymond's been okay. Wiggins has been okay. Klay Thompson has been terrible.
And there's somebody else to put in that.
Who?
Jordan Poole.
Okay.
On defense, but you don't have the luxury of GP2 to bail those guys.
I'm sick and tired of talking about DiVincenzo and Kuminga and Wiseman.
And I'm not breaking them up.
The bottom line is, the five-man unit, yes. It's a great five-man unit when they all can play together. You know what? You know what the Warriors remind me of?
Who?
A little bit. They remind me of the pickup game, right? Pickup game, and I come up there and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get up to the court with four of my buddies who are really good.
What's happened? Okay,
really good.
Yeah.
So now I can walk up to the playground with my five.
I got you.
And we're good.
Happens all day.
Okay, yeah. And then we get on the court and we win.
Right.
And we win. And we win.
Back to back.
Yeah. Then we lose. And someone goes, hey, you want to run with us? And they go, no. We got to keep our five together. You know what? That's also an indictment on the starting five.
Okay.
The fact that the Golden State Warriors, I don't know why nobody at least mentions that. I understand when the Warriors starting five, they have a great starting five, plus minus, efficiency, all that stuff. Well, what happens when there's one or two tinkers?
Well, that's
why does it
better.
go haywire?
Yeah, that's
why
gotten
does
better,
it go
Steiny.
haywire?
It's gotten better.
Why haven't the starters taken any responsibility for the fact that they've developed such a comfort level with their great guys that they can't play with the other guys.
Well, because a bunch of the other guys are new. You got to incorporate that.
When you make one change,
that takes time.
You take one out of those five guys off, everything changes.
Yeah, but that's been getting better. Draymond's been with the second team, and him and Poole have been doing some things. But the best player on the team, you just played the sound. He gave kudos. He didn't. That analogy you gave, I've been there, and I still understand, hey, we're playing with my five. But Steiny, he didn't shun the rest of the guys. He gave them love about them making some strides. Even if it was baby steps, it'll be greater later. But they miss. I'm being real. Otto Porter Jr., his size, his length, his securing the defensive rebound. They miss GP2, who was bailing out the guys that probably are playing the same type of defense they were playing last year. Now you don't have that, and you're getting hit more. 117 a game? Now it's early, but that's got to get better. And the fact that other teams, hey, let's put the right on the table, Steiny. This team fouls left and right. Body punches, but you don't body punch the other team. Like, that's got to get fixed. You can't just rely on the shot from the outside. But I said this last year, same bat time, same bat station, but they parlay. It wasn't as apparent as it is this year. They parlayed that into a chip because I took for granted Bielitsa in his length. I took for granted Porter Jr. on the defensive end and Gary Payton II. Go give me that. Ha! From the best ball handlers in the game. Those are big losses. And right now they can be had living at the free throw line. Nobody can stop Luka. What about the one he gave Steph the elbow, knocked him down, and went finished? He's a bad dude.
Why didn't Wiggins guard him?
Now, that is maybe Wiggins had a stomach flu or something, a bug.
Or maybe, it's like.
But for you and Dibs to call out Wiggins today.
I didn't call out Wiggins.
I know, but he came.
I didn't say one word about Wiggins.
It's with the Curry thing that you want me to beat Curry up. He said, okay, he had a bad one.
I don't even want you to beat him up. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth that I dare you question. You know what? He made a mistake.
Oh, Stein, we've talked about his stop with his joke with his turnovers. I call him out. Come on. Look at you smiling. I call him out.
This one.
Yeah.
I'm not smiling on this one. Basically, if you want to say I'm too hard on Steph, I guess. I don't really think so, but because I think I give him credit for being one of the greatest, but.
How bad you think Clay wanted that shot?
I don't know.
Let's hear Charles Barkley. I got to give him credit. He didn't back up on his comments on Clay. Let's hear.
Clay's still a heck of a player, but he's never going to be that best two guard in the NBA that he was for a long time because of age, Achilles, and ACL. And I was disappointed that he overreacted because he 100% overreacted. Because I said, kid's still a good player, but his days of being the best two guard in the NBA. Because I'm going to tell you what happened that night, because I've been there. Devin Booker was kicking his ass. And when you get older and you're like, this guy's kicking my ass, there's nothing I can do about it. Because that was really hard for me when I got older. Because I'm like, this dude can't play, and he's kicking my ass. That happens to every great player. But then you could tell Clay was frustrated because he started talking about the 4 rings, which nobody can ever take them 4 rings, and he's one of the best players ever. But that night, Devin Booker was kicking his ass, and there was nothing he can do about it.
Wow, that was on the Taylor Rooks podcast, Donnie. I mean, who is the best two-way player in the game? Jason Tatum?
Giannis.
Well, the rest of my
Embiid.
Embiid, stop. And I love Joe. It is Giannis. But right now for MVP, it may be Tatum. Tatum might be in the lead for MVP, though.
When you take a little second to think about things, you can often come up with the logical answer.
I thought you would say Devin Booker. Like if somebody said Booker, right, I wouldn't be mad at him.
But he also said two-way guard. So that would be...
He said player.
Well, but really
two-way guard?
Yeah, you're really going on a limb there with Giannis, but,
Yeah. Well, now we're talking about Booker. If we say guard, two-way guard, which Clay...
You're faulting me for saying Giannis.
Yeah, well...
Who's the best two-way player in the NBA? Giannis. Oh, well, way to go out on a limb. Well, you asked me.
Yeah, and then you took credit for saying something that we know.
Yeah.
No, you don't know it, apparently, because you're taking Booker.
Well, now would take Booker when it's to guards.
I'd have to think about it. I like Jimmy Butler a little bit.
Oh.
Let me think about it.
Yeah. What's going on in Miami?
I thought it was Wiggins. If
somebody wanted to say that, I wouldn't throw him out the party.
What about Kevin Durant?
I actually think it's probably the guy on the same team as Giannis, right? Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday's terrific. Yeah. Middleton's great. That's why when they're healthy, I think the Bucks are the best team. Their three best players are all really good defensively. Can't say that about the Warriors
anymore. If somebody wants to say Paul George, I ain't mad at him. That he might be the best one of the best two-way players.
He's not.
Your boy's
doesn't
bad
play
though.
enough.
Well, that is. I don't know who plays now. It's out of control.
I'm with you there. You and I,
Rick James. You and I.
I know that song. I know that song. Oh, I know one thing I wanted to get. You know what? Maybe I'll tease this.
Because you said something to me in the green room about. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know how. I don't know how you can be disappointed after last night's game. I really don't.
The beauty of Matt Steinman.
Stop thinking this is a 70-12 team. They got a chance to win it. They got a chance. Them and, I don't know, 6-8 other teams, maybe. They got a chance.
Which we knew before coming into the league. So where you going?
No.
This season.
This is a different team.
See, I feel like you're throwing a party for a C+. They're 11-11. They lead the league in fouls.
Okay.
They're fouling left and right.
That's right.
And I feel like just because they made some progress, which they have, you're throwing a party.
That's right. Because they're a 6 seed. This is a 5 or 6 seed team. They started out 3-7, and guess what? Now they're back to 11-11. There's 60 more games to go.
And they could make a change.
How many 50 wins? How many teams are on a 50-win pace right now?
Not a lot.
Exactly.
But my point is, forget those. Remember, I'll worry about what's going on in your house. They got a standard here of having the target on their back because they won. And I know they're not the same team, but Steiny, that's scary they're not the same team.
Get used to Goo.
I'm here.
There might be a year when the Warriors don't win it.
Oh, come on. We saw that.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Like right now, they are in contention. I give
you that.
They're a NBA final contender.
Okay. Anytime you got Steph.
What's the problem?
11-11.
It's December 1st. And they started 3-7.
But that you don't get a pass for that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do when you're not held to an unrealistic standard that they are. Look, they started 18-2 last year.
I will never forget it.
They were 500 after that. They were a 500 team after that.
I get you.
Okay, but then they made a run in the playoffs.
Yeah, but if I say what was the record, Steiny, it was greater than 500 because of what they did through those 20 games, going 18-2. That never goes away. And then they tapped into that to win it.
They didn't tap into it. They lost it, I thought.
Well, how did they win the finals?
They got healthy.
Right, but I feel like they tapped into that moxie of what helped them get 18-2. And you're right, Clay wasn't in there during the 20 games, but that set the tone to me.
Right, but what I'm getting at is for most of last season, what did they finish last year? 53-29? Is that right? 53-29 minus 18. Let me just get this right. 27, 53, 43, 33.
Look at you.
All right, they were 35-27. That's
with
still
some
better than
hellified injuries. Dre was out for umpteen games.
Well, that's the other thing. Now, darn, we got to take a break.
Okay.
I'll tell you the other thing. No, I wanted to keep it positive. Here's another reason why Warrior fans should feel ecstatic after last night's game. I'll tell you what it is on the other side. And you know who it's sponsored by? Oh, look at this. Bed, Bath, and Beyond. I don't see it, Bob.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs...
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh, I don't think anything scares the 49ers right now, and it very much looks like the 49ers in week 1 of the playoffs. Levi's Stadium, lights will be on, and the 49ers will either be hosting Seattle, Washington, or the New York Giants. I don't think that scares anybody at all.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Night-night.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
'Tis the season for grilling, and Kingsford Signature Flavors makes holiday grilling more special by making everything taste more delicious.
That's good.
Made with 100% real spices, Kingsford Signature Flavors come in multiple forms and can be used on any charcoal or pellet grill. So try basil, sage, and thyme for your Thanksgiving turkey and cumin chili for your Christmas prime rib. Kingsford Signature Flavors. Flavor you can see, smell, and taste. Find at HomeDepot.com.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended-release B vitamins.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Screen by Wiggins. Wiggins releases, dribbles in, lob pass blocked. Draymond gets it out to Curry. Crowded by Doncic. Drives by him. No look to the corner. Kuminga takes a dribble, takes the three, and hit it! The rookie hit it from the right corner. It's a 1-point game. 108-107 down.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Yeah, a lot of positives out of last night. He was one of them. Jonathan Kuminga. Looks like he's the rookie that's been, or not rookie, he's the young player who's been selected as the one they got to try to work with immediately and bring up to speed as fast as possible. I wonder if that means they look at the Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga and say Kuminga's the closest.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Well, Moody was the closest last year because he knew how to play.
Well, what if I throw this caveat in? Physically, just naturally, Moody doesn't have the size and the gifts that physically that Kuminga has, Steiny. Your boy is he got some gifts, man.
So does Wiseman, and he ain't playing.
Well, I don't know if Wiseman's got. He's still got.
Oh wait,
no, hold on now.
Thicker than a Snicker for him. 7'1". The body, Steiny. The body.
We still got to eat some burgers, but he ain't throwing it around. Kuminga's, dude. It's a young Dwight Howard. Is that? The body-wise, dude is, man, went up. And then when he jumps up, it's like a superhero. Just let me drop it in. Like, boy, you can do some stuff. And then he batted wood. He has it all. And I'll give Draymond this. It was even the offseason. Athletically, physically, muscle-wise, your boys, Kuminga's got it.
Many players in the NBA.
No doubt. No, I'm not saying that. But when Draymond was at a podcast, might have been his own. What that kid has, when it clicks, if it clicks, watch out, Jack. That's why everybody's calling and clamoring for Kuminga, Steiny. Your boy is, man.
Watch yourself.
I'm trying not to get excited.
Why on earth did you compare him to Dwight Howard?
Well, yeah, because Dwight had those broad guys.
This guy's
used to have them.
6'6".
Well, yeah.
Dwight's 7 foot, I think, isn't he?
Yeah.
One guy's a center, one guy's a...
Let me be me. You know what I mean? Just the body looks good, man. Yeah, I sold him short on some
Dwight
inches.
Howard's body, in fairness, was like top 2% in the league.
He might be 1%.
So
when somebody said you look like Robert Redford, you don't. But when they say that, you know what they mean, though. Like, you're doing good.
Point.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Point well made.
I used to get it when they say Denzel.
I was going to tell.
Now's Tracy.
I had a
Morgan. And it's not true.
I had a real positive about the Warriors. Saying I look like Tatum Channing. But Austin's in San Jose. He says I'm wrong.
Get him, Austin.
There's nothing I can be wrong about. All I've been is optimistic. I haven't stated anything that I've discerned as fact that is questionable. Hey, Austin, what's up, man?
What's up, fellas? What's up, guys? Yeah, Tiny, come on, man. Warrior fans, we used to bet much better than 11-11, and The way they missed last night, the way they let that game get away, and Guru's right. They had one guy on the court to worry about, and the only time they put a guy in front of him, like Kuminga was the only guy that could stay in front of him, for God's sake. So, yeah, I mean, 11-11, no. And those ticket prices, I'm going the game Friday, man. Trust me. They better have a good price out there for the ticket prices they charge.
All right, Austin, I got a rebuttal. One is they've already proven they're great at home. What are they, 8-1?
Oh, not right.
Yeah, so don't even worry about, I want to get tickets. They'll put on a show.
Well, I think he was saying he meant from who's playing. Like he wants to see the chef experience.
But who cares about what's going on in New Orleans if you're a Warrior fan? That's what I'm saying. And then what was the other one? He said, the
only one that could stay in front of somebody was Kuminga last night. Dude, Luka's bad, Steiny.
Okay.
I mean,
Austin.
Come on, man.
And some fans. I'm sure I've relayed this story to you about my father when he was a coach. And
I only have him as a ref. I've never knew he was the coach
before he officiated.
No, go ahead.
But he said to me, and I've said this a million times, Matt, if you think you can strip a guy,
that's it.
Don't do it early in the game. Wait till something matters late if you think you can do it. The Warriors, why would they want to put, they know they've got Doncic's kryptonite when it matters. It's November 30th. They didn't put Wiggins on him. They didn't do anything special. When I close my eyes, I'm saying, did Curry guard him? Was that Curry guarding him most of the time? So they didn't really invest a lot in that game in terms of, they were willing to live with things because it's November.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. It's a better long-term strategy to not show Dallas something right now. Why would you?
Because I'm going Herm Edwards. You play to win the game.
They are playing to win the game.
But Steiny,
they're playing to win in a way that benefits them in the future.
All right. You just struck a nerve with me. And my childhood. Phil Handy, when he was trying to make it to the pros, he was too cool to play with certain pickup games, so he'd be out there, but he would half-ass it. And you're basically saying that's what the Warriors are doing because it's November.
I'm not saying that at all.
But you're saying
I'm not saying that at all.
But that's what it sounds like.
You've played enough basketball to know the difference between playing hard and not playing hard, and there's 100 degrees in the middle.
And obviously it worked when they played that. Well, you had different personnel. You had different personnel when you saw Luka last in the Western Conference Finals that you don't have at your disposal now. But I always want to hear that a team, and you're going to laugh, I always want to hear that a team in November, like Jordan, Malone, and Stockton, you look at their game logs, 82, 80. They took every game seriously, man. So I'm not saying you're saying that, but it sounds like you're like, hey, you guys, it was just a game in November.
Jerry Sloan never held on to a strategy against a Western Conference opponent so as to perhaps benefit down the line in the playoffs by employing
Steiny, there's no doubt. But when you say strategy and Austin saying just guard a guy, that's two different things. You're telling me then you feel like the Warriors got multiple guys outside of Wiggins and forget Kuminga, they could guard Luka. No.
Well, maybe.
Now they don't.
Well, maybe what Kerr thought last night is, all right, if I match up with Wiggins, Wiggins is going to be able to do a nice job against Luka.
Okay.
And Luka's going to have to, by style, he's going to have to pass more.
Right.
Yeah, guess what? I almost wouldn't play him like that. In a game like this, I'd be like, you know what? Let's put Steph on him. Why? Well, because he'll probably shoot a little bit more. He'll hold it a little bit more. And let's see what happens.
Yeah. I can recall a couple regular season games to where Steph's been on him, and he kind of bully balled him and got to his spot and made the shot.
And that's my point, Warrior fans. And I'll say we, because I'm a fan. We're loving life. How'd you like to? Seriously.
You're 11 and
Seriously,
11.
man. Seriously. 10 years I'm watching this team and Curry and the way they play. I'm watching Dallas. I'm putting my finger down my throat. It's like they are the Houston Rockets 2.0. Doncic plays exactly like Harden.
And I love it, but yeah.
And here's the dilemma I have. You can't beat the Warriors that way. You can't beat a really good team that way. You can't. But you know what? Even though you can't, it's still the best and almost only way those two teams have to have played to even be competitive. Like, what can Dallas has to put the ball in Doncic's hands 85% of the time and say, go win us a game. And he's great enough that he can win some games. But when it gets to big boy time, the Warriors are going to win those games because of style.
Okay. I agree with that, but I know we're not in Dallas, but you kind of dismissed a guy, and this happened about a month ago, that I think is a damn good ball player and was worth every penny the Knicks paid. So Luka had a Robin in Brunson. Now, everybody wants to marry Halle Berry, Steiny, but you can't. So you get the best you can. And Brunson was a great compliment. He could bring the ball up. He could shoot the three. He could get to the free throw line. So what was so wrong, Mark Cuban, with Brunson alongside with Luka that got you to the step before the step? And now you just said bye-bye to him. He wasn't asking for the world. And now you got what we saw last night. Steiny, you got that Dallas team ain't getting to the Western Conference Finals.
Really? You would have said we would have said the exact same thing last year. We would have said the exact same thing. But you think that team,
with your finger down your throat?
I don't like the decision they made on Brunson. I have no problem with.
Wow, man!
All right, you want me to?
Because yesterday you were talking about what it looks like. Everybody's not going to win.
He's a great sixth man. He's a bad starter.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't want Jalen Brunson to be my starting point guard. What, are you kidding?
Oh, Steiny, I'd
rather have Fred VanVleet. I mean, let's go down.
No doubt.
Chris Paul. Rather have John Morant.
Check. Well, what is the Halle Berry thing?
Point.
You get what you have. You got to appreciate what do you got now?
Trae Young.
What does Dallas have now without Brunson? It ain't looking pretty.
Well, the point is they decided we're not paying Brunson $28 million to be a run-of-the-mill starter, maybe even a below-average starter at that position.
All right. Well, he got you to the WCFs.
I'm sorry, Brunson? Yeah. No, he didn't.
He was a part
Doncic got him there. Would you say
Jalen Brunson? That's a one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Come on. Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dinwiddie are more important as far as I'm concerned. But
man.
I'm not saying he's a scrub, but keep in mind, hey, Evan, you want to check something? And I'll bet I'm right on this one. Dallas got off to a bad start last year. I want to say they were like 19-20, and then so they're not off to a really bad start. They played like this last year, and then they got it together. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. He wants to talk about Steph Curry's trip around the world with 10 seconds remaining in last night's game. Let's high step on. What's up, Matt?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. So they lost the road game in November. Big deal.
Yeah.
I don't mind the refs calling the rules. I do have a big problem with arbitrary calls when it doesn't advantage the offensive player. But that's not the story. Curry made a mistake. That's not the story. It's game, 22? The story to me is the bench and Kuminga. And Dallas doesn't scare me one bit.
No.
There's no way they beat the Warriors 4 games out of 7. It just won't happen. So
yep. I don't think so either.
They righted the ship. Everything looks great. However, the roster. You got to have a however. The roster. They got 4 guys who don't play, who they've drafted. 2 rooks from this year, Moody and Wiseman. And then they got the 95-year-old guy who's going to earn his second year of NBA salary without playing a minute, which I find really irritating. What are they going to do? You can't have that kind of roster. I don't know what they need necessarily because they look pretty good, but how do you develop these other 4 people and then have basically a 2 dead roster spots? I don't know how they approach that.
Yeah, I don't. And thanks, Matt. Good stuff. I don't think it's a big deal.
And it's a trick up that they still got something up their sleeve if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they're missing something too, Matt.
It's size to me.
It's
size to me.
I can't quite put my finger on it.
They need one more. Dre needs some help, Steiny.
They do need an upgrade somewhere.
Some meanness, some thug life.
But see what they are at the end of the month.
What?
Maybe Kuminga puts together a month where it's like, dang.
But you never have enough. What if he does that and you still somebody comes available? Like, I know you're going to laugh, and I know they can't make this happen, but Jay Crowder would be perfect.
Why would the Suns,
well, see, that's
a rival
politics.
of the Warriors, trade Jay Crowder to the Warriors?
I get it. But my whole point was it was more of somebody that is built and plays like that.
I don't know.
Strong hands. Tough.
Here's the one.
Shoot a three.
Here's the one way you know that this team, stop thinking this team's as good as last year's team. It could be by the end of the year. All right, so last year they were 53-29. Okay? Think about this for a minute. They went 53-29.
All right.
Steph Curry missed 18 games.
That's big.
Draymond missed 36 games.
That's humongous.
And Clay missed 50. Can you imagine the state of the Warriors moving forward?
That's great.
If I were to tell you, well, Clay's going to miss 35 games at some point this year for the rest of the year. Draymond's going to miss 20, and Steph's going to miss 10 or 15. It's like, yikes.
No doubt.
Night.
So what I'm getting at is they've had great health for 25% of the season. Great health. And obviously if Steph gets hurt, that's not good. But, I'm worried that they can't afford a Poole or a Clay or a Wiggins or a Draymond for, 3 or 4 weeks.
You might be fighting for a play-in seed.
Maybe.
And that, to me, is
Blake
kudos
Griffin
to...
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, kudos to Myers and company for building that depth the way they did it last year to withstand the... hey, you say that now? You told me Dre's going to be gone. It ain't just be elites in those... And I got to quit saying their names, but, man, Steiny, that's scary. And the chef... Now, maybe Jordan Poole would take advantage of being implemented into the starting lineup, but yeah, I just can't. Sometimes I think I know you, and we're two peas in a pod.
No, we're not.
But I know
not
that.
Even close.
And I hate black-eyed peas. But look, what is up with them?
With who?
Jordan Poole. This is Steiny for there. I asked. Okay, hey, I'm not saying this, but I'm doing what you accuse me of doing not doing with Steph Curry. There is a chance, a minute possibility that they may have gave Jordan the chicken before they seen enough. Just give me, if you were at the bus stop and somebody said, hey, Mr. Steinmetz, would you say, you know what?
No.
I don't believe that.
No.
But there's some merit to what you might be saying.
Because
Do
I
you
like
think
to be
they
precise.
gave him the chicken too soon?
No.
Well, we talked about
you
and
asked
had
me,
a
I said
conversation about Wiggins and Joey Lightyear's not paying anybody until next year when it came to those two.
Right.
So do you think the punch kind of sped up their thought process?
I actually don't.
Well,
I think he was going to get an extension regardless of the punch.
All right, okay.
Yeah. I love you asking me these questions.
So what's going on with Jordan Poole, Matt?
I told you what I think is going on with him. I think there's a lot of accumulation of a lot of things. I think last year, if you look at the numbers, he was mostly a starter. Now he's mostly coming off the bench, but he's also being asked to start when Clay doesn't play. And I could see how that could be a little annoying. I don't know how he's reacting to the punch. Maybe that does have a lingering effect. I saw him help in a lot of games last year, and
so did I.
I'm not that concerned with Jordan Poole. I'm not, because they're also asking him to play a new role, whether they like it or not. And now, quietly, they're changing it again. They wanted him to be the point guard of the second unit. Okay. And clearly, he was like, "What am I, a scorer? Should I pass?" Well, now Draymond's playing with him, so he's going to have to adjust to that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan Poole takes a while to figure it out.
So you say the 30% from three.
That'll go up.
He's one Klay Thompson not away from getting that up to 34-30. But the longer you play, Steiny, because he's a marksman. But I'm just talking about the mannerisms seem to be like the carrying, the travel, the stuff he used to, the Fred Astaire stuff they're calling. And I'll be like, oh, no big deal. Okay,
he's a basketball player. I trust him to make an adjustment.
Okay.
And
I'm wondering if is he getting picked on the defensive end to where he's taking the defense down to the offensive end? I don't know.
He's not any worse on defense than Klay Thompson was.
Just some thoughts I have.
Not any worse on defense than Kuminga had been.
Yeah. Well, that was more about opportunity with Kuminga. But Jordan Poole, Steiny, all right.
Hey, man. Jordan Poole, you try getting shots up with Klay Thompson on the team if you're Jordan Poole. Started 50 games. Here's the other thing.
He did.
Here's the other thing. You get used to it. And this goes down the line. It's harder to play without Steph Curry than with Steph Curry. That's why Draymond hates to do it. Draymond hates to, and that's why I respect Draymond Green, because he's not playing with him. Yes, it's easier to play with Steph Curry. Right. And so Poole starts the second quarters, or had been, and he's not, Poole's fine.
All right.
Poole's fine. I'm more worried about.
He probably would say what you just said. When I play with the chef, the game is way more easier.
Yeah. I'm not letting you bring Warrior fans down.
Who? Well,
you.
No, I'll say this.
I'm worried about Jordan Poole.
Okay.
They can't finish.
Okay, one thing you did mention about JP. Last thing.
Keep calling the walk.
And I told you this bothered me when I heard it. Elaborate on what Coach Kerr talked about if he's getting D'd up by better defenders. Like that bothered you. Didn't say that.
Dude,
that still didn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I know, and you're going to bring it up for the rest of our careers.
No, I'm not.
But what I'm saying is, I listened to it. It didn't. I'm sorry. To say it's harder to score against better defenders is not a controversial statement, and the only person who would probably deny it would be Michael Jordan or maybe Kobe. Of course, good defense. Of course, it's harder. Of course, it's going to be harder for Jordan Poole to score off Scottie Pippen than John Wall.
Let's dumb it down a little bit. I totally understand.
As much as I can.
But when you give a guy chicken and cheddar for making the leaps that he did, Steiny, in my world,
on that. No, why do you focus on that only one small aspect of the game that he's criticized him for? What about his defense? You should be more worried about his defense.
It's more than criticism. See, I don't look at it as criticism. I look at it as like, damn. Okay, the stuff I gave you magnum cum laude for being an ultimate bucket getter, now I got to go back and say, oh, you were doing it against lesser tier talent.
Okay.
And now we have games to where you're only shooting 9 shots, and now you're shooting 30% from 3, and this is all after the coach said, Meek Mill, there's levels to this. So now when you get something better on, like that's scaring me, like I over-assessed him.
I'm speechless because I feel like that's the nature of basketball. You know, you go to high school, you go to college, it's a level up. Yeah. You go from college to the pros, it's a level up. You go pros, 12th man, level up. Now you become a 7th man, level up. Now you start. Level up. Now you become focus of a scouting report. Better defender on you. It's constantly about adjusting and readjusting. Like the notion, like,
because he's playing so fast, like in his mind, Steiny.
How many times last year did Jordan Poole get guarded by the best defender on a team?
Well, he was starting. Steph was out there, so to that point,
0, probably. If you answered your own question. If he played with Steph. Now he comes in, he doesn't play with Steph. And they're like, this guy averaged 20 a game or 18 last year.
We got to watch it.
Yeah, let's put our best defender on him. You don't you know what? Here's the problem. If you were Jordan Poole, you wouldn't even acknowledge that and wouldn't even try to play differently. 888-957-9570. I love my partner.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
And here's something that I'm just not going to tolerate. Xfinity Mobile text line right away says, remember when this station's narratives that Shanahan and the 49ers totally botched the Jimmy situation? I do. That's not a narrative, it's fact! It's fact! Kyle Shanahan said, I'm done with him! Thank God he isn't. Thank God he wasn't.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com. I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini,
Matt Nathanson,
and Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you'll find top brand kitchen appliances with innovative features that can do more, so your holidays can be more. Ovens with built-in air fryers for baking the perfect cookies. Dishwashers with smart tech to clean everything from bakeware to festive mugs. And high-capacity refrigerators to keep leftovers fresh. Final days to shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select GE kitchen packages at the Home Depot. Ends November 30th. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through November 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
From the creators of Kentucky Fried Chicken comes the Taste Good Holiday Event of the Year, KFC's $5 Famous Bowl, starring crispy chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and everyone's favorite, melty cheese.
I'm in love with you, Famous Bowl.
Treat yourself to the bowl critics are calling a whole lot of food that even a Scrooge couldn't resist.
A humbug, that's tasty.
Gift yourself a KFC Famous Bowl for just $5. Now on the app and at a Kentucky Fried Chicken near you. For a limited time, prices and participation may vary.
Partly cloudy in Santa Clara, highs near 61.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Infinite number of outcomes.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, Loon Dog, what's up, my man? 4 for 4, I think, from the... See, I looked at the box. See, what I like to do is not have the box score in front of me during the game for the most part, then look at the box score, then don't have a box score during the show.
Do you have your own box score like I do?
Well,
and then you compare it to the real box?
Yeah, I try to guess.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, try to guess. And
imagination.
You've
been in the lab. God.
You've been in the bedroom.
Dude. See, and you've been waiting. You're disappointed.
What?
It's all good.
I'm not disappointed.
A lot of people are like, you got it good, man, but you and E.
Let's go to Barbara. Barbara's in San Jose. She wants to talk about Jordan Poole. Guru wants to fine him for playing so poorly.
Please. Hey, Barbara.
Hey, guys. What's up? So, yeah, I mean, Jordan Poole, his problems, I think it's partially maybe because he's getting the best defender, but I don't think that's 100% it because if you remember at the end, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So if you remember at the end of last year when Steph was injured,
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Poole was starting, and if I recall correctly, he had one of the best, if not the best, three-point percentage in the month of March. Keep me honest if I'm wrong on that. But he did just fine in the month of March, and he was starting for at least most of that. So I don't think that getting the best defender is 100% the issue. I think it's real simple. I think he got paid. I mean, last year he was playing, there were no expectations on him at the beginning of last year.
No doubt.
And every day he did something fantastic. He was a revelation. He was a phenom. It was a surprise. He was playing free and clear and with no baggage. This year he is the $135 million man. He is one of the quote-unquote foundational six, according to Kerr. And now he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He's now partially responsible for trying to repeat. And I think it just got in his head. I think it's just really simple. Under the cherry on top, right? He's now the scoop of ice cream. And
yeah, but he doesn't, Barbara, he doesn't have to be. He's still like a sixth man. They still got 3 Hall of Famers ahead of him. Like, that's part of the...
Yeah. That sounds logical. You're not wrong.
Oh, no. No. I
think this is emotional.
No, I think there's I think there's something to, and I heard Dibley say it this morning about how, you want me to start when Clay doesn't play. But I mean, I'm not saying he's right, and I endorse that. Thank you, Barbara. But
great call.
Okay, I could see it. Like when you're
your own brand now. You got paid, and I'm not saying he's doing what you're. But I've never signed or got money like that. You think? See, I think it's bigger than basketball. And now I don't think it's the punch. I'm so far removed from the punch. But Steiny, I'm starting to wonder now if it's the Zebras. But if you guys are telling me when you sign a contract like Jordan Poole did, but you're playing with guys that make mega money, is Jordan out there pressing? When to me, he should be
good.
But in my mind,
that means he's got a conscience.
I'm going Dr. Darrell on you. Yeah. If I got paid, the game would slow down, and I would be so loosey-goosey because the bills are paid. Yeah, well, I got the money.
Well, first of all, he doesn't have the money. Oh. So that flies in the face of your argument.
You're right.
He's still only making 3.9
You pointed that out.
Now.
That is a fact.
The other thing is,
but knowing that's already done, though.
I would not, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is, actually, I see the opposite. I see maybe a conscientious kid who's been working his ass off to get to the point where everybody thought he couldn't play in the league to a hell of a player. He got paid, and guess what? He feels added responsibility. Those are the players I want. I'll live with those guys during a tough stretch. And this is, like, right now we're finding out if that's it. Is that it?
Right.
He's struggling. He's adjusting to a new role. He's trying to live up to the money. We're telling him chill out long term. Okay, let's let it play out. I got no problem with that. I'd rather that than, oh my gosh, is there a chance Jordan Poole doesn't care?
No, that ain't.
Yeah. What if Jordan Poole? Like, that's a problem.
Okay. Yeah, well, JD, I'm going to give you two. You said something the other week that I almost fell out of my chair, Steiny. You said, and I'm not mad. I know we grow, we work on stuff, but now that Draymond's part of that second team, you let Dre facilitate because you're like, Goo, he could be working on his assists. Assists! You just did this 1 year, and I'm not calling it flash in the pan. We need you to keep getting buckets, JP. You keep coming in with doing what you're doing. You don't worry about that. Don't mix in a pass, but like this ain't 3 years worth of him just getting a bucket and being a problem. So when you say, hey, Gooey's probably working on assists, no. Let Dre or somebody else do that. You keep doing you. And Barbara said a word, Steiny, emotional. Like, that's where that's what's starting to get me just somewhat nervous of and it could be just what you said. He signed it, he's trying to do too much. But he ain't looking the same. And they're calling the travels, and he's looking perplexed out there.
It's probably a million different things. Here's what I see.
But they need him. Here's
what I see. You got to understand. That's a bad way to start, but it's true. You got to think about Steph Curry. He's one of the greatest players of all time. There's just no doubt about it. You're now Jordan Poole. You're 22, 23 years old. You're emerging into your role in the NBA, but you're playing with Steph Curry.
The chef.
And you're also playing with a guy, Draymond Green, who's known as one of the greatest front court facilitators of all time.
Yeah.
Okay. So Steph's the number one option always when he's on the court.
Gotcha.
So that's where Poole was. He's next to Curry last year, and Draymond is the playmaker. So he's just mostly asked to score, hit the seams and drive. He now, before the season, or at the beginning of the season, was asked to be the point guard of the second unit. You can't, that's an adjustment. Now he is you want him to be the number one option. Okay, well, guess what? He was 50 times the number two option. Not even maybe three. Wiggins might have been number two. But, I can live with Jordan Poole right now.
Do you feel like he's over-dribbling?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. No, he is. He's over-dribbling. He's trying to make too much happen.
Yeah. And I said I'm not, dude. He's one of my favorite players, man.
What's so worried? Relax.
Because you know why? I'm about to tell you why.
They are sitting pretty.
Okay, I'm about to tell you why. And if you feel how you feel, I feel a little different on that. It's getting better. But Matt Steinmetz, last year, this man went toe-to-toe with Steph Curry for the free throw percentage, Jordan Poole. And I know early on we were like, it's no big deal.
Oh, no.
And I'm looking at it now.
Oh, no.
87%, Steiny, 87%. Okay, some people would give their right arm for that.
You're not going to do that.
Excuse me, 84 on the season. Okay. So there's been slippage from that. But when you're that good, and then now, okay, some people would give their right arm for that.
Good.
84, I'm going to Barbara's call. It's emotional. It could be bigger than basketball. And that's not you or I, and I'm guessing or speculating, that don't mean it's going to be fixed overnight. If that's the case. Because that word stuck out to me.
To me, that goes for every player.
All right.
Like that emotional aspect of it. And
84% from the free throw line. You were 90, almost 100.
We're a quarter of the way through the season.
which can be more scary than we're early on, and it is down. That's all.
That's such
something's
a
going
weird
on.
thing to cite.
No,
I mean,
nah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All across the board, though, Steiny. The shooting's been down.
I'm not exactly, but I'm not ready to say it's something bigger than
right.
He's in a totally different role.
Remember, and I was like,
and
"Oh,
how
it's the
about
punch."
Why don't we do this?
Yeah.
Why don't we do this? Since it's so easy to second guess. Not so easy to second guess. All right, let's play it out your way. He gets punched in the freaking face. He doesn't get an extension. So now he's playing for a contract.
This is what I would expect the fall would be.
Well, he's losing a lot of money.
Yeah,
that's not good for a team that's trying to win a championship.
That ain't the case, though. So we all feel better.
My point is that had they not paid him, it could be worse.
Fact.
He could. I mean, he would be like, "I want to get out of here."
No doubt. I thought that was thought that was something he might think about. Steiny, my question, and I'm not ready to go public with this. I'm on the radio.
I guess here's what I'm saying. This is a player who, in year one, at the end of year one, many people were saying this guy can't play in the league. He can't play in the league.
Go ahead, man.
And 3 years later,
incredible.
He is who he is.
Right.
He's 8. It's like, okay, you're gonna work. You're not gonna let him battle through a slump.
Oh no,
maybe the hardest worker on the team.
No doubt. Battle.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no doubt.
So I'm not worried about him yet. He's earned that.
Right. And I'm saying it because I tell you all the stuff that's in my heart. And we're on the radio, but I just can't lie to you and say, damn, that year 1-2 did happen. Wasn't in his favor. He battled back, but those are some things that just crossed my mind. Like, are we so sure he's going to get back? I expect him to get back.
Why wouldn't he get back? Do you think he's Steve Sachs?
Oh, no.
Or Chuck Knobloch?
Number 3, yeah. No, I'm not saying it's there or no. I'm just telling you this is one of my favorite players, Matt.
But why are you afraid after 22 games he's not getting back?
Because now his name is on the bulletin board in the locker rooms like you just mentioned. And Coach Kerr, when he said that's sticking with me now. So that may never change because of the success you had. The pitching you different.
Okay.
So now you got to go make an adjustment.
So keep him in the role that he had last year, essentially.
That's off the table.
18 and a half a game.
No doubt. That's off the table, though.
Nobody would say he's overpaid.
Yeah.
If he
and I'm not saying 18. That, Steiny. I'm rooting for him. And 15, 2, and 4 from any other person, hey, we'll take that.
No, he's not shooting it well right now. No doubt about it. So
and if I said which Warrior is getting killed from the refs from a travel or carry, it's him.
You know what?
It's him, Steiny.
It was about 15 minutes before the show, and I said, all right, Ray, here we go. And he goes, hey, man, you don't have to talk about anything you don't want to talk about.
Ray told you that.
You know what? That's right. And I'm not having a conversation about what Warrior gets screwed by the refs the most.
Oh, there's no conversation.
Exactly.
There's just an answer.
So it's
JP.
It's a loser.
Don't you get it?
It's a loser conversation.
They're taking the flair out of the game.
It's
from
a conversation
all across the board. My man had handles, bunny hops, all the step backs, and they're cracking down on that. And for what, I have no idea. But if you want what happened last night, a great game that doesn't culminate in one of the greatest shooters ever, if not the
greatest shooter ever walked.
I don't want my games ending like that.
Well,
swallow your whistle.
Then tell your star player to stop walking with the ball. If you look at the replay, it was egregious. It was an egregious
I agree with
walk.
that.
Okay.
Well, egregious.
And they called it. It was egregious. It was like when you saw the replay, you're like, that's a walk. I mean, hey, can you take another look at it? Maybe your eyes are deceiving you. Okay. That's a walk. I mean, give me a break. Please. Come on now. It's a walk. Here's what I'm saying for Warrior fans. Because I'd be feeling pretty good about that. This is, maybe the old Warriors would have won last night's game, but you know what? They're not the old Warriors. And they're growing. This team's got to grow before our eyes.
And
Don't
they
you
have
get
done
it?
that in the last week.
Don't you get it?
Hey, I see that. I can see
They
that.
got young players who, some of them, they're not quite ready. And now they replace their veterans with some veterans, and there's a different mix. And Poole's got to ask.
Yeah.
We're asking Jordan to do something different. Everybody's a year older. We're still in the mix. Uh-oh. Do we stink? We're 3-7. Maybe it's over. I don't know. No, let's see. Now you want 8 of 12. We're 11-11. Okay. Let's see where we are the next month. See where we are the next month. Things are trending in the right direction. What do you want to do? You want to make a trade?
No, I need that
You want to fire
positive.
Steve Kerr?
No, everything you
Okay.
said is poetic.
Thank you.
But I just want to know why, and I'm being real here. I want to know why that optimism stops when I talk about Dre. Because one of the staples for the Warriors, from the Warriors during this run, the Steph Curry era has been not just individual defense, it's been team defense. And I honestly believe what I'm seeing from Draymond is real, it's tangible. Now, stuff around him has changed, and players aren't doing their part too, to where Steiny, I think you could be looking at him like, okay, damn, you're condemning him for what's around him too, because team defense.
I said Draymond has not been phenomenal on defense, and he's not as good as he was defensively now as he was at the start of the year. Last year, when he was a DPOY candidate.
But he had other guys around him.
I'm just saying, his defense has gotten worse.
Right.
And here's the other thing. Like this to me is
there's slippage, but
absolutely there's
he's
slippage. He's not playing
good basketball.
You said phenomenal. And here's the other thing, Goo. Let's not forget that we acknowledged that that Draymond Green apparently had an 8 to 10 game stretch where he wasn't being vocal. Because we were like, I think he's lost his. Well, if Draymond's not being vocal, guess what? He ain't as good.
Yeah, right.
And he's not as good of a player.
But he's back now.
So if he wasn't vocal for 8 games, let's say 10 games, well, guess what? Then he wasn't really good for 10 games because that's a big part of his game. And well, then he's not playing phenomenal.
And you got me thinking, how many times did you see him one-on-one with Luka last night? Like, they didn't sick him on Luka. We talked about Wiggins. Can you remember Dre on Luka? Like, old Dre would have been on Luka.
Again,
Luka's a bad dude. I tipped my cap.
Let me tell you something.
I was late to the party because I didn't like it.
You imagine
and he cries everything. Well, LeBron does it.
Awful.
You admit so? It is awful. It's terrible.
Oh, Doncic is now. He's
number
held
one.
This. No, he's held
Bron
this
don't
honor.
go to the basket.
He's held this honor in my mind. This might be his 3rd year. Player I would least like to play with.
That's a bad award.
Luka Doncic.
That's a bad. So maybe
the player
Brunson's
I
happy.
would least like to be a teammate of.
Dude,
Luka
get
Doncic.
your butt down court. Okay, we understand you thought you were fouled.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine being a teammate of Luka Doncic?
I appreciate. See, I thought you just did this for James Harden, prime Harden.
I'd much rather play with prime James Harden than this Luka Doncic.
Dude, this is when I feel you.
I mean, you know how hard it's going to be for Dallas to win like this? Like win a title?
Well, Cuban, you got half of it. I mean, go get the hey.
Steiny, okay, let me do.
Harden had the Warriors down. KD Warriors down 3-2.
Okay, you got Luka Doncic. You need a second best player. Go get somebody.
You need somebody like a Middleton. And I know they don't grow on trees, but somebody that knows there are 2.
Well, somebody that, hey, don't even think you're going to be able to fiddle-faddle with the ball.
Oh, well.
I mean,
Brunson used to fiddle-faddle with it a little bit, Steiny.
You know, like,
take a play off,
people
Luka.
are talking about Bird and Luka. It's like Bird made such quick decisions with the ball. Like, he didn't hold it a lot.
Yeah, okay.
Luka's just like, oh, my God. This guy is...
Oh.
I would not like to play with Luka Doncic.
I told you about the Union City Vine that I'm a part of, Steiny, and I just mess with my guys, all of them, 7 dudes, brothers, and I said Luka's better than Bird. You would have thought I needed to call the cops of all the harassment. I mean, and I don't mean that, but Steiny, Bird did make others better. Luka, I don't know what he's doing, but I can say this, and they said this about the late, great Kobe. It's not my job to make you better. And they tried to put that jacket on Kobe till he went one with Bynum and Gasol. I don't know how Luka fixed it, Steiny, but he got his team to the Western Conference Finals last year. I'll take that all day, every day. and you said
well, it's
on
not
this
enough
show,
for the Niners.
No, but see, that's
not
what I
enough
said.
for the 49ers.
You said, what about the ride?
That's not
dude?
enough for the 49ers.
Everybody ain't going to win. I'm doing my
lose in
Steiny.
the NFC Championship.
But why did you
and
say
the Mavs
bye-bye
are a
to Brunson?
championship
Yeah,
team.
so you don't want that? Fans don't want that? I'm sure they do.
Like, I totally get the Brunson thing. I wouldn't pay him a lot. I'm not saying he's useless, but
he's better than I think you're giving him credit for.
I think he's like
a guy.
He's a guy. And I don't want him to be my starter. I just don't.
Damn.
It's just me, but I don't know.
Seems like a perfect New York Knick, you know?
Well, and they ain't mad at him in New York. And New York.
I mean, I'd much rather have a Marcus Smart. Even though Smart doesn't score like Brunson. I mean, on my perfect team, Smart doesn't start either, though.
Okay.
To be quite honest.
I know we're up against it. Dame Lillard's a future Hall of Famer. I love him. But I've always been blown away that you didn't take a page out of Curry's book and play without the ball, knowing that you saw it, and it's what prevented you from getting the chip. Okay, but Dame, you still tight. Luka's body, it works for him. Could you ever see him playing without the rock?
No.
He wouldn't want to, because Harden never did it either.
No.
Harden led the league in assists one year.
I don't think Luka's in great shape now.
Well, that would be scary for the league if he's not.
As you would say, he looks basketball
But he's
heavy
used that
to me.
girth. He's using that girth to his advantage, though, Steiny.
Great.
Curry flew off of him. It was offensive foul, I thought.
Great player.
Through the elbow.
Hate to cut you off here, guys. We got like 15 seconds left. Aziz Al-Shaair at 4 o'clock with Damon Ratto before Michael Irvin, the playmaker, coming on at 5. So heavy football day for DNR.
All righty. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's a Red and Gold Wednesday on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, God, is it time for a break yet?
49ers linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair joins the show at 4.
Big hit. That'll jar the ball loose. Aziz Al-Shaair.
Followed by the playmaker, Michael Irvin, today at 5.
Boy, that's a great question. Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Saatsaz, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
This holiday season, switch to Boost Mobile and get a single line unlimited plan for $25 a month and
a partridge in a pear tree
coverage on America's largest 5G networks.
How about 7 swans of swimming?
No, but if you're not satisfied within the first 30 days, Boost gives you your money back.
Turtle doves, French hens?
The lowest truly unlimited plan on the market, one line for $25 a month when you switch.
I'll take it.
Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer. New customers only. One line for $25 per month with autopay. Device must be returned in like new condition. Monthly service refunded via e-gift card. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's really good to have you here. Little Wednesday afternoon. A What If Wednesday comes up a little bit later on today. We've got Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, joining us at 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to go inside the 49ers locker room and meet a member of a defense that is cooking with some fire right now. Azeez Al-Shaair is going to be joining us at 4 o'clock, and we're looking forward to saying hello to him. Guy's had a very interesting life that brought him to the NFL, and he's having a very interesting and productive career. And obviously, when you're talking about interesting things going on in football, there isn't much in the NFL that is more interesting than just how well the 49ers defense is playing right now. We got a good one for you today. It is good to have you along, and I'm even talking to you, Sunshine. Hi, Ray.
Leave me alone.
Man, you watch that Warriors game last night?
I did.
So, look, I know that we're going to disagree about this right away, but I'm just going to hop right into it. I don't care if Curry traveled worse than he actually did. No official should make that call. No official should make that call in that moment. No one is paying to see a game officiated to the nth degree, and Mr. Referee was having a terrible night. It was a ticky-tack night from decision after decision after decision, and you let a galactic superstar take a game-deciding shot. That's how the league charges $2,000 for a courtside seat and looks for $50 billion in its next television contract. Clay did miss a wide-open look. I know that's not what sunk the Warriors, and Curry didn't even get the shot anywhere kind of near the rim, but I just hated that travel call in that moment. There were too many travel calls in that game last night.
Well, I'm mindful of the fact that Steve Kerr talks about traveling more than any other coach. So there's a little bit of, in my head anyway, a little bit of karma there. If you want to...
Careful what you ask for.
Yeah, because they got what they asked for. And truth is, NBA officials, and I think this is one of the weaknesses of the system, is that they're told at various times during the year, we want you to start emphasizing this call because things are getting a little lax. And I think it would be better if when they tell the officials that, they tell everybody that, including us. I mean, specifically you. We're going to clamp down on traveling for a while because you guys have been running loose with it. Or we're going to start calling the illegal screen because, we've been watching games and it's starting to get
right. The whole league's getting lazy in that department, so we're going to tighten up.
And given the number of travel calls last night, most of which were defensible, I thought, including the Curry call, I think if you're going to be preventive about what you're trying to do is you tell everybody ahead of time, we're going to call this. Make your adjustments now while you still can.
Had they had called the Curry travel last night routinely, James Harden has never been in an MVP conversation. The Houston Rockets never actually really would have happened. I mean, much like the Allen Iverson carry, it was allowed in a time, and then to disallow it, we would be literally rewriting the course of NBA history if you took a point of emphasis from this year and plopped it back into that year.
But it doesn't work that way because guys figure out different ways to cheat the system. That's part of being a professional athlete. Figure out what they're calling and then do something else that you don't think they're looking for. That's why there are memos during the year. I just think that if you're going to put the memo out where everybody could see it. It goes, okay, that's why they're calling 9 travels tonight, because they told everybody ahead of time, and then nobody's got an excuse.
You see the Tom Haberstroh tweet about the frequency of calls? We'll get to it in a second, because they went from, we're going to make that travel call a little bit of a point of emphasis to making it a point of contention. So we're going to get into that in just a second, though. But you did say Steve Kerr has probably talked more about traveling than any other coach, and he was obviously talking about it as it related to Steph Curry last night.
Calls are calls, so some go your way, some don't. I guess the NBA is making an emphasis on plays like that. I don't know if it was a travel or not. I haven't seen it, but it's going to be really interesting to see. Like, if we're going to call that now, we got to call it all the time because it happens 30 times a game. Guys change pivot feet. So I'm really happy that the officials are going to emphasize it, but you got to be consistent with it.
Again, there were points and times where Luka got the exact same shot off or stepped into a three with an egregious stutter step that was not called on a night where there was so much emphasis in there. 10 traveling calls in the Warriors-Mavs game last night. The last time I saw 10 traveling calls in a basketball game, Teddy Valentine was working a Big Ten game between Northwestern and Minnesota. Like, that is a college traveling number. And thank God Teddy Valentine is out of the league because Teddy TV was a little bit too much. And
Teddy was great.
No, he wasn't.
No, he was fabulous.
Well,
he's exactly the guy you want in a big game.
I actually thought that Bob Knight was going to physically knock him out one evening that I was doing play-by-play for, as a student. By the way, Indiana, North Carolina tonight. I know everyone's making their plans around it. I know I certainly am. But we get back to what everyone cares about here. Here's Steph Curry, who basically said, did I travel? Yeah. But I should have gone to the rim.
A bang-bang situation. Dumb play by me to not take the layup. I got a little confused on what the time and score was, honestly. Went for the hero shot. I didn't think it was a travel to the point where you don't let the play run out. But who am I to say?
See, here's the thing. Who are you to say you are an MVP? You're one of the most important players that has ever touched a basketball in the history of the sport. So who you are to say is someone who basically said, there's never been a player like me getting ticky-tack calls almost everywhere on the court at all times. He'll never say that out loud. He should never say that out loud. I'll say it out loud for him under the guise of, dude, I'm not a homer. I'm not complaining about calls, but Steph Curry is among the worst officiated superstars this league has ever freaking had who wasn't a center.
On the other hand, he's had 3 technicals in the last 3 weeks, so he's a troublemaker now and needs to be reined in.
Is he asking for it a little? Do you think
absolutely.
that's stirring the pot?
I think that he's the new Draymond. He's got 1 fewer technical than Steve Kerr. He's only 3 behind Draymond Green. He's on pace for 12. That's a Russell Westbrook number. He's a troublemaker. He needs to be stamped on.
At what point does he get conferred modern Rasheed Wallace?
No one can do that. They changed the rules, so it's literally impossible.
There's only one.
If you get to 30, you're suspended for like the rest of the year. You can't get to 41 or 44, which is the number he set.
Rasheed did for technicals what Wilt Chamberlain did for goaltending.
Yeah.
Got to change that rule.
Yeah. Well, he changed both of them. That's the most amazing thing about Chamberlain. He changed both goaltending rules.
Tom Haberstroh, by the way, 10 travels on just the Warriors-Mav games last night to prove that it is a point of emphasis around the league. Also last night, there were 6 traveling calls in the Knicks and Pistons game. There were 3 in the Clippers-Trailblazers game. There was an average of 6.3 travel calls per game last night. That is 5 times last season's average. That is 4 times this October's average. There's a bigger crackdown on traveling in the FBI, in the NBA, than the FBI ever cracked down on the mob. Last season, the NBA averaged 1.3 traveling calls per game. This October, it rose to 1.07 calls per game, 1.7 calls per game. This month, it's 3.5.
Well,
again, this has gone from a point of emphasis to a point of contention. And you don't take the ball out of Steph Curry's hand and turn around and charge television networks multi-billions dollars to run this. Nobody is there to see a whistle decide a game on something that over the course of the last 20 years of NBA basketball has just slid right under the radar.
Well, I mean, this is part of the conditions of work in the NBA. They do these memos every now and then for different stuff. I don't have a problem with it, but if you're going to do that, do it so that everybody knows it ahead of time. I mean, if Curry wanted to pitch a fit about the travel, he certainly could have, but he didn't, because I think he knows. I mean, when you have that many travels in a game, he's veteran enough to know this might be dodgy, and you just don't do it. And plus, he's the one who said, I should have gone to the basket anyway. So karma there too.
The flex heard round the NFL. We're going to get into that today. I officially have changed what I thought was going to be the real point of this show based on a soundbite that we got from Kyle Shanahan talking to the media today. I don't say this to just tease you. I will not bait and switch you. Maybe the most interesting moment behind a podium Kyle Shanahan's had, because he's not talking about an opponent really. He's not talking about the competition. He's talking about the way he sees football through the prism of the roster that he has and the way that he builds a coaching staff, knowing that success means your coaching staff is about to get poached. Really interesting stuff on his mind as Mike McDaniels comes to town with the Dolphins, and maybe the most interesting Kyle Shanahan has ever been behind a podium. We will get to that sound in just a moment. Again, Aziz Al-Shire is going to be joining us at 4 o'clock. Michael Irvin at 5 o'clock, a What If Wednesday to wrap up today's show. It's going to be a good one. We're going to be talking to you, 888-957-9570. And we are officially underway here on Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
I like where the Warriors are at now. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
not about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. Like to me, like form matters. And seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, as a young guy, you got to set screens. Yep. You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. He checked all those boxes.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nah, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Traveling? Volunteering? Spending time with family? What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Curry's got the ball. 13 seconds. Here we go. Curry splitting traffic. Steps out. Leans back. He traveled. Turnover.
Oh, my.
He had plenty of time. 10.1 to go in the game.
He had a layup if it had gone all the way to the basket. They were down by 2, but he was looking for a 3.
Tim Roy and Jim Barnett, and Barnett saw the open lane for the layup that Curry said he should have taken, and you can't cry over spilt milk. I hate when it's anything other than a player knocking over the spilt milk, and I felt that some of the milk got spoiled by last night's overly zealous officiating crew. But here's the deal. Did Curry travel by the book? Yeah, he did. I thought seeing it in real time I didn't see it in real time. The ref did, so I can't say it couldn't have been seen in real time. But, man, normally a star of Curry's ilk gets the benefit of the doubt in that moment. A point of emphasis of traveling certainly taking place around the entire NBA, and it bit the Warriors in the butt a little bit. But as Tim said, they did still have a little time, and really they could not have asked for a better look at the end of the evening.
They scissor around Curry. They find Thompson left side. He's open. He shots up. No good. At the horn, the ball game is over. What a beautifully designed play. A great look for Klay Thompson. Scissored off Curry. They threw it over the top, and he was wide open. My goodness.
Could not have asked for a better look, Ray. Tim called it perfectly. Everything was designed. The front gate opened up, and Klay was left alone in the yard all by himself and just missed the shot. And next thing you know, it is 116-113. Mavericks end up winning. It was a fun game. It really was a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors made it hard to look at because they shot so poorly from beyond the arc, and they took so many shots from beyond the arc.
Got off to a slow start, too.
But slow starts, I mean, they rallied in the second quarter and made it an argument after that. So it's not, they didn't play poorly. I thought the second unit was fairly competent. I thought Kuminga, again, is starting to figure out what they want him to do, and you could tell by the fact that there's 10 rebounds on his docket. But, you got to make a shot at the end. And a million games get sorted by that, so...
It's a make-or-miss league, and Klay Thompson missed the biggest shot of the night for the Warriors. Curry had 32, 5, and 5. He was very good. Luka Doncic, however, was just, there's a reason why I fawn over this guy every single time I watch him play. 41, 12, and 12 last night. That's his third 40-point triple-double. The rest of the entire NBA has 0 of those so far this season.
You saw the Jason Kidd quote, right?
Yeah. Let him do it left-handed, then I'll be impressed.
This is boring now.
Dude, he is special, isn't he? He is something else. And just the way, the pace, his own pace that he plays with. I mean, it's one thing. You brought up a good thing, I thought, a good point, Ray, yesterday during Warriors Live, where you said, well, Jokic plays like that. Jokic is a center. Like, all centers basically play at their own pace. This guy's the point guard. I mean, it's something else.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem, though, is when you try to make that distinction, is that Jokic is not a classic center.
No, he'll bring the ball up the court.
He will bring the ball up. He operates more like Doncic than any other center in the league. I mean, he happens to be, a center body type, but he might be the best passer in the league. And
he's more like Draymond almost in that way, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a lot more mobile, although you wouldn't think it to look at him. But I think there are comps, and I think the biggest comp there is that they're both Euro players, and Euro players either pass or their teammates freeze them out. They don't have that AAU sort of I'm in this for me kind of stamp to them, where it's just I need to put up numbers for people to see me. In Europe, because they have a different system, you get picked up by one of their pro teams, and most of the guys on those teams are like 32 and smoking while they're bringing the ball up. So they're not going to have any sort of, oh, you're 17 and you're good. You're still going to pass the ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Slava still's getting his tonight.
Yeah, and it's all the other Slavas are getting theirs. They believe in ball movement. And if you don't figure that out, it's going to be a cold winter in Slovenia for you.
By the way, somebody says, I just, on the Xfinity mobile text line, like Luka's, got the most lethal dad bod in the NBA. He really does. If that guy ever decided I'm going to be going full physical specimen and dedicate every minute of my day to the craft of basketball, he'd be getting 45 a night. Somebody else says Luka's hard to watch with all his crying. I'm not going to tell you that I like it, but he did get to the line 15 times last night. So say what you want about what Luka does. It gets results. Full stop. This is Jay in the Bay. Jay, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Going on, man? Hey, so you got one thing right yesterday, one thing wrong yesterday, man. Damon, specifically.
Okay.
Damon, you got right that Curry was going to shoot 30 points, and he did. You're wrong that Dwindity, and Hardaway were pretty much nobodies. And they showed up last night, and what else is weird is that their whole starting bench was all in the positives and the plus-minus, except for Dinwiddie. And the Warriors were all in the negatives, which is rare.
Well, it's the rare night where the starting five for the Warriors really didn't get them off to any pace, and it was the bench. It was the second unit that kind of got them back into that game. Look, I should definitely put more respect on Dinwiddie, who's a good player, and Tim Hardaway last night, a guy who had not been hitting his threes all season long, knocked down 5 of 11 last night. So Tim Hardaway had a good evening for the Dallas Mavericks. And in a 3-point game, obviously every single three matters, and it was a rough night downtown from the Golden State Warriors. They were just 11 of 43 last night.
Dallas wasn't a lot better.
No, you just had to be better by one, right?
They were 15 for 44, so neither team actually shot very well. But, the fact is, the Warriors simply had the last shot and missed it.
Look, and
if they play that game 10 times, they're 5-5.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a really good game. And I thought it was interesting, even though the refs continued to assert themselves in places, if they just backed off, I think make the game better, not worse.
It's up to the pros to know when the hammer's coming.
You're right about that. You are.
That was always a required skill of a veteran NBA player. You have to know, A, who the officials are, B, what they like to call.
What their names
are. C, absolutely what their names are, but C, how to schmooze them so that you don't get harmed as much as you could get harmed. I don't know how many pros know that. I don't even know if Stephen Curry knew the names of the three guys. And he's been in the league for 12 years.
Well, it feels like the Warriors have had as contentious a relationship with officiating as any team has had in the middle of a dynastic level run. Normally, the teams at the top get a lot more benefits of the doubt than I've seen throw the way of the Warriors. We all know that Draymond is, gone out of his way to ask for it. He's even asked for seconds, for goodness sakes, when it comes to bad calls on him. Curry's never been anything but a choir boy right up until this year, and it's done him no good at all. It's done him no good at all. The amount of shots that guy has taken in his career, jump shots or otherwise, and he has always gone to the rim. His infrequent trips to the free throw line, I've always thought were just odd. Like no other MVP has ever gotten a softer whistle than Steph Curry. And I try to say that thinking that if I were doing afternoon radio in Detroit, I would still have that observation ready to go. Because I really think that's I think there's something to it. I don't think I'm just crying over nothing. I'm not crying wolf on that.
I think the biggest problem, though, and it's twofold, is that he doesn't look like he's going hard to the basket when he goes hard to the basket. And the other thing is he falls down a ton after he takes a shot from behind the arc. And officials hate that because it makes their jobs infinitely harder, and it's easier for them to just no-call that. And so they'll, in the old days, and I don't hate to go here because they're not in the old days anymore, but an official would literally stand over a guy who threw himself down on the ground the way Curry does, and not only just get up, he'd do it with his hand so that everybody in the arena saw it. He'd embarrass him. And that's why you didn't see a lot of that.
What if I offered you one of the reasons why you see Curry on the floor is not because he is a Juilliard-level trained thespian actor, but because he's actually getting knocked to the floor often enough to send him to the line probably 6 more times a night than he normally gets?
I'm not sure I buy that because he does it so much that it becomes predictable. And you can't get hit that many times and be believable. I mean, the only guy that ever got away with it, and they finally changed the rule to stop it, was Harden. Harden was an anomaly who took advantage of the fact that the NBA is slow to change rules. But they finally got that one right. Curry is still a guy who's, and I don't know why this is true, but can't sell a foul. Can't sell a foul. He should be better at this. I'm blaming him more than I'm blaming them.
Well, getting to the free throw line, it is a skill. It's completely
it's a skill that he is not good at.
Well, and it's a skill that if you do have it, a lot of people are going to probably dislike you for having that skill because you get labeled the whiner, the crier. Luka, he's pretty good at getting to the free throw line. Chris Paul throughout his career, one of the ultimate, I didn't like that. He gets to the free throw line. James Harden.
But that's not selling the call. It's you sell the call at the moment that the contact is made. You don't sell it afterward.
Right.
Because if you don't get the call right away, you making a face doesn't make them go, oh, you're right.
No, but you go right into that act all the time. No matter, sometimes
but you have to do it right away. Curry's signature move on that is go down, then look at the official. That's not selling the call. He doesn't sell the call. And I realize it's a cynical way to look at the world, but that has been the NBA way of life since 1947.
And I guess my point, going back to the very opening monologue of this show, is that also part and parcel of the way the league works since 1947 is the guy who is a galactic superstar doesn't need to be a salesman. They do a little sales work for him. That's what officials have historically done, given the benefit of the doubt to the guy who sells more tickets than anyone else in the building tonight.
But they give the benefit of the doubt, to quote, use your phrase, on the defensive end. They won't call the foul on you when you probably reached in, because I don't think he gets beaten up on the defensive end. It's that people complain that he's not getting enough calls on the offensive end. And it's, that too has always been a part of things. If we're going to take care of you, we're going to take care of you when you're on defense, because that's when you're going to get in trouble. And I just think he should know that. And as far as last night and the walking, like I said, Steve Kerr has lobbied for this. His cries have been heard. Have a nice day.
Make your bed after you lie in it, I guess. Cade in San Francisco. Hello, Cade. What do you got?
Yeah, so we all talk about Jordan Poole and his shooting ability not being up there. I think the primary reason we lose out on close games is because of his ball handling and him actually trying to make some fancy passes. He needs to handle the ball well. That'll help us win a couple of 3 or 4 more close games. And he needs to pass the ball pretty well. He's not passing the ball pretty well. The other thing that I would add on Jordan Poole is in yesterday's game against the Mavs, there was a shot where he fouled when Clay actually got a clean 3. That foul was unasked for. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was setting a screen or doing something, but that was a clean look for Clay, and he got that 3, and that got nulled.
Well, so maybe the reason why Clay got such a clean look is because of the illegal screen that I believe Poole was called for. But look, all I know is that Jordan Poole would be the first guy to tell you he's not shooting the way he wants to this year. You can even see that reflected in the free throw line. I mean, this guy, prided himself on his free throw title, if that's what is it a free throw title? Would that be the right way to say it?
Well, I don't think they give you an award for it, but
I
guess you call it. We're arguing about nothing. We'll call it a title because it allows us to move on.
Whatever it is, it's the top ranked free thrower in the entire NBA. 92%, 92.5% is what got that for him. He's shooting 84%, which for anyone else in the NBA is a really nice free throw shooting number, unless, of course, you're the guy who last year shot 92.5% from the free throw line. Once you're at one of those 9 out of 10 guys, slipping to 8 out of 10, as good as that is a precipitous fall for someone who's been that good. So it's just been, look, I don't know what it is with Jordan Poole other than he had a very weird start to the beginning of the year. We don't need to till that ground anymore. Look, this is a guy who made 6 shots per game last year. He's making 5 shots per game this year on fewer shots. I mean, his percentages are just off. He was shooting 36% from downtown last year. He's shooting 30.5% this year. 6% drop for Jordan Poole is the difference between him getting 16 a night or 18 a night or 19 or 20 a night. I mean, it's just, even though it's a small percentage difference, it's big. So I'm not nearly as worried about Jordan Poole as anyone else is, especially since most of his run has come with a second unit that has proven itself to be as inefficient a second unit as the NBA seen. His defense needs to get better. His offense, to me, I'm not worried about. Of course, less turnovers for anyone, but at what point are we not saying that about the Warriors? We're talking about less turnovers during NBA finals that they win. So it's kind of what they do. I'm not trying to make excuses, but it's part of the program.
Yeah. The other thing is that Poole's had more games where he shot a ton in individual games. And it's still a small sample size, but I'm more looking for the bigger picture. And the bigger picture with him is I think he's a slightly more effective passer, and he's making more of an effort defensively, at least of late. And frankly, that's how you win the love of your coach and your teammates in this team. There are teams where just show me what the box score says. They're the teams you can find at the bottom end of the standings. The Warriors have a certain way of playing, and there are things that Poole does to help that, and there are things that he does not do yet well enough to help them with. And that's what they want to see, and he's starting to show some of that. So on nights when he doesn't shoot the ball well, I'm fine with it. I just, as long as you're not, going 4 for 18 and jacking up the first thing you see. I thought he was trying to move the ball to teammates better last night. So I didn't think he had an egregiously bad game at all.
Somebody, again, I don't know where some basketball opinions come from. I don't understand it. From the Xfinity mobile text line, why the hell is Jordan Poole getting paid $140 million if he's never hit 40% from 3 and can't defend? Well, a lot of young players in year number 4 aren't great defenders, full stop, all the way around. And shooting 40% is hardly the benchmark. I mean, if you shoot 40%, congratulations. From 3, you're a Hall of Famer one day. Go with God. 40% is no benchmark for acceptable level of three-point shooting over the course of an NBA season.
But here's
they're paying for what he's done, what he's proven, and what they still think he can do, and to prevent him from going on the market. Timing has an awful lot to do with contracts. He hit the sweet spot.
Timing has everything to do with contracts, and it did not hurt that he took one in the mush from Draymond Green, because I think the Warriors might have tried to play this out and see if they'd really have to pay him at the end of the year. And I think they were willing to let him test the market. I think they're paying him more now than they are comfortable doing, but circumstances indicated that they had to. Plus, they've got the money, and what he's getting paid has basically nothing to do with anything. Guys get paid in this league, and it's not, why are you making so much money and you're not the best player in the league? Well, because there's only one best player in the league. He's already getting paid twice that, and everybody else is making 40, 30, and 20. So, the paycheck is almost irrelevant to any discussion about players. unless somebody's making $35 million a year and he's playing 8 minutes a game.
Somebody's like, you guys really think Poole's going to be the savior when Curry's gone? Well, did I say that?
No.
No one said that.
No
I
one
certainly
said that.
have never said he is the heir apparent to Steph Curry, but I'm going to tell you, he's the heir apparent to the position of scoring combo guard that this team puts a lot of faith in to get the job done. And Jordan Poole's career numbers are about where Steph Curry's career numbers are when Steph Curry was just in his 4th year in the league. Again, I want to go back to that Draymond quote about, you're measuring everyone you see in a Warriors uniform against finished products. Jordan Poole is by no means a finished product. You're not looking at all you're going to get out of him. This is what makes Luka Doncic fascinating, because he basically is a finished product, and he was during his rookie year. I mean, he's transcendent. He leads the NBA with 5 triple-doubles this season. He's already got 51 triple-doubles in his career. He hasn't even played 300 regular season games yet. I mean, Luka's nuts. Luka is 23 years old. Steph Curry never even sniffed an All-Star game. Wasn't even allowed in with a ticket in his age 23 season. It was one of the least productives of his career. Luka Doncic at 23 is leading the NBA in scoring at 33.5 points per game on 60.5 true shooting percentage. He's making better than 60% of his twos. He's also got an assist percentage of over 45% with a turnover rate below 12% for a guy who's got the ball in his hands every possession. And I got people who are like, you don't even get Luka Doncic isn't anything.
Well, that's idiotic.
Exactly.
That's why you shouldn't read
So
that.
is the whole, you guys are saying Jordan Poole is, we're not.
No, here's the fact. If you want to compare Jordan Poole to Stephen Curry, I'll just tell you now, you're going to be profoundly disappointed, because he's not going to be that.
You know who's going to be the next Steph Curry for the Golden State Warriors?
Nobody.
No one. Never.
No, he's one of the, you can have this argument all you want. He's one of the 5 best scorers ever, one of the 10 to 15 best players. Jordan Poole's not going to be that. None of the guys they drafted is going to be that. The odds against it are staggering in and of themselves. So get off that track. The question about Jordan Poole is very simple. Can he be a consistent enough player at both ends of the floor, catching and shooting and distributing, to be worthy of being the guy who takes over for Stephen Curry as the point guard on this team? That's it. Will he be worse than Stephen Curry? Bank on it. But he could be as good as he can be. Because that's the thing. It's not really about, what he's, it's not even about the future. It's about watching him develop. Is he making strides toward the thing the Warriors want him to be? If he's not making those strides, he'll be on another team. And they'll tell you when the day they trade him. And if he is making those strides, he'll never be discussed as a trade possibility. Period. People get too invested in the future without letting the future play out until it's the present.
We've got a couple of calls, a couple of good points that we'll actually get to from the Xfinity mobile text line. Aziz Al-Shire is joining us at 4 o'clock from inside the 49ers locker room, give or take a segment. We know how that usually goes. We got Michael Irvin at 5 o'clock this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game, and we'll wrap it all up on a Wednesday with a What If Wednesday. We'll see what Lucas is cooking up before today's show is in the books. So stick with us. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
It's a red and gold Wednesday on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, God, is it time for a break yet?
49ers linebacker Aziz Al-Shire joins the show at 4.
Big hit. That'll jar the ball loose. Aziz Al-Shire.
Followed by the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Today at 5.
Boy, that's a great question. Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Now presenting at Osh. If you need a great gift idea, head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for your favorite DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, or anyone in between, you can choose gifts they're going to love. From a huge selection of name brands like DeWalt, Traeger, Carhartt, and Stihl. Swing by and let Osh's friendly faces point you to presents you'll be proud to give. Is that special someone hard to shop for? Don't fret. Osh has gift cards too. Savor the season at Osh with 14 convenient locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
This week at Staples, save 60% on...
Thanks for your business this year.
Save 60% on...
Happy holidays, Nana.
Save 60% on...
You are cordially invited.
Right now at Staples, you can save 60% on custom printed holiday cards and invitations. So you can say, thanks for a great year, happy holidays, or come on over, all for less. For everything you need printed this holiday, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online. Ends 12/3. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is good to have you here, and we're about to go inside the 49ers locker room. If Azeez Al-Shire joins us coming up at 4 o'clock, that could happen, though, in the segment after. We make plenty of room for the 49ers locker room to open up for us when it does each and every week, so stay tuned for all that. In the meantime, a little bit more on last night's Warriors game, which was really a fun game. I mean, it was a good one. It was a good one, and Jonathan Kuminga played some of the best basketball of his young career. That's not me saying it. It's his own head coach.
Best game I've ever seen JK play, because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning. His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots. I think he had a couple blocks. He stayed patient offensively. He just took the shots that were there. He knocked down a big three. JK has been fantastic. He's really coming into his own, and that's very exciting.
So, again, someone from the 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. And those are all good things about Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, that's good. When you're affecting the game without scoring, when you are rebounding, these are the things that you need to do as a young player to earn minutes. And he's obviously earning the confidence in minutes. He had 14-10 and was plus 21 last night, and he dropped about as much effort defending Luka as one man can really throw at Luka. And it feels like I'm going to hesitate to say he's out there seeing the Matrix. It's not quite that yet for Jonathan Kuminga, but he's getting better at rotating. He is learning when to stand his own ground. He's learning how to not just box a guy out, but to box a guy under the basket as well. And he's knowing where to move his body, and he's knowing where and when to push other bodies around to be a better defender. And he will not earn this team's favor by playing outstanding, exemplary basketball. He will earn this team's favor by being the garbage man. And he's embracing a garbage man role.
Garbage man's a little harsh,
in the most
he's a grinder.
Highest way possible.
Yeah, no, I just wanted
negative.
to make that clear. They want him to grind more. And grinding isn't fun. But grinding is useful. Grinding, you can make a career. Kevon Looney does not have any of the skills an NBA player should have, except that he's smart and he's a grinder. He grinds. I mean, that sounds trite, but
no, it's right.
Where are you supposed to be? He's there. What are you supposed to do? He does it. There's no greater definition of what they want Jonathan Kuminga to be. And Kuminga does have some skills. So he'll, if all this works out well, he'll be a better Kevon Looney, which is more than satisfactory.
Oh, look, everyone hoped that when they drafted James Wiseman, they were getting the next Hakeem Olajuwon. They would love it if he were the next Kevon Looney.
Well, I mean, the fact is people everywhere have a habit of overselling players they haven't seen yet, just on the basis, well, they picked him in this spot, he must be special.
Therefore.
A lot of guys aren't. And as college basketball gets younger and younger and more guys learn their basketball at the AAU level rather than at the college level, that means a whole different set of bad habits to break.
It's why European players have gained so much favor in the draft.
Yeah, it's because, one, they are developing the same skills that American players are, and B, they are forced into a system by which you either play with your teammates or you get buried. I mean, Luka Doncic is the outlier in that at 18, he was the most important player on his team. But he didn't play that way. He knew that I can't get the ball if they don't pass it to me. And he's learned that lesson. He's a very good distributor of the ball. His biggest problem, other than shot selection, is he doesn't trust his teammates yet, because I don't know if his teammates are that level of trustworthy.
Well,
and you could the dichotomy of his numbers and the team's overall record is something that the Mavericks have to solve, because he's not going to be the one who gets blamed if this doesn't go right. And by go right, I mean go deep in more than one playoff, and don't go deep because the best team in the conference fell down. I mean, I don't think anybody looked at the end of that Phoenix series and said, man, Dallas is loaded. They're the team we're all afraid of. Because they weren't.
No, they did the Warriors just solid by getting the Phoenix Suns out of the dance. There's no doubt. And somebody, 650 Xfinity Mobile text line says, yeah, with all those stats, Luka's style of play will never win a championship, period. I don't think Luka is playing a style other than the one he needs to get the Mavericks over the finish line. And you can't say never and period to someone who doesn't even have a decent team around him, a really good team, and is probably going to be this year's MVP. I mean, he is the odds-on favorite in Las Vegas to be this year's MVP. And he's just spectacular. I mean, how insecure are you in your life to look at him and try to tell you what if you're trying to frame Luka Doncic as to what he isn't or hasn't accomplished, he's 23. What have you accomplished by the time you were 23?
I don't think that's the comparison point.
Okay.
A guy working in an insurance office is not that. I mean, when you are that good,
it's
when
rare
you are
for any
that good a player,
23-year-old to be absolutely state-of-the-art in their industry at any level of industry.
Okay.
Other than pop star.
When you are at that level of talent that he is, things are imposed upon you that maybe for circumstances that have nothing to do with you, you're not ready to deliver on yet. But it is a peculiarly American virtue vice that they will hold him responsible for Dallas not winning a title. It's not his style of play. The fact is, if Stephen Curry didn't have Draymond Green and Klay Thompson next to him, he'd won no titles. That's just a given.
Yeah.
That's not even discussable. The fact is, teams win titles. Luka Doncic is not yet on a fully formed team, and it is up to the Mavericks to A, make that happen, and B, when it does happen, you'll necessarily see some of his numbers go down because he'll be distributing the ball. There'll be other guys who get their piece of the action. I mean, they're still an excellent defensive team because Jason Kidd has driven that into them. Luka Doncic is not the reason why they're 10-10.
Not even close. And somebody says here, what's the difference between Luka and prime James Harden? Well,
they have the same number of titles.
They have the same number of titles, the same number of what? Western Conference Finals appearances, or did the Rockets actually make 2 of those?
They made 2.
Okay. And I would say the difference is Luka has already made a Western Conference Finals with an inferior team that James Harden had around him. I mean, Luka Doncic has never had a player like Chris Paul on his team. And I'll also say this, prime James Harden comes in his, 27, 8, 9 years? Luka's 23. Luka's as good at his age 23 year as James Harden was 8 years into his career. I mean, that's what's extraordinary. He's 23. That's what's extraordinary about the guy. It was too bad the Warriors lost. Klay got himself a great look, but it was not meant to be. Eric, Redwood City. You're on 95.7 The Game. Eric, what do you got?
Hey, guys. I just want to go back to the point of emphasis of traveling. I've been a high school ref in the Bay Area for 20 years, and every league, high school, college, and the NBA, issues points of emphasis before the season. Traveling was on the NBA's list. We can see it on their website. All the coaches meet, and they go over the rule changes and the points of emphasis. So there's no excuse that people didn't know that they were going to call out traveling.
Well, it's one thing to hear that this is going to be a point of emphasis, and it's another thing to then realize that in October, when I'm sure it was a point of emphasis, it was getting called 1.7 times per game, and now this month it's been called 3.5 times per game. That's, again, that's not a point of emphasis. That is a literally that's not a point of emphasis. It is we are completely going to overfocus. They're not trying to make it a little bit better. They're not trying to nudge anyone in any direction. They are forcing everyone into this direction. And we all know, I mean, every single one of us who's ever seen a point of emphasis become a cause celeb for a week of conversation in the NBA, we all know it fades away. We all know when big boy basketball start being played after the All-Star break, that all these nonsensical points, it's all going to go away, and it's going to be the same NBA we've ever seen. And that's what makes last night's game a little frustrating because, sure, did they call it according to the point of emphasis correctly on Curry? Yes. But in a big game, they never blow that whistle on a superstar in that moment, not even Steph Curry, even though he gets screwed by bad whistles. Like, it just, to me, it's like congratulations. Imagine if I told you that the NFL was going to emphasize calling fouls as far away from the football as humanly possible. Like the play is on the left-hand side of the field. We are going to emphasize contact on the right side of the field because we think that's going to make the game better. They would never do that. They would never do that. The best thing an NBA official can do is nothing. It's the truth. It's the truth. We know what fouls look like. Half these fouls are the most ticky-tack pieces of junk you can see. And it doesn't make the game better. Doesn't make the game safer. Doesn't make the flow of the game better. Stay the hell out of the way. That's what I want.
Okay.
That's what I want.
You're not getting it.
I know.
So, but the one point that the caller made that needs to be refuted is they don't just do points of emphasis at the beginning of the year. They also do them during the season when they see that there's an imbalance happening somewhere and things aren't getting called the way they are supposed to be, or they're being called too much. There might be another point of emphasis around Christmas time. It says, we're calling too many walks that aren't walks.
That's the thing. To me,
but what I'm saying is that's been true in officiating forever. What it needs to be, that doesn't need to change that. What it needs to change is you tell everybody involved in basketball, including people who watch it. You just come out with a press release just going, we've noticed that there have been too many walks lately. We're going to cut back on those. Or there haven't been enough walk calls and people are getting away with stuff they shouldn't get away with. We're going to tighten that up.
I think the emphasis is on the wrong syllable. Go ahead and get your point of emphasis out there. A little carrying, palming the ball means, hey, this guy might get a great dunk off or an incredible layup or make something that makes a highlight reel. I don't care if he carries it a little bit.
It's not the little bit, though. It's when the little bit becomes a lot. And then you get James Harden, and then you get the Alvin Iverson carry. I mean, it's just players are going to do...
Alvin Iverson.
Players are going to do whatever they can get away with until you tell them they can't get away with it anymore. It's a constantly shifting balance that makes officiating difficult. And it makes, rules application difficult. When everybody that you're adjudicating is trying to figure out ways to get around you.
By the way, there's no ways around this fact. We've officially broadcast for a full hour today. What an outstanding hour of broadcasting that has been. Welcome, everyone, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Aziz Al-Shire is going to be joining us here in just a little bit, so stick around for that live out of the 49ers locker room. In the meantime, Keith in San Mateo, thanks for the call. What do you got?
Hey, Damon. Big picture, I think that the coaching staff needs to get a little bit more proactive in the fourth quarter. Last night with about 9 minutes and 20 seconds left, the Warriors forgot how to shoot layups and go into the paint. And when you're missing threes, I would do a timeout and say, that's not working. Let's change our plan.
So I hear you. And there are probably every other locker room in the NBA. You're right. But this is the Warriors locker room. And there's never been a locker room who turns a poor shooting night into an exemplary shooting night in the next 5-6 shots in a row than the Golden State Warriors. They really, how do you tell the Golden State Warriors to stop shooting threes when they have rewritten the book on how to win NBA Finals shooting threes? You're right in so many ways, caller. You are right. And I wish that Steve would be a little bit more heavy-handed with his in-game, post-game, in-between games. Hey, guys, let's find religion, but these are all priests. They know their religion.
And they are going to do what they do. I mean, the fact is the Warriors fancy themselves three-point shooters. I mean, they were making a point of it on the broadcast last night. They had 54 points in the paint, but they've had 54 points in the paint for the last 14 minutes. There are times when the Warriors throw the ball around. There are times when they rely on the three-point shot too much. And there are no times when Steve Kerr doesn't remind them of those things. But they don't do everything the coach says because nobody does everything the coach says at this level. They feel a rhythm and they follow it. And the only thing that changes their behavior is failure. If you throw the ball around so much that you lose a game and then you do it again the next game, then maybe you're more careful about it. It's not the gentle voice of the coach that gets that solved. It's getting hit in the face a few times with the very thing that he's been telling you.
By the way, a really good point has been brought up on the text line, and you won't even argue with this, Ray. It's amazing how much less cool Alvin Iverson is than Allen Iverson.
No, it's true. I failed.
No.
I'm a disgrace.
It's not that it's just the name Alvin. It is a whole different. I'm sorry to all Alvins in the audience listening right now. I'm sure you are very much on team Alvin if you are. And is there any Alvin that has ever been a cool Alvin
Alvin Robertson.
Post Alvin and the Chipmunks?
Alvin Robertson.
Okay. Was that post Alvin and the Chipmunks?
Yes. Chipmunks were the 60s.
That was a long time ago. You're right.
Yeah.
Not a lot of Alvins. Alvin Dark?
Alvin Dark, I don't know if he was cool.
I don't think
he was good at what he did. Pete Rozell's name was Alvin.
Was it really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
And you'll not remember it when you get home tonight.
No, I'm just going to stay with me for a very long time.
You're a liar. No, it's just coaches tell guys things all the time. And sometimes they simply don't do them. Not out of spite, but because they are humans and players.
Whatever the Warriors have been telling Jonathan Kuminga to do, it's finally going in one ear and staying in the cabeza, not going out the other ear. Here's Jonathan Kuminga, saying that he had heard that Steve Kerr just said that's the best game he's played.
It's just a matter of time. Everything has a certain amount of time. Sometimes it takes longer. And I'm not saying I'm there yet, but it's just a matter of time. And being around these guys helping me out every single day. So, again, it seems like he is finding more of his level with the Warriors before, and that's good. As Tim Kawakami was writing, the two timeline plan might be the Warriors established stars and Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga might be the second timeline. And if Jonathan Kuminga plays himself into such a significant NBA entity, 1 out of 3-4 draft picks becoming that is a good percentage. It's a good shooting percentage in the draft, even all the way up in the lottery. This league's rough.
Well, and the thing to remember, ultimately, is that there are going to be games where he doesn't do any of these things again. This is not a direct line to glory. Because he's young, he will have nights when he doesn't do those things. And Steve Kerr will yell at him. And then he'll have to rebuild up and ramp up some more until all the things that you saw last night become reflexive and they just become automatic. And that takes a hell of a lot more than a year and a half of playing 8 minutes a game. Yeah, I know this is anathema to people, but you're going to have to be patient with these guys. Or you can just condemn them and move on to the next draft choice. I mean, that's your prerogative too. But if you're waiting for Jonathan Kuminga, you're going to have to wait a good while longer. Not because there's some deficiency in him, but because that's how this works. If you're not LeBron James, you don't hit the ground running in this league. Or any league, really. You have to be extraordinary.
Luka, that's my point. That's my point on Luka. There's, in my lifetime, hitting the ground running in this league, it's LeBron and it's Luka. I think the two of them are so far heading above the rest of the class, Magic was pretty damn good his rookie year.
I think you make a case for Jokic too on this. Never been bad.
No. Which is extraordinary considering how hard it is to step into this league as a successful young big man.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are, Doncic is doing it his way. LeBron James did it his way. There's always a few guys in every generation that do this.
By the way, rockin' New Year's era got us on this, man. We're screwing up this Alvin thing big time.
What?
Al Attles.
That's true.
He was Alvin. But that's the thing. He knew Alvin was so uncool, he hid it with Al Attles. Alvin Kamara. I mean, we just saw him fumble twice, so, that Alvin didn't help him. Alvin Harper. By the way, I feel like I should let you know, since we're talking about Dallas Cowboy wide receivers, Michael Irvin will be joining us at 5 o'clock today.
Alvin Gentry strikes me as a cool guy.
Alvin Gentry? I think somebody's like, it's only off by a letter. But Alvin, decidedly not a cool name. Calvin, decidedly a cool name. It's amazing what a little C will do. Or a big C.
I don't know if it's that cool.
Calvin?
Yeah. I mean, if you shorten it, it's Cal. Sounds like a car dealer.
Or a university.
I rest my case.
Calvin Johnson, that's as cool as it gets.
Hey, Calvin's on Mop this week. Next week, he's going to be on Fries. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. See, McDonald's used to have two brands of commercials. They were distinctly either commercials made for Caucasians or the black community. And Calvin was our first black McDonald's commercial star. Thank you very much. So I'm not off my rocker or getting fired. I want everyone to know there is an African-American gentleman nodding his head at me in agreement on the other side of this window. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's quite the dichotomy.
I'm paying attention, though. See, I'm paying attention. By the way, the streets are with me. The streets are with me.
It's quite the digression.
It really came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and could return at any moment.
It really
came
out of nowhere. Aziz Al-Shire will be joining us in just a minute. I'm guessing we should probably take a break, though, because that's not about to happen right around the corner. So real quick, this is Dave in Fremont. Dave, what do you got real fast?
I got last night seemed to be a little home cooking at the beginning of the game. Everything was really ticky-tack, right? And then it's just, bad poor shooting decisions on the part of the Warriors toward the end of not just going for points, flinging it up. But I also liken this whole policing of the traveling and the stuff to the holding calls in the NFL, right? I mean, you could call that every single time if you wanted to, and usually they do, and the timing is correct, right?
No, it's amazing how often holding comes up on a big play that might change the flow of a game when they want to keep it tight and have an audience there in the fourth quarter. I agree. The fix is in, Ray. All over the place at all times.
I've said that forever.
The whole world's rigged.
Absolutely.
We got
those who bet are simply giving money to the evil.
Alvin Stardust. Someone wants to get a little respect put on Cal Ripken. There's a good Cal. Steely eyes, Ray. He had the eyes. Do you ever make eye contact with Cal Ripken? You get lost in there.
He was creepy. I do believe there are heads and freezers and bodies and walls at his house.
Okay. All right. There's nowhere to go with that other than to let you know that right now the 95.7 The Game merch store is live. Maybe that's the next Ray Ratto t-shirt. Heads in freezers and in walls guaranteed. I mean, who wouldn't want to buy that in an extra large for someone that they love? Oh, speaking of t-shirts, look at this. Here they are. That is fine. Is that Corinthian leather? Is that Egyptian cotton? What is that? What's that made out of? Hold it up, you spokesmodel, Ray. Touch it. Touch it, Ray. Just touch the shirt.
I don't know where
associate yourself with the shirt.
I mean, that's Lucas's job.
I got 4. Oh, we don't even have the turn your mic on, Ray. I got 4 words that we don't use on the radio, so I don't know if we should even put it on YouTube. But you can check all this out on YouTube. It's there. You can swear on YouTube. So we should start swearing?
Of course not.
How about this? We swear we are going to go inside the 49ers locker room as soon as they open it up for us. So stick around. That's happening. Michael Irvin at 5 o'clock today here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, we are brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
This playoff Niners soup, what do you want to taste more? The pepper, the salt. I want Debo. And we tasted it last year all the way up until the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game. So just with that alone, why can't you sprinkle in McCaffrey now?
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Debo. 95.7 The Game.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coca.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In San Francisco, tomorrow morning, showers, highs around 50.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The 95.7 The Game merch store is live and open. Visit 957thegameshop.com for all of your goofy station-related merchandise needs. And should you need a little defense in your life, you just need to bring the San Francisco 49ers into your life because there's an awful lot of defense being played by the 49ers. We're very happy to go inside the Niners locker room presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Aziz Al-Shire, nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. Aziz, we've been having an opportunity to talk to you over the last few years. You're one of our favorites. We think you got one of the coolest stories. You got a heck of a background, man, and you've really turned yourself into a great player. That's an important piece of a great defense. So it's great to have you on again, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
So let's talk about this shutout streak because there were just a couple of times where it felt like the odds were just against it happening. I mean, a flag in the end zone means more cracks, 1st and goal from the 5, but you guys, you kept it up. And this 4-game second-half shutout streak is really extraordinary. And then to go a full game, you put it all together, 94 minutes of shutout football played by this defense over your last 94 minutes. It's unbelievable, and it's obviously very much a point of pride with you guys.
No, 100%. I think it's something that none of us really were paying much attention to. Obviously, just playing the game and doing what we're doing over the weeks. And then, obviously as it went from 1 game to 2 games to 3 games, then you start to hear about it. And honestly, it's a special team, it's a special defense, and special group of guys, so we all just play together, play for each other, and so that's how you can make stands like that, like you saw last Sunday. Like, they had so many different chances to get points and to come up with 0 points every time they had gotten to the red zone, into the goal line. That's huge.
So there's
huge for our defense, obviously.
There's no right answer. It's an opinion. In your opinion, what do you think is the greater accomplishment? Just shutting out a team in any one game or having second-half shutouts against 4 different opponents over the entire month of November? What's harder to put together? 4 great halves over the course of a month with changing opponents, or 4 great quarters of shutout football?
I mean, they both definitely have their own problems. Present their own problems, and it's hard to win games in the NFL, period. So obviously the 4 weeks of, wins, but also shutting teams out is big. But anytime you stop any offense in the NFL from scoring any points is it's almost like unheard of. I feel like, and obviously you see that the Saints been a good offense, and the last time that they went without points was 21 years ago or however long ago it was. So, I mean, it just shows you, like, it's not too often in the NFL period that a team holds anybody to 0 points. Like, this isn't college, this isn't high school. So these are the best of the best on the field. So I think that that's obviously, like, something that's really just unheard of.
As specifically as you can you tell me what the defense has done differently since the Kansas City game? Because that game, you gave up 44 points. You haven't given up 44 total since then. So clearly some sort of epiphanies happened. Can you get into much detail about that?
I mean, obviously at the time I was on IR and wasn't playing at that time.
So was you.
That's the difference right there.
I would like to say that. It sounds good. But nah, honestly, I just think coming together, playing team football, obviously it has a lot to do with not just us as a defense, but the offense. We got to play together and play with each other. So I just think that everybody was executing at a way higher level. Obviously, when you get a good pass rush going, it helps out the back end. When you get stickier coverage, it helps out with the pass rush. So I think it's just kind of just everything started to click together, and we've been going on a good run. So
Aziz Al-Shire here on 95.7 The Game. So you got the Miami Dolphins coming into town, and it's a team with an awful lot of familiar faces. Obviously, Mike McDaniel, Trent Sherfield, and, of course, the two running backs, Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr., who was standing in the same locker room with you just a few weeks ago. Have you already led into texting with anyone? I know that Raheem Mostert was trying to give his own quarterback a compliment, and it was turned into, is that a shot at Jimmy? Have you guys talked about that? Do you got a little something extra waiting for Raheem this weekend?
Nah, honestly, like, Raheem and everything that he went through with the organization from, upstairs standpoint, it's business. So I respect, how he might feel in certain aspects of that because everybody has to deal with the business side of football. But I don't never take that personal and let that affect, the relationship you have with the players. Because at the end of the day, we're all trying to do the same thing. He's trying to make as much money for his family and play football, and I'm trying to do the same thing. So, I don't take it personal. I'm not going to try to hit him no harder than I was trying to hit them last week. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I know he's going to give it everything he has, and we're going to do the same. So it's going to be a nice matchup.
Miami's one of the most dynamic offenses in the game. In what ways are they structurally different than Kansas City, which is the other elite offense in the game?
Yeah, I think they definitely run a lot more 21 personnel, which is good for me at least. But, I think that they are very explosive. I think they have the most explosives in the league. I mean, between three of the guys, they have, I think it's 80 or 60 explosives, something crazy like that, which, I mean, is unheard of for just three players alone, let alone the rest of the team. So I think, obviously, in that aspect, they're just as, explosive and dynamic as Kansas City, but they can do it out of multiple personnel groups. So it's just pretty special to see.
Aziz, as you get ready for the Dolphins, is there any element of looking in a mirror that comes to you? Do you see a lot of Kyle Shanahan's fingerprints imprinted on Mike McDaniel and installed into what the Dolphins do?
100%. Like, it's literally feels like we're in training camp almost. Like, obviously, Coach McDaniels was here for some time, and, but they're both play hand in hand into each other. So I think him and Kyle, being around each other and being together for so long, I think it goes back as far as, like, Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. But, they've been together for a long time. They're good friends. And obviously, like, you see that same print with the Dolphins as we have with our offense. So it's definitely going to be familiar to see. And then obviously the players is going to be familiar as well for some of those guys.
Do you see a lot of familiarity week in, week out? Because we've heard that Kyle Shanahan's running game has been studied and adapted in many, many NFL cities. Does it feel like you're playing against a familiar scheme based on, hey, Mike McDaniels is the head coach or not? Do you see a lot of the run packages that your team runs that you prepare against just by playing them in practice? Do you see a lot of the copycat in the league?
Yeah, I think obviously whenever you have a team that's had success like our team has and a coach that has, high success like Kyle has, People are going to get plucked left and right. They're going to study your team and study your offense and seeing how you're successful in different ways. So, I know ever since I first got into the league, they always said it's a copycat league. Teams are going to attack you with how somebody else was able to be successful against you and vice versa. So I think it's just one of those things where everybody's always trying to find that edge and trying to find that way to, get your Achilles heel. So if they see on film something that's working across the league, they're going to try to copycat that and take that and implement it into their offense however they can, or we will do it in our defense however we can to get that edge over the team we're playing that week.
Conversely, how many different things are you guys seeing now because you've established yourself as you did in 2019 as an elite defense? What are the more exotic things that teams are trying to show you in hopes of getting you off your beam?
Obviously, I think, and this is something that does come from Kyle's offense as well, is just a lot of moving parts, jet motion, stuff like that. People try to get you out your gaps, whether it's even like last week playing the Saints, they couldn't run the ball when we were in base, so they did a lot of different stuff to try to get us in nickel and try to run the ball then, and they were trying to pass the ball out of 12 personnel. So just trying to find like little sneaky, unique ways to do what they want to do. You think, they're getting big to run, and then they're trying to throw the ball because they can't run the ball in that personnel, but they think they can get a better opportunity with passing the ball with the bigger personnel group. So, it's kind of like this little weird chess match throughout the year, and you kind of have to do a lot of like self-scouting to see, where were you hurt throughout the weeks, what's bothered you, what's bothered the defense, what has, kind of burnt us, and making sure that you're like keeping up with your mistakes and making sure that you're correcting them. Because if you don't correct them, it's going to bite you when you need it the most.
Aziz Al-Shire here on 95.7 The Game. Look, a lot of humble men come from humble beginnings. And your beginnings are extraordinary. I was listening to an interview you did a long time ago with one of our station co-hosts, Mark Willard. It was years ago, where you were at the dawn of your career, and the story of how you got to the Niners in the first place, included, international stops where your family moved from Florida to Saudi Arabia. You come back, you see your home burnt down. You are rendered homeless. You take a bus 2 hours to high school. You always remembered that, and it always stayed with you. And look at where you are now, very much an established NFL entity with a contract that is, a life-changing situation for you. And I know you're not resting on any laurels. It's not time to do that. But how good is it to have come as far as you've had through everything that you've had? Because I think it's just one of the cooler stories happening right now on the 49ers.
Oh, I appreciate that. And honestly, it's something where you constantly got to take a step back, because I think when you're like in this like rush of what I'm trying to accomplish and the things that I want to do, as an individual, realizing like, I'm 25 years old, and 10 years ago, if somebody told me I was just going to be in the NFL, I would have been, crying and happy. So I think as you reach these goals, you have this constant battle between the gratitude and like content for where you are, but at the same time still, trying to pursue your goals and reach greater heights because you know that you can do better. So I definitely, take that step back at times and just, have a lot of gratitude for where I am. But definitely, like, it's just something that I couldn't put into words how grateful I am to be where I am right now compared to where I was years ago.
To a smaller degree, do you reflect on how you're different from even last year, and then how much better you are, how much easier the game seems to be than it was a year ago or 2 years ago?
No, 100%. I think every year, just seeing the same things over and over again, you can see it through most players across the league. Like usually, the more times that you get to do the same things, you're going to get better at it before you get worse, unless you just, if you get worse at it, then you probably won't be here for long. But honestly, like, just being able to be in the same scheme for another year, doing the same thing, get my body stronger, getting faster, more explosive. Like every year I just feel like I come back better than I was the year before, and just continue to try to take those next steps in my game and be a player that, could be one of the best in the league. So that's always my goal. That's always, I think our goal as a linebacker group is what we always say. But definitely, like, even as an individual, that's something I want to accomplish and I want to do for myself.
Again, we talked about how humble your nature is, Azeez, but I'd like you to thump your chest just a little if you'd like to, because it looks to me like you guys have a stud at every level of this defense, more than one at every level of this defense. But if you had to take one unit, and it's hard to be a better unit than the 49ers defensive line, but this linebacking core is absolutely in the conversation between you, Greenlaw, Fred Warner. Not only are you individually getting better, they're individually getting better, and it feels like as a unit, you guys are just all fitting together as pieces that have to cover a football field. Does it feel like everyone gets better every week all around this team? Because that's the way it looks.
No, 100%. I think when you're around, it's so crazy. I was talking to Lino about this, our rookie linebacker. I was talking to him about this just yesterday because I was just telling him about when I was a rookie. And, when you're around a group of guys that are held to such a high standard, and the standard is so great, around this team, that you have no choice but to get better, or you're just going to get weeded out, and that's kind of how it is. Like, it's gonna build you up to be better because, you're practicing against the guys we're practicing against. You're in the room with some of the guys that we get to be in the room with. Like, you have no choice but to continue to get better. You talk about all of us as linebackers, from really head to toe in that room, like, everybody has gotten so much better than the four of us that's been able to be together over the last 4 years with me, Fred, Dre, and Demetrius. Like, we've been together for 4 years now. I think, like, every single year we've all gotten better every single year and competed with each other, but also, it's always been love, and we're literally like brothers, so we all just help each other, all motivate each other, and just continue to try to be great.
Is there something to, like, not just your own instincts, but a group's instincts? Is this why there were 8 guys around Alvin Kamara's second fumble? That's gang tackling personified. When you get 8 guys from one defense in one picture, it means everybody's swarming.
No, 100%. It's definitely, like, obviously swarm is what we preach as a defense and as a unit. But it's funny because that's literally every time we're watching film with Kyle, that's what he points out, how many guys are in the picture by the time the ball gets snapped. By the time the runner gets tackled or whatever, just seeing 10, 11 guys in the picture, 8, 9, it's just not something that's common around the NFL. You watch a lot of teams play, and even if it's a great play or something like that, like, you might see 2, 3 guys in the picture, but everybody else is kind of just, watching. And we take pride in getting to the ball and finishing, and making sure everybody's in that picture when the play is over with.
Did you just say I remind you of an NFL head coach? Do I think like an NFL head coach? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, man, you might be able to take a job.
Oh, yes, sign me up. I'm ready to go. I hear it pays a little bit better than radio. Maybe I'll consider if offered. Azeez, let me offer you this because it's been great to talk to you, man. It really has. Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are going to send you 10 pounds of prime steaks, and you get your own choice of cut. Do you want the ribeye, the porterhouse, or the New York strip?
I'm not going to lie to you. I really couldn't decide which one, but I will let you decide for me, and I'll trust your better judgment.
Okay, so if we sent you the porterhouse, that's like a T-bone steak. You get a New York strip on the side, and then the other side is the filet. The New York strips are just going to be that New York strip from the one side, and if you get the ribeye, that's the most amount of fat, and fat and meat equals flavor, so it's probably the beefiest of all cuts. So do you want the biggest piece of meat, the toothiest piece of meat, or the beefiest piece of meat?
I'll say the beefiest.
Beefiest piece of meat it is. We're going to send you the New York strips. No, that would be the toothy. We're sending you the ribeyes. The correct answer whenever you're ordering steak is basically ribeye. You can never go wrong with a ribeye. We're sending you the ribeyes. We're going to take care of you because you took care of us with such a great interview. Thank you so much for stopping on by. Continued success to you and yours, and stay healthy and keep shutting them out in the second half, Azeez. Thank you so very much.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Aziz Al-Shire, man. Nice guy. Really is. Really is. I mean, he grew up a little bit homeless, a little bit in another country, a little bit in Florida, and he has turned into more than a little bit of a good football player on what is the best defense in all of football. It's a hell of a story if you can put it together. You really can.
Are you suggesting that Florida is not another country?
It's sort of unto itself. Would you give me that much?
Yeah. Oh, no. I think they should saw it off at the border and let it free float as an island.
Just one circumcision.
Well, I wasn't going to go there, but sure.
The state does dangle.
Again,
I guess we were just losing Miami.
As you know,
just Coral Gables.
No, I mean all of it, right along the line.
Anyway,
it's an easy cut. Heck,
Aziz.
a Bugs Bunny cartoon did it. Bugs Bunny sawed off Florida.
Absolutely did. That's when we went down to Pismo Beach the other day. I kept on going, Pismo Beach, all the clams you can eat. Then I realized no one else is watching cartoons from the 50s anymore, so went over a lot of heads.
Well, are you showing them to your children?
Oh, of course.
How are they going to learn?
We are in the nice HBO Max has the entire collection of all Bugs Bunnies there is. So we let her roll. My kids are familiar with Elmer Fudd, all of it. It's getting good.
It's when you get them into the real surreal stuff like Beanie and Cecil. That's when, and Rocky and Bullwinkle.
We're not there yet. Need a little time. Time.
You influence a child best when you influence them young. That's what the Army always learned.
Indoctrination.
Exactly.
I believe that's what we're going.
You get him some Crusader rabbit at age 4, you'll have raised yourself an adult.
Can I play for you maybe the most interesting soundbite Kyle Shanahan has ever offered from behind a podium? There's a little leading up to this, and he's talking about how he goes about restocking his own coaching staff when young coaches are identified as coaches and move on. And this has happened to Kyle Shanahan. For a guy who hasn't been a head coach very long, he's got a head coaching tree already. He's got 2 NFL head coaches.
Will you have time to do this?
Come off of his staff. I just want to set it up here because this is about a minute long. And this is then Kyle talking about after all, we'll get into the coaching replacements and all that in just a little bit. But we've always talked about how Kyle has this reputation for being a premier play caller. Like he's got more X's and O's to throw at any situation. So why is it so conservative more often than not? This is maybe the most honest Kyle Shanahan has ever been behind a podium, talking about how he calls his offensive scheme through the prism of the defense that he has that day. Listen to this.
You are so responsible for one thing. You don't watch the other side of the ball. You really don't even know what's going on during the game. You're just responsible to keep moving and trying to get points, and that's how you call it. And since becoming a head coach, I started out that way. But then you start to see how to win games a little bit better. And our goal here was to build such a good defense. I thought we had that our third year. I mean, I remember coming out into that third year having a plan on really how I wanted to do it because of the defense that we thought. And you learn from that, and before you knew it, we were 8-0. And then I thought our offense had some games that we had to get going and had to be aggressive. But you try to decide that based on the outcome of the game. You know, I look at sometimes like the Chargers game and stuff, or you got a chance to go, but there's no way they're beating us if we get those 40 runs. That's how I feel, the way our defense is playing. There comes a time in that New Orleans game when you can see your defense, and we missed a couple there in the red zone where it's like, all right, they score right here, it's 13-7. I know exactly what we're doing. We got to win this. We can't give it back to them one possession. But then we hold them again. And you look at the clock and you think about where your team's at, and you're like, what's the best way to win this game? And that comes a lot clearer, I think, as you have to look at the whole big picture.
Is that not one of the more interesting looks into, let's not call it his strategy because he doesn't like to tip any strategy, but his philosophy? I mean, I thought that was pretty damn interesting. Give me 30 seconds and then we're going to come back with much more.
No, it's as clear as I've tried to make it for as long as I've tried. He lives off his defense, period. His defense tells him everything else he needs to do. It is stolen right from his father. He's, says, when I have a defense, that changes everything else I do. It's not that he's a great offensive play caller, even though people say he is. It's the defense tells him what he can do. And when the defense is like this, he can do nearly anything.
I thought that was really, really interesting out of Shanahan. We'll revisit that, and we'll also revisit how he stocks not the talent that he loses from his huddle, but the talent that he loses from his own coaching staff. Because let's face it, with the way that D'Amico is having success with his defense, that could probably be the next position he's looking to fill this offseason. So stick around. That is coming up. Michael Irvin is coming up at 5 o'clock. A What If Wednesday is coming up in our 5 o'clock hour as well, so don't you move a muscle. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a good gillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Final days to shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. Ends November 30th. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the Jim Irsay collection is coming to the Bill Graham on December 10th. Tickets are free. Memorabilia, a free concert. JimIrsayCollection.com. Sign up now if you'd like to go. Again, the price is $3.99. Can't argue with that. Ray, I thought that was some interesting stuff that Kyle Shanahan was sharing. By the way, we need to let everyone know in 12 minutes, Michael Irvin is going to be joining us for our weekly conversation. We're going to get into a lot of things around the NFL, besides the fact that the 49ers are just one big, monstrous defense right now. But Kyle Shanahan, man, he is probably, because of that big, monstrous defense, going to have to replace DeMeco Ryans, if not this offseason, soon. He's got ticketed to be an NFL head coach written all over him. I mean, if it happened to Saleh, it will probably happen to DeMeco. So Kyle was very revealing. So, of course, the conversation about assistant coaches departing have an awful lot to do with this week's matchup, because here come the Miami Dolphins and Mike McDaniel. And Kyle Shanahan talked about what made Mike McDaniel a valuable quality control coach who rose through his own coaching staff to find himself the next choice of Stephen Ross to come coach the Miami Dolphins.
Anytime you have a QC, those are the guys as a coordinator you depend on the most. You know, when you're a coordinator and the players come in, everyone goes to their offices and teaches the players. And then you go back in your room and you try to put a plan together. And there's not many people available that aren't in rooms coaching the tight ends or the O-line. And then you have a guy who's been breaking down the film all week, not just for his position, but for everything. So the QCs are the guys you rely on more as a coordinator, because they're seeing the whole thing as much as you can. They're not just preparing a position. And Mike was always in that type of role. You know, I think 2 years he coached receivers for me. But all the other time, I mean, he was a great position coach, but he was more valuable in the other way. I don't want a guy tied down to one position. That's kind of what happened to me when I brought Mike LaFleur here. I put him with receivers the first year, but then there's too many times so I'm asking some stuff about the red zone and things on Thursday night, and they're in their world on what Bourne's doing or somebody. I'm like, man, I need you to help me in this area. So sometimes guys want to be position coaches fast, and I always say QC might be the best thing for you, and sometimes it's vice versa, but there's different paths to do stuff. And when you do stay in those roles longer, you do get to learn more. You don't just go right to a position and focus just on that position. So I think that's stuff that really benefited Mike, and that's why he was the one guy I was always communicating with so consistently over the years.
Ray, I don't know what got into Kyle today, but he really wanted to tell everyone what's what and how things work. He was not holding back or revealing the importance and in what directions it kind of all goes in. Would you have ever really thought that, a position coach would maybe be outranked theoretically by a quality control coach? And he just basically told you that in a way it is. You know, one guy is pulling on one string, where a quality control coach has the responsibility of making sure that as all the strings are pulled together, it all fits. And more respect for quality control than I think most people have had.
Yeah, quality control is the catch-all for the assistant head coach. I mean, there are some teams that have had that, just called it the assistant head coach. But quality control is a better way of handling the terminology of the hierarchy. What doesn't surprise me is that he revealed this much about staff assemblage, because it's his 6th year now. One of his mentors is Bill Belichick, who loves to get granular and lengthy with answers about very arcane football stuff. If you're asking him who's playing on Sunday, he's on to Cincinnati.
Right.
But he did 10 minutes one time on the value of the long snapper. And that's not an exaggeration. 10 full minutes. I mean, literally to the point where the guy who asked him the question was begging him to stop. That's where Kyle Shanahan is. That's where his mind is. He likes telling you not what he does, but he's delighted to tell you how he does it. And I think he's been at this long enough now where he feels comfortable expounding on his philosophies of what he does as a head coach / general manager / head of the football department. It makes perfect sense to me. I think he's now more comfortable than he's ever been, because he's now got last 4 years, Super Bowl, conference final, Super Bowl contender. Those guys are bulletproof. Nobody gets moved off of those unless they get into a fist fight with the owner. And he's not going to punch out Jed York anytime soon. So I think he just felt like, I could be a little bit of the professor today to show off what I know without showing off anything that has anything to do with the actual game.
I like this. I'm here to answer some questions and give you a peek behind the curtain, Kyle Shanahan. Again, as long as he's not giving up the goat in terms of any game strategy, but talking about how those strategies actually come together. And then he was asked in relation to Mike McDaniel about how losing assistants to head coach openings affects, his staff.
When I came here, I thought I had some guys that were younger that weren't going to get taken for a while, but it seemed to happen a lot faster than I expected. So that's always what I'm thinking about. Like, you never know when it's going to happen, especially when our defense has success, who they're going to try to take with them. So we're always trying to get some guys in here that you can groom and that you can teach. It's not just about teaching it, but guys also need to go through some stuff with you too, which makes them the most prepared. And started doing that a while ago. When I moved Bobby Slowick over to offense, when he was on defense, moved Brian Fleury a number of years ago. He was a D-line coach when I was in Cleveland. Solon brought him in to be a QC from Miami, and then I thought he had the potential to really help us on offense, so I moved him there about 4 years ago, I think. Did the same thing with Clay Kubiak this offseason. So it's something that came up pretty fast in our first few years here, and something I always got to think about.
It's an interesting process. And he said, look, Mike LaFleur, I brought him on to be a wide receiver coach. And then I realized, like, you're way too important to putting the grand scheme together to just have you hunkered down with one position. I need you to do more. And then LaFleur obviously is, now that's Matt LaFleur. Mike LaFleur is with the New York Giants now as their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So it's amazing watching the process going from, you're identified as being worthy of my coaching staff, then where do you fit best on my coaching staff? Then how quickly will your reputation rise through my own coaching staff to where you might be identified as someone who could one day run their own coaching staff? And Kyle really got into how he identifies new assistants to fill the openings.
Usually I like someone I've seen on the staff, like other places I've been when I didn't get to hire staffs. You get to see people's work ethic, kind of what drives them. There's two days like, man, this guy would be good with the players, and man, this guy could teach a player, or man, this guy is extremely smart and can just soak everything in, and he can type everything up, he can break everything down, he understands every blitz, every formation, he can memorize all this stuff. Who can do both of those? There's so many different variations of stuff. There's so many players that I've coached, and I can't tell you there's a number of guys that the last time I see him, when I end up having to cut him, I try to tell them, man, if you want to stop playing, like, I really believe you're made to coach. You have to get in here as a QC and learn stuff, but you're extremely smart. I love how you picked our stuff up, and I love your personality. And if you're passionate about this, and if you have a wife, she understands what you're getting into, why don't you come do this? And then they usually snap at me and say, you don't think I can play anymore? But then like 3 years later, they usually check up.
How about that? He's let guys know as he's cutting them, maybe this league isn't for you as a player, but as a coach, I see a spot in it for you. And I'm sure he's had that conversation with guys whose names you have long since forgotten. I wonder if he's had that conversation with the guy who's going to end up in Canton one day. I'm thinking Richard Sherman right away.
Yeah, but I don't think Richard Sherman is the coaching type, because I think most great players, and he was a great player in his time, have a hard time teaching not great players to be great, and it frustrates them. I know that's how it worked with Frank Robinson when he went from being a player to a manager, because he was an extraordinary player. And I think it always drove him nuts that he couldn't make a pretty good player into a great player. So, why can't you see what I see? Well, because you're you. And the fascinating thing about the Shanahan thing in general is that I think now that he's got a coaching tree, he feels like showing you how good he is at botany. Basically, look at the garden I'm building, and this is how I build it. It's like the teaching part of coaching, which is, only shown to the players. It's an act of vanity that coaches get to show when they've been around for a while and they're in a safe situation. And Kyle Shanahan is in an incredibly safe situation.
But I don't think he does it from a vanity standpoint. I think he does it because he understands, like, if you are a good coach, a coaching tree happens whether you want it or not, whether there's any vainglorious moment in it for you or not.
No, but
Success
explaining it
begets
is the
opportunity.
vanity. It's not the explaining it to outsiders is the vanity. And there's nothing wrong with, vanity
Well, if he
is
were
part of
standing
the
on a
business.
corner screaming at it, yeah, but he was asked about it.
He was asked about it, but he wanted to expound on it because all coaches have an extraordinary amount of vanity. Players do. It is the nature of the celebrity athletic complex, if I can coin a term. Kyle Shanahan wanted to say all those things. He could have stopped at any point. He could have blown the question off. He wanted to talk about that, and he wanted to talk about it at considerable length. And without making this a positive, negative remark, that's an exercise in vanity. And coaches and teachers have that about them. It's that I can teach you stuff that maybe you don't know, and I can make you listen. And teachers have that vanity too, because teaching is in some ways a performative exercise. It's not just open the book to page 29, memorize all the countries in the Balkans. It's, I'm going to show you how you can learn this. And, it takes a fair amount of ego to be a good teacher. It takes an extraordinary amount of ego to be a good coach. Wonder if he's going to call Jeff Saturday this week.
What's funny is I read a tweet saying, Jeff Saturday might have had a bad game, but I don't think you can label him as more inept at this than, basically Nathaniel Hackett. Like, say what you want about Jeff Saturday and what he hasn't done. He has been to the Pro Bowl. He did have his ears closer to Peyton Manning than any other human being playing football with Peyton Manning, basically throughout Peyton Manning's entire career. It's not like they found this guy sitting on a stoop in front of a 7-Eleven.
No, but they found him in a broadcast booth, and he had only coached 3 years of high school. So,
it was a reach.
And it was an incredible reach. And I'm not saying that he can't be a coach. What I'm saying is the fact that he screwed up the timeouts on the play calls. Guys do that. It's the fact that he insisted after the game that he was right on 3 separate occasions, when usually a coach will either say, I could have done that a different way.
That's vanity.
Yeah, see, that is vanity. That's, I can't show weakness. And weak people worry about whether they show weakness or not. I think he learned a lot about how difficult not only time management is, but having to explain yourself afterward. And that's the part that he's not ready for yet. And this is the first time he's gotten hit in the face with a shovel by it. And it's not going to be the last, because he's probably going to screw up something else between now and the end of the year. And, he'll come away from it with better coaching skills. I just don't know that they're going to translate into another job, not at this level.
It's always baffled me how what I think, just by watching, is the easiest part of a game to get right from a head coaching standpoint, time management, undoes so many head coaches. Anyway, look, Michael Irvin is officially raring and ready to go here on 95.7 The Game, which means we're about to have one of the best football conversations of the entire week. Let me begin, though, by welcoming you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Michael Irvin stops on by, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, for a weekly "Hey, how are you?" and go around the NFL. Michael, thank you as always. I hope the Thanksgiving meal was fantastic. Time with family and friends.
Yeah, it's family, friends, and football. So yes, all of it went great because the football part went great. So now you can come home and really enjoy the family and the friends and the food because you won the football game. So yeah, it was a good.
So are you suggesting that Detroit fans haven't had a good Thanksgiving in about 30 years?
Yeah, in a long time, buddy. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. All you Detroit and such cities like Detroit, some places you just try to say, this has become part of the tradition. First we lose the football game, and then we have family and friends over. You just got to change it like that and start being happy on misery. Just like that.
It's the silver lining for Lions fans. I guess that's it.
It's the silver. Hey. Silver. That's it. You should have a silver stretch offense, right? Detroit. That's just okay. You know what I mean.
Did your family get into that Warriors and Mavericks game last night? I know we were talking about that. You were looking for a few tickets down low and wanted to make sure that load management wasn't going to rob you of some star power. Everybody played. Did the family get in?
It was a great game, too, right? And yes, they got some great seats, because, it's windy. I told you how important she is to me. She takes care of everything around the house. She really did have a great time, and it was a great game, D. I mean, it came down to a Klay Thompson three-point shot to tie the game to go into overtime. Luka showed up and showed out. When they walked back in the house, D, right when they walked around, I said, man, that was a great game. Y'all happy? They were like, we lost. I said, no, you live in Dallas. You actually won. You actually won. But she's such a big, Steph fan and Golden State fan. So she was sad that they lost. I said, we didn't lose. We won. You're in Dallas. But she had a great time.
Klay had a really good look at the end, too. I'm glad your family had a good time. Let me tell you, 49ers fans had a good time. Even though it wasn't much offensive firepower, the defense carried the afternoon in such an impressive way. I mean, to shut out anybody in this league, I don't care who it is, where you're playing them, or how you're playing, to shut out anybody's pretty special. To have 4 weeks in a row now, Michael, of not allowing a point in the second half, like how much weight do you put on that? It's a pretty rare streak in the modern NFL.
It is. It's a very rare streak. And when you start doing things like that, we start talking about, is this defense comparable to some of the greatest defenses we've seen in the history of our game? You start talking about that. You start talking about those Bears defense, those Chicago Bears, those defense, that Ray Lewis led Ravens defense that dominated people. You know what I'm saying? That's what San Francisco's doing right now defensively. And this is a great match. Yeah, stopping the Saints and the dog and all that, okay, that's one thing. Stopping these Dolphins is going to be a whole nother show. And I can't wait. I'm talking about I can't wait. This is a great week. We got Cincy and Kansas City playing. We got the Dolphins and the 49ers playing. Those are going to be two of the hottest, greatest games of the week.
Given the fact that the 49ers have had one really poor defensive game all year, and that was against Kansas City, the question logically becomes how to compare Miami's offense and Kansas City's offense in terms of what the 49ers have to do to stop them.
Well, and you know what? That's a great question. Let me tell you why, man, because the only reason San Francisco lost that game was because they had God at quarterback. That's basically who's playing quarterback for them in Kansas City. And some of the things he was doing, you know what I mean? Buying time, finding players, Tua doesn't do that. Tua's going to basically be where he's supposed to be. Now, you had an issue with God at quarterback. That means Patrick Mahomes was your issue at quarterback. And because he was so good, it was hard to stop all the receivers because you got to cover them through the first route, the second and third route with all the time he's buying. The problem here is Now, yeah, you got to get to the quarterback, but now you're going to have to cover some real receivers. I'm talking about some track speed receivers. And the 49ers like to play a zone coverage. Sometimes that's a bad matchup for this kind of speed if you don't get to the quarterback.
Slowing down Tyreek Hill, if it was up to you, how would you even try to do it? Obviously, it is the key that every single defensive coordinator looks at, right. But not a lot do it, not a lot have any success doing it. How would you even go about trying to slow down Tyreek Hill?
And honestly, I think it's a little more difficult now that he's in Miami than it was when he was with Patrick Mahomes. So Patrick Mahomes, because you remember how they stayed on top. They said, we're going to stay on top of you. We're not going to let you guys get any plays over the top. And Andy Reid did some great things in designing some schemes, still getting him some passes. But this, in Miami, this is basically a short passing game offense. So if you want to back up and stop him from getting over the top, no problem. You're playing right into their hands because they want to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands fast and get it into these receivers' hands fast. So this is going to be interesting. And I think that's what makes him so much more difficult to stop now, because now it's like, okay, he's just not a fast guy, but I got to back up because he is so fast. But they're throwing short passes, and he's doing things with them. And he got a sidekick over there, Waddle. They got some real good skill players.
Michael Irvin with us here on 95.7 The Game. So, Tua, just a year or two ago, was being looked at only through the prism of what he wasn't and what he wasn't going to be. His head coach then becomes Mike McDaniel, and all of a sudden Tua is looked at through the prism of how good he is, how efficient he is, and how much better he's going to get. What is the real difference in terms of how his coach is using him, or is this what happens when you put just the talent of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle around a quarterback? Who has made the quarterback better, the players around him or the coach?
I think all of the above, and they have fit this thing perfectly. What makes it, and I understand the question you're asking, what makes this go like this? Because this is what every guy is looking for, especially any team with a young quarterback. Somebody that can come in, and this is what makes it go. Somebody that comes in and says, listen, let me see the quarterback. I will map this game around him. That's how you make him successful. Stop asking him to do all this stuff that you've been doing for the last 60 years, and you're so embedded in it, the old NFL. The new NFL is build a system around your quarterback. And when Tyreek Hill said it, he's an accurate quarterback. He's very accurate. In that short passing game, he built the system around that accuracy. And you're seeing it. He's in the MVP race. We started this year off wondering and questioning, is he the long-term answer for Miami? And everybody kept saying, Justin Herbert, you could have had Justin Herbert. And you don't hear those talks anymore. He is undefeated the games he started and finished this season. That's why, everybody should be looking for that. That guy that can come in and put a game plan around my young quarterback.
Would that given Miami's offense, would it make sense, at least in your mind, for the 49ers to become more conservative on offense and to be more interested in ball control just to keep Miami off the field?
I think we always say that. People talk about that stuff. But game dictates what it is. If we get out in the game and we want to be conservative, we want to try to use the clock, take the clock up, and you're giving me man-to-man coverage, one-on-one, man-to-man, trying to play. I got to take opportunities to get up the field to make plays because you're giving me those opportunities. You see what I'm saying? So I understand in the premise when we start talking about controlling the ball and all of that, slow down this offense. But the game would dictate that. And you can't, even if you go in with wanting to control the ball, if they're pressing me and I'm in the NFL and they're giving me the single coverage, press coverage, I got to be willing. I got to be willing to pull the trigger and make the big plays. So, yeah, in theory, it's a good idea. But I always said, be ready to play and do whatever the game needs you to do.
Michael, we got to know Raheem Mostert, obviously, with his time with the 49ers. And, he had one of the epic NFC title games for the 49ers. And he's liked out here. He was, asked about his new quarterback, and he said, man, my guy can really sling it. And so everyone then said, well, that must be an accusation that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't play like this. And it turned into bulletin board material whether or not Raheem meant it so. And I don't even believe he meant it. Like, he's a really nice, not trash-talking guy. He really is. But some of the 49ers actually took the bait. And I'll tell you, Jimmy has aired no grievances, but he has said it is really nice to finally hear some people defending the quarterback that he is, the season that he's having, and he has improved in the one category that scared everyone the most, and that's turnovers. He hasn't thrown an interception for a career-best 4 games in a row now. What do you think of Jimmy's turnaround in spite of everything and all the noise and real trash talk, not trash talk, positive coverage, negative coverage, his own franchise trying to move on from him, for goodness sakes? I mean, it wasn't a narrative that the Niners tried to move on. They did, but he's still here. What do you think of this redemption story that we're kind of in the middle of?
Isn't it incredible when you think about it, though? And all he went through, and then after that first game, when we talked about, how he looked that first game, and now what he's done. And sometimes when somebody hang you over the cliff like that, your whole life flashes in front of you. If you ever get that opportunity again, you say, boy, I'm going to hold on so tight and do everything I need to do right, and you will see a difference, because your whole life flashed in front of you. And that's exactly what Jimmy G has gone through, and you're seeing it on the other side. And honestly, I don't know what the decision will be next year, but he keeps playing like this. It'll really have helped him out, and it's exactly what he wants to be able to do now. He'll be able to, I think, we have some choices next year. Rather he stays or want to move around or go do something else, he'll have some choices.
What's the biggest mistake you ever made with your mouth? Like unintended trash talking. Somebody took a quote maybe out of context and ran with it. Did you ever say something that you didn't think was going to start a fire, and then all of a sudden you find Jimmy Johnson yelling at you or something?
Well, Coach never got on us about start talking noise. He just made sure you would say, as long as you back it up. As long as you back it up.
Nice.
I don't mind you talking, but back it up. That you go out here and back it up, that kind of thing. And I've said some things I intended for to be bulletin board material. Some things did not. Some things I did not. Like you talk about, I don't think most of it intended it to be that way. But San Francisco's taking it the right way. You're taking it the right way. You got it. I don't care if they said Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, really? Okay. So y'all. Oh, okay. Oh, so that's how y'all want to feel.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving.
You
happy
that bulletin board material. That's what you do. They're taking the right approach because this is a big game. And no matter what you say, I'm going to get juiced up off it. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
All right, Michael, I've always wanted to ask you. I never have, but I feel that we're close enough now to where you'll answer this question honestly. Does Penn State win the Fiesta Bowl if you don't get off the airplane in camouflage?
It ain't the camouflage. I think the loss to Super Fiesta Bowl, it was the crazy when you took all the brothers up out of Miami and ran us in Arizona. Let me tell y'all something, man. We were out of hand in Arizona. God couldn't let us win that game. We were too ugly to win that game in Arizona. I'm just being real with you here. We would go in the stores, man, and get some to eat, get stuff. Last man got the money. Last man got the money. The last man is a big black Jerome Brown wearing $340. I ain't got no money, and we all gone. It was ugly. So I just took that as God said. I can't let you win when you acted this ugly. You know what I mean? That's the only piece I could get from that. Had we not acted that ugly, maybe we could have won that darn game. It had nothing to do with the camouflage. The camouflage, it had everything to do with how we handled that week.
We've talked about a big game. Now let's talk about a small one, or a relatively small one. Colts at Cowboys. And specifically, the way the Colts lost their game the other night with a coaching blunder. When you
say that timing, that not calling timeout was a coaching blunder.
Not calling the timeout and then not having plays set up so that you lose so much time after that play that you've got no time left to do anything.
Right. I get you.
So my question is, when you've got a new coach and he makes a mistake that egregious that early, does he lose the team immediately, or does it take 2 or 3 more of those before a team just looks at their coach and go, he's not prepped for this?
No. They understand that he's a new coach also. And you saw that first game. You saw what they were doing running that football. You saw the game against Philly, how they were running that football. They're going to give Jeff Saturday some opportunities. They're going to give them some time to learn those things because he's come in and giving them what they want. They want to run the football just like they're running the football. And they've been running the football better since he's gotten there, trying to get back to that. I'm worried about that for Dallas because that's Dallas. That's Dallas's kryptonite. If a team can just run and stick to the run, don't come off the run. I told you when they lost to Green Bay, it's the worst loss that you could suffer. You're up by 14 points, and a team runs you down running the football. Are you joking? They're taking their time. They're using the clock, and they still have confidence that they don't have to come off the clock, that they're going to run you down 14 points and just continuing to run the football. There's no respect for your defense and its ability to stop the run. No respect whatsoever. And you better believe Indy's going to test that this week.
Michael Irvin with us here on 95.7 The Game. And look, there are probably 2 fan bases that are surprised the most by how little Russell Wilson is working in Denver. That would be the Broncos fans. And I think 49er fans just can't believe on what they're seeing because Russell Wilson used to dominate the 49ers, and he has turned into, well, I don't know what's actually happening. Michael, let's just start with what's happening in Denver. Is it a player? Is it a coach? It feels like there's a race to lose the locker room first between the 2 of them.
Yeah, that's a hard situation. But it takes me back to what I was sharing with you with Miami. Coach, can you put a system around Russell that brings out what Russell does best? Russell gave the 49ers fits because he did a lot of the same things that Patrick Mahomes did when he played the Chiefs. He buys time for those guys to get open the second and third route. And then he always made smart decisions with the football. And now they're asking him to step back, drop back, let it go right now, and it's not his game totally. I don't mind him doing some of that, but you got to incorporate also what he does best. You can't just try to make him do what you think works best. You got to incorporate what he does best, and it balances out. So I'm worried about that. I don't know if they can fix it as they are. I think they're probably going to have to be either a change of systems, a change of head coach, because Russell Wilson is there. He's gotten that money. He's not going anywhere, and rightfully so. They need to make sure that what they're seeing isn't the head coach for a new first-time head coach, because Russell Wilson, like you said, has been a great player for a lot of years.
One other game that hasn't gotten a lot of notice because of the 2 big ones has been a Buffalo-New England game. Is this a game that is going to be closer than it looks because Buffalo's sort of been struggling of late? Or do you think they reestablish who they are and their place near the top of the AFC?
I think they'll move back towards reestablishing. But what you also saw was the Patriots find some offense now. They found some offense. So it'll still be a good game because I said last week I saw that they just found some offense. I mean, if they find an offense building that defense will give you something. So the Buffalo Bills, that rivalry between Buffalo and New England, it's going to be a good game. What will make it better is not that the Bills were struggling, it's that the Patriots were struggling and they have found an offense.
Speaking of the AFC East, the Jets basically seemed to have moved on from Zach Wilson, and they got a particularly strong game from Mike White last week. Is that something that players tend to gravitate around, or are they always a little bit leery when a backup has a good first impression?
Well, and a lot of stars, Sauce Gardner's, I know Brees Hall is hurt and all those guys. They said first year there. This is their first year there. And they like to think the attitude and everything that's going on around the locker room changes things. That not only did they could you see how those people, how those guys were all over Mike White, they were happy for him. Usually, even if you like the other guy any little bit, you're kind of careful with how you congratulate him because you don't want to hurt the feelings of the other guy. I was shocked at how openly they were at congratulating Mike White. But a lot of those young guys, I'm sure they must know of and heard the history that this is not the first time that we ran by this mountain before where Mike White had a great game. And everybody went, oh, my God. And then, next week wasn't the same thing.
There was a big PDA, though. Wasn't? I mean, there were like two teenagers making out on a park bench. There was so much PDA between the players and Mike White. And I thought that was a little bit of a message to Zach Wilson.
Right. And there's no doubt. You're absolutely right. There was a message. That's a message to Zach Wilson. Now, and that was they loved the way he played because he throwing an interception. Now, if he goes in here and have one of these 3 interception games, then everybody would say, well, that's why he was a backup and all of those things. So I need to see some more of that. Let me see that you can do this consistently and consecutively in games without throwing interceptions. You got a good enough team, Mike White. You just can't mess it up. Just don't go messing it up. Now, my whole theory, though, is I'm not throwing out my second pick right now totally for Mike White. I'm just not doing it. If I can get it to him, get him the lesson, and then get him back in the game some kind of way, I'm going to certainly do that to make him see what he needs to learn and try to earn the respect of his teammates. But for getting rid of him on Mike White having that one game when I saw the same thing last year, I'm not ready to do that.
Michael, I'd like to wrap up by asking a Hall of Famer a question about his Hall of Fame friend who was in the news this week. I saw that Colorado made a play for Coach Prime. Is Deion Sanders ready for a Power 5 job? I mean, look at it this way. Colorado, it's got an opening Pac-12 in front of it. When the Buffaloes were at their Eric Bieniemy very, very best, they recruited the hell out of Los Angeles. And with USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten, maybe they can recruit Los Angeles. Coach Prime to the Colorado Buffaloes. Might it happen?
Well, that's an interesting thing, and he did confirm that was, that was happening. Some people have certainly talked to him about that, and that offer was on the table. Now, would he take it? Oh, I don't know. Right now, listen, I know time, man, and time is in. He's doing such incredible things at Jackson right now. Such incredible things. And for time to take a job, you'll have to. Boy, it have to be a perfect job for him to lead. What I believe is God's work through him at Jackson, Mississippi. It's not just the school that he's raised up right now. The whole community. They'll tell you crime is down in that whole community since he's gotten there because he has these outreaches. You go out, try to talk to the guys. Like, come on, man, we don't have to do these things. I think Time sees a lot of this, and he's always talked about this over the years that he and I have been best of friends. As his calling. He's always tried to help people. I told you, I remember right out here, my other house, Time would come over, man, when I was acting crazy. He said, hey, man, you ain't leaving this house unless you go through me. Man, we got to fight. I was Time, you can't just keep me here. He's always been about taking care of his people, man. So it'll be hard, I think, for him to leave for Colorado right now. And how he can explain that to his boys. Now, Colorado just put down a whole bunch of money. That might be a whole different thing.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
But Florida State or something like that, I think Time's going to wait on those opportunities.
Always great to talk to you, Michael. Thank you so very, very much.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. And it is great to hear that my boy's getting some opportunities out there because he's doing such a great job. You warm my heart telling me those things. Thanks, guys.
That's our guy, Michael Irvin, here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Michael, as always. Always good stuff. I love how he said, yeah, God wouldn't let us win. We were such bad boys at Miami in Arizona for the Fiesta Bowl. Yeah, I think the U 30 for 30 is still the most watched 30 for 30, and rightfully so. That was a team full of bad dudes across the board, and I mean that as bad dudes. They were, yeah.
I think his theory is wrong, though, because if he wanted to punish Miami, he wouldn't have made Penn State work as hard as it did to win that game.
Well, that's how much talent those bad dudes had.
Well, I understand that, but God still, whatever your version of God may be, God can make any team lose 56-3.
It was something else.
Yeah. I mean, it was an extraordinary game. And, God doesn't want to be on the wrong end of a fumble either.
No, he doesn't. But let's face it. If we had to measure which football program did more crimes against humanity, Penn State's or Miami's, it was Penn State's.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, but that's well documented. To say the least.
And truth is, college football has announced that none of that matters because Hugh Freeze has a job again.
Hugh Freeze does have a job again. I tell you, it will be interesting to see where Deion ends up because he, to me, has whatever he might not be as an X's and O's. He is the kind of guy that you think could walk into a lot of living rooms and just win over not only the kid but the mom and the recruiting conversation. And if you're winning the recruiting conversation, that quickly translates into games won.
And maybe he even makes a dent in Alabama, which is the one place where Alabama has always owned that state for obvious reasons. You can't hire somebody who's like the 5 other guys you hired before that one. If you're getting kicked in the face by the same school all the time and you keep doing the same thing, at some point you have to ask yourself, is the thing we keep doing the right thing to do? I mean, it's a hell of a gamble, and there are plenty of sociological reasons why Auburn might not go there, but he was worth more of a look than he got, and I suspect he got no look at all.
I'm wondering if Michael isn't on the nose, though, by basically saying, look, he's got a lot of love for the city of Jackson State is in Jackson, Mississippi, I'm guessing.
Yes.
And he's got a lot of love for the city. He's got a lot of love for his kids. He's recruited him. He kind of wants to ride out with him. And, Florida State might open up eventually. And that would be the job that, of course, he would take.
You would think, but what if something awful happens, like Florida State wins next year, and all of a sudden that job isn't open?
You might be right. I mean, here's the thing. These jobs are aggregate. They don't open up until they actually open up.
And the truth is, Florida State will open up again if it doesn't open up this time. So get to the place you look. Hugh Freeze was at Liberty long enough to get an 8-year contract.
And then walk away from it before
and
coaching
walked away
a
from
game.
it in 31 days. So contracts don't mean anything to these animals. And when I'm saying animals, I mean coaches. They walk at a moment's notice and have no problem doing it while complaining about the transfer window. That's why I have no sympathy for any of them on any front. They're grossly overpaid for what they do, and they act like they're the emperor of the kingdom they're in because they're treated like it. I mean, David Shaw is the exception that proves the rule because he didn't act like that because at Stanford you can't act like that. Because if anybody could act like that at Stanford, it would be Tara Vanderveer.
Well, the whole illusion of just any amateurism is just so peeled back from all college sports. And look, my alma mater, here we go. I'm wearing an Indiana t-shirt, Indiana, Carolina, tipping off in an hour from now. That's 9:30 local time. I mean, these guys should be paid like NBA players. That is a scheduled TV game. I mean, it's amazing how the shoe is dropped on the reality that college tried to put off for so long, but here it is. And what used to be, not even a whisper campaign. It's just all wide open on the table right now. Everybody deserves what they get. If they wanted any, real control over the transfer portal, they would have figured out a way to do it, but they didn't. So then
they didn't want to.
The fair market took care of itself.
Yeah, no, they didn't want to take care of it because the teams that make the most money are the ones that are always the most active in, with transfers. There's Alabama, and then there's a bunch of teams wanting to be Alabama. That means player movement. And college football in particular, more than any other sport, is entirely about that. In fact, it's more than college basketball because college basketball is about getting the freshmen from the best AAU programs in the country, play them for a year, and then watch them leave for the NBA. They don't have time to transfer. Football is all about transferring.
By the way, last night, the Golden State Warriors, that Michael Irvin paid a hefty price to send some of his family to that game in Dallas, they had a really good look at the end, but it did not fall.
They scissor around Curry. They find Thompson left side. He's open. He shots up. No good. At the horn, the ball game is over. What a beautifully designed play. A great look for Klay Thompson. Scissored off Curry. They threw it over the top, and he was wide open. My goodness.
It was a great look. It was a good call from Tim Roy. And afterwards, Steve Kerr had this to say about the way that game ended.
Guys executed the play really well, and Klay got a good look. Left it a little bit short, but Klay never hesitates, and he always wants the big shot. Things didn't go great for him tonight, but he kept competing, and I felt that way about all of our guys. Nothing really kind of fell our way, and Dallas was pretty desperate. I think they had lost 4 in a row, and they played really well, and we still had a chance. So proud of the guys, but we just couldn't quite get there.
It was a good game last night. The Warriors got the Chicago Bulls coming into town on Friday as they begin a 3-game homestand before they leave for an extended trip on the Eastern Seaboard through the Eastern Conference. But the good news, even though the Warriors lost last night, is that their bench kind of got them back into that game. And that isn't something Steve Kerr has been able to say really at any point in time this year. He was pleased with the results of his second unit.
We're pretty good defensively. Dante's doing a fantastic job bringing energy and pressuring the ball, running a lot of stuff through Draymond. Draymond's anchoring our defense. You got JK and Lamb both playing really well. Wiggs comes in with that group often. He didn't play as much with that group tonight because Lamb and JK were both playing so well. And, Jordan is such a big threat to score. They found a good groove, and I think we're only going to get better from here.
Look, I hope he's right. I mean, they got pulled back into a game by their second unit for the first time this year. Tim Kawakami brought up in The Athletic that the Warriors, look, they're 8-4 over their last 12 games and have officially risen over that span to 11th in defense in the NBA. They're still ranked 22nd overall, but they're starting to trend upwards. There was really nowhere else to go but upwards. But it needed to begin. The ascension up the rankings needed to start, and over the last dozen games, Ray, it has.
No, it went to hell in a hurry, but it was going to take a while for it to get back. It's still not back, but it's better than it was, because not better than it was unsustainable, and they would have missed the playoffs. As it is, they're still a lottery team.
No, they're not right now. They'd be in the play-in.
Play-in, you still get to be in the lottery.
You could. Or you could win the whole ball of wax, Ray.
Yeah. I'm just saying right now, if the meteor hit in the afterworld, they'd be a lottery team.
They have a ways to go. In about 5 minutes before we get to What If Wednesday, you asked me before the show even started, would you be comfortable talking about X? Go ahead and ask me about X.
Chris Letang, Pittsburgh Penguin.
Should let everyone know who that
Local
is.
lad.
Okay.
I think he was born in San Francisco. Played for the Penguins for a number of years, has a couple of Stanley Cup rings. Suffered his second stroke on Monday. Came back from the first one. Now has another. And both he and the team say they're confident that he's coming back. How confident should he be?
Well, so the one thing my doctors told me is that you should never have a second stroke. It usually doesn't go better than the first. So I've tried to take their advice on that one. Look, it all depends because the brain is such a mysterious place. Where did it happen and how has it affected him? I'll tell you that I got returns everywhere I needed them. I got a little bit of a drop foot on my left foot. I'll never walk or run smoothly ever again in my life. I do know that. But
That's
I
such
had
a good thing.
Right, but
you
I
don't have to exercise with the kids.
Exactly. So look, I had a stroke in the region of my brain that affects speech and balance. Thank God my speech wasn't affected. But my balance, Ray, you could blow me over with a stiff wind, especially if I've had a couple drinks. Oh my God, I'm a mess. So I'm a cheaper date. That's the benefit of it all.
It only helps Jillian. It doesn't help. It doesn't help the rest.
Right. But look, where did it affect him, and is it going to affect his balance? I would imagine that they need to cross that off for him to skate again. If he can return to a professional career playing a game as physical as hockey that requires as much hand-eye coordination and balance, this guy's officially had the two greatest strokes any human being could ever have. He should count all of his blessings, and I hope he does return. It's a hell of a story. I'd like to know a little bit more about the level of stroke that he suffered and what it really did. Did he experience a level of temporary paralysis?
I did not see that in any of the stories, either at the time or since. But they did say that he's been diagnosed with a small hole in his heart. Now, I don't know if that creates its own issue or not. But and I don't have his full medicals. I mean,
yeah,
but
they're describing it as an upper body injury.
Yeah, he's day to day.
Yeah, aren't we?
No, actually, they said he's out indefinitely, which is a real concession for hockey people, because you never know when he's going to want to get a morning skate in.
Boy, I wish him the very, very best, but a return like that, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, in what is not a physical act, let's say I were a guitar player, there's no way I could play a guitar going forward really the way that I used to, because my fingers just don't fire as fast. Like, that's my right hand. Left hand, I'm not as powerful, not as fast. I can't make the over here anymore. And I used to be able to do that. Now I can't. Maybe with a lot of training and time and steroids or whatever, I could again. I'm not training to be a professional snapper, so I haven't put a lot of thought into it. God bless him, man. I hope he can do it.
Well, when I hire the hitman, I'll tell him to work to your left.
Thank you very much. That is the way to go. And a very nice point brought up here that is snarky as hell, but I cannot disagree with it. From the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line saying, Damon, let's be honest, you never ran smoothly before the stroke. That is correct. I can't.
What a glorious bastard that guy is.
I can't. That is correct. By the way, what is also correct, if not inquisitive, a What If Wednesday is right around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. So stay tuned for all of that. We are brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Oh, hey, I need to tell you about the Jim Irsay collection. It's coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th from 7 to 10 p.m. at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. If you're a music lover, if you're a sports fan, it's a night for you. Jim Irsay, who owns the Colts, by the way, he's got a lot of money, and he's spending on some cool stuff like historic sports memorabilia, a collection of presidential memorabilia, but it's all dwarfed by his collection of guitars and musical memorabilia. He is really into music. He's got his own band featuring All-Stars and Wilson of Heart, Buddy Guy, a special appearance scheduled by John Fogerty of CCR himself, JimIrsayCollection.com. It's where you go for free tickets to the event December 10th at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. Free tickets available now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Player Claim.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valente, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Fish Hippie. Save up to 70% right now at fishhippie.com on comfortable, casual, and active apparel.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for $149, all on a reliable 5G network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Seeing Jonathan Kuminga, as a young guy, you got to set screens.
Yep.
You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. He checked all those boxes last night.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
I think the rest of the world might look at Jimmy Garoppolo and think one thing, and a 49er fan is going to think something else. Because the rest of the world hasn't been on the emotional ride.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
We know our top 6, and then we're going to play DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green. Can that win a championship?
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Under the guise of, dude, I'm not a homer. I'm not complaining about calls, but Steph Curry is among the worst officiated superstars this league has ever freaking had, who wasn't the center.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The final segment on a Wednesday afternoon here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. We got the best of coming up. And if you missed any of our conversation that Ray and I just had with Michael Irvin, I know that's going to be part of it. We want you to be part of it. It's the best of 95.7 The Game coming up next. In the meantime, we promised you we would answer the questions that no one else dare even ask. After all, it is a What If Wednesday. All right, Lucas, what do you have for us this fine Wednesday evening?
Boys, it's going to be a football-heavy What If Wednesday. I got some things. Really, I want to start with something I want to get off my chest. I don't know if people truly understand exactly how bad the Denver Broncos offense has been this year. It's not just, Russ, a probable Hall of Famer, struggling. This is historically bad. They're averaging 1.3 touchdowns a game. That's by far the worst in the league, and it's the worst since the 2012 Chiefs with Matt Castle and Brady Quinn at quarterback. That's been a decade. This is the worst offense we've seen in 10 years.
Well, you talk about like 1 point whatever. If your number is at 1 point whatever touchdowns per game, to me, like I'm instantly going back to leather helmets, right? I mean, that just feels like you're taking a sport that is designed to open up offense by every measure that they put in the rule book and are just like spitting in football physics' eyes. I mean, it is a disaster. And, look, we've talked probably more about this off the air, Ray, than on the air because we're not doing radio in Denver. But what we're looking at with the Denver Broncos has the makings of possibly the worst trade in the history of the NFL. And if it continues to go in this direction and the next coach, whoever that is to replace Nathaniel Hackett, because they're going to get to a next coach before they get to a next quarterback, this could go down as one of the all-time sports flops. When you look at what they're paying Russell Wilson to play terrible football, while they have given away 3 actual human beings that play football in a trade and 3 future picks for him as well. It's as bad of a start to a mega trade as we've seen a mega trade maybe ever have.
Well, and the wild card here is that they have a new owner who is richer than all the other owners
combined,
almost combined. And we're going to find out real fast how patient he is, because he did not buy the Denver Broncos because he needed to be richer as much as he bought them because it's a great ego stroke in the town that he works. So it'll be interesting to see if Rob Walton just comes out and says, you know what, we're going to blow this up, start all over again. We pay Russell Wilson off. We take the cap hit because I can't look at this anymore. If he does that, then I'd say they're about to become an interesting rebuild because they will have torn it down to the studs. If not, if he's going to protect Russell Wilson and try to build around him, the Broncos are going to be bad for a good 5 years, if not longer.
You don't think that he's going to like redeem himself? Another coach comes in, lays hands on an offense that is clearly so lost its way. They're not going to cobble the right way back to true north at any point in time this year. You don't think that there's any chance Russell's still got a drop or two in him with another coach making decisions?
Not on this roster, because I don't think it's a coaching alone problem. I think it's a roster problem. Who's their best running back right now?
Well, I think they cut him. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Also, Javonte Williams tore his ACL early in the season. He's a good player. They got rid of Melvin Gordon. They have been very injured, so there are lots of problems. Their offensive line is in shambles. They've had receivers banged up, but like all teams are injured, so it's hard to blame the injuries.
Well, but when you lose your offensive line, you're done. You can lose skilled players at nearly every position and fake it. But if you lose your offensive line, then nothing you can do matters. And I'm not willing to put it all on the offensive line because Russell Wilson has always been a high sack guy. I just don't think he's as mobile as he used to be. I don't think he has receivers to throw to, and he certainly doesn't have running backs to hand the ball off to. That said, I think what we're about to see not just in Denver, but other places, is that general managers are going to start reprioritizing where they put their money. And it might be less in the wide receiver and more in the left tackle and the left guard, because that more than anything else explains why good teams are bad this year and why some bad teams are good. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles are the best team in football right now because they have the best offensive line in football. And if teams are going to figure that out, they're going to start making $20 million tackles and guards. And that was always a place that they like to save money. And Denver is as good an example of what happens when you can't do that as any.
What if I told you that Peter King 100% got this one right? Like when we were talking to him this week, he said, the NFL needs to make a decision on whether or not they're going to flex out the unthinkable, getting flexed out of primetime, Patrick Mahomes versus Russell Wilson. But the Broncos they render football games so unwatchable that not only did they flex that game out, but Peter King even told us the game that they would probably put in, and it's it's Chargers and Dolphins that are getting flexed into that game 2 Sundays from now. So, wow. That is how bad the Denver Broncos, who are a very big national brand. Sure. I mean, they do well with the ratings when there's only one thing that can save them. Powder blue helmets. That's it. That's all that they could possibly sell a very pissed off fan base. Go back to the powder blue helmets quickly.
No, not the powder blue helmets. The golden brown helmets.
Oh, you want them to look
and
like
the
Wyoming?
Vertical striped
The Wyoming Broncos?
They're original uniforms.
Those are
because if you're going to look like poop, you should dress like poop.
Okay, what if Wednesday, what if you had another one for us?
I do have another one. I had to squeeze in a Caleb Williams mention here.
Fight on, Lucas.
I appreciate it. It is the question.
Fight on, Ray.
And the mention is about how great Caleb Williams has been and how great he projects at the next level. Sean Payton told Colin Cowherd on Monday that tanking for the number 1 draft pick hasn't been a thing. It hasn't been a problem for the NFL like it has been in the NBA. But that could change for a guy like Caleb Williams. He, of course, has to come back one more season after he's going to win this Heisman. Has to come back one more year.
You're just jinxing it. Michael Penix isn't good. Oh, it's just done. It's done. Why even show up to New York?
Well, that's true. But he's going to come back for one more year, and then he will probably be the number 1 draft pick. Now we knock on wood, make sure he stays healthy.
How about that name, image, and likeness money that he's about to get?
What if the NFL had to implement a draft lottery system like the NBA so that teams don't tank for a guy like Caleb Williams?
I just don't think it's a problem football it's going to have. I really don't. I think that there is way too much. There's way too little that separates the really good teams from even the really bad teams. Even if you're a really bad football team, you get a break or two on your own roster with a guy playing over his skis, and then an injury or two in your own division can open up a playoff opportunity out of nowhere for just about anybody. I mean, it really is an any given Sunday league, and I think that prevents teams from doing that. And the fact that there is zero, I'm talking about zero, that guarantees any collegiate success will instantly, immediately, without question, translate into NFL success. I think that prevents it from happening too. Unlike basketball, where one guy projected at one particular level of future excellence usually delivers on that. Basketball can allow the individual talent to thrive, where football will crush your individual talent just because that's the way the sport works.
However, what if you're convinced, and I'm not saying he's going to be, but what if a team is convinced, I run a team and I'm convinced he is the next Patrick Mahomes?
Well, then you're an idiot, because you can't convince yourself of that at all. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was basically, to paraphrase Michael Irvin, it was a gift from the gods. If he was going to be projected to be this, he'd have been picked first. The fact is, Trevor Lawrence was picked first a couple of years ago. And while he's holding his own in Jacksonville, I don't think that's a long-term solution, because he's getting the hell beat out of him. Zach Wilson is essentially all but out as the second pick. Trey Lance is, he may never play another game for the 49ers if they have a deep run in them this year. Jimmy Garoppolo may keep the job, and it may never be open for Trey Lance. So the having the first pick, it's too much of a crapshoot for any number of reasons. The last time I can remember teams actively tanking, and this is a long time ago, was when the Eagles and Steelers and Bills were actively tanking to get O.J. Simpson. And the Bills ended up getting him by being slightly more awful than the Eagles were. The Eagles